the echoes they leave behind for generations. It delves into the intricate nature of memory, loss, and the quiet courage required to face one's past. Listen closely as a history that was long buried is finally brought into the light. We invite you to experience a narrative woven from the threads of what is left unsaid. Chapter 1. Victoria Collins slid the Davis Meridian contract across her desk and felt, before she reached the final page, the familiar chill of a trap pretending to be language. The document had arrived in a courier envelope thick enough to suggest importance and plain enough to suggest fear. It rested now under the cone of her desk lamp, its pages squared with the precision of a thing that expected obedience. Outside her narrow office window, queens moved in late afternoon layers, buses coughing against the curb, a delivery cyclist arguing with traffic, a woman in scrubs eating from a paper carton on the courthouse steps across the street. The city was loud, tired, and alive in a way no corporate prospectus had ever managed to capture. Inside, the office smelled of printer toner, cooling coffee, and the dusty patience of files that had waited too long for someone powerful to be inconvenienced. 3 bankers' boxes stood beside Victoria's bookcase, each labeled in her clean handwriting. Injury, displacement, contractor dispute. The labels were factual, almost sterile, but the paper inside them carried the heat of damaged lives. Victoria turned another page. The contract had been drafted with the silky menace of expensive counsel. Its sentences curled through definitions, cross-references, limitations, exceptions, waivers, acknowledgments, and procedural elections. Nothing announced itself as cruel. That was always the point. Cruelty rarely wore boots in civil litigation. It wore formatting. She uncapped a red pen and drew a deliberate circle around a sentence on page 19. Mandatory binding arbitration shall be the sole and exclusive forum for resolution of any dispute arising directly or indirectly from engagement. Occupancy, performance, site access, payment, injury, delay, displacement, or related project impact. The language tried to sound efficient. Victoria heard a door closing. She wrote in the margin, forum control. Another sentence waited below it, lounging under its own authority. All proceedings shall remain strictly confidential, including but not limited to pleadings, evidence, testimony, awards, settlements, notices, and communications related thereto. She circled that one twice. Confidentiality as erasure. Her office phone blinked with 3 unheard messages. She ignored them. The copier in the reception area clicked, wheezed, and began printing again as though it disapproved of silence. Somewhere beyond the thin wall, a paralegal from the family law practice next door laughed in a brittle way that suggested either victory or caffeine. Victoria reached for the first claimant file. Martin Ellis, subcontractor electrician, age 46. Fell through an unsecured service platform at a Davis Meridian Hospital expansion site in Newark. Shoulder reconstruction. Nerve damage in his dominant hand. 6 months out of work. The report included photographs of exposed framing, a temporary guardrail missing from the edge, and Martin standing in a kitchen too small for his cast, his expression arranged around humiliation. Attached to his file was the arbitration notice. Victoria read the numbers first. Filing fee, administrative deposit, arbitrator retainer, venue cost, expert allocation, advancement provisions, potential fee-shifting exposure. She leaned back in her chair, not because she was surprised, but because the arrangement had the smug elegance of a well-laid snare. Martin Ellis could bring his claim, technically. He could pursue justice in the same way a man could cross the Hudson by swimming in February while carrying his own medical records. She turned to the second box. Angela Romero, displaced tenant from a Davis Meridian redevelopment project in Long Island City. Her building had been purchased through a subsidiary with a name so generic it looked generated by a board accountant. The relocation packet had promised assistance, preference rights, and temporary accommodations. The final correspondence offered deadlines, forms, and forfeiture language dressed up as administrative necessity. Victoria found the clause again in Angela's occupancy agreement. Same bones, slightly different skin. Arbitration, confidentiality, 30-day notice requirement, waiver of collective proceedings, limitation of damages, no injunctive relief absent private emergency review. She pressed the back of her pen against her lower lip and read the paragraph one more time. The clause did not merely move Angela's grievance into a private room. It made the room expensive, quiet, and hard to find. The third file belonged to Harris & Sons Masonry. a small contractor with 8 employees and 2 trucks that had apparently spent more time being repaired than driven. Davis Meridian had withheld payment after a transit-adjacent redevelopment job, citing delayed damages, incomplete documentation, and disputed compliance certifications. The contractor had disputed the withholdings. Davis Meridian had invoked the clause. By the time Harris & Sons calculated the cost of arbitration, the owner had already missed payroll once and taken a second mortgage on his house. The dispute settled for less than the outstanding invoices. The settlement agreement included a confidentiality provision so broad it could have swallowed the weather. Victoria arranged the 3 files in a row: an injured worker, a displaced tenant, a small contractor, different doors, same lock. Her red pen moved again: private forum. Silenced record, cost barrier, short deadlines, one-way risk, no public precedent. She wrote each phrase carefully, each word landing on the legal pad with controlled pressure. Anger, in Victoria's experience, was useful only after it had been trained to sit still. Untended anger made speeches. Disciplined anger made records. A knock sounded on the open doorframe. Lauren Cook entered with 2 coffees balanced against her chest, a folder tucked beneath her arm, and a paper bag clenched between her teeth. She lowered the bag onto a chair with exaggerated dignity before handing over one of the cups. "I brought coffee and something pretending to be a croissant," Lauren said. "The coffee has ambition. The croissant has legal exposure." Victoria took the cup without looking away from the contract. "Was there a line?" "There is always a line," Lauren said. "New York is mostly lines held together by rent anxiety." Lauren stepped deeper into the office and looked at the arrangement of files. Her humor softened, though it did not disappear. She had the face of someone who noticed the bruise beneath the makeup and knew better than to point at it too quickly. "That bad?" she asked. Victoria tapped the contract with one finger. "Worse than bad. Bad is often careless." "This is careful." Lauren set her folder on the desk and pulled off her coat. "Careful bad is usually billable. This clause was built to survive challenge." Victoria turned the legal pad toward her. "Every component has a respectable argument when isolated. Arbitration can be efficient. Confidentiality can protect business information. Limitation clauses can clarify exposure. Notice periods can preserve evidence. Fee shifting can deter frivolous claims." Lauren lowered herself into the chair opposite the desk. That sounded like the defense brief wearing perfume. Victoria's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "Together they create something else entirely. A litigation terrarium," Lauren said, "a containment system." Victoria flipped to page 23. "Look at this. Any claimant who initiates arbitration and fails to obtain an award exceeding the company's final pre-hearing offer may be responsible for costs, administrative expenses, and reasonable attorney's fees." Lauren whistled quietly. "That is not a clause. That is a financial cliff with stationery. It forces settlement downward before facts are tested." Victoria pointed to another passage. "This provision shortens the notice period to 30 days for project-related injury or loss, regardless of when the claimant reasonably discovers the full damage. Because nerve injuries, mold exposure, relocation fraud, and payment disputes love tidy calendars. Then this." Victoria slid the contract across the desk. No collective proceedings, no representative claims, no consolidation without Davis Meridian's written consent. Lauren read the paragraph, her eyebrows rose slowly. "So no one gets to learn that their disaster has siblings." "Exactly." Victoria's voice remained low, but the room seemed to draw tighter around it. "Each claimant is turned into an isolated administrative inconvenience. No public filings, no shared discovery, no pattern evidence, no pressure from precedent. Human damage becomes private paperwork." Lauren opened her folder. "That matches what I found." Victoria looked up. Lauren spread several printouts across the desk, arranging them between the coffee cups and the contract. "Preliminary searches only, because Davis Meridian's subsidiaries breed like aquarium fish. I found references to at least 4 disputes tied to redevelopment projects. 2 vanished into arbitration after initial demand letters. 1 state case was discontinued right after a sealing motion. Another involved a subcontractor payment fight that settled before a discovery conference. Names, some, not all. The corporate entities keep changing. Meridian Urban Renewal LLC, DMG Civic Partners, Davis Meridian Infrastructure Holdings. There is also a Delaware entity with a name so bland it should be arrested." Victoria picked up the first printout. "Any public awards?" "None that I could find." Lauren tapped one page with a fingernail painted the color of storm clouds. That is the interesting part. The disputes appear briefly, then disappear. No opinions, no searchable outcomes, no testimony. It is like watching stones drop into black water. Victoria read the highlighted lines. Her gaze moved quickly, harvesting structure from fragments. A tenant association letter. A municipal hearing transcript. A contractor lien filing withdrawn before adjudication. A safety complaint referenced in a trade forum and then never mentioned again. You see it, Lauren said. I see smoke. I brought smoke because fire takes longer. Victoria placed the pages beside the claimant files. This is enough to start mapping use across project types. Lauren nodded, then studied her friend over the rim of her coffee. Before you build a cathedral out of subpoenas, we should discuss the part where Davis Meridian is not a sloppy landlord with a cousin who went to law school. Victoria returned to the contract. I am aware. Are you aware in the ordinary sense, or in the Victoria sense, where awareness means you have identified the dragon and begun sharpening office supplies? This clause is legally vulnerable. This company has elevators that probably require non-disclosure agreements. Lauren leaned forward. They have donors, lobbyists, outside counsel with tailored suits, newspapers that take their calls, and a crisis team that can turn a broken sidewalk into a story about urban renewal. Victoria's pen paused, but her hand did not loosen. That does not make the clause lawful. No, it makes the fight expensive. It was expensive before we arrived. Lauren's expression changed at that. The joke retreated from her face, leaving the loyalty beneath it visible and unsentimental. I know. Victoria looked down at Martin Ellis's photograph again. The kitchen behind him had a magnet shaped like a yellow taxi on the refrigerator. There was a child's spelling worksheet taped beneath it, the letters crooked and earnest. Martin's injured hand hung at his side as if it no longer belonged to him. A phrase rose from memory with the unwelcome clarity of a voice heard through a closed door. You agreed to the process. Her father had repeated those words once at the kitchen table in Queens, not as belief, but as evidence of insult. He had been a union electrician with square hands and a laugh that used to fill doorways. After the accident, after the claim, after the delays and exclusions and procedural objections, those hands had changed first. The right one trembled when he tried to hold a coffee mug. The left learned to hide bills beneath newspapers before her mother saw them. Victoria had been 16 when she understood that paperwork could injure a family long after the accident had ended. She blinked once and returned fully to the office. Lauren had noticed, of course. Lauren noticed everything, then pretended she had not until pretending became unkind. This one feels personal, Lauren said. Victoria slid Martin's file closed. It is factual, that was not my question. It is strategic. Victoria aligned the edges of the documents. The facts show a repeatable structure. Davis Meridian imposes standardized dispute terms across relationships marked by unequal bargaining power. Workers, tenants, and small contractors accept the terms because access to the project, housing, payment, or employment depends on acceptance. Then when harm occurs, the company argues that signature equals meaningful consent. Lauren folded her hands around her cup. That was an excellent answer to a question I did not ask. Victoria looked at her then. The office had grown dimmer without permission, the window turning reflective as the city outside surrendered to evening. In the glass, Victoria saw herself framed by files, dark hair pinned back, blouse sleeves rolled to the forearms, expression composed enough to pass for calm among strangers. I am not confusing this with my father's case, she said. I did not say you were. You were approaching it with theatrical caution. I approach all emotional landmines with artistry. Victoria exhaled through her nose, almost amused despite herself. The comparison is obvious, but it does not control the analysis. Lauren's voice gentled without becoming soft. Old pain can be useful in court when it stays sharpened. It becomes a problem when it grabs the steering wheel. Victoria capped her pen, then uncapped it again. The tiny click sounded larger than it should have. Powerful defendants always call conviction bias when conviction makes them uncomfortable. True, they will say these claimants signed voluntarily. Also true. They will say arbitration is favored, confidentiality is standard, deadlines are enforceable, and sophisticated commercial parties understand risk allocation. Painfully true, Victoria leaned forward. Then we show the court the machine instead of the parts. Lauren watched her. And how exactly do we do that? We challenge the clause as unconscionable in practice. Procedural and substantive. We demonstrate unequal bargaining power, adhesive terms, lack of realistic alternatives, and oppressive cumulative effect. We argue that the provision functions not as neutral risk management but as systemic claim suppression. Lauren took a slow sip of coffee. That answer had enough syllables to frighten a magistrate. We build with facts. Victoria touched each file in turn. Injury, displacement. Payment coercion. Then we seek discovery into enforcement history, internal drafting, arbitration outcomes, settlement patterns, and communications around clause implementation. Davis Meridian will fight every inch. Then we make every inch visible. They will say your clients want to escape contracts they accepted. Consent buried inside economic pressure is not meaningful consent. Lauren sat back. There she is. Victoria did not smile this time. I mean it, I know you do. The law cannot pretend a person freely chooses terms when the alternative is losing work, housing, payment, or access to medical recovery. That is not agreement. That is pressure wearing a signature. The printer outside coughed again, then fell silent. Somewhere below, a siren slid through traffic and faded toward the bridge. Victoria listened until it was gone. Lauren reached into her folder again and produced a thinner packet. There is something else. Victoria held out her hand. It may be nothing, Lauren said, which meant it was not nothing. One of the older contract histories references a legacy template. Early Davis Meridian infrastructure agreements, years before the current subsidiaries multiplied. Most of the metadata is stripped from the public versions, but a procurement memo mentions a revision after a major lawsuit against the company. Victoria scanned the first page. What lawsuit? I am still pulling the docket. It looks like it nearly blew up a transit development deal. Big enough to scare investors, maybe big enough to rewrite standard terms. Victoria turned the page. Lauren continued, the memo refers to the revised dispute provision by name. Not the friendly little monster we are looking at now, but its ancestor. Victoria found the line halfway down, nestled among procurement language that tried very hard to be forgettable. Revised dispute containment architecture approved pursuant to Davis Memorandum, Legal Strategy Office. Her eyes rested on one word, Davis. The name sat there with the quiet confidence of inherited consequence. Davis as in Davis Meridian, Victoria said. That was my cheerful suspicion. Who? Lauren slid the last page forward. Thomas Davis, co-founder, former chief legal architect, billionaire, naturally, because apparently we are all trapped in a very expensive morality play. Victoria read the short profile Lauren had printed from an old business journal. Thomas Davis stood in a photograph beside two other executives at a ribbon-cutting ceremony, one hand resting lightly on oversized ceremonial scissors. He wore a dark suit with no visible effort and looked slightly removed from the celebration around him, as though already calculating the legal exposure of the applause. The article described him as disciplined, private, brilliant with regulatory strategy, and central to Davis Meridian's survival after a litigation crisis that had threatened several early projects. It praised his ability to design agreements that reduced uncertainty in complex development environments. Victoria studied the phrase, reduced uncertainty. She glanced at Martin Ellis's arbitration notice, Angela Romero's relocation correspondence, and the Harris & Sons settlement summary. For Davis Meridian, uncertainty had been reduced. For everyone else, it had been relocated into their kitchens, mailboxes, hospital bills, and empty bank accounts. So this was not anonymous, Victoria said. No, it was authored, apparently with a fountain pen made of risk allocation. Victoria lifted the contract again, but it felt different now. Not worse exactly, more intimate. A machine was one thing, a machine designed by a human mind was another. Somewhere at some earlier point, someone had decided where the hinges went, how the locks would turn, how narrow the corridor should become before ordinary people stopped trying to pass through it. Thomas Davis. She wrote the name on the legal pad beneath the word clause. The letters looked clean and cold. Lauren watched the movement of the pen. You know, this complicates things, it clarifies them, it gives Davis Meridian a face. Faces are useful, they can be deposed. Lauren's mouth twitched. That is the least romantic thing anyone has ever said about a billionaire. Victoria gave her a look over the top of the file. Do not use that word in this office unless it refers to punitive damages. Understood. Victoria returned to the business journal profile. The photograph bothered her. She had expected the usual performance of wealth, wide smile, raised chin, bright certainty. Thomas Davis offered none of that. He looked composed rather than triumphant. as though control had become so practiced that even celebration could not loosen it. She disliked the detail because it suggested discipline. Discipline made opponents more dangerous. Lauren stood and gathered the empty paper bag from the chair. I will keep digging on the older lawsuit and the template history. Subsidiaries, sealed actions, arbitration breadcrumbs, all the glamorous archaeology of corporate discomfort. Find everything tied to the original revision. I live to irritate powerful men through database access. And Lauren paused at the doorway, look for deviations. If the clause expanded after the original version, I want to know when, where, and after which disputes. Lauren's expression sharpened. You think it evolved. I think a clause that starts as a shield can become a weapon when no one is forced to account for how it is used. Lauren nodded once. That sentence goes on the wall after we win, after we file. Ambitious and procedural. My favorite flavor of vengeance. When Lauren left, the office felt larger for a moment, then lonelier. Victoria listened to the murmur of voices down the hall, the elevator groaning in its shaft, the city pressing its unglamorous pulse against the window. She imagined, without wanting to, the opposite world waiting across the river. Marble lobbies, polished brass, security desks, conference rooms where no one ever had to raise their voice because money had already done it for them. Davis Meridian Group. Towers, hospitals, transit hubs, redevelopment promises, philanthropic dinners, green renderings, smiling officials, brushed steel plaques. A company that sold progress with one hand and enforced silence with the other. She opened a clean legal pad. At the top, she wrote Davis Meridian Group in block capitals. Below it, she wrote the clause. Then she drew a line down the page and began listing what would have to be proven, not merely harsh, not merely standard, not merely signed, designed effect, practical coercion. Pattern of use, suppression of claims, architect Thomas Davis. She stopped at the last line. The name seemed to change the temperature of the room. It suggested a man behind the mechanism, a mind behind the language, perhaps even a motive behind the evolution of harm. Victoria had spent enough years in litigation to know that powerful men were rarely as simple as the damage they caused. Complexity did not absolve anyone. It only made the cross-examination better. She reached for Martin Ellis's file again and placed it on top of the contract. The red pen rested beside her hand. The desk lamp hummed. Outside, evening traffic gathered itself into a long metallic river. Victoria wrote one final word beneath the list: fight. The ink dried quickly, black and clean, like a match struck in a room full of paper. Chapter 2, Davis Meridian Group, rose over Midtown Manhattan with the serene arrogance of a building that had never once been asked to explain itself. Morning struck the tower in clean planes of light, breaking over the glass facade until the upper floors appeared less constructed than summoned, a vertical verdict rendered in steel, marble, and money. The entrance faced the avenue with a restraint more intimidating than ornament. There were no bronze lions, no theatrical gates, no old-world flourishes pretending to be history. Davis Meridian preferred modern dominance. Transparent walls, hidden cameras, doors that opened only after someone unseen decided they should. Inside, the lobby received the city without letting the city enter. A wall of living greenery climbed 3 stories beside the security desk, each fern misted by an automated system that released a fine silver breath every 7 minutes. The air smelled faintly of cedar, citrus, and expensive cleanliness. Marble stretched across the floor in pale slabs veined with gray, polished so carefully that visitors could see their own uncertainty reflected beneath them. Above the reception area, a screen wider than most apartments displayed Davis Meridian's civic achievements in a silent loop. A children's hospital wing opened beneath a ribbon-cutting ceremony. A transit hub gleamed under architectural renderings of glass canopies and solar panels. A public plaza filled with computer-generated families who smiled beneath trees, still too young to cast shade. Affordable housing pledges appeared in tasteful blue typography, followed by images of hard hats, community breakfasts, scholarship recipients, union crews, and city officials clasping hands with men in tailored suits. The message was immaculate. Davis Meridian did not merely build. It uplifted, restored, connected, revitalized, and believed. It did all these things according to the lobby screens, according to the annual reports displayed in leather-bound rows near the elevators, according to the philanthropic plaques arranged beside the donor wall with clerical precision. A woman carrying a stack of delivery cartons paused at the turnstiles while security confirmed her authorization. An older man in a maintenance uniform crossed the marble with a rolling cart whose wheels made almost no sound. Executives moved through private access lanes with phones pressed to their ears and badges already recognized before they lifted their wrists. Everyone passed through the building's filtration system, and everyone emerged sorted. On the 47th floor, Benjamin Adams stood at the head of a conference table and watched a muted news segment ripple across the wall monitor. The screen showed a reporter outside a courthouse, her hair disturbed by wind, her voice muted beneath the soft mechanical hush of the room. Beneath her face, a headline crawled across the lower third: Civil Suit Challenges Davis Meridian Contract Practices. Benjamin held a porcelain cup of coffee he had not touched. He was dressed in a navy suit cut to calm investors, with a pale tie and a watch discreet enough to cost more than some of the settlements he had approved. Nothing about him suggested panic, which was precisely why the people around the table were panicking in a disciplined and professional manner. Senior executives occupied their usual places. Legal advisors had spread memoranda beside tablets and annotated briefing packets. A deputy general counsel had already uncapped 3 pens and aligned them parallel to the table edge. 2 investor relations officers whispered near the windows, where Manhattan opened beneath them in blocks of influence and weather. Benjamin waited until the last whisper folded itself away. "Let us begin with proportion," he said. The word entered the room like a sedative. He touched a remote and the courthouse vanished. In its place appeared a slide bearing the Davis Meridian crest, followed by a neat summary of the lawsuit: plaintiffs, claims, requested relief, potential exposure, immediate procedural options. The document was clean enough to make injury look theoretical. Names appeared in columns, allegations became categories. Harm became a bullet point with controlled margins. "This complaint is not yet a crisis," Benjamin continued, "but it has the ingredients of one if we allow opposing counsel to choose the frame." No one interrupted him. Benjamin had perfected the voice of a man extinguishing small fires while standing inside a room paneled with dry wood. "Our position remains straightforward," he said. Davis Meridian enters agreements in good faith, relies on industry-standard risk allocation, and maintains dispute procedures designed to resolve claims efficiently. We support workers, tenants, local businesses, and the communities in which we operate. We do not litigate through press releases, and we will not let a technical challenge become a referendum on the company. Across the table, Marissa Venn from Investor Relations leaned forward. "The issue is not whether the complaint has merit. The issue is whether advocacy groups realize it photographs well." A faint rustle of agreement moved through the room. Benjamin acknowledged the point with a small inclination of his head. "Exactly. The law is one track, perception is another. By noon, I want updated talking points for project partners, major lenders, and municipal contacts. By end of day, we need a press posture that reinforces continuity without sounding defensive." The Deputy General Counsel, Alan Pierce, tapped his packet. "Christopher Rodriguez's office confirmed availability. He can take lead on the defense if we retain him today." Several shoulders relaxed, though not very far. Christopher Rodriguez had the kind of reputation that made plaintiffs reconsider whether principal could survive billing pressure. He was known for elegant filings, lethal procedural discipline, and a talent for making discovery requests die of natural causes. Benjamin had used him before when disputes required both silence and force. "Retain him," Benjamin said, quietly but immediately. Alan made a note. A communications director at the far end of the table raised her hand halfway as though requesting permission from an invisible committee. "We should also discuss Sophia Henderson." Benjamin's gaze moved to her. "I already have." The room received the name with recognition. Sophia Henderson had managed mayoral scandals, philanthropic implosions, a university donor revolt, and one spectacularly ugly museum board war that had disappeared from public conversation within 11 days. She did not bury stories so much as redirect oxygen away from them. Benjamin set down his untouched coffee. "Sophia understands symbolic escalation if Ms. Collins wants to turn contract language into a public morality play. We need someone who can keep the company anchored to jobs, hospitals, transit access, affordable housing, and civic investment." At the mention of Victoria Collins, a few eyes moved toward the empty chair 2 places to Benjamin's right. Thomas Davis had not yet arrived. Nobody commented on the absence, which made it louder. Benjamin noticed anyway. He noticed everything that might become useful later or dangerous sooner. He turned to the next slide where Victoria's professional history appeared in neat summary: civil litigation, plaintiff side practice. Prior claims against insurers, development entities, municipal contractors, and private hospital systems. Strong motion practice, strong appellate instincts, no obvious appetite for easy settlement. She is not a celebrity attorney, Benjamin said. That makes her more dangerous in some respects. She appears disciplined. She selects cases carefully. She has enough courtroom credibility to make a judge listen before dismissing her theory as theater. Marissa scanned the summary. Can she sustain this financially? Alan answered before Benjamin could. Not indefinitely unless she attracts partners, funders, press attention, or additional claimants. Then we prevent oxygen, Benjamin said. No broad admissions, no informal outreach, no language suggesting review, reconsideration, or concern. We do not feed expansion. The conference room door opened without haste. Thomas Davis entered with a tablet in one hand and no apology in the other. The subtle rearrangement was immediate. Alan lowered his pen. Marissa stopped turning pages. One of the younger lawyers straightened with enough force to make his chair whisper against the carpet. Thomas did not demand the room's attention, which was one reason he received it so completely. He wore charcoal, not black, with a white shirt open at the collar and no visible concession to haste. His hair was dark, controlled by habit rather than vanity, and his face carried the stillness of someone who had learned young that reaction could be used as evidence. He moved to the empty chair and sat without looking at the slide that bore Victoria Collins's name. Sorry to join late, he said. The airport tunnel project call ran over. Benjamin's tone remained pleasant. We have just reached opposing counsel. Thomas looked at the screen then. Victoria Collins's name stood in clean black type above a list of prior cases. For several seconds, his attention did not move. It was not surprise exactly, nor recognition in the ordinary social sense. It was the careful pause of a man who had heard a sound inside a wall and was deciding whether to tell others the building might contain pipes. She represented the Queen's tenants in the Harbrook matter, Thomas said. Alan blinked once. Yes, that appears in the background section. She won sanctions after the landlord produced incomplete relocation records, Thomas said. The opinion was narrow, but the judge adopted her framing on procedural asymmetry. Benjamin studied him. You remember the case? I remember good lawyering when it changes the weather. The remark settled badly among the legal advisors. Complimenting opposing counsel in that room felt vaguely unsanitary. Benjamin recovered first. Then we should assume competence. We should assume more than competence, Thomas said. The wall monitor shifted as Alan advanced to the next slide. Now the clause appeared in excerpted form, its language arranged in highlighted segments. Mandatory arbitration, confidential proceedings, limitation of consequential damages, shortened notice periods. Fee-shifting provisions triggered by unsuccessful claims, waiver of consolidated proceedings unless authorized in writing. A private architecture of dispute, engineered to keep each quarrel sealed within its own expensive chamber. To the executives, it looked familiar. To Thomas, it looked older than the room. Alan cleared his throat. The challenged provision remains enforceable under prevailing standards. Each component has substantial support. We can argue commercial sophistication for contractors, contractual assent for tenants where applicable, and clear procedural mechanisms across project categories. Plaintiffs will try to aggregate emotionally distinct circumstances to imply systemic abuse. Have we aggregated them internally? Thomas asked. Alan stopped with his mouth slightly open. Benjamin turned his head. What do you mean? Thomas rested his tablet on the table. Have we studied how the provision has functioned across disputes, not in isolated legal reviews, but over time? The room changed temperature by 0.5 degree. It was not much, but everyone in it was paid to feel climate shifts before doors opened. Alan answered carefully. We have matter-by-matter assessments. That was not my question. No comprehensive review has been commissioned, Alan said, at least not recently. Thomas looked at the clause on the screen. Then we do not actually know whether Collins is wrong. The sentence did not land loudly. It landed with the soft precision of a dropped scalpel. Benjamin folded his hands. We know the provision is legally defensible. That is a different proposition. It is the proposition that matters today. Thomas turned toward him. It may be the proposition that matters in court this month. It is not necessarily the proposition that matters if the pattern is real. Marissa shifted in her chair. With respect, a pattern can be manufactured from anecdotes when the plaintiff's bar has incentive to connect dots. True, Thomas said. It can also be hidden by confidential proceedings when no one has incentive to connect them. The younger lawyer stared down at his notes as though they had become fascinating literature. Benjamin's face retained its public composure, but his fingers pressed together with increased care. We are not going to conduct an open-ended internal investigation because a plaintiff attorney wrote a dramatic complaint. Thomas looked back to the screen. Her complaint is not dramatic, Alan frowned. It accuses the company of designing a contractual mechanism to suppress injured workers, tenants, and small businesses. She understood the mechanism, Thomas said. That is not the same as dramatizing it. Silence followed, layered and expensive. Benjamin waited long enough to avoid appearing reactive. Thomas, you know better than anyone why that provision exists. There it was, spoken gently and placed like a hand on a locked door. Thomas did know. Years earlier, before the lobby acquired its living wall, and before Davis Meridian's annual report began using words like stewardship and urban future with liturgical confidence. The company had nearly buckled under a lawsuit that started as a contract dispute and metastasized into a public spectacle. Claims multiplied, investors retreated, lenders demanded assurances, municipal partners paused approvals while pretending they had not paused them. Project sites slowed, then stalled. Thousands of jobs had hung from conversations nobody outside conference rooms would ever hear. Thomas had been 32 then, brilliant enough to be useful and frightened enough to be merciless. He had slept on office couches, eaten from cardboard containers, and drafted through nights that turned the windows black, then gray, then gold. He had believed, with the clean fever of crisis, that uncontrolled litigation could destroy good work alongside bad conduct. He had told himself that precision could preserve continuity, that arbitration could prevent opportunistic spirals, that confidentiality could keep one dispute from becoming a contagion. He had written the first version of the clause at 3:17 in the morning while rain moved down the glass in trembling lines. At the time, it had felt like a shield. On the screen now, after years of edits, expansions, project-specific variations, and enforcement decisions made by people who did not remember the original fire, it looked less like protection than machinery that had learned to operate without its inventor. I know why it was drafted, Thomas said. Benjamin's voice remained low. Then you know what happens if we suggest uncertainty? A review creates documents. Documents create questions. Questions create leverage. Leverage creates settlement pressure across every project where this language appears. Perhaps that is a reason to understand the exposure before Collins does. We understand exposure, Benjamin said. Exposure is what happens when a company with active hospitals, transit hubs, towers, and redevelopment districts allows a civil complaint to imply its contracts are predatory. Thomas did not answer immediately. He looked at Benjamin, and for a moment the room seemed to remember that the two men had known each other before the tower, before the donor walls, before the board learned to measure their friendship in market confidence. Benjamin softened his voice, which made it more dangerous. Our first obligation is stability. To whom? Thomas asked. Benjamin's lips parted, then closed again. Thomas continued before anyone could rescue the question. To investors, yes. To employees, yes. To public partners, yes. To the board, certainly. But if the clause has been used to prevent legitimate claims from being heard, then stability for one group may have been purchased as silence from another. The communications director looked toward Benjamin as if waiting for a containment order. Benjamin gave none. He only leaned back slightly, creating the impression that the conversation had remained within acceptable bounds because he permitted it to remain there. We are not refusing to examine anything forever, he said. We are refusing to create discoverable confusion in the first week of litigation. Thomas glanced at Alan. There are privileged ways to assess risk. There are, Alan said reluctantly. But even privileged reviews can generate complications, especially if business personnel become involved. Benjamin seized the thread. Exactly. We proceed through counsel. Christopher will evaluate the complaint, narrow the claims, challenge standing where appropriate, resist disproportionate discovery, and prevent Ms. Collins from turning unrelated disputes into a narrative. And if the narrative is accurate, Thomas asked. The question did not echo, because the room absorbed echoes before they could become atmosphere. Benjamin stood, finally abandoning the pretense that this was merely a routine litigation briefing. Behind him, Manhattan glittered in early light, an entire city reduced by height to surfaces and movement. If the narrative is accurate, he said, then we deal with that through controlled channels after we survive the initial assault. What we do not do is signal hesitation while opposing counsel is trying to transform a contract clause into an indictment of the company's character. Thomas regarded him for a long moment. Character usually becomes relevant when conduct insists upon it. A flicker crossed Benjamin's features, gone before most people could name it. Thomas saw it because he had spent years reading Benjamin under conditions in which small changes mattered. Marissa broke the silence with professional mercy. From an investor standpoint, any suggestion that we are reassessing the provision would be interpreted as weakness. I am already getting calls about whether this affects pending municipal approvals. Then reassure them, Benjamin said. We continue operations, we honor commitments. We reject mischaracterizations. We defend appropriate contractual practices. Allen added, and we do not discuss individual claim histories outside litigation. The communications director made notes with brisk relief. Sophia will want language emphasizing community investment. She will have it, Benjamin said. Hospitals, transit, green development, affordable housing, workforce partnerships. The facts of what we build must stay larger than the allegations about how we contract. Thomas looked again at the plaintiff's summary, an injured subcontractor. A displaced tenant, a small masonry company, 3 entries in a table, each compressed by formatting into something manageable. He wondered who had decided their claims were small enough to isolate. He wondered whether he had given that person the tool. Benjamin ended the meeting 10 minutes later with assignments distributed and anxiety converted into action items. Executives gathered their papers. Lawyers closed tablets. Investor relations moved toward the hallway, already speaking in lowered voices. The wall monitor returned to the Davis Meridian crest, blue and silver against white, as if nothing had happened beneath it. Thomas remained seated while the room emptied. Benjamin waited by the door until only they remained. That was unhelpful, Benjamin said. Thomas leaned back, not defensively, but with fatigue that had nowhere respectable to go. It was accurate. Accuracy is not always leadership. No, Thomas said. Sometimes it is merely the thing leadership avoids until it becomes evidence. Benjamin exhaled through his nose, almost a laugh, almost not. You sound like her complaint. That should worry you less than the possibility that she sounds like our files. For the first time that morning, Benjamin allowed irritation to show its teeth. Not anger, not yet, but the polished edge beneath his diplomacy. He walked to the window and looked out, one hand in his pocket, the other touching his phone as though it were a pulse point. We built through collapses other people never saw, Benjamin said. You and I sat in rooms where one bad ruling could have killed projects in 4 states. You remember contractors calling about payroll. You remember lenders threatening to pull lines. You remember city officials suddenly unable to return calls. I remember. Then remember all of it, not just the part where you feel guilty because a talented plaintiff lawyer wrote your clause back to you in uglier language. Thomas absorbed the blow without giving Benjamin the satisfaction of visible injury. This is not about guilt. Benjamin turned from the window. Isn't it? No, then what is it? Thomas looked toward the blank monitor where the crest still hovered with institutional serenity. Recognition. Benjamin's eyes narrowed slightly. Recognition of what? That a tool can survive its purpose. That people can hide behind design after the designer has stopped believing in the use. Benjamin studied him with the weary focus of a man watching a friend approach the edge of a roof and call it perspective. You are not the company's confessor, he said. I am aware. You are also not free to freelance your conscience in the middle of active litigation. Thomas gave a quiet, humorless breath. There is the Benjamin Adams I know. Benjamin flinched faintly, then recovered. The Benjamin Adams you know is trying to keep 26,000 employees from reading headlines that freeze credit, delay projects, and invite every opportunist in the country to reopen settled matters. Some settled matters should be reopened. The sentence changed Benjamin more than the meeting had. He went still, and the stillness did not resemble calm. You need to be careful, he said. Thomas rose from the table. So does the company. I mean it, Thomas, so do I. They faced each other across 10 feet of carpet that probably cost more per square yard than most people spent on rent. Their friendship had survived market collapses, board ambushes, zoning wars, and 2 personal scandals not their own. It had survived because both men understood loyalty as a structure, something reinforced under stress. Now Thomas could feel a hairline fracture running through it, not visible from the outside, not yet, but spreading with mathematical patience. Benjamin lowered his voice. Do not let Victoria Collins turn this into a moral confession. Thomas picked up his tablet. She has not spoken to me. She does not have to. Her theory already has. Benjamin regretted the sentence as soon as he said it. Thomas could tell it revealed too much. It admitted that the complaint had entered the building and found a room no one wanted opened. Thomas moved toward the door, then paused. Have Christopher send me his initial assessment when he has it. Benjamin's answer came a beat too late, of course. Thomas left the conference room and walked past the reception desk on the executive floor, where a young assistant pretended not to notice that the meeting had ended badly. The corridor outside was quiet, paneled in pale wood, lined with photographs of completed projects at dusk. Every image showed illumination, bridges glowing over rivers, hospital corridors lit warmly, residential towers shining above carefully landscaped courtyards. Davis Meridian preferred its achievements photographed at the hour when light made promises on behalf of architecture. His office occupied the northeast corner, with glass on two sides and a view that made distance feel like possession. On clear days, he could see the traffic currents moving below with insect precision, the city's disorder rendered decorative by altitude. He had once loved the view. Now some mornings it seemed less like grandeur than insulation. His assistant had left a folder on his desk. Christopher Rodriguez's engagement letter sat on top, already marked for signature by legal operations. Beneath it lay a printed copy of the complaint. Thomas did not pick up the engagement letter. He picked up the complaint. Victoria Collins wrote without ornamental outrage. That was the first thing he noticed. The allegations were forceful, but the structure was disciplined. She did not ask the court to pity her clients before asking it to understand the machine. She moved from assent to coercion, from private arbitration to suppressed pattern, from fee shifting to deterrence, from confidentiality to the public's inability to see repeated harm. She treated the clause not as a paragraph, but as an ecosystem. Thomas turned pages slowly. He paused where she had described the combined effect of separate provisions. Each term, she argued, might wear the costume of neutrality when viewed alone. Together, they created a corridor in which claimants walked farther from public remedy with every procedural step until exhaustion could be mistaken for resolution. His thumb remained on the edge of the page. He could have challenged her rhetoric. He could have annotated weaknesses, identified overstatements, supplied the counterarguments almost automatically. Voluntary assent, commercial certainty, efficient dispute resolution, protection against duplicative proceedings, preservation of project continuity. The old architecture rose in his mind with practiced obedience. Then another thought moved underneath it. She had understood the architecture almost perfectly. Thomas set the complaint down and opened his secure document archive. The system required 2 credentials and a biometric confirmation. A blue circle turned while the database gathered years into folders. He searched the earliest title by memory, DMG Master Risk Provision Working Draft. The file opened with a date stamp from 12 years earlier. The language was shorter then, less polished, less armored. It contained arbitration language, confidentiality parameters, and limitations designed for a specific category of infrastructure partnership after the litigation crisis that had nearly gutted the company. His own comments ran along the margin in a younger man's clipped certainty: protect continuity during active projects, prevent opportunistic aggregation, reduce public leverage from isolated disputes, maintain investor confidence during claims process. Thomas read the notes twice. A phone rang somewhere outside his office, muffled by glass. The city moved below him with its usual indifference. On his screen, the first version of the clause waited like an old photograph of a weapon before anyone had fired it at civilians. He scrolled through later drafts, added deadlines, expanded covered parties, stronger fee-shifting triggers, broader confidentiality language, waivers adapted across project types, tenant agreements, contractor packets, subcontractor flow-down provisions, settlement templates. A clause born in crisis had traveled into ordinary life wearing the authority of precedent. Thomas leaned back and looked through the window. Far below, people crossed the avenue beneath the tower's shadow. A courier balanced a thermal bag against his hip. A woman guided a child around a construction barrier. 2 workers in reflective vests stood beside a truck near the curb, one laughing at something the other had said. They appeared briefly between passing buses, then disappeared beneath the building's line of sight. Davis Meridian claimed to serve the city. The phrase appeared in annual letters, speeches, interviews, investor decks, and the engraved wall beside the lobby elevators. Thomas had written versions of it himself. He had believed it often enough to distrust simple cynicism. The hospitals were real, the transit hubs mattered, the payrolls mattered, the housing units, imperfect and negotiated and sometimes compromised, still housed people. Yet service, he thought, could become a word powerful institutions used when they preferred not to count the cost borne by particular names. He returned to the complaint and found Victoria Collins's signature block. There was nothing sentimental about it. Just her name, her firm, her address, her bar number, her email. Professional coordinates for the woman who had placed a hand against the polished wall of Davis Meridian's legal structure and found the seam. Thomas did not know her voice yet. He had not seen her stand in a courtroom, he had only the work. It was enough to disturb him. His phone vibrated with a message from Benjamin. Christopher retained, no outreach, no comments outside counsel. Thomas read it once, then placed the phone face down. On the screen before him, his younger self had left one final margin note beside the original clause. This must remain narrow. Thomas stared at the sentence until the words seemed to detach from their context and accused the room around them. After a long moment, he copied the first version of the clause into a protected review folder. He did not send it. He did not print it. He did not create a memorandum that could wander into discovery wearing his conscience like a name tag. He simply sat in the glass office above the city and looked at the wall he had built. For the first time in years, Thomas Davis was not certain it should hold. Chapter 3, the injury report should have belonged to a stranger, but Victoria knew the rhythm of it before she finished the first paragraph. At 11:43 on Tuesday night, Harris and Bell's civil litigation suite had surrendered to after-hours electricity, that particular blue-white wash that made paper look surgical and human faces look faintly accused. The reception desk stood empty beyond the glass partition. The conference room chairs had been pushed in with the obedient neatness of furniture that had never had a bad day. Somewhere near the copy alcove, the ancient printer cooled after a long campaign, its plastic shell ticking softly as though counting losses. Victoria sat alone beneath a bank of fluorescent lights with the claimant files spread across her desk in disciplined rows. She had removed her blazer hours ago and hung it over the back of her chair, but the rest of her remained assembled with courtroom precision. Sleeves buttoned, hair pinned low, earrings small enough to avoid commentary. Her coffee had gone cold beside her keyboard. She ignored it with the same controlled contempt. She gave poorly drafted motions and men who called women passionate when they meant inconvenient. The report belonged to Martin Ellis, a subcontracted electrical worker injured during a Davis Meridian hospital expansion in Brooklyn. The first page described the accident in the cautious, passive phrasing institutions preferred. A conduit support failed. A fall occurred. Lower back trauma was alleged. Reporting was delayed by 26 hours. No single sentence lied outright, yet each one leaned away from Martin's body as if proximity to pain might create liability. Victoria took a red pen from the narrow tray beside her keyboard and drew a clean line beneath alleged. The word had appeared 5 times in 3 pages. Alleged pain, alleged limitations, alleged loss of function, alleged inability to return to work. By the end of the report, Martin Ellis sounded less like a man with 2 damaged discs and more like an argument that had limped into a claims office without proper identification. She turned to the next document. A subcontractor incident memorandum questioned why Martin had not reported discomfort immediately. Another note suggested that his work history showed prior physical strain consistent with ordinary trade labor. A third reminded him that all disputes arising from project participation were subject to mandatory private resolution under the Davis Meridian standard terms. Victoria placed that page in the first row, beside Angela Romero's tenant relocation file and Harris & Sons Masonry's payment dispute. 3 different people, 3 different kinds of harm, 1 identical corridor leading away from court. She opened a fresh folder tab and wrote injured workers in black ink. Beneath it, she placed Martin's report, the medical denial, and the arbitration notice. Her handwriting was elegant, compact, and severe. It had the look of something trained not to tremble. The phrase from the old family file returned without permission. You agreed to the process. Victoria set down the pen and looked toward the window. Her office faced a narrow shaft between buildings, where a rectangle of brick wall blocked any meaningful view of Manhattan. During the day, a sliver of sky appeared near the roofline. At night, the glass reflected her own face back at her, pale from the lights, composed in a way that only looked effortless to strangers. Her father had been proud of his hands. Not vain exactly, because vanity required idleness he had never possessed, but he had cared for them with the devotion of a man whose body was also his resume. Daniel Collins could strip wire cleanly without nicking copper, read a panel by touch when the labeling was wrong, and come home with grime under his nails that her mother used to call honest dirt. He was a union electrician with shoulders built by ladders, overtime, and stubbornness. When Victoria was a girl, she thought his tool belt sounded like armor. Then came the fall. Not dramatic enough for newspapers, not catastrophic enough for a television lawyer, not clean enough for sympathy to survive paperwork. A misreported site hazard. A subcontracting chain long enough to make responsibility dissolve in midair. A claims administrator who called every delay regrettable while another envelope arrived with another request for documentation. Her father's back went first, then the savings. Then the easy laughter at dinner, replaced by the hard arithmetic of prescriptions, rent, and which bill could be ignored without consequences arriving before Friday. Victoria had been 16 the first time she heard a corporate lawyer say her father had agreed to the process. The words were delivered with a softness that made them worse. No fist on the table, no villainous sneer, just a man in a gray suit explaining that justice had a filing address, a deadline, and a private forum selected by language her father had never had the power to negotiate. She remembered her mother folding the decision letter along its original creases, because destroying it would not change the balance due. She remembered her father sitting at the kitchen table with one hand flat against the wood, his thumb twitching from nerve pain while he stared at the signature line that supposedly proved consent. Victoria reached for Martin Ellis's report again. The memory retreated, but it left its fingerprints. She created 5 stacks: injured workers, displaced tenants, small contractors, sealed outcomes, clause enforcement. The arrangement did not make the material less ugly. It made the ugliness legible, which was the first mercy law ever offered anyone. She worked through the files with a rigor that would have looked almost cold to an observer. Angela Romero's relocation notices went into the second stack, followed by emails promising temporary housing assistance that dissolved into eligibility exceptions. Harris & Sons masonry went into the third, along with payment schedules, change orders, and a demand letter answered not with negotiation, but with a reminder of arbitration and fee exposure. In the fourth stack, Victoria placed every reference Lauren had already found to sealed settlements, confidential awards, and disputes that vanished after a single procedural entry. The fifth stack grew the fastest. Clause enforcement was not one document but a bloodstream. It appeared in prime contracts, subcontractor packets, tenant relocation agreements, community benefit forms, vendor onboarding materials, and settlement language. Sometimes it wore different headings: mandatory resolution, confidential dispute procedure, limitation and allocation of risk. At its most polished, it sounded almost benevolent, promising efficiency, privacy, and reduced adversarial burden. Victoria knew a locked door even when someone hung flowers on it. By midnight, she had filled 3 legal pad pages with notes. Her theory was still young, all bone and voltage, but the shape had begun to declare itself. Davis Meridian's clause did not merely defend against claims. It prevented claims from recognizing one another. It turned a crowd into isolated rooms. Martin Ellis could not easily see Angela Romero. Angela could not see Harris & Sons. Harris & Sons could not see the sealed subcontractor dispute from Queens or the tenant relocation complaint from Newark. Each person was told their case was particular, contractual, private, contained. No pattern could form if the pattern was buried alive one claimant at a time. The elevator down the hall chimed with unnecessary brightness. Victoria looked up as Lauren Cook stepped through the suite door carrying a paper bag, 2 coffees, and the expression of a woman prepared to commit minor professional trespass in the name of friendship. Lauren wore a camel coat over black trousers and sneakers that had once been white before courthouses taught them realism. Her dark curls were clipped badly at the back of her head, as if she had negotiated the arrangement under duress. I come bearing caffeine, carbohydrates, and the kind of news that ruins sleep hygiene, Lauren said, locking the door behind her with her elbow. Victoria glanced at the wall clock. You should be home. Lauren lifted the paper bag. That sentence has no jurisdiction over me. You have been here since 8 this morning, and yet by some miracle of medical science, my resentment remains ambulatory. Victoria accepted the coffee Lauren set beside her cold mug. The new cup smelled burnt, expensive, and faintly heroic. Lauren took one look at the organized stacks across the desk and lowered herself into the visitor's chair with less comedy than usual. You made categories, Lauren said. I made evidence usable. You made categories at midnight with that face. Victoria removed the lid from the coffee. Which face? The one you use when opposing counsel says something stupid and you decide to let him live because sanctions are more elegant. Despite herself, Victoria almost smiled. The expression barely arrived before exhaustion filed an objection. Lauren watched her too closely, which was one of the inconveniences of being loved by someone observant. Victoria slid Martin Ellis's report across the desk. Read the reporting sequence. Lauren leaned forward and skimmed the first page. Her humor thinned as her eyes moved down the paragraphs. They're putting weight on the delay, 26 hours. He finished the shift, probably hoped painkillers and denial would work their usual magic, then reported when he could not stand properly the next morning. That would be the human version, Victoria said. Their version is that delay implies fabrication or exaggeration. Lauren moved to the next page. They also flagged prior physical strain. A man works electrical construction for 20 years and they use the evidence of labor to argue against injury from labor. Lauren exhaled through her nose. Neat little guillotine. Victoria tapped the arbitration notice. Then they move him into private procedure before any pattern can surface. Lauren sat back. The wheels in her mind were audible without sound, a courthouse clerk inheritance sharpened into investigative instinct. You have the same structure in Romero and Harris, not identical facts. Identical funnel, arbitration, confidentiality, fee exposure, narrowed remedies, plus deadlines short enough to punish anyone who needs time to find counsel. Lauren reached for the paper bag and removed a croissant wrapped in wax paper. She placed it on top of Victoria's closed laptop, where it looked absurdly domestic among the exhibits. Eat the pastry before you cross-examine it. I am not hungry. That is not a recognized defense. Victoria ignored the pastry, which was admittedly foolish because Lauren had chosen almond, and Lauren chose pastries with better judgment than she chose men. Instead, Victoria gathered the clause-related documents and aligned their corners against the desk until the pages formed one clean block. Lauren noticed. Vic, she said, her voice shifting 1 degree warmer, old pain can be useful in court only if it stays sharpened. It cannot drive the car. Victoria kept her hands on the documents. This is not old pain. It is not only old pain, Lauren said. The correction landed more gently than contradiction, which made it harder to dismiss. Victoria leaned back and folded her arms, not defensively enough to be obvious, but not casually enough to fool either of them. The facts justify the intensity, Victoria said. I agree. The clause is abusive in practice. I also agree. Then what are we discussing? Lauren looked at the 5 stacks. We are discussing whether Davis Meridian gets to discover that the plaintiff's attorney has a childhood-shaped pressure point they can press until she bleeds in public. Victoria's eyes narrowed, though the movement was small. Let them try. They will, Lauren said, and they will use better manners than anyone who ever deserved a drink thrown in his face. They will call you biased, emotional, personally invested, ideologically hostile to enterprise. Whatever phrase polls best with judges who think neutrality means never having been harmed by the system. Powerful defendants always call conviction bias when conviction makes them uncomfortable. True, Lauren said, but true is not the same as harmless. Victoria took the coffee and drank. It burned the tip of her tongue because justice, like coffee from the all-night deli downstairs, had terrible timing. She welcomed the sting. It gave her irritation somewhere specific to stand. My father does not make Martin Ellis injured, she said. My father does not make Angela Romero displaced. My father does not make Davis Meridian put fee-shifting language into contracts signed by people with no practical bargaining power. No, Lauren replied. Your father makes you able to hear what other people miss. The office seemed to change around that sentence, not dramatically, but enough. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. A taxi horn blurted somewhere far below. Victoria looked again at the files, at the red marks gathering like small wounds along the margins. Lauren reached into her tote and pulled out a thick folder secured with a binder clip. My ruinous contribution to your evening. Victoria accepted it. Tell me. I started with public dockets involving Davis Meridian subsidiaries and project-specific entities. The parent company is good at staying clean. The children get messier. Predictable, more than predictable, Lauren said. I found fragments. A subcontractor claim in Queens tied to Meridian Civic Partners. A tenant relocation dispute in Newark involving a redevelopment affiliate. A Bronx vendor case dismissed after a motion to compel arbitration. 2 state court entries where the docket just stops after stipulations referencing confidential resolution. Victoria opened the folder and scanned the first index page. Lauren had annotated it in pencil, her notes brisk and sometimes profane in abbreviations only Victoria could decode. Any awards? Not yet. Private arbitration is a locked garden full of expensive shrubbery. Settlement amounts? Sealed or buried. I have docket numbers, entity names, counsel appearances, and enough smoke to make the sprinklers nervous. Victoria turned a page, dates, spread over 8 years. The pattern intensifies around redevelopment work and public-private projects. That tracks with the reputational risk. Lauren nodded. And here is the curious bit. The clause shows up differently depending on who is signing. Commercial partners get negotiated carve-outs. Smaller vendors and relocation participants get the full medieval banquet. Victoria's pen stilled above the page. Show me. Lauren leaned across the desk and pointed to a comparison chart. Large institutional partner. Arbitration, yes, but no one-way fee provision, broader remedies, confidentiality mutual but not absolute. Now small contractor packet. Mandatory arbitration, shortened notice, damages limitation, confidentiality, fee exposure if the claim is deemed unsupported, and language discouraging collective proceedings. Victoria read the clauses side by side. The words were not identical twins. They were cousins raised in different tax brackets. Consent, she said quietly. Lauren's mouth curved without humor. The rich get to negotiate it. Everyone else gets to initial the coffin lid. Victoria circled the comparison date. This helps unconscionability. It helps if we can prove unequal bargaining power, repeated enforcement, and knowledge. We need more than harm, Victoria said. We need architecture. Then we keep mapping the building. Victoria looked at her friend across the desk. Lauren's eyes were tired but alert. She had the stubborn radiance of someone who could make a spreadsheet feel like contraband. For a moment, gratitude pressed against Victoria's ribs with embarrassing force. She redirected it into work because work was safer and came with tabs. Pull every project entity connected to Davis Meridian redevelopment, Victoria said, then sort disputes by clause language, claimant type, and outcome. Lauren took a croissant for herself and tore it in half. Naturally, because I was hoping to become a ghost-haunting pacer. I want council overlap too, already started, and press mentions that disappeared after initial coverage. That will require coffee with moral consequences. I will authorize the expense. Lauren saluted with pastry. How generous of the revolution. Victoria finally picked up the other half of the croissant. It flaked over her notes, scattering butter across a damages limitation paragraph. She brushed crumbs away with the back of her nail and ate because Lauren was right, which was irritating in a nourishing way. They worked together for another hour, speaking in shorthand shaped by years of shared cases. Lauren called out entity names while Victoria marked them against Davis Meridian's organizational chart. Meridian Civic Partners, DMG Urban Renewal LLC. East Harbor Infrastructure Holdings, Hudson Hospital Expansion Group, names built to sound specific enough for contracts and disposable enough for scandal. Every few minutes, Victoria returned to the same thought. The clause did not simply close the courthouse door. It made each claimant believe they had arrived at that closed door alone. That was the true violence of it, more subtle than denial and more durable than intimidation. A single injured worker could be called unfortunate. A displaced tenant could be framed as administratively complicated. A small contractor could be dismissed as commercially disappointed. Separated, their stories became noise. Together, they became an indictment. At 1:38, Lauren pushed herself up from the chair and stretched until her shoulders cracked. That sound was my skeleton filing a grievance, she said. Go home. Soon, but first the thing you are going to pretend does not matter. Victoria looked up. That introduction never improves my life. Lauren pulled one final page from the folder and placed it on the desk. It was older than the others, copied from a document archive attached to a federal action nearly a decade earlier. The caption involved Davis Meridian, a major institutional lender, and a catastrophic delay claim on a transit development. Victoria recognized pieces of the story from the article she had skimmed the previous day, the lawsuit that had nearly destabilized Davis Meridian before the company emerged with its risk controls hardened and its public image strangely intact. Lauren tapped the bottom corner. This was attached to a declaration in a sanctions fight before half the exhibits were withdrawn. Somebody forgot the internet has a basement. Victoria read the highlighted line. Revised dispute resolution framework circulated by Thomas Davis, General Counsel, to Executive Committee following exposure review. The date sat beneath it like a pin through a specimen. Victoria reread the sentence. Then she read it a third time, slower. Thomas Davis had not merely drafted some early version in the abstract, not merely lent his name to a legal department's collective caution. He had personally revised the framework after the lawsuit that almost brought Davis Meridian to its knees. The elegant architect, she thought, and disliked the phrase immediately because it gave him style where brutality would do. Lauren studied her reaction. I know. Victoria kept her face even. It makes him central. It makes him more than a historical footnote. It also gives Davis Meridian a motive story, Victoria said. They will say the clause was born from legitimate corporate survival. They probably believe that. Belief does not sanitize use. No, Lauren said, but it complicates intent. Victoria picked up the page. The paper was ordinary, thin enough that Lauren's pencil notes ghosted faintly through the back. Still, it seemed heavier than the rest. Thomas Davis had been a name at the edge of the case, a wealthy founder attached to a legal weapon by reputation and old contract histories. Now he had moved closer to the center, not as a symbol, but as a man who had taken fear and translated it into enforceable language. Victoria imagined him only through the documents, precise, expensive, controlled, the kind of man who knew where to place a comma so another person's grief would have to ask permission before becoming admissible. She distrusted the elegance already. Elegance was too often cruelty that had learned table manners. Lauren gathered the empty coffee cups. Say what you are thinking. I am thinking that a clause designed after a crisis can still become abusive after the crisis passes. Good lawyer answer. It is also the true answer. And the less polished version, Victoria's gaze remained on Thomas Davis's name. I am thinking that men like him build escape routes for companies and call them safeguards. Lauren's expression softened by a fraction. Maybe. Just remember that if he becomes a person too early, it could make you angry in new directions. Victoria placed the page in the fifth stack on top of all the clause enforcement documents. He is already a person. That is what makes the document useful. Lauren did not look convinced, but she let the point rest. Friendship sometimes required knowing which doors could open tonight and which would only splinter under force. When Lauren finally left, the office became larger around Victoria. The quiet was not peaceful. It had weight, an old courthouse heaviness transported into drywall and carpet. She locked the suite behind Lauren, returned to her desk, and saved 3 versions of the research index in 3 separate locations because paranoia was only foolish when the defendant lacked resources. At 2:16, Victoria packed the active files into her leather satchel. Martin Ellis's report went in first. Angela Romero's file followed. Harris & Sons masonry rested on top, secured beneath the folder containing Lauren's newly found reference to Thomas Davis. The satchel's clasp resisted for a second before closing, as if even the bag objected to carrying that much grievance. She should have gone home. Instead, she opened the lower right drawer of her desk. The photograph was inside a plain envelope beneath spare exhibit stickers, 2 emergency protein bars, and an old courthouse badge she kept meaning to discard. She had not brought it to the office for inspiration. She had brought it years ago after her mother downsized from the Queen's apartment and handed Victoria a box of family things with instructions to take what she wanted before memory became clutter. In the photograph, Daniel Collins stood in front of a half-finished job site wearing a hard hat pushed back on his head, one hand lifted against the sun. He was younger than Victoria was now. Broad-shouldered, squinting, impatient with being photographed but secretly pleased by it. A union card was tucked into the envelope behind the picture, laminated at some point by her mother, who preserved practical things with ceremonial care. Victoria held the card between 2 fingers. Local 3, Daniel Patrick Collins. The numbers were faded along the edge. She did not whisper a promise to it. Promises made to objects were for people who trusted the universe to witness them kindly. Victoria trusted filings, subpoenas, authenticated records, and the occasional judge whose impatience could be turned toward fairness if one aimed carefully enough. Still, she placed the union card on the desk beside Thomas Davis's name. The contrast should have been absurd. One card carried the evidence of work performed by hand and spine. One copied archive page carried the evidence of work performed by capital, caution, and legal imagination. Yet the case lived exactly there, in the charged space between a man who had trusted procedure until it swallowed him and a man who had built procedure strong enough to swallow strangers. Victoria opened her legal pad to a clean page. At the top, she wrote Davis Meridian Group. Below that, she wrote Thomas Davis. Then, with the same precise hand, she added 3 questions. What did he know? When did he know it? Who paid for his certainty? The last question sat on the page with a pulse. Victoria looked once more at her father's card, then returned it to the envelope. The photograph followed, face down, because tenderness had already taken enough liberties for one evening. She switched off the desk lamp, leaving only the overhead fluorescence to bleach the room into angles and paper. At the door, she paused and looked back at the organized stacks waiting on her desk. The case had gained structure tonight. It had also found an old nerve and pressed hard enough to prove sensation remained. By morning, Davis Meridian would still be marble, glass, money, and lawyers. Thomas Davis would still be a name stamped into the history of a mechanism built to contain damage before damage could speak. Lauren would keep digging through the sediment of sealed disputes, and Victoria would prepare to argue that consent obtained under pressure was not consent at all, only surrender dressed for court. She turned out the lights and stepped into the corridor with her satchel against her hip. The files inside seemed to carry their own heat. Chapter 4, We cannot defend a system we have refused to examine, Thomas Davis said, and every executive at the table went still. The stillness was not surprise exactly. Surprise had movement inside it, a breath caught too late, a pen dropped, a chair shifting against polished stone. This was colder than that. This was the practiced immobility of people who understood that a dangerous sentence had entered the room, and were waiting to see whether anyone would be foolish enough to touch it. The boardroom occupied the 46th floor of Davis Meridian's headquarters, where the city below looked manageable because distance had made it quiet. Morning light pressed silver against the glass walls. Beyond them, Manhattan arranged itself in ledgers of roofline and river, while inside, everything had been chosen to imply discretion. The long black table, the recessed screens, the water glasses already filled and untouched. The white orchids that looked too expensive to have ever grown in soil. Benjamin Adams sat at the head of the table, one hand resting near a leather folder stamped with the Davis Meridian seal. He had not opened it since Thomas began speaking. Around him sat the company's general counsel, 2 senior project executives, the chief financial officer, the head of risk, and 3 board members who had joined by secure video, their faces arranged in perfect rectangles above the credenza. No one liked the word system. A flawed contract provision could be revised, a disputed enforcement practice could be defended. A system implied memory, repetition, design. A system implied that harm had not been an accident wandering unattended through the machinery, but something the machinery had learned to produce. Benjamin's gaze remained on Thomas with the calm patience of a man accustomed to diffusing alarms before anyone smelled smoke. No one is suggesting we refuse to examine anything. Thomas looked down at the open binder in front of him. The binder contained summaries of prior disputes, not complete files, because complete files had a way of becoming discoverable if handled by the wrong person in the wrong mood. He had asked for enforcement history and received a curated stack of legal abstractions. Claim resolved, arbitration closed, confidential settlement reached, motion to compel granted, fee petition withdrawn after claimant dismissal. There were no photographs in the binder, no hospital records, no eviction notices. No small contractor invoices marked unpaid until desperation made the numbers slant. That absence had its own testimony. I asked whether we had studied how the clause functions across actual disputes, Thomas said, not whether we can defend it in a pleading. Meredith Shaw, general counsel, drew one fingertip along the edge of her tablet. She was a compact woman with silver hair, a voice like expensive paper, and a gift for making refusal sound like responsible stewardship. With respect, Thomas, studying a provision under active attack can create more exposure than clarity. The plaintiffs are already trying to characterize ordinary risk allocation as predatory conduct. Ordinary risk allocation does not produce this much silence, Thomas said. The chief financial officer, Edward Vance, made the smallest adjustment to his cuffs. His watch caught a splinter of light, then disappeared beneath navy wool. Silence is often the entire point of dispute resolution. We do not benefit from public theatrics every time a contractor regrets a commercial agreement. Thomas turned one page in the binder, though he already knew what it said. I am not talking about regret. You are talking, Edward replied, as though every claimant is a victim and every corporation is a dragon sleeping on a pile of release forms. A few people smiled because the line gave them permission. Thomas did not. Across the table, Patrick Campbell, Senior Vice President of Infrastructure Development, leaned forward with the aggrieved confidence of a man who had spent 20 years turning municipal paralysis into ribbon cuttings. We have hospital expansions in 3 states, a transit hub in Baltimore, and 2 mixed-use redevelopment projects that already have local activists circling like gulls over a pier. If this lawsuit becomes a referendum on how we contract, every one of those projects gets dragged into the same swamp. The word swamp landed comfortably among them. It made the problem muddy, external, inconvenient. It did not make it moral. Thomas closed the binder halfway. Then we should know what we are defending before Christopher Rodriguez turns the entire company into a wall. Benjamin's eyelids lowered slightly, not in anger, but in warning. Christopher is being retained because the company requires disciplined defense. That should not be controversial. It is not controversial, Thomas said. It is predictable. Meredith folded her hands. Victoria Collins is attempting to build a theory around emotional pressure, unequal bargaining power, and retrospective dissatisfaction. Her complaint is artful, but it is still an attack on signed agreements. Every claimant accepted the process. The phrase moved through Thomas with unpleasant force, accepted the process. He had written some version of that sentence years ago, not in a pleading, but in a memorandum prepared during the lawsuit that had almost gutted Davis Meridian before the company had learned how to look invulnerable. Back then, he had been 32, exhausted, brilliant, and frightened in a way he would never have admitted. He had watched lenders threaten retreat, project partners demand indemnities, union representatives call for assurances, and the press circle every missed payment like weather gathering over a weakened bridge. He had believed that chaos could be prevented if language became precise enough. He had believed that a company could be saved without anyone being crushed beneath the instrument of rescue. You are right, Thomas said, after the pause had grown long enough for Benjamin to notice it. People signed. The question is what those signatures meant when the alternative was losing work, housing, payment, or medical leverage. Edward gave a dry exhale. That sounds remarkably like plaintiff's counsel. No, Thomas replied. It sounds like contract law when the room stops congratulating itself. Benjamin's hand closed over the edge of his folder. That was the first visible breach. Not the statement, but the hand. Thomas saw it because he saw everything Benjamin tried to hide behind posture and polish. They had known each other since business school, since cheaper suits and impossible projections, since the first private capital meeting where Benjamin had sold ambition with the elegance of a diplomat, and Thomas had answered every hostile question with a clause, a citation, or a number. They had built Davis Meridian through litigation storms, liquidity scares, city council reversals, bribery rumors they had disproved, and one federal inquiry that had ended without charges but left everyone older. Friendship in their world had been forged less by tenderness than by shared containment. Benjamin looked around the table before speaking, and the gesture gathered the room back under him. Let us be precise. The clause exists because Davis Meridian was nearly destroyed by opportunistic litigation that threatened thousands of jobs and multiple public projects. We are not discussing an ornamental paragraph buried for sport. We are discussing an instrument that helped stabilize the company when instability would have harmed employees, investors, municipalities, vendors, and communities depending on completion. Thomas heard the old argument and recognized the younger man who had made it first. He could still remember that earlier boardroom, smaller than this one, uglier, hotter, with stale coffee and lenders calling every hour. He remembered the lawsuit that had begun as a payment dispute and metastasized into fraud allegations, injunction threats, subcontractor panic, bond complications, and news vans outside a half-built medical center. He remembered drafting through the night while Benjamin paced with a phone pressed to his ear and workers arrived at dawn without knowing whether paychecks would clear the following Friday. Protect continuity, Thomas had written in the margin of an early draft. Reduce exposure. Prevent predatory claims, he had meant every word, meaning them had not kept the words innocent. Patrick gestured toward the binder. What exactly are you proposing, Thomas? An apology tour through every arbitration file. A voluntary invitation for every claimant to reopen closed matters. I am proposing that we understand whether the provision has been used as intended. Meredith answered before Benjamin could. Intent is not the controlling issue in the pending motion. It may become the issue if Victoria Collins keeps asking the right questions. Her name changed the room more effectively than any raised voice could have done. Victoria Collins had not entered Davis Meridian's headquarters. She had not ridden the private elevator, signed the visitor log, or walked past the lobby screens displaying children cutting ribbons beside company-funded clinics. Yet her name now sat at the table like a file no one could close. Thomas noticed the way Sophia Henderson's empty chair near the far end seemed suddenly relevant, though she had not been scheduled for this meeting. Soon Benjamin would bring her in, because legal exposure was never allowed to remain merely legal once cameras learned its scent. Benjamin's voice softened, which meant the next sentence would be sharpened. Victoria Collins is a skilled attorney representing clients with sympathetic stories. Her task is to make a risk management provision sound like a moral crime. Our task is not to help her. Our task, Thomas said, should include knowing whether she is wrong. The oldest board member on the center screen, Judith Morgan, removed her glasses. Her image flickered once, then steadied. Thomas, you are too intelligent not to understand the danger of that formulation. If we begin internally from the premise that she may be right, we create discoverable uncertainty. Uncertainty becomes leverage. Leverage becomes settlement pressure. Settlement pressure becomes precedent. Precedent becomes collapse. There it was, recited with the clean inevitability of weather. Collapse. The word had governed Davis Meridian longer than any mission statement. Collapse was the ghost in every executive compensation discussion, every investor call, every philanthropic gala where champagne moved beneath chandeliers and nobody mentioned what happened when a billion-dollar development stalled mid-concrete. Collapse justified caution. Collapse disciplined conscience. Collapse made even decent people speak as though the truth were a luxury good. Thomas rested both hands on the table. The stone beneath his palms held the morning's coolness. I understand the sequence. Benjamin leaned back. Then help us interrupt it. That depends on what you mean by interrupt. I mean Christopher files aggressively. Meredith coordinates preservation without inviting interpretive chaos. Sophia prepares external messaging around community investment and project continuity. We do not conduct some sprawling internal morality pageant because opposing counsel has learned how to make arbitration sound sinister. One of the project executives, Brian Perez, nodded with visible relief. Every major developer uses confidentiality. Every major developer limits liability. Every major developer has arbitration language somewhere. If we let Collins isolate ordinary provisions and stack them into a horror story, we reward theater. Thomas looked at him. She did not isolate them. We combined them. Brian's mouth closed. The silence that followed had more life in it than the earlier stillness. It moved uneasily from person to person, collecting discomfort like dust on polished glass. Benjamin rose, signaling control without asking for it. The screen behind him shifted from the litigation summary to a map of Davis Meridian's active projects, bright dots across the country connected by thin white lines. Hospitals, transit corridors, residential towers, waterfront reclamation. Affordable housing components highlighted in green. The map was beautiful in the way battlefield maps could be beautiful, reduced to color and strategy. This, Benjamin said, is what exposure looks like when it leaves a complaint and enters the world. These dots are not abstractions. They are payrolls, pension funds, municipal obligations, bond ratings, tenants waiting for units, patients waiting for clinics, and workers expecting Monday morning access to a site. If we signal that our contracting infrastructure is compromised, investors do not pause for nuance. Ratings analysts do not wait for moral context. Plaintiffs' firms do not politely distinguish misuse from design. Thomas studied the map. Davis Meridian had always known how to make self-preservation look civic. That did not mean the civic part was false. It meant the truth had layers, and each layer had been useful to someone. Benjamin turned from the screen. You drafted the clause because you understood what disorder costs. I need you to remember that. Thomas did remember. He remembered too well. He remembered a younger Benjamin outside a courthouse in the rain, tie loosened, voice raw from telling project managers that no one was being laid off yet. He remembered employees pretending not to watch executives for signs of doom. He remembered vendors calling with fake casualness, trying to learn whether invoices would be paid. He remembered thinking that law, properly constructed, could be a seawall. What he had not imagined was the seawall being moved inland, year after year, until ordinary people found themselves drowning on the wrong side of it. I remember why I wrote it, Thomas said. I am asking whether anyone remembers where we were supposed to stop. The board member on the left screen, Michael Johnson, spoke for the first time. That is a philosophical question. It became a legal one when Collins filed. Benjamin's eyes held his for a long moment. We will not concede misuse. We will not authorize an internal review framed around plaintiff's allegations. We will preserve what must be preserved, defend what must be defended, and avoid creating narratives that can be weaponized against the company. Meredith gave a faint nod, the kind that recorded alignment. Thomas understood the vote before anyone formalized it. Davis Meridian would defend first, investigate only within privileged corridors, and call the difference prudence. Christopher Rodriguez would be brought in not merely as counsel, but as architecture. His motions would narrow the claims, challenge standing, compel arbitration, resist pattern evidence, and keep Victoria Collins from joining one sealed injury to another until the chain became visible. The legal wall was already rising, panel by panel. Benjamin concluded the meeting with assignments distributed in his usual measured cadence. Meredith would coordinate with outside counsel. Edward would prepare investor contingency language. Patrick and Brian would identify project vulnerabilities if press attention increased. Sophia Henderson would be formally retained by the end of the day, pending final board approval, though everyone understood approval had become ceremony. Thomas received no assignment, which was its own assignment. When the screens went dark and the executives began gathering their papers, Thomas remained seated. People avoided looking at him with the courtesy reserved for a man standing too close to an open wire. Chairs whispered back from the table. Tablets slid into leather cases. The orchids remained immaculate. Benjamin waited until the room emptied. Only then did he close the boardroom door. For a few seconds, neither man spoke. Without the audience, Benjamin looked more tired than he had allowed himself to be. The immaculate suit remained, the controlled presence remained, but something around his eyes had thinned. Thomas had seen that look during debt covenant negotiations, and after a crane collapse in Newark that had killed 2 men and almost brought investigators into every Davis Meridian site in the Northeast. Benjamin crossed to the windows rather than the head of the table. It was an old habit between them. Arguments became less formal when neither occupied the throne. You made that harder than it needed to be, Benjamin said. Thomas joined him at the glass, leaving several feet between them. It was already hard. The meeting only noticed. That line plays well in a deposition. I would rather not hear it in our boardroom. Then do not build boardroom strategy around pretending the question is offensive. Benjamin gave a humorless smile. You think I am offended because I disagree with you. I am alarmed because you sound tempted. Tempted by what? Confession, reckoning, some grand act of purification that lets you feel honest while other people absorb the blast radius. The accusation found its mark because it was not entirely unfair. Thomas looked down at the street, where traffic moved with insect precision along the avenue. From this height, no one limped. No one carried boxes out of an apartment scheduled for demolition. No one waited outside arbitration with a lawyer they could barely afford and a contract they had signed because the alternative had been ruin. I am not interested in purification, Thomas said. No, you are interested in distinctions. Benjamin turned toward him. Original purpose versus current use, defense versus denial, stability versus innocence. Those distinctions may matter in your head, but they will not matter once Victoria Collins drags them into court. Thomas looked at him fully then. You have been saying her name as if she invented the facts by noticing them. Benjamin's composure flickered, a candle guttering behind glass. She is not our conscience, Thomas. She is opposing counsel. Those categories are not mutually exclusive. Benjamin made a soft sound under his breath and walked back to the table. He placed both hands on the back of a chair, not gripping it, simply holding himself there as if the furniture had become a railing. We built this company through storms nobody in that room understands. They know the annual reports, they know the gala version, they know the hospital wings and the transit awards and the interviews where you say disciplined capital can improve civic life. They do not know how close we came to losing all of it. I know exactly how close. Then why are you handing matches to someone who wants to burn down the archive? Thomas's answer came slowly. Because there may be people inside it. Benjamin looked at him as though the sentence had caused him physical pain. The friendship between them changed shape in the pause that followed. It did not break, but it developed a stress line, thin and shining, the kind that made glass dangerous before anyone touched it. You always had a gift for making hesitation sound noble, Benjamin said. I used to admire it because you hesitated in private and acted decisively in public. That balance saved us more than once. And now I think you're forgetting that public uncertainty destroys real people too, not theoretical shareholders on a spreadsheet, real people. Employees, contractors, communities tied to our completion schedules, pension funds holding our debt. You start tugging at the legal infrastructure and you may not get to choose which beams come loose. Thomas walked to his binder and closed it completely. That argument can defend anything once the institution is large enough. It can also prevent vanity from masquerading as ethics. The words struck harder because Benjamin did not raise his voice. He had always been most dangerous when quiet. Thomas felt the old loyalty respond, not as obedience but as memory. Benjamin at 30, sleeping on an office sofa. Benjamin lying to no one, yet reassuring everyone. Benjamin taking public blame for delays caused by private capital cowardice. Benjamin believing, with almost religious fervor, that if Davis Meridian survived, the good it did would outweigh the compromises required to keep it alive. Thomas had loved him for that belief once, in the severe way men sometimes loved the friends beside whom they built impossible things. He still loved him, perhaps. That was part of the difficulty. Victoria Collins did not create my doubts, Thomas said. She gave the company a reason to stop dismissing them as private discomfort. Benjamin's face settled into professional calm again, and Thomas disliked how relieved he was to see the mask return. Masks had rules. Exhaustion did not. She will use you if you let her, Benjamin said. She has not met me. She has read you, that may be worse. Thomas did not answer. Benjamin moved to the door, then stopped with his hand near the panel. Christopher will be here tomorrow morning. I want you in the meeting, but I need you disciplined. Meaning silent, meaning careful, that has always been the word we use first. Benjamin opened the door. Careful kept the company alive. Thomas gathered his binder. Ignoring the question will not make it safer. Benjamin's hand remained on the door frame, fingers still, knuckles pale only at the edges. No, but feeding it may make it uncontrollable. The door opened fully, and the ordinary sounds of the executive floor slipped in. Assistants murmuring, phones chiming softly, shoes moving across stone, the distant hush of elevator doors. Their conversation ended because the building had re-entered it. Thomas left the boardroom alone. The corridor outside was lined with photographs of completed projects, each framed with museum-grade lighting and civic gratitude. A children's hospital atrium, a restored rail terminal, a glass residential tower with a rooftop garden. A ribbon cutting in Queens, where elected officials smiled beside a Davis Meridian banner promising partnership, affordability, and renewal. Thomas slowed at that one without meaning to. Queens had appeared in Victoria Collins's background summary, working-class family. Civil litigation, father injured in an electrical accident, reputation for discipline, not theatrics. He had read the memorandum because Benjamin's office had prepared it. He had disliked himself by the second page. Not because the memo was inaccurate, but because it rendered her life into litigation variables. Origin, motive, pressure points, likely themes. Every institution had its way of turning a person into a file before deciding whether to fear her. At his office, the door recognized him and released its lock with a muted click. His office was quieter than the boardroom and less adorned. Bookshelves, a low table, 2 charcoal chairs, an abstract painting he had purchased because the artist had once told him it was about demolition permits and grief. The city filled one wall. On the credenza sat a scale model of Meridian East, the project that had almost bankrupted them and then, after years of salvage, made them untouchable. Thomas placed the binder on his desk and opened his secure archive. The old files required 2 credentials and a biometric confirmation. His younger self had loved safeguards. He had trusted gates, thresholds, permissions, clean chains of access. He had believed that what could be controlled could be made ethical. The first version of the clause opened on his screen. It looked less dramatic than memory had made it, just black text on white background, numbered subparagraphs, definitions, procedures, remedies, limitations. No blood on the margins, no audible lock turning. No sign that language, once released into the appetite of an institution, could evolve beyond the conscience of the person who drafted it. He scrolled to the annotations. Protect continuity, reduce exposure, prevent predatory claims. He remembered typing those words while Dawn pressed gray against a conference room, window, and Benjamin argued with a lender in the hallway. He remembered the conviction that aggressive claimants could destroy projects serving thousands, that public litigation could become extortion by another method, that confidentiality preserved settlement value, that arbitration reduced spectacle. That fee-shifting deterred opportunists, that shortened deadlines forced seriousness. Each proposition had possessed a legal logic. Together, they had become something with teeth. Thomas opened the enforcement summaries beside the draft. The pairing made his office feel smaller. Current usage had hardened what the original language had merely permitted. Arbitration had become isolation. Confidentiality had become disappearance. Liability caps had become pressure. Fee shifting had become threat. Deadlines had become traps for people still dealing with injury, displacement, unpaid invoices, or shock. His phone vibrated once. A message from Benjamin appeared on the lock screen. Hearing notice just circulated. Collins appears in person next week. Christopher wants preliminary alignment before then. Thomas watched the screen dim. Victoria Collins was still only a name to him, a complaint, a professional biography, a set of arguments sharp enough to unsettle a room built to repel discomfort. Yet she had already altered the temperature inside Davis Meridian. She had forced Benjamin to say collapse. She had forced Meredith to defend uncertainty as danger. She had forced Thomas to reopen a file he had once considered evidence of his finest work. He turned back to the old draft and placed his cursor beside the annotation he had written years earlier. Prevent predatory claims. For a moment, he imagined a question written beneath it in another hand, precise and unsparing. Who decides which hunger is predatory? He did not type the question. He did not need to. It had already entered the room. Thomas closed the archive but did not shut down the screen. His reflection hovered faintly in the dark glass behind the text, layered over the city Davis Meridian claimed to improve. The man looking back at him appeared composed, successful, untouched by the mechanisms he had built. Thomas knew better than to trust an image assembled by distance and expensive glass. On his desk, the hearing notice waited in a secure message, small as a spark. Next week, Victoria Collins would stand across from the company in open court. Christopher Rodriguez would bring discipline, procedure, and every elegant weapon money could retain. Benjamin would expect loyalty. The board would expect silence. The clause would sit between them all, no longer merely language, but legacy. Thomas remained at his desk until the morning light shifted and the city below grew louder without ever becoming audible from where he sat. Then he opened a clean legal pad and wrote 3 words at the top: original intent, current harm. He stared at the words for a long time, aware that even private clarity could become dangerous once it had been given shape. Chapter 5: The courthouse did not make anyone feel taller. By the following week, Victoria Collins had learned that the building treated wealth, grief, ambition, and fear with the same bureaucratic indifference. Its corridors were too narrow for all the lives pressed into them, and its fluorescent lights flattened tailored suits and borrowed coats until everyone looked faintly accused. On the benches outside Part 42, tenants sat with foldered leases in their laps. Contractors checked their phones with the restless focus of men waiting for bad news, and junior associates murmured into headsets while pretending not to block the hallway. Victoria stood near the windows with her case files balanced against one forearm, her posture composed enough to look almost relaxed. She had chosen a charcoal suit and low heels, not because she feared appearing feminine, but because she disliked giving powerful defendants any costume they could turn into argument. Her hair was pinned with practical neatness, and the only jewelry she wore was a narrow watch that had belonged to her mother before law school had turned every hour into billable combat. Lauren Cook leaned beside her with a coffee cup in one hand and a stack of flagged printouts in the other. She looked less like a paralegal than a very charming burglar casing an institutional vault. You know, Lauren said, keeping her voice low enough that only Victoria could hear, the architecture here really says justice, but make everyone's back hurt. Victoria did not look away from the courtroom doors. The benches are probably designed to encourage settlement. That would explain family court, Lauren said. Also probate, landlord-tenant, and every waiting area ever constructed by a government agency with emotional range issues. Victoria allowed herself the smallest breath of amusement. It loosened nothing important, but it reminded her that Lauren was nearby, which mattered more than she wanted to admit. The hearing ahead was preliminary, procedural, and supposedly narrow. Davis Meridian would ask the court to confine the dispute before it had any chance to expand into history, pattern, or public consequence. Victoria would argue that the clause could not be understood as a mere paragraph in a contract when it had functioned across projects like a gate with teeth. She glanced at the plaintiffs seated farther down the hall. Martin Ellis's wife had come with him, her hands folded tightly around the strap of her purse. Angela Romero sat upright despite exhaustion, her face calm in the way people became calm after spending too long explaining damage to people paid not to feel it. Patrick Harris, representing Harris and Sons Masonry, kept rereading the same page of notes. Although Victoria suspected he knew every line by heart, they had all signed something. Davis Meridian would begin there. Victoria intended to begin somewhere else entirely. Lauren followed her gaze. They trust you. That is not always comforting. It is not supposed to be comforting, Lauren said. It is supposed to make you too stubborn to faint. Victoria shifted one tab in the folder by a quarter inch, then stopped when she realized Lauren was watching. I am not going to faint. No, you are going to terrify someone using subdivision numbers, Lauren said. I am merely preparing the scene. At the far end of the corridor, the elevator doors opened with a polished mechanical breath, and the hallway changed before any name was spoken. Victoria noticed the reaction first, because rooms always revealed power before people did. A court officer straightened near the wall. Two associates in navy suits stopped whispering. A woman from a litigation boutique lowered her phone as if some instinct had told her not to be caught mid-scroll. The movement was subtle, almost embarrassing, the collective adjustment of professionals who prided themselves on not being impressed. Thomas Davis stepped out with 3 people behind him. He was not the tallest man in the corridor, nor the loudest, nor the most elaborately dressed. His suit was dark and unadvertised, his tie a shade of blue too restrained to be chosen by accident, and his overcoat hung over one arm rather than over someone else's. That last detail irritated Victoria immediately. She had expected an entourage polished enough to create its own weather. Instead, he carried his own coat, listened while a younger attorney spoke near his shoulder, and moved with the unhurried economy of someone who had never needed to rush to be obeyed. Lauren's voice slipped lower. That would be him. I know, of course you do, Lauren said. The heir just asked permission. Victoria watched Thomas cross the corridor. Wealth sat on him without glitter, which made it worse. He did not project triumph. He projected control, and control was harder to mock because it did not beg for attention. His face was familiar from articles, gala photographs, and the old contract histories Lauren had excavated, but photographs had flattened the most dangerous thing about him. They had not shown the attention in his eyes. He took in the corridor as if each detail arrived already sorted. Plaintiffs, counsel, clerks, exits, temperature, tension. When his gaze reached Victoria, it paused, not long enough to be rude, but long enough to acknowledge that recognition had become unavoidable. Victoria felt nothing dramatic. No stumble of breath, no cinematic disruption, no foolish thunder under the ribs. Instead, she experienced a sharper annoyance because the man who had built the clause did not look careless enough. Thomas said something to the young attorney beside him, then separated from the small group and walked toward her. One of the attorneys behind him looked startled, as if spontaneous contact with opposing counsel violated some internal containment protocol. Lauren's eyebrows lifted, but she stepped half a pace aside. Not retreating, Victoria noticed, making space while remaining close enough to witness. Ms. Collins, Thomas said. His voice was quieter than she expected and much more effective for it. He offered his hand as if the gesture were ordinary, although nothing about this encounter had been left to ordinary chance. Mr. Davis, Victoria said, and took it. His handshake was brief, professional, neither dominant nor warm. The skin of his palm was cool from the spring air outside, and the contact ended before it could admit any private meaning. Still, Victoria became aware of Lauren observing the exchange with the alert delight of a woman watching a match strike beside open solvent. I thought we might meet inside, Thomas said. Most defendants prefer distance before argument. I am not technically the defendant. Technically is doing a great deal of work this morning. Something moved at the corner of his mouth, not quite amusement. You argue the same way in corridors then. I prefer consistency. So does contract law. That explains its fondness for old mistakes, Victoria said. His attention settled more fully on her, and for the first time she saw the man behind the public figure measuring his response against something more complicated than pride. He did not glance toward his counsel for rescue. He did not sneer at her clients. He simply stood there, calm enough to be infuriating, listening as if she had presented a problem he had once considered privately and failed to solve in time. Behind him, a man with silver at his temples and a leather portfolio under one arm emerged from the elevators. Christopher Rodriguez, if Lauren's research packet had been accurate, had the kind of face that suggested excellent wine, expensive litigation, and a lifelong allergy to surprise. He stopped near the defense team without interrupting, but his eyes found Thomas at once. Thomas noticed but did not turn away. Your complaint is ambitious, he said. That is usually what defendants call a complaint when accurate feels premature. It is ambitious because it asks the court to treat a dispute resolution clause as a system. When the same language keeps producing the same buried outcome, system seems more honest than coincidence. The existence of confidentiality does not prove abuse. No, Victoria said, it proves concealment. Abuse requires what we find after someone is finally allowed to look. The courthouse noise seemed to thin around them, although Victoria knew it had not changed. A clerk called a case name from another room. A man argued softly with someone on speakerphone. Somewhere beyond the security line, a child began to cry and was quickly comforted. The world continued, badly lit and overcrowded, while she stood across from the man whose legal drafting had altered the lives of people he would likely never meet. Thomas's gaze moved briefly past her to the plaintiffs. The glance was not theatrical enough to be useful, which made it harder to dismiss. Are they all here today? He asked. Victoria felt the question before she answered it. Some of them. I read the file summaries. I imagine Davis Meridian's summaries are efficient. They usually are, Thomas said. Efficiency is not always the same thing as completeness. The sentence landed with a precision that made Victoria dislike him more. She had prepared for arrogance, evasion, perhaps a polished expression of concern vacuum-sealed by public relations. She had not prepared for a man who sounded as if he understood the missing human weight inside institutional paperwork. Then you know what your clause has done, she said. I know what you allege it has done. No, Mr. Davis, you know what it was built to do. The question is whether you are prepared to watch everyone pretend those are unrelated. For the first time, his composure altered. It was almost invisible, only a brief stilling of his thumb against the edge of his coat, a small interruption in the rhythm of a man trained to keep every reaction inside the architecture of his face. Victoria saw it anyway because she had spent her career watching polished people betray themselves through fractions. Christopher Rodriguez approached before Thomas could answer. Mr. Davis, Christopher said, his tone pleasant enough to be a warning. Judge Callahan's clerk is ready to take appearances in 5. Thomas turned slightly, acknowledging him. Christopher Rodriguez, Ms. Collins. Christopher offered his hand. Counsel, Mr. Rodriguez, Victoria said. Christopher's handshake was smoother than Thomas's and more guarded. If Thomas felt like a locked room with a light left on somewhere inside, Christopher felt like a wall that had been lovingly reinforced by generations of expensive masons. I have read your moving papers, Christopher said. I hope they improved your week. They made it more interesting, he said. That is rarer than you might think. Lauren made a small sound behind her coffee cup that might have been a cough if anyone merciful had asked. Christopher's eyes flicked toward Lauren, identifying and filing her away. Ms. Cook, I presume. Lauren smiled with courthouse brightness. That depends on whether this is flattering. I understand you have been thorough. I have a printer with resentment issues and no social life, Lauren said. We make a strong team. Victoria saw Christopher register the answer, its humor, its deflection, and the warning tucked neatly beneath both. He returned his attention to Victoria with the serene expression of a man already planning 6 procedural ways to turn thoroughness into overreach. The court will likely prefer to begin with the contract language, he said. The people harmed by that language are already in the building, Victoria replied. That may complicate the preference. The law often requires complication to stand in line. Only when someone powerful controls the velvet rope. Christopher smiled. I look forward to your argument. I am sure you look forward to many things other people survive. His smile did not change, but his eyes sharpened. Thomas looked between them, and something like concern passed across his face before he suppressed it. Victoria hated that she saw it. She hated more that she believed it might be real. The courtroom doors opened, and the clerk called the matter. Lauren touched Victoria's elbow once lightly. It was not reassurance, it was ignition. Inside, the courtroom felt smaller than the dispute it had been asked to contain. Judge Marian Callahan presided from a bench worn to authority by decades of human conflict, her glasses low on her nose, her expression calibrated somewhere between impatience and curiosity. The gallery filled quickly. Davis Meridian's team occupied one side with disciplined coordination, laptops opening, binders aligned, water bottles placed but unopened. Victoria sat at the other table with Lauren behind her and the plaintiffs in the row beyond. Thomas did not sit at counsel table. He took a place directly behind Christopher, close enough to be involved and far enough away to preserve the fiction that he was merely observing. Victoria noticed the choice because careful people revealed themselves through placement. The case was called. Appearances were entered. Christopher rose first, and the room seemed to accept him as naturally as polished mahogany accepted light. Your Honor, he began, this is, at its core, a straightforward contractual dispute being dressed in institutional language it cannot support. Victoria wrote one word on her pad, expected. Christopher moved through the argument elegantly. The plaintiffs had signed contracts. The contracts contained dispute resolution provisions. Those provisions were enforceable under settled law. The complaint attempted to transform private grievances into an attack on a clause used across sophisticated commercial contexts. The court should resist the invitation to conduct a policy referendum under the guise of limited civil litigation. He did not sound cruel. That was part of the danger. Cruelty would have been easier to answer. Christopher sounded reasonable, almost civic-minded, as he asked the court to shrink the case until no pattern could fit inside it. Judge Callahan listened without interruption for several minutes before lifting a hand. Mr. Rodriguez, counsel for plaintiffs, argues that the clause operates differently because of its combined features. Arbitration, confidentiality, fee exposure, shortened notice periods, and liability caps. Why should I evaluate each provision in isolation if their argument concerns cumulative practical effect? Christopher inclined his head, as if the question pleased him by existing within bounds he had already mapped. Because contract enforcement depends on terms, Your Honor, not rhetorical atmosphere, each feature has recognized legal utility. Plaintiffs cannot manufacture unconscionability by stacking lawful provisions and asking the court to dislike the shadow they cast. Victoria felt Lauren's pencil pause behind her. Judge Callahan turned. Ms. Collins. Victoria rose with her folder already open to the first flagged page. She did not rush. She never rushed when someone expected passion to make her imprecise. Your Honor, Davis Meridian wants this court to examine the locks separately and ignore the fact that every door leads to the same sealed room. Christopher shifted his pen once, then stopped. Victoria continued. We are not asking the court to dislike risk management. We are asking the court to recognize when risk management becomes a private system of deterrence so costly, so confidential, and so procedurally narrow that injured workers, displaced tenants, and small contractors cannot meaningfully pursue claims at all. Judge Callahan leaned back. You are asking for discovery beyond your named plaintiffs. I am asking for discovery narrowly tailored to how this clause has actually been enforced. Davis Meridian's position is that consent solves everything because signatures appear on paper. Our position is that consent cannot be evaluated without the conditions surrounding it, including economic pressure, unequal bargaining power, and a repeated enforcement pattern that kept similar claims from ever reaching public review. Pattern is doing significant work in that sentence, Judge Callahan said. Yes, Your Honor, Victoria replied. That is why they do not want us looking for one. A brief ripple passed through the gallery before the judge's expression cooled it. Victoria did not look at Thomas, but she felt where he sat. It was absurd, professionally inconvenient, and as unwelcome as a candle in a file room. She kept her eyes on the bench. She walked the court through the clause as a structure, not a paragraph. Notice deadlines that expired before harm could be fully understood. Fee-shifting language that frightened claimants with modest resources. Confidential arbitration that prevented public precedent. liability limitations that narrowed recovery until even winning could become economically irrational. Each provision had a respectable name. Together, they created a corridor where ordinary claims went to disappear. Davis Meridian's team remained composed, but Victoria sensed their irritation sharpening. Christopher watched her with the fixed calm of an expert fencer discovering his opponent had studied his wrist. Judge Callahan asked about precedent. Victoria answered with cases, not slogans. The judge asked about scope. Victoria narrowed without surrendering. Christopher objected to characterization twice, both times politely, both times with the faintest edge under the polish. Victoria adjusted, then returned through another entrance. At one point, the judge asked Ms. Collins, "Are you arguing that Mr. Ellis, Ms. Romero, and Harris & Sons lacked capacity to contract?" "No, Your Honor. I am arguing that capacity is not the same as meaningful choice. A person can understand a document and still have no practical power to reject the machinery inside it." The words changed something in the room. Not visibly for everyone, perhaps, but Victoria saw Martin Ellis's wife lower her eyes, not from shame, but from recognition. She saw Angela Romero stop twisting the handle of her purse. She saw Patrick Harris release a breath he had been holding too long. Then, despite herself, Victoria looked at Thomas. He was watching her with an expression that belonged nowhere near the defense side of the courtroom. It was not admiration, exactly. It was worse. It was the face of a man hearing his own language returned to him with the consequences restored. Christopher rose for rebuttal and reclaimed the room with practiced grace. He argued that plaintiffs sought a fishing expedition into unrelated matters, that confidentiality clauses served legitimate privacy interests, that arbitration could offer efficiency rather than oppression, and that the court should not punish a company for using common contractual protections in complex development projects. He was excellent. Victoria could admit that privately, which made her more determined not to let him win easily. Every phrase he used was clean enough to pass through metal detectors. Every concession was framed to cost nothing. Every concern for judicial economy carried the faint perfume of corporate insulation. Judge Callahan took notes, asked 3 final questions, and then issued a limited ruling from the bench. She would not invalidate the clause today. She would not permit broad discovery across every Davis Meridian project nationwide. She would, however, allow targeted discovery concerning the named plaintiffs' contracts, the drafting history of the clause versions at issue, and communications regarding enforcement decisions connected to those matters. The defense motion to compel individual arbitration would be held in abeyance pending a more complete record. It was not victory. It was not defeat. It was a keyhole narrow enough to bruise the fingers, but real. When the judge adjourned, the defense table began its efficient post-hearing choreography. Christopher spoke quietly to an associate, already turning limitation into strategy. Benjamin Adams was not present, but Victoria could almost imagine the message moving through Davis Meridian's upper floors before anyone in the courthouse reached the elevators. Containment had failed by inches, and inches mattered. Lauren leaned close as Victoria gathered her papers. "You got the drafting history." Limited is lawyer for alive. Victoria slid a folder into her bag. "Christopher will try to make every document arrive wrapped in barbed wire. He looks like he bills in barbed wire." "He bills in 6-minute increments of bloodless confidence," Victoria said. Lauren's eyes warmed. There she is. In the corridor, plaintiffs clustered around Victoria with questions she answered carefully. No, the case was not over. No, this did not guarantee access to everything. Yes, it meant the court had recognized enough concern to allow them to look further. She kept her voice steady, because hope mishandled could become another injury. Across the hall, Thomas stood apart from his legal team while Christopher spoke into his phone. Victoria felt his attention before she let herself turn. He approached only after her clients had moved toward the elevators with Lauren, who lingered near enough to intervene and far enough to pretend she was studying a bulletin board about mediation programs. "Ms. Collins," Thomas said, "Mr. Davis, you argued well. I did not come here for a performance review." "No," he said, "you came for a door." Victoria studied him. "And your counsel came with a very expensive hammer." Christopher prefers scalpels. "That is what people call hammers when the handle is mahogany." Again, that almost smile appeared and vanished. The corridor felt warmer than it had before the hearing, crowded now with departing lawyers, rolling briefcases, and disappointed urgency. Yet the space between them felt peculiarly exact, as if someone had drawn a line neither of them could cross without consequences multiplying. "You understand the clause," Thomas said. "I understand what it does. That is not the same thing. It is the part your company keeps asking everyone to ignore." His eyes lowered briefly to the file in her hand, then returned to her face. "Original intent matters only if current harm matters more." The sentence struck him with no visible drama, but Victoria watched his left hand close around his coat sleeve, pressing the fabric into a clean, dark crease. She knew then, with a certainty she wished she could return unopened, that he had asked himself the same question before. "Not in public, not where it could cost him, but somewhere. That is a dangerous formulation," he said. "So is yours. You assume I am defending the distance between them. I assume you're standing on the side that benefits from it." He absorbed that without flinching. Sometimes position is not the same as belief. Convenient distinction. Necessary one occasionally, for whom? He did not answer quickly, and the pause did more than an answer might have done. Victoria felt irritation rise, clean and defensive, because something in his restraint refused the simple shape she had assigned him. He was not innocent. He was not absolved by unease, not redeemed by intelligent regret, not forgiven because he could stand in a courthouse corridor and sound troubled by the weapon that still protected him. Yet he was not empty either, and emptiness would have been simpler. Christopher called his name from near the elevators. Thomas glanced back, then returned his attention to her. "This will become harder now, for me or for Davis Meridian, for everyone who believes the truth can be handled neatly. That has never been my religion." "No," he said, and his voice lowered by a degree. "I suspect it has not." The words should not have felt intimate. They were observation, nothing more. Still, Victoria felt them settle somewhere under her ribs, unwelcome and precise. She disliked the accuracy. She disliked that he had noticed anything about her beyond legal threat. Most of all, she disliked the faint answering recognition in herself, the sense that beneath the money, restraint, and institutional armor stood a man as trapped by his architecture as others had been harmed by it. Lauren appeared at Victoria's side with impeccable timing and a face arranged into innocence. "We should go before the elevators become a networking event with poor ventilation." Thomas inclined his head to Lauren. "Ms. Cook." "Mr. Davis," Lauren said. "Always nice to meet primary source material." Victoria nearly looked at her. Thomas actually smiled, small and brief, which made him appear younger for less than a second and more dangerous immediately after. Christopher called again, this time with less patience wrapped around the syllables. Thomas stepped back. "Good day, Ms. Collins. Good day, Mr. Davis." He turned toward the elevators, and the corridor seemed to recover around him, conversations resuming their ordinary volume and bodies reclaiming the space his presence had borrowed. Victoria watched him go for exactly 1 second too long. Lauren waited until the elevator doors closed. "I have thoughts. Keep them. I will not be keeping them." "Lauren," he looked less offended than cornered, Lauren said. "There is a difference. Men like Thomas Davis always look thoughtful while protecting damage. It makes the damage feel upholstered." "That was very polished," Lauren said. "Did you prepare it, or did irritation make you poetic?" Victoria started walking toward the stairwell rather than the elevators. "He is not the case." "No, the case is the case." Unfortunately, the case just had cheekbones and a moral hesitation. Victoria stopped on the landing and turned. "Do not." Lauren lifted both hands, still holding her coffee in one of them. "I am merely documenting atmospheric conditions. There are no atmospheric conditions." There was an entire weather event in that corridor. Victoria resumed walking down the stairs. Her heels clicked against the concrete with more force than necessary. "He wrote the clause, I remember. He built the mechanism that did this. I remember that too. And if he now feels complicated about it, that is not nobility. That is delayed discomfort from a safe distance." Lauren followed her down, quieter for once. "I did not say it was nobility." Victoria reached the next landing and paused with one hand on the rail. Through the narrow window, lower Manhattan appeared in pieces, glass and stone interrupted by the courthouse frame. Somewhere above them, Thomas Davis was probably stepping into a car with tinted windows, while Christopher Rodriguez began converting the morning into procedural resistance. Somewhere ahead, discovery would arrive redacted, narrowed, delayed, and fought over page by page. She should have felt only the familiar burn of opposition. Instead, beneath it, something finer and more dangerous had begun to move, not trust, not sympathy, not desire in any form she wanted to name. Recognition, perhaps, which was the most professionally useless of emotions when aimed at an adversary. Lauren touched her shoulder briefly. We got through the door. Victoria looked down at the files in her arm. The tabs fluttered slightly from the stairwell draft, a paper pulse against her sleeve. Then we prepare for what they put behind it, she said. Across the building, the elevator carrying Thomas Davis descended without stopping. Christopher stood beside him, reading from his phone, already listing next steps in a voice so controlled it seemed designed to prevent oxygen from joining the conversation. We move for a protective order, Christopher said. We narrow drafting history to the named agreements. We resist enforcement pattern discovery as irrelevant. We make this expensive, precise, and boring. Thomas watched the floor numbers change. Boring is optimistic. Christopher looked up. She is good. Yes, that was not admiration, Christopher said. Thomas turned his head just enough to meet his counsel's eyes. It was accuracy. Christopher studied him for a moment, and Thomas recognized the assessment in it, not accusation yet. Inventory. Accuracy, Christopher said, can become costly when spoken without discipline. The elevator reached the lobby, and the doors opened onto courthouse traffic, security lines, echoing footsteps, and the ordinary churn of disputes that had not yet learned whether they would become history. Thomas stepped out before Christopher could add the warning both men had already heard. Outside, morning had hardened into a bright, pitiless day. Thomas's driver waited at the curbs, but for a moment he did not move toward the car. He looked back at the courthouse entrance, where people came and went beneath stone columns built to suggest permanence. Victoria Collins had not won much. A limited ruling, a narrow discovery path, a few documents the company would fight to keep bloodless. Yet she had stood in open court and described his architecture with the human cost restored. Thomas placed his overcoat across his arm and entered the car only when Christopher reached the curb behind him. As the door closed, he could still hear her voice, not loudly, not theatrically, but with the precision of a blade laid carefully on a table. Original intent matters, only if current harm matters more. The car pulled into traffic, carrying him back toward glass, strategy, and men who expected him to remain useful. Thomas looked out at the city and understood, with a discomfort that felt almost like recognition, that Victoria Collins had found the weakest place in the wall because he had left it there himself. Chapter 6. Christopher Rodriguez preferred conference rooms with no view. Windows invited weather, vanity, and metaphor, three things litigation could rarely afford. The room Davis Meridian had given him sat 41 floors above Manhattan, sealed behind smoked glass and biometric locks, but its walls showed only clean screens, linen white panels, and a long table polished to a sheen too muted to flatter anyone. The city was present only as pressure, humming somewhere beyond the building's skin. By 9:15, Christopher had remade the room into an instrument. Binders stood in measured rows along the table's center line, each spine labeled with a category rather than a case name. Standing jurisdiction, arbitration, discovery scope, confidentiality, public exposure. A procedural calendar glowed across one wall, not arranged by hearing dates alone, but by strain points. Deadlines that would force Victoria Collins to spend hours she did not have, motions that would narrow the ground beneath her. Objections that would turn every request for information into a contested border. Benjamin Adams entered with Meredith Shaw at his left and two senior litigation associates behind him, both carrying the pale alertness of people who had slept near their phones. Thomas followed last. He wore a charcoal suit, a blue tie, and the cultivated calm that had once made investors believe storms were merely badly organized air. Christopher remained at the head of the table, one hand resting beside a capped fountain pen. "Thank you for being punctual," he said. Benjamin looked toward the screens, then at the binders. "I assume punctuality is the good news." "It is the first useful sign," Christopher replied. "The complaint is not frivolous. That means treating it as frivolous would be malpractice." No one reached for coffee after that. Christopher touched the nearest binder with 2 fingers. Victoria Collins has framed this lawsuit with unusual discipline. She is using individual injuries to challenge institutional design. That distinction matters because she is not asking the court to sympathize with unfortunate claimants. She is asking the court to examine whether Davis Meridian built a private legal corridor where public accountability goes to disappear. Benjamin took his seat slowly. "Can she do that? She can ask," Christopher said. "Our job is to make sure the court has as few reasons as possible to answer." Meredith opened her legal pad. "You think the ruling yesterday gave her momentum?" "It gave her oxygen," Christopher said. "Momentum is what happens if we fail to control the room." Thomas stood behind an empty chair for a moment before sitting. The leather gave beneath him without a sound. Across the table, the procedural calendar shone with chilly certainty, each date already occupied by a weapon masquerading as routine. Benjamin folded his hands. I need containment. Before this draws more claimants, more reporters, or more nervous calls from people who confuse headlines with balance sheets. Christopher uncapped his pen. The gesture was small, almost courteous, but the room adjusted around it. Containment is not a speech, he said. Containment is attrition. One of the associates dimmed the lights by a fraction, and the first screen filled with a summary of Victoria's claims. Christopher had annotated her complaint in layers of blue, black, and red, blue for doctrinal vulnerability. Black for factual assertions requiring denial or limitation, red for emotional force likely to survive legal translation. He had used more red than Benjamin expected. She knows what she is doing, Christopher said. She places the injured worker beside the displaced tenant beside the contractor, not because their contracts are identical, but because their isolation is the point. Her theory depends on pattern. Remove pattern and she has separate disputes governed by separate agreements. Separate agreements lead us back to private arbitration, individualized facts, and sealed outcomes. Meredith nodded, so we keep the facts in their lanes. We build lanes so narrow that her broader argument cannot fit inside them. Benjamin exhaled through his nose. Give me the wall, Christopher turned to the next screen. First standing, we challenge every plaintiff whose injury is derivative, speculative, or too indirectly connected to the clause. If a claimant cannot show direct legal harm from the specific provision, we argue they are trying to litigate public policy under the costume of personal grievance. The associates began taking notes with synchronized urgency. Second, jurisdiction. Any contract with a private dispute mechanism gets pushed back toward that mechanism. We enforce arbitration provisions, forum selection language, notice requirements, and administrative prerequisites. Every plaintiff who promised to enter a private corridor should be required to walk there. Thomas looked down at the table where his reflection had been blurred by the satin finish. The language sounded clean because it had been cleaned. He knew the corridor beneath it. He had drawn the first map years ago with a younger man's certainty and an emergency burning at his back. Third, Christopher continued, we narrow relevance. Ms. Collins wants prior disputes, enforcement histories, settlement structures, internal review practices, and communications surrounding the clause. We argue that this case concerns specific claimants and specific contracts, not a referendum on Davis Meridian's legal philosophy. Benjamin's shoulders settled by a visible degree. Fourth, discovery. We oppose breadth at every hinge. Prior settlements are confidential, arbitration records are protected, internal risk assessments are privileged or commercially sensitive. Public relations materials are irrelevant unless tied directly to a claimant's contractual rights. She will call it concealment. We will call it the ordinary protection of lawful business records. A faint pulse began at Thomas's temple, so slight that only someone looking for unease would have noticed. Christopher noticed. Christopher noticed everything useful. Fifth, Christopher said, we preserve silence where silence has been purchased lawfully. Confidentiality provisions exist because disputes require finality. If Ms. Collins wants to turn private resolutions into a public pattern, she will need permission from the court at every step. We make each step expensive. Benjamin looked almost relieved now, though fatigue still clouded the skin beneath his eyes. That sounds survivable. Survivable is not the standard, Christopher said. The standard is whether she can sustain pressure long enough to make the court curious. Curiosity is costly in institutional litigation. Meredith glanced toward Thomas. The clause history may be more complicated than we would like. Most useful things are, Christopher said. Thomas lifted his attention then. Useful to whom? A quiet passed through the room, carefully brief and carefully noted. Christopher turned his pen once between his fingers. That is usually determined by the client. The company should be careful, Thomas said, his voice controlled enough to keep every word behind its assigned line. Process can look like punishment when used against people already injured by delay. Benjamin shifted in his chair. Tom. I am not suggesting surrender, Thomas said. I am suggesting proportion. Christopher regarded him with composed interest, the way a surgeon might examine a patient who objected to anesthesia after signing the consent forms. Proportion is precisely what procedure provides, Christopher said. Without it, every lawsuit becomes theater, every accusation becomes leverage, and every corporation with public visibility becomes a stage prop for grievance. Process is the only civilized alternative to chaos. Thomas rested his hand against the arm of his chair, civilized for those who can afford it. Civilization has always been expensive, Christopher replied. The question is whether the expense is lawful. The answer landed neatly without cruelty. That made it worse. Benjamin leaned forward before Thomas could respond. Christopher, the board will want to know whether yesterday's ruling changes our exposure. It changes visibility, not exposure, Christopher said. Visibility becomes exposure only if Ms. Collins connects separate harms into a single design. We prevent connection. We do not need to prove Davis Meridian has never harmed anyone. We need to prove this courtroom is not the place where every alleged harm can gather. Meredith wrote that down. Thomas could have written it himself years ago in a cleaner season of his conscience. Christopher moved through the remaining slides with patient precision. He assigned drafts, responses, privilege reviews, hearing preparation, client declarations, and a proposed protective order that would make discovery feel less like inquiry and more like a vault with a polite receptionist. By the time he finished, the room had acquired the hard calm of a machine that had discovered its purpose. Benjamin stood first. I want daily updates. You will receive useful updates, Christopher said. Daily ones create anxiety with stationery. A junior associate blinked as though uncertain whether laughter would be fatal. Benjamin almost smiled. Fine, useful updates. Meredith gathered her files and began issuing quiet instructions to the legal staff. The others moved toward the door in a current of expensive shoes and controlled adrenaline. Thomas remained seated, one finger resting beside the binder marked confidentiality. Christopher waited until the room thinned. You disapprove, he said. Thomas looked at him. I understand. Those are not the same thing. No, Thomas said. They have become less similar over time. Christopher capped his pen. Ms. Collins is formidable because she believes moral pressure can widen legal relevance. She may be right if allowed sufficient space. My job is to deny her that space. And if the space contains truth, truth is not self-executing, Christopher said. It requires admissibility, foundation, relevance, and a tribunal with authority to hear it. Thomas stood then, buttoning his jacket with care. That is the most dangerous thing about law, Christopher. It can sound cleanest when it is refusing to look. Christopher showed no offense. It can also save a company from being judged by atmosphere. Thomas left before the conversation could become confession. By late afternoon, Victoria's printer began to make a noise that suggested a mechanical animal resenting captivity. It coughed, dragged, rattled, and produced another stack of pages warm enough to curl at the edges. Lauren Cook stood beside it with both hands on her hips, reading the caption line as though it had insulted her ancestors. Motion to compel arbitration, she said. Motion to dismiss for lack of standing. Motion for protective order. Motion to limit discovery. Memorandum in support of sealing prior dispute references. I have seen less paper at a deforestation hearing. Victoria stood at the conference table in their narrow office, sleeves rolled to her elbows, a pencil tucked through the knot of hair at the back of her head. Outside the windows, Queens settled into evening with honking traffic, food cart steam, and apartment lights flickering awake one human square at a time. The radiator clanked beneath a sill crowded with case files. Stack them by issue, Victoria said. Lauren carried the first pile over. Do you want the expensive nonsense by height, arrogance, or billable hour density? Start with jurisdiction. That was my least theatrical option. The office had never been glamorous, but under the assault of Davis Meridian's filings, it looked almost defiantly mortal. The copier toner box sat open on a chair. A half-eaten sesame bagel had hardened beside a binder clip. Lauren's laptop balanced on a stack of municipal codes because the table had run out of flat territory. Every new page from Christopher's team looked as though it had arrived from a different species of office, one where paper never jammed and commas wore cufflinks. Victoria read the motion to compel arbitration first. Christopher's prose was elegant, which annoyed her more than bluster would have. He conceded no moral ground, wasted no adjectives, and presented coercion as administrative tidiness. Each paragraph moved like a gate closing. The plaintiffs had agreed. The contract was clear. The dispute resolution mechanism was enforceable. The court need not entertain an attempt to evade bargain for procedure through inflammatory generalizations. Lauren leaned over the opposite side of the table. He keeps calling them sophisticated parties. Victoria marked the phrase with a dark slash. Harris & Sons had 3 employees and 1 lawyer who handled traffic tickets and cousin divorces. Very sophisticated, Lauren said. Nothing says equal bargaining power like signing a redevelopment subcontract in a trailer while a project manager reminds you the next guy is waiting outside. Victoria moved to the standing argument. Christopher had separated the clients into categories with the delicacy of a man arranging museum glass. Direct injury, indirect injury, contractual privity, attenuated harm, speculative relief. He understood that people were easier to defeat once divided into terms. Lauren read over her shoulder for several seconds. He is not a shark, no, he is a wall with cufflinks. Victoria's pencil paused over the page. A laugh did not come, but something in her mouth softened despite herself. That is legally imprecise, she said. That is why I am not filing it. Victoria turned another page. It may be emotionally admissible. Lauren accepted the victory with a small bow and returned to the printer before it could devour exhibit labels. The motions kept unfolding. Christopher challenged jurisdiction where arbitration clauses existed. He argued that prior confidential settlements could not be used to imply wrongdoing. He insisted that discovery into unrelated projects would convert a contract dispute into an impermissible fishing expedition. He described Victoria's requested materials as reputational, collateral, and disproportionate to the needs of the case. Victoria wrote 1 word in the margin, afraid. Lauren saw it when she returned with another stack. Is that for us or them? For the motion. Comforting because I was starting to feel personally attacked by the footnotes. Victoria tapped the page. He knows where the pressure points are. If he forces arbitration, these clients disappear into separate rooms. If he limits discovery, we lose the pattern. If confidentiality holds, nobody gets to know whether the same thing happened before. The case becomes paperwork. Lauren's humor receded by a shade, and the people become anecdotes. Victoria looked toward the client statements pinned along the corkboard. Martin Ellis in a work jacket, photographed outside his apartment building because he could no longer climb the stairs without stopping twice. Angela Romero with her folder of relocation notices and a face arranged into dignity by force of habit. The Harris brothers beside a masonry truck with a cracked windshield and a company logo their father had painted himself. No, Victoria said, not anecdotes. She sat and pulled the arbitration motion closer. For 10 minutes, the office narrowed to the sound of pages turning and Lauren sorting exhibits into piles with brisk, protective fury. Victoria read every line twice. Christopher had anticipated the obvious unconscionability argument and built a polished answer around choice, efficiency, and contractual certainty. He had anticipated public policy objections and framed them as legislative issues inappropriate for judicial invention. He had anticipated sympathy and treated it as legally irrelevant whether. He had not anticipated her father, though the law would not allow her to write that. Daniel Collins lived nowhere in the record, yet he stood behind her whenever a company claimed a signed form ended the moral inquiry. He had signed forms too. He had trusted process too. He had learned that consent could be extracted through exhaustion and still arrive in court wearing a respectable suit. Victoria opened a fresh document. Opposition to motion to compel arbitration, she said. Lauren looked up. Starting now. Christopher wants the first story in front of the judge to be his. May his toner run out during a thunderstorm. Victoria began typing. The first paragraphs were doctrinal because doctrine was the door. She wrote of procedural unconscionability, substantive imbalance, adhesion contracts, public policy limits, and the court's authority to consider whether private dispute mechanisms operated as instruments of practical denial. She cited cases with precision, refusing any sentence that would sound like outrage asking for charity. Then the argument shifted. A remedy available only to those with money, counsel, time, and insulation from retaliation could not be treated as equally available to everyone who signed the same page. Confidentiality could serve legitimate settlement interests, but when paired with repeat enforcement, asymmetric information, and public-facing claims of accountability, it could also become a device for preventing injured parties from recognizing one another. Consent required more than ink. It required a meaningful capacity to refuse. Lauren had gone quiet while Victoria typed. The printer stopped groaning. The radiator clicked once and settled. That part, Lauren said eventually, the consent part. Victoria kept her eyes on the screen. Too much? No, that part has teeth. Victoria read the sentence again. Consent requires more than ink. The words were simple, but the case needed simple somewhere inside its scaffolding. Simple did not mean soft. Simple could be a crowbar. Her phone buzzed beside the keyboard. Lauren checked the screen before passing it over. Martin Ellis. Victoria answered on the second ring. Mr. Ellis. His voice carried the strained politeness of a man trying not to sound afraid. Miss Collins, I got something in the mail from their lawyers. My wife read some of it, but there are words in there about arbitration and dismissal. Does that mean it is already over? Victoria leaned back in her chair. Across the table, Lauren stopped moving entirely. No, Victoria said, it is not over. A pause opened on the line. She heard television noise somewhere behind him, low and domestic, someone laughing on a program that did not know it was entering a legal war. They have more lawyers than I have doctors, Martin said. Victoria closed her eyes for 1 second, then opened them to the corkboard. They do, that is true. Lauren watched her carefully. Victoria continued, they are going to make this longer than it should be. They are going to argue that the court should send pieces of the case into private proceedings. They are going to say some harm does not belong in this room. I will not pretend that is easy to fight. Martin breathed out. That sounds bad. It is serious, Victoria said. Serious is not the same as over. Another pause followed. Do you still think we can do something? Victoria looked at the motion on her desk, at Christopher's immaculate sentences trying to fold human damage back into contractual categories. Yes, she said. But I need you to understand that winning the right to be heard can become its own fight. My wife says we have been fighting to be heard since the accident. I know, Victoria said. That is why they cannot be allowed to call the silence voluntary. When the call ended, Lauren pretended to adjust a stack of exhibits so Victoria would have a moment without being observed too closely. The kindness was small enough to be deniable. Victoria returned to the opposition. Outside, the evening deepened. The office windows darkened until they reflected the room back at itself. 2 women, 1 failing printer, too many pages, and a case that had just become heavier without becoming less necessary. Lauren ordered food they would forget to eat until it was cold. Victoria revised the argument until the rhetoric disappeared and only force remained. At 11:36, she printed the first full draft. Lauren took the pages and read, standing near the radiator, one boot braced against the wall. Her face changed as she moved through the sections. Amusement disappeared first. Fatigue disappeared next. By the final page, she looked awake in the dangerous way that meant she had found a thread worth pulling. This is good, Lauren said. Victoria removed the pencil from her hair and set it on the table. Good enough to make a very expensive man irritated. Christopher Rodriguez does not strike me as easily irritated. Lauren handed back the draft. Then professionally intrigued, which is probably his version of throwing furniture. Victoria looked toward the pile marked prior disputes. Most of it was still thin, little more than hints, docket fragments, and client recollections pressed against sealed doors. Christopher's motions were designed to keep it that way. The pattern was the thing he feared, whether or not he admitted it. Somewhere inside Davis Meridian's private corridors, separate stories had been kept from recognizing one another. Tomorrow, Victoria said, we start matching prior enforcement language across every public filing we can find. Lauren's eyebrows lifted. Tomorrow is ambitious for something that is technically already today. Then today, that is worse but more honest. Victoria gathered Christopher's filings into a single stack and squared the edges until they formed a clean block. The gesture gave no comfort. It did, however, create a target. Across town, Christopher read Victoria's opposition in a hotel suite that overlooked the East River. He had removed his jacket and tie, and his shirt sleeves were folded with the same precision he brought to witness outlines. The suite was quiet except for the ventilation system and the occasional muted rush of traffic below. A room service tray sat untouched near the window, silver cover still in place. He had expected competence. He had not expected architecture. Victoria's brief did not plead for sympathy. It built a structure of its own, fastening doctrine to lived constraint, contract language to bargaining power, confidentiality to repeat invisibility. She had understood the central problem with irritating clarity. Davis Meridian's defense depended on fragmentation. Her response made fragmentation itself appear suspect. Christopher turned back to page 17. Consent cannot be evaluated solely by the presence of a signature when the practical consequence of refusal is economic exclusion, and when the promised remedy is available in theory but obstructed in practice. He read the sentence once, then again. On the table beside him lay his own notes for the next phase of discovery containment. Prior claims would need to remain isolated. Project categories could not be allowed to merge. Confidential arbitration histories required stricter protection than Meredith's team had first proposed. Any requests seeking enforcement patterns should be forced through narrow date ranges, named claimants, and specific contract families. No fishing expeditions. No moral panoramas, no bridges between rooms that had been built apart. Christopher picked up his pen and wrote in the margin of Victoria's brief, "Collins understands structure." He sat back, not displeased. Respect in litigation was not a courtesy, it was a warning system. After a moment, he pulled a clean legal pad toward him and began drafting the discovery strategy that would meet her where she was strongest. By morning, Victoria Collins would find another wall waiting, taller than the first and polished enough to reflect her own argument back at her. Outside the glass, the river carried the city's lights in broken pieces, each reflection separate from the next until distance made them look connected. Chapter 7. Lauren Cook found the first missing case at 1:17 in the morning, hiding in a docket entry so dull it might as well have worn camouflage. The office had passed through several stages of night by then. At 9, it had been merely quiet, the building settling around the last stubborn attorneys and the occasional elevator cough. At 11, the air conditioning had become theatrical, sighing through the vents as if it disapproved of unpaid overtime. By 1, the whole suite belonged to Lauren, 3 cold coffees, 2 dying highlighters, and a battlefield of printed docket sheets that had begun to creep from her desk onto the floor. She leaned closer to the monitor, squinting at the state court database with the offended concentration of a woman who had once loved mysteries, before discovering that real mysteries came with corrupted PDFs and filing fees. "Do not be coy with me, New Jersey Civil Index," she muttered, tapping the screen with one blunt-cut fingernail. "I know what flirting looks like, and this is obstruction." The case caption looked harmless enough. Hernandez v. Eastborough Renewal Partners LLC. A tenant relocation dispute, filed 3 years earlier in connection with a mixed-use redevelopment project outside Newark. Eastborough Renewal did not mention Davis Meridian in its name, which was the point of subsidiaries. They arrived at the party wearing borrowed coats and speaking through registered agents. Lauren had found Eastborough through an old municipal finance disclosure that listed Davis Meridian as the managing development partner. That document had been attached to a planning board packet, which had been scanned sideways, mislabeled as traffic appendix, and uploaded to a county website apparently designed during the Bronze Age of public records access. She respected the audacity. The public docket showed a complaint, then a motion to compel arbitration, then a brief procedural order, then nothing. No settlement notice, no dismissal stipulation available for viewing, no subsequent filings. The case had walked into the courthouse, met the clause at the door, and vanished into a room with no windows. Lauren pulled the printed docket from the machine tray, though she had printed it twice already. Some discoveries needed paper. Paper made absence look less theoretical. She circled the procedural order in red, compelled pursuant to private dispute resolution provision. She made a sound low in her throat, somewhere between triumph and indigestion. "Found you." The office printer answered with a groan because it had been drafted into service against its will. Another docket emerged, warm and faintly curled. Lauren slid across the carpet in her socks, grabbed it, and carried it back beneath the desk lamp, where sticky notes bloomed around her laptop in violent shades of pink, yellow, and green. The second matter involved a small masonry subcontractor in Baltimore. The caption was Peterson Brick and Stone v. Harborline Civic Ventures. Harborline had been a Davis Meridian project vehicle for a hospital expansion and adjacent transit plaza, according to a bond prospectus Lauren had unearthed from an investor relations archive. The complaint alleged withheld payments after change orders tied to safety remediation. The docket recorded an answer, a motion to compel arbitration, a protective order, and then the same peculiar drop into procedural fog. The third matter came from Philadelphia. A subcontracted electrical worker had filed a claim after a fall at a construction site connected to a Davis Meridian University housing project. The case never reached substantive discovery. The motion practice looked different at first, personal injury rather than contract enforcement, but one exhibit reference caught Lauren's attention. Integrated Dispute Management Provision, Section 18.4. She clicked the linked attachment and received an error message in gray bureaucratic font, document unavailable for remote access. Lauren sat back and stared at it with admiration. That is adorable, she said. You think you are a locked door. She opened a separate database, searched by the exact phrase, then by half the phrase, then by integrated dispute, then by management provision, then by a version without quotation marks because sometimes courts behaved like nervous raccoons when confronted with punctuation. By 1:42, she found a partial brief from an unrelated contractor dispute in Hartford. The clause language was not identical, but the skeleton was unmistakable. Mandatory arbitration, confidentiality, shortened notice requirements, fee exposure for unsuccessful claimants, restrictions on collective proceedings. And a carve-out allowing Davis Meridian affiliates to seek emergency injunctive relief in court. Different city, different project, different injured party, same expensive trapdoor. Lauren stood, stretched her arms above her head, and listened to her spine object in several jurisdictions. On the wall beside Victoria's office, the case calendar had been rewritten so many times that the dry erase ink had formed ghosts under the newer deadlines. Christopher Rodriguez's filings had added a fresh layer of pressure: motion to compel arbitration, motion to dismiss for lack of standing, motion to strike allegations of pattern and practice, motion for protective order limiting discovery to named plaintiffs and directly executed agreements. Lauren had read them all earlier, though read felt too generous for the experience. Christopher's prose was so clean it practically wore gloves while picking pockets. She returned to the desk and opened a spreadsheet she had named Clause Creature, XLSX, because she believed every monster deserved a file label. The columns were still crude, but they were beginning to breathe. Caption: Jurisdiction, Project, Davis Meridian Entity, Claimant Type. Clause Language, Procedural Motion. Outcome, Public Statement Overlap, Missing Records. She entered Hernandez, then Peterson Brick and Stone, then the Philadelphia Worker, then Hartford. She added a separate tab for probable affiliates and another for press statements, because if the legal records kept disappearing after arbitration motions, perhaps the public relations materials had left footprints in the snow. Her next search took her into local news archives. Davis Meridian loved ribbon cuttings. Its subsidiaries might hide in LLC thickets, but its executives enjoyed smiling beside mayors, hospital presidents, nonprofit directors, and children holding ceremonial shovels too large for their hands. Lauren opened articles in separate tabs until her browser looked like a paper fan. New mixed-use community anchors affordable growth. Hospital expansion expected to create hundreds of local jobs. Developer pledges relocation assistance for residents. Public-private partnership advances equitable transit district. The language made her teeth feel polished. She cross-referenced dates, filings, press releases, and project names. At 2:06, the pattern sharpened enough that fatigue dropped out of her body. She was no longer tired. She was hunting. Hernandez had been compelled to arbitration 5 days before Davis Meridian released a statement celebrating its resident-first relocation framework in Eastboro. Peterson Brick and Stone had accepted private dispute resolution 2 weeks before the hospital expansion's ceremonial beam signing. The Philadelphia Workers' claim had disappeared from public view. During the same month, Davis Meridian announced a safety partnership with 2 community colleges. Lauren wrote the dates on separate sticky notes and arranged them in a line across her desk. The pattern was not proof yet. It was a constellation viewed through city haze. Still, every point was there, faint and deliberate, asking to be connected. She checked the time, grimaced, and picked up her phone. Victoria answered on the second ring. "I am not asleep," Victoria said without greeting. Lauren smiled despite herself. "That is either convenient or medically alarming." "I am reading Rodriguez's motion to limit discovery for the 3rd time," Victoria said. Paper shifted on the other end, crisp and controlled. "I was hoping repetition might make it less insulting. That rarely works with men or motions." A pause followed, filled by the faint hum of Victoria's apartment refrigerator or office lamp. Lauren could picture her exactly, hair drawn back, glasses low on her nose, one hand marking a margin with surgical force. Victoria never slouched into exhaustion. She negotiated with it from a position of superior posture. "What did you find?" Victoria asked. Lauren looked at the sticky notes, the spreadsheet, and the docket pages spread around her like evidence from a very dull crime scene. "I found a breadcrumb trail," she said, "except the breadcrumbs have NDAs and better shoes." Victoria's voice changed by a degree. How many? 4 strong enough to deserve immediate attention, Lauren said. Possibly 7 more if we can untangle affiliates without committing identity fraud or making a blood offering to the Secretary of State. Project types: redevelopment, hospital expansion, university housing, transit-adjacent commercial construction, Lauren said. Tenants, small contractors, injured subcontractors. They do not look related until the same clause or its corporate cousin walks in and the courthouse lights go out. Victoria did not answer immediately. Lauren knew that quiet. It was not hesitation. It was Victoria building the courtroom in her head. Send me everything, Victoria said, already packaged in a folder called Absolutely Not a Fishing Expedition. Lauren. Fine, I will rename it something boring before production. Do not rename it yet, Victoria said. Come in. Lauren glanced around the office where she had technically never left. I have been in, she said. I have achieved legal mineral status. I am coming there, Victoria said. Lauren turned toward the windows. Beyond the glass, Queens and Manhattan were reduced to scattered lights. A city pretending distance could soften what happened inside it. It is after 2, Lauren said. It was after 2 when Davis Meridian decided private procedure could swallow public harm. That sounded handsome in your head, didn't it? It sounded admissible, Victoria said and ended the call. By 2:39, Victoria arrived carrying a canvas tote heavy enough to qualify as a litigation strategy. Her coat was buttoned wrong at the middle, the only visible concession to the hour. She corrected it while crossing the reception area, then stopped at Lauren's desk as her eyes moved over the paper field. For once, she did not immediately speak. Lauren handed her the Hernandez docket. Victoria read the first page, then the procedural order, then the dates Lauren had flagged. She took a green sticky note and placed it beside the motion to compel arbitration. Davis Meridian affiliate confirmed, she asked. Municipal finance disclosure, Lauren said, passing another document. Managing development partner, though the contracting entity was dressed for witness protection. Victoria accepted the page and scanned it. Her expression remained composed, but her thumb pressed once into the corner hard enough to crease it. Next, she said, they worked for an hour without sitting in proper chairs. The conference table became impossible within minutes, so they moved to the wall outside Victoria's office, taping papers in rows while the old building breathed around them. The printer coughed up more exhibits. The coffee maker produced something that smelled like burnt strategy. Lauren found a roll of blue painter's tape in the supply closet and declared it the firm's most competent associate. They arranged the board by project, then by date, then by claimant type. Each matter received its own cluster: public docket, corporate affiliate trail, clause excerpt or reference, procedural outcome, and public-facing Davis Meridian statement. The physical board made the pattern less deniable. It also made the office feel smaller, as though the walls were being crowded by people who had been told their disputes belonged elsewhere. Victoria stood with her arms folded, studying the spread. It is broader than catastrophic risk, she said. Lauren nodded. And broader than sophisticated commercial counterparties. Workers, tenants, subcontractors, relocation claimants, Victoria said. Community-facing projects, which makes the narrow risk management story look like a tuxedo on a sinkhole. Victoria's mouth moved toward a smile, then retreated because the board would not allow it. She stepped closer to the Hartford excerpt and traced the clause language without touching the paper. Mandatory arbitration, confidentiality, fee exposure, shortened notice. Remedy limitations, collective action waiver. Do not forget the emergency court access carve-out for the company, Lauren said. The rich man's dog door. Victoria gave her a look. It is accurate, Lauren said. It is vivid. I contain multitudes and several searchable databases. Victoria turned back to the wall. Rodriguez's position is that we are trying to transform individual contract disputes into a moral referendum. He wants the court to see any prior enforcement as irrelevant unless it matches our named plaintiffs perfectly. And now we can show the same mechanism appearing across different people who all lost access to public adjudication. Not lost, Victoria said, diverted. Lauren watched the correction land inside Victoria before it became strategy. That was one of the reasons she trusted her. Victoria did not use language as decoration. She used it as scaffolding, and if one beam was wrong, the whole argument had to be rebuilt. Diverted, Lauren agreed. The public claim appears, the clause activates, the matter leaves the visible record, and Davis Meridian keeps selling the project as benevolent civic magic. Victoria moved to the whiteboard and uncapped a marker. prior enforcement discovery, she said. Lauren sat on the edge of the table. Rodriguez will say fishing expedition. Then we show the pond. Victoria wrote with quick, precise strokes. Targeted discovery, prior enforcement of clause across Davis Meridian projects. Below it, she added, relevant to procedural unconscionability, substantive unconscionability, knowledge, intent, course of dealing, public policy, and practical effect. Lauren tilted her head. That is either a discovery request or a spell to summon a very angry judge. It needs to be narrower than what we want and broader than what they can tolerate, Victoria said. We ask for enforcement histories tied to the disputed clause and materially similar provisions across community redevelopment, construction, tenant relocation, and subcontractor agreements for a defined period. You are going to make Christopher Rodriguez's tailored socks burst into flame. He will survive, Victoria said. Men like him always keep extra socks. Lauren looked back at the board, where Thomas Davis's name appeared on one yellow note near an older clause version pulled from the Davis Meridian archive. She had placed it there because facts belonged where facts belonged, even when they made her best friend's face difficult to read. Victoria noticed the note eventually. Of course she did. Her gaze settled on the name and the room subtly altered. Lauren spoke carefully. His name appears in the early versions. I know, the later versions look more aggressive, Lauren said, at least from what we can see. Victoria reached for the marker cap but did not put it on. That does not cleanse the original. I did not say cleanse, it began somewhere. Yes, Lauren said, and then it appears to have grown teeth in multiple departments. Victoria looked at her then, and Lauren saw the old anger move beneath the professional surface. It did not flare. It gathered, disciplined and dangerous, like a storm deciding whether the coast had earned warning. Thomas Davis built the door, Victoria said. The fact that other people learned to lock it does not make him incidental. No, Lauren said, it may make him useful. Victoria turned fully toward her. Lauren lifted both hands. Legally useful before you send that look across the room to depose me. He is not our witness, not yet. Lauren, I am saying his name sits at an interesting intersection, Lauren said. Original architecture, later modifications, current discomfort, and a company that would prefer he remain decorative marble. Victoria put the cap on the marker with deliberate care. You are speculating. I am pattern adjacent. You are meddling. I have always considered that part of my compensation package. Victoria looked away first, which told Lauren more than argument would have. The case had begun as a clean fight, or as clean as any fight against a multi-billion-dollar company could be. Davis Meridian had harmed people. Victoria would prove how. Thomas Davis had drafted the clause. Victoria would make that fact matter. Then he had appeared in courthouse corridors and conference rooms looking less like triumph and more like a man trapped inside his own blueprint. Lauren did not trust him. She was not auditioning for foolishness. But she had spent enough years around records to know when a document had been revised by hands that were not the original authors. Systems had appetites. They ate intent first. Victoria returned to the board. This does not soften anything, she said. No, Lauren said. It complicates everything. The sentence remained between them, not dramatic enough to be denied and not gentle enough to comfort. Victoria picked up the Hernandez claimant statement. It was only 3 pages, attached to a legal aid intake memo rather than a court filing. The tenant, Angela Morales, had written in careful block letters about being told arbitration would be faster, cheaper, and less stressful than court. She had described receiving a packet she did not understand, missing work to attend preliminary conferences, and learning that the filing fees alone would require money she had set aside for a security deposit. By the end, she had stopped answering calls from the arbitration administrator because each envelope felt like a bill arriving in costume. Victoria read one paragraph twice. Lauren knew better than to interrupt. The phrase was underlined in the statement, probably by the legal aid lawyer who had scanned it years earlier. They told me I agreed to the process. Victoria's hand lowered with the page. For a moment, the office receded around her. She did not need to say her father's name for Lauren to hear it. Daniel Collins lived in certain rooms without appearing in them. In the way Victoria read injury records, in the way she distrusted cheerful settlement language, in the way she hated the word agreement when power had done all the talking. Lauren slid off the table and crossed to her. V, she said softly. We can use it. Victoria blinked once and whatever had opened behind her eyes closed behind a clean professional latch. We can use the pattern, she said, not her pain as ornament. I meant the pattern, I know. Victoria placed the statement beneath Hernandez and taped it there with two precise strips. Absence can become evidence, she said, if the same kind of disappearance keeps happening in the same place. Lauren felt the old thrill rise again, bright and dangerous enough to cut through the hour. So we build the argument from the negative space. We build it from what they forced out of view, Victoria said. Procedural diversion, confidential outcomes, repeated clause enforcement. Public statements inconsistent with private mechanisms. And we ask why a company so proud of its civic commitments requires the people affected by those commitments to proceed alone, privately, and expensively. Lauren reached for her laptop. I love when you get terrifying before breakfast. It is not breakfast. At this hour, all meals are theoretical. They spent the next 40 minutes drafting the skeleton of the discovery motion. Victoria dictated the legal theory while Lauren found citations and added factual anchors. The request would not demand every dispute in Davis Meridian's history. It would seek prior enforcement of materially similar dispute resolution provisions across defined categories of contracts and projects, tied to the company's own claim that the clause was narrow, fair, and administratively efficient. Christopher would still object. He would call it overbroad, burdensome, prejudicial, invasive of confidential settlements, irrelevant to named plaintiffs, and designed to embarrass the company. Victoria anticipated each argument and began building the response before he made it. Confidentiality, she wrote, cannot be used as both shield and eraser. Lauren leaned over her shoulder. That one deserves better coffee. It deserves admissibility. It can have both. Victoria ignored that and continued typing. At 4:03, Lauren's search alert chimed. Both women looked at the laptop. The alert came from a local archive query Lauren had set before Victoria arrived. Davis Meridian Affordable Housing Press Release Eastboro Arbitration Relocation Complaint. Lauren opened it. A PDF loaded slowly, line by line, as though the internet itself was reluctant to become involved. It was a Davis Meridian press release dated 3 years earlier, celebrating the Eastboro Renewal Project's affordable housing commitments, resident assistance grants, and partnership with community organizations. There was a photograph at the top showing Benjamin Adams beside local officials, all of them smiling beneath a banner that read Building HOMES, Building Trust. Lauren's eyes dropped to the date. Then she looked at the Hernandez docket taped to the wall. Victoria was already moving. She pulled the docket down, laid it beside the press release, and compared the dates. The arbitration order in Hernandez had been entered 4 days before the press release. 4 days after a tenant relocation dispute had been pushed out of court, Davis Meridian had told the public it was protecting residents. Lauren felt her skin prickle. That is unfortunate, she said. Victoria did not smile. That is intentional. We cannot prove that yet. No, Victoria said, but now we know where to look. Lauren printed the release. The machine complained again, grinding through the glossy language in black and white indignity. When the page emerged, Victoria took it before the tray settled. She taped it beside Hernandez. The board changed. Until then, the pattern had shown a legal machine operating across disconnected disputes. Now another layer appeared, public virtue timed close to private containment. The clause was not merely a legal shield. It might be part of a reputational system, a way of ensuring that harm never interrupted the story Davis Meridian told about itself. Victoria stepped back until her shoulders nearly touched the opposite wall. Lauren watched her read the board from left to right, then again from top to bottom. The city outside had begun to pale at the edges, not dawn yet, but the first thinning of night over Manhattan's glass and stone. Inside the office, the fluorescent lights made every page look harsher than it had before. They are not only avoiding liability, Victoria said. Lauren closed the laptop slowly. Victoria's voice remained even, but Lauren heard the blade enter it. They are protecting the image. The words made the cramped office feel suddenly connected to every marble lobby, gala ballroom, investor call, and philanthropic video Davis Meridian had ever polished for public consumption. The law had been one corridor. The story was another. Somewhere inside the company, those corridors met. Lauren looked at the press release again, at the slogan above the smiling faces, building homes, building trust. She took a red marker and drew one careful line connecting the arbitration order to the press release date. Then she handed the marker to Victoria. Victoria drew the next line herself. Chapter 8. By the time Victoria capped the marker, Sophia Henderson had already turned the same dates into a different kind of map. On the 42nd floor of Davis Meridian's headquarters, 3 elevators away from the legal department and 1 locked corridor from Benjamin Adams's office, Sophia stood before a wall of screens that made public opinion look almost scientific. Headlines moved in neat columns, market commentary refreshed in blue-gray flashes. Investor notes waited in a secured folder beside clips from morning business programs, neighborhood blogs, municipal development forums, and social media threads that bred outrage with the speed of damp heat. She wore ivory silk beneath a black jacket, the kind of contrast that made people remember her as calm before they remembered what she had said. Her hair was pinned low, not severely, but with enough intention to suggest that even loose strands required approval. On the glass table before her sat 3 phones, a tablet, a marked-up litigation memo, and a sheet of draft language so polished it almost reflected light. Sophia believed every crisis had a temperature, and Davis Meridian's was rising fast enough to fog the glass. The phrase contract clause had no heat by itself. It sounded technical, bloodless, safe. The phrase injured workers forced into private proceedings could ignite in the hands of the right reporter. Displaced tenants silenced by confidential arbitration was worse. Billion-dollar developer used legal machinery to bury claims had the kind of appetite that made editors forget lunch. She touched the screen and enlarged a short piece from a civic accountability newsletter. The article did not name every claimant. It did not have the sealed materials. It did, however, have enough fragments to be irritating: prior disputes, redevelopment projects, arbitration orders, a question about whether Davis Meridian's community promises matched its private enforcement practices. The writer had not yet found the shape of the thing, but Sophia saw the outline forming in the negative space. That was always where danger began, not in the accusation, but in the invitation to look closer. Her assistant, a pale, over-caffeinated man named Elias, waited near the table with a stack of clipped coverage and the terrified stillness of someone trying not to interrupt a surgeon. Investor Relations wants language by 9, Elias said. The hospital's coalition asked whether they should hold comment. The Queen's redevelopment partner is nervous because the local segment keeps using footage from their ribbon cutting. Sophia did not look away from the screen. Tell Investor Relations they will have language by 8:40, she said. Tell the hospital's coalition to say Davis Meridian has been an indispensable partner in expanding access to care. Tell Queens to say nothing until I give them something less nervous to sound like. Elias wrote quickly, should we mention the plaintiffs? Not as plaintiffs, Sophia said. His pen paused. Sophia finally looked at him. People sympathize with plaintiffs. People argue with lawyers. That distinction is older than television. She lifted the draft statement and read the first paragraph again, not for meaning, but for weight. Davis Meridian Group remains committed to building infrastructure, housing, and civic partnerships that serve communities across the country. Recent litigation seeks to mischaracterize standard dispute resolution provisions that support efficient project delivery and protect thousands of workers, tenants, contractors, investors, and public partners from uncertainty. Efficient project delivery. Standard provisions. Protect, there it was, the velvet rope around the abyss. At 9, Benjamin arrived with 2 members of the executive team and the faint scent of expensive coffee clinging to his coat. He had the neat, practiced face of a man who had slept poorly in sheets no one would pity. Behind him came Thomas Davis, quiet in charcoal, his expression reserved enough to be mistaken for indifference by anyone who had not learned that his silence often carried more information than other men's speeches. Sophia noticed Thomas first because he noticed everything else. His gaze moved from the media dashboard to the donor list, then to the phrase bank arranged by intensity, mild concern, strong confidence, civic impact, litigation distraction. He read the room the way Christopher Rodriguez read a pleading, except Thomas seemed less interested in victory than in whatever had been omitted to make victory possible. Benjamin took the chair at the head of the glass table. Tell me we have something stable, he said. Sophia placed the draft packet before him. We have a frame, a favorable one, a survivable one, she said. Favorable comes after repetition. Benjamin gave her a tired smile. That is why you are here. Sophia tapped the first page with one manicured finger. The lawsuit cannot become a moral symbol, she said. If the public hears injured workers, displaced tenants, sealed settlements, and confidentiality provisions in the same breath, Davis Meridian becomes the villain in a story everyone already knows how to tell. The frame must be different before that story hardens. Thomas remained standing near the windows. The city behind him looked lacquered and indifferent. "What frame do you recommend?" Benjamin asked. Sophia advanced the presentation. The first slide showed a construction worker in a hard hat beside a hospital rendering. The second showed a transit platform flooded with clean white light. The third showed children painting a community mural beneath a Davis Meridian grant banner. "Civic progress under attack," Sophia said, "not a company avoiding scrutiny, not claimants being silenced. A major infrastructure and development partner facing aggressive litigation that could jeopardize projects, jobs, housing commitments, hospital expansion, and community investment." One executive nodded immediately, relieved by the furniture of familiar words. Benjamin leaned back, his fingers interlaced across his waist. "That stabilizes investors. It stabilizes partners," Sophia said. "It reassures public officials. It gives beneficiaries language they can repeat without feeling implicated in the litigation. Most importantly, it shifts the emotional cost. If Victoria Collins wants to escalate, she must explain why her lawsuit will not endanger the very communities she claims to defend." Thomas turned slightly from the window. "That assumes the communities are being protected by silence," he said. The room held still, but professionally, as though stillness had been scheduled. Sophia looked at him with interest rather than surprise. Thomas had the rare habit of making objections sound like observations, which made them more difficult to dismiss without seeming careless. "It assumes the public conversation must be kept accurate enough to survive scrutiny and simple enough to travel," she said. "Accurate enough," Thomas repeated. Benjamin shifted, not impatiently, but with the unease of a man hearing machinery scrape. Sophia folded her hands. "We can express concern for anyone involved without validating the premise of the lawsuit." "Concern for the claimants should not be a decorative clause," Thomas said. Benjamin exhaled through his nose. "No one is suggesting we attack injured people. That is not the only way to erase them," Thomas said. Sophia watched Benjamin absorb the line and dislike needing to understand it. She admired Thomas's precision, although admiration was not especially useful when it complicated the assignment. He had become, somewhere between the first filing and the latest coverage, less predictable than a founding shareholder should be. Benjamin set the packet down. "We are not rearranging reality. We are preventing a litigation theory from swallowing every project this company has built." Sophia did not correct him. He was asking her to do exactly what he had denied, but executives rarely paid for blunt names when elegant ones were available. "The statement will include respect for the legal process," she said. "It will include confidence in Davis Meridian's practices. It will highlight community investment, job creation, affordable housing pledges, hospitals, transit, and green development. It will not mention the clause by name unless we are forced." Thomas's attention sharpened. "No mention at all? Mentioning it invites explanation," Sophia said. "Explanation invites comparison. Comparison invites someone like Ms. Collins to put a human face beside a legal sentence." "She already has human faces," Thomas said. "Then we should avoid giving her a better stage," Sophia replied. Benjamin looked between them and made his decision with the weary decisiveness of institutional survival. "Proceed," he said. "I want board members briefed before noon and project partners insulated before close of business." Sophia nodded. "They will have language before they have fear." Thomas left the room after Benjamin, but Sophia remained at the table long enough to mark one private note beside his name. "Moral accuracy risk. Personal attention unclear." She did not underline it. Underlining was for people who needed drama to remember danger. Across town, Victoria saw the first business article at 11:36 while standing beside a copier that had chosen that morning to sound consumptive. The headline was not vulgar. Vulgarity would have been easier to fight. "Davis Meridian faces aggressive litigation amid major urban development commitments." Beneath it, the article described a plaintiff's challenge to standard dispute resolution provisions and quoted an unnamed market analyst warning that prolonged litigation could affect timelines for hospital modernization and affordable housing partnerships. Victoria read the piece once without moving. Lauren read it over her shoulder and made a noise that belonged somewhere between disgust and admiration. "They put a hard hat on a gag order," Lauren said. Victoria scrolled lower. A Davis Meridian spokesperson emphasized the company's long-standing commitment to communities, efficient project delivery, and fair processes that avoid unnecessary litigation costs. A city development consultant called the lawsuit concerning because uncertainty harms everyone involved in building the future. Building the future, Lauren said. Apparently the future has mandatory arbitration and excellent lighting. Victoria passed her the phone and returned to the copier, where Christopher's latest letter waited in the tray like an expensive threat. Around the office, the day continued with humiliating normalcy. Phones rang. Someone argued with a clerk about a filing fee. A client waited in reception with a paper cup of coffee gone cold. The radiator knocked inside the wall as though a trapped thing had found a spoon. Victoria had expected Davis Meridian to defend itself. She had expected Christopher to turn procedure into barricades. She had not expected the speed with which the company could make injured people sound like a public inconvenience. Lauren leaned against the filing cabinet. "We need to answer this. We need to win discovery," Victoria said. "We can do both, not carelessly." Lauren's expression softened, not with agreement, but with recognition of the calculation beneath Victoria's restraint. "They are making your clients look like threats to playgrounds and hospital beds. I know what they are doing." Lauren held up the phone. "They are doing it well." Victoria looked toward reception, where Martin Ellis sat with his hands folded over the head of his cane. His right boot was scuffed white along the side, and his face carried the pale patience of someone accustomed to waiting in places where no one hurried for him. "They want us to sound angry," Victoria said. "They want a quote they can hang around our necks." Christopher would have it in a filing by tomorrow morning, arguing that we are using discovery to feed a public campaign. Lauren's mouth tightened around words she did not say immediately. "That does not make silence harmless," she said. "No," Victoria said, "it makes silence expensive." She walked into the small conference room where Martin waited with Angela Romero and a subcontractor named Paul Harris, whose father's masonry business had nearly buckled beneath Davis Meridian's delay tactics. Lauren followed with the article still open on the phone, although she turned the screen downward before entering. Victoria did not sit at the head of the table. She took the chair closest to Martin, close enough that he would not need to raise his voice. "You may see coverage today," she said. "Some of it will suggest this case threatens projects and public benefits. Some of it may imply that your claims are opportunistic or disruptive." Angela gave a short laugh without humor. "We are disruptive now." "You are inconvenient," Victoria said. "That is different and it is more honest." Paul rubbed his thumb over a crack in the conference table veneer. "My father still will not open the mail unless I am there. He thinks another legal envelope means another bill he cannot understand." Martin looked down at his cane. "Are we losing?" Victoria could have offered reassurance soft enough to dissolve on contact. Instead, she gave him the kind of truth that had weight. "No," she said, "but the fight is moving into public perception now. That means Davis Meridian will try to make accountability sound dangerous for everyone else." Angela's eyes flicked toward the dark screen of Lauren's phone. "Can they do that?" "They can try," Victoria said. "They have money, relationships, and language designed to sound civic instead of defensive. We have facts, discipline, and the right to ask why private processes keep swallowing public harm." Martin breathed in slowly. Pain crossed his face in a small, practiced shadow. "I do not want to be on television," he said. "You will not be pushed there by me," Victoria said. "Your story belongs to you before it belongs to any case." Lauren looked down at her notes, but not before Victoria saw the quick brightness in her eyes. It passed quickly because Lauren Cook had survived courthouse work by never letting sentiment occupy a chair for long. After the clients left, Lauren closed the conference room door and placed both palms on the back of a chair. "That was good," she said. "It was also infuriating, which seems to be our brand." Victoria gathered the papers into a stack, filed the discovery motion. Lauren lifted her eyebrows. Now, Victoria said. "If they want to discuss civic progress, we will ask how many people were required to be quiet around it." The motion had been half-drafted before sunrise, built from Lauren's pattern board and Christopher's predictable objections. Victoria revised it with the steadiness of someone threading a needle during a storm. She did not write for cameras. She wrote for a judge who would resist drama but might respect structure. Plaintiffs seek narrowly tailored discovery concerning Davis Meridian's prior enforcement of the disputed provision across categories of project participants, including workers, tenants, subcontractors, and relocation claimants. Such evidence bears directly on whether the provision functions in practice as a fair dispute resolution mechanism or as an instrument of procedural isolation. She removed one adjective. She strengthened one citation. She replaced silencing with confidentiality mechanisms because Christopher would attack the former and have to answer the latter. Lauren watched from the opposite side of the desk, eating pretzels with the grim formality of someone fueling a siege. "You know they will call this fishing," Lauren said. "They can call it fishing," Victoria said. "I am asking for the map of the lake." Outside the office, the afternoon thickened. By 3 o'clock, a local television segment had aired footage of Davis Meridian volunteers repainting a community center. The anchor mentioned the lawsuit in the same breath as project delays, then turned to a former municipal official who spoke gravely about the real-world consequences of litigation uncertainty. Lauren replayed the clip twice before Victoria told her to stop feeding the beast. "They found 3 nonprofit directors, 2 development partners, and a man with a ribbon-cutting addiction," Lauren said. "That is impressive villain logistics." "They are not all villains," Victoria said. Lauren glanced up. Victoria kept reading. "Some of those clinics were built. Some of those apartments are real. Some of those grants mattered. That makes it worse." "Yes," Victoria said. "That is why it works. The admission did not soften anything. It sharpened the trap." Davis Meridian had done visible good, and visible good was not a lie simply because private harm existed beside it. That was the genius of the narrative. It did not need to invent virtue. It only needed to arrange virtue in front of consequence until the public saw one and forgot to ask about the other. At Davis Meridian, Sophia orchestrated the arrangement with the focus of a conductor who knew which instruments could lie in tune. She called a hospital foundation director and never used the word lawsuit until he did. She sent revised language to a transit advocacy group, removing one phrase that sounded too rehearsed. She approved a quote from a housing nonprofit because its gratitude was sincere enough to survive scrutiny. She rejected a more aggressive statement from a contractor association because it sounded purchased, and purchased loyalty was useful only when it did not crinkle in public. By late afternoon, the company's message had replicated across polite channels. Davis Meridian builds. Davis Meridian partners. Davis Meridian creates jobs. Davis Meridian supports communities. Litigation threatens uncertainty. Responsible dispute resolution protects progress. Sophia watched the phrases move from statement to article to post to investor note. She did not smile. Satisfaction made people sloppy. At 5:12, her monitor showed a new filing notice. Collins had filed. Sophia opened the document expecting heat and found architecture. The motion did not answer the press cycle directly. It did not accuse Davis Meridian of hypocrisy in language built for cable panels. It laid dates beside project categories. It requested enforcement histories. It asked for communications about the clause's use across redevelopment matters, relocation claims, subcontractor disputes, and injury-related proceedings. It linked Davis Meridian's public commitments to the private mechanisms that determined who could challenge those commitments when something went wrong. Sophia read the introduction twice. The danger was not outrage. Outrage burned quickly and left useful ash. The danger was discipline. She carried the filing to Benjamin's office without asking whether he had 5 minutes. Powerful men appreciated gatekeeping until the gate was on fire. Benjamin stood near his desk, jacket off, phone pressed to his ear. He ended the call when he saw her face. "What happened?" Collins filed her discovery motion. Sophia said, "That was expected. The quality was not." He took the document. "Christopher will oppose." "Of course," she said. But this motion connects the legal theory to the public narrative without looking like a public response. She is not chasing the coverage. She is building a bridge underneath it. Benjamin scanned the first page, then the second. His thumb stopped on a paragraph citing prior sealed or diverted disputes. "How much of this can she get?" "That is Christopher's question," Sophia said. "My question is what happens if she gets even a little." Benjamin looked toward the windows, where evening had begun to gather around the buildings. "We have nothing to hide. That changes the fundamentals." Sophia almost admired the sentence. It had the clean resilience of a slogan no one should test with documents. "The fundamentals are not what frighten me," she said. "The pattern is." Benjamin's eyes returned to her. She continued carefully. "Our message depends on separation. Good works here, litigation there, community investment here, contract enforcement there. If discovery allows her to put those items on the same timeline, the campaign becomes brittle." "Brittle," Benjamin said. "It can still look strong," Sophia said, "until someone taps the right place." For a moment, neither spoke. Behind Benjamin, a framed photograph showed him at a hospital groundbreaking. one hand on a ceremonial shovel, Thomas beside him, both younger and less guarded. Sophia wondered whether men noticed when their own portraits became evidence against them. Benjamin set the motion down. Where is Thomas? In his office, I assume. Does he know? Sophia chose honesty because it would cost less than concealment later. He is probably reading it now. Benjamin's expression altered by a few degrees, too controlled to be fear and too specific to be annoyance. Keep the message moving, he said. Do not let this become the story. Sophia took the document back. It may already be trying to become one. Thomas read the motion alone in his office while the city arranged itself into evening gold beneath him. He had ignored the first 2 calls from Benjamin and answered the third only long enough to say that he was reviewing the filing. Now the printed pages sat on his desk beside Sophia's public statement, and the contrast between them felt indecent. Sophia's language made Davis Meridian sound like a civic organism, all arteries and growth. Victoria's motion made it sound like a machine with concealed gears. Neither was entirely false. That was what made the room feel airless. He paused over a passage describing confidentiality as a mechanism that prevented similarly situated claimants from identifying repeated allegations across projects. He knew the argument before she completed it. He had once made the opposite argument with devastating confidence. Confidentiality protected reputations, reduced copycat claims, preserved business relationships, encouraged efficient resolution. He had believed that at least enough to write it beautifully. Now Victoria had turned the sentence around and shown him the locked door on the other side. His phone buzzed with a message from Sophia. Media holding, filing may complicate, Benjamin concerned. Thomas looked at the words until the screen dimmed. He imagined Victoria in her smaller office, not performing outrage, not wasting powder on the morning's distortion, but answering with emotion so narrow it could pass through a judge's impatience and so dangerous it could open a wall. He had expected force from her. He had not expected restraint to feel more threatening. On Sophia's screens, Davis Meridian released the video at 6 o'clock. It opened with drone footage of a green-roofed housing complex catching sunset like a promise. Children crossed a newly paved courtyard beneath young trees. A nurse in blue scrubs smiled in front of a hospital wing Davis Meridian had helped finance. A transit platform filled with commuters beneath clean signage and public art. Benjamin appeared only briefly, which Sophia had advised, his voice carrying over images of workers, families, brick, glass, ribbon, skyline. We build where communities dream forward. Sophia had disliked the line at first. It was too soft, too susceptible to mockery from the wrong columnist. Then she tested it against the footage and allowed it to live. Sentiment, properly rationed, could carry steel through a crowd. The video moved through partner testimonials and grant recipients. It did not mention Victoria Collins. It did not mention arbitration. It did not mention Martin Ellis sitting in a queen's apartment with a leg that still punished him for bad weather and unpaid therapy. At almost the same hour, Victoria sat beside Martin in a clinic waiting room that smelled of disinfectant, wet wool, and vending machine coffee. He had asked her to review a benefits-related form after their office meeting, apologizing twice for the inconvenience. She had come because the form mattered, and because the day had made abstraction feel poisonous. The television mounted in the corner showed the Davis Meridian video without sound. Captions rolled beneath gleaming images of community investment. A small Davis Meridian logo hovered in the lower corner, tasteful and serene. Martin did not notice at first. He was trying to understand whether a physical therapy extension required one signature or two. His fingers moved slowly over the paper, as if the wrong line might charge him money. Victoria looked from the screen to his swollen ankle, braced beneath the chair with a stiffness he tried to hide. The 2 versions of Davis Meridian occupied the room at once. One had aerial footage, licensed music, and children laughing beneath new trees. The other sat under fluorescent lights with a man calculating whether recovery was still affordable. Her phone vibrated. Lauren had sent a message containing only 3 words. They answered beautifully. Victoria glanced again at the silent video. Benjamin's face appeared, earnest and measured, above a caption about responsible stewardship. Then the screen cut to a hospital corridor bright enough to make suffering look solved. She typed back with her thumb, so did we. Martin looked up from the form. Is something wrong? Victoria locked the phone and gave him her full attention. No, she said. This line needs your initials and this one needs the provider's signature. Outside, evening settled against the clinic windows, turning the glass dark enough to reflect the waiting room back on itself. Victoria saw the television in that reflection, the clients, the tired receptionist, the stack of forms, and her own face held carefully still. Only one version had better lighting. The next morning, Christopher Rodriguez filed Davis Meridian's opposition to the discovery motion with the expected elegance and a faintly lethal economy. He accused Victoria of seeking reputational discovery beyond the pleadings, attempting to convert individual contractual disputes into a public inquiry, and pursuing sealed matters protected by confidentiality obligations and arbitration rules. By noon, the judge issued a scheduling note that did not give Victoria what she wanted yet, but did not close the door either. Limited argument would be heard. Davis Meridian would produce a witness prepared to address the history, purpose, and enforcement categories of the disputed provision. The scope would be narrow, the objections would be preserved, the room would be controlled. Victoria read the order once, then handed it to Lauren. Lauren's grin arrived slowly, a match struck inside a courthouse basement. A witness, Lauren said. A narrow witness, Victoria said. A witness with a pulse and preparation notes, Lauren said. We can work with that. Victoria turned toward the pattern board, where red lines now moved between legal silence and public praise, between sealed orders and polished statements, between what Davis Meridian built and what it buried. Pull every version of the clause we have, she said. Every project category, every public statement tied to the same dates. If they give us a keyhole, we are going to learn the shape of the room. Lauren picked up the red marker from the tray and held it out like a ceremonial blade. Victoria took it. Across the city, Sophia read the same scheduling note and understood that the narrative had won the morning but lost something smaller and more durable. A door had not opened. Not yet, but the lock had made a sound. Chapter 9, the deposition room had been selected for neutrality, which meant it carried the particular hostility of places designed to offend no one and comfort absolutely nobody. Beige walls pressed inward under fluorescent panels that hummed with bureaucratic patience. A glass partition looked onto another conference suite where empty chairs waited in obedient rows. The table had been polished until it reflected wrists, pens, water glasses, and the dark rectangles of phones placed face down as if they too had been instructed not to speak out of turn. Victoria Collins arrived 23 minutes early. Lauren came in behind her with 2 litigation bags, a laptop, and a cardboard coffee tray balanced against her hip with courthouse clerk ingenuity. She wore navy today, practical shoes, and the alert look of someone who had already imagined 6 ways a witness could try to become vapor. The room has the emotional warmth of a storage unit with malpractice insurance, Lauren said, lowering the bags beside Victoria's chair. Victoria opened the first binder and checked the exhibit tabs, then it should suit the subject matter. Lauren placed coffee beside her. You are allowed one human reaction before we begin. I am reacting internally with great extravagance. That sounds medically unconvincing, but I will accept it for now. Victoria's mouth softened at one corner, then her attention returned to the binders. Every document had been arranged according to the path she wanted the witness to walk. The oldest contract language sat first, followed by project-specific revisions, claimant timelines, arbitration demand letters, confidentiality provisions, fee schedules, public statements, board-approved community pledges, and enforcement summaries compiled from fragments Davis Meridian had fought not to produce. The court order allowed only a narrow deposition. History, purpose, and enforcement categories of the disputed provision. No privileged communications. No broad fishing expedition. No inquiry into unrelated disputes. Christopher Rodriguez had repeated those limits in 3 letters, each more courteous than the last, and each carrying the polished scent of a blade being wrapped in linen. Victoria had read every word until the limits became useful. A limit described a boundary described shape, a shape could become evidence. Lauren leaned over the witness binder. They produced the witness's title at midnight because apparently drama has an invoice code. Senior Vice President of Enterprise Risk and Contract Standards, Victoria said. Walter Crane sounds like a man who irons his calendar. He has worked at Davis Meridian for 11 years, reviewed cross-project contract language, and sat on the Risk Implementation Committee when several later versions of the clause were adopted. Lauren tapped the binder with one finger. He also gave a webinar in 2019 about dispute efficiency in large-scale urban development, which he has probably regretted since breakfast. Victoria slid that transcript into place behind Exhibit 12, not regretted enough. The door opened before Lauren could answer. Christopher entered first, immaculate in charcoal wool, carrying a slim leather folder instead of the avalanche of paper his filings suggested he required. Behind him came Walter Crane, tall, silver-haired, and cautious in the expensive way of executives trained to move through danger without appearing to notice it. A younger associate followed with a litigation case, then the court reporter, who began assembling her equipment with the solemn calm of someone accustomed to other people's controlled combat. Thomas Davis entered last. Victoria had known he might attend. Christopher's notice had described him as an authorized company observer for purposes of assisting counsel with historical context. The phrase was so carefully harmless that she had underlined it twice and trusted none of it. Still, his presence altered the room. He wore a dark suit without ornament, his tie a shade of blue severe enough to feel almost black. He greeted Christopher, nodded once to the witness, and chose a chair along the side wall rather than at the table. The choice should have made him less central. It failed. Victoria kept her gaze on her exhibits while Lauren's pen paused above the legal pad. Christopher approached the table. "Good morning, Ms. Collins. Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez. I trust we can proceed efficiently within the court's order. I intend to proceed precisely within it." His smile carried the faintest acknowledgement of the difference. Precision is always welcome. Then we are already making progress. Walter Crane adjusted his cuffs before sitting opposite her. He placed both hands flat on the table for one careful second, then folded them. His wedding ring clicked against the lacquered surface. The small sound made Lauren glance up. The court reporter swore him in. Walter's voice was steady as he gave his name, title, and business address. The room settled around the ritual, everyone apparently civilized, everyone armed. Victoria began with the gentle questions. She asked about his role at Davis Meridian, the departments he coordinated with, the Contract Standards Committee, and the review process for recurring provisions in agreements across development, construction, vendor, tenant relocation, and community partnership programs. Walter answered in full sentences shaped by preparation. He used enterprise consistency 3 times in the first 12 minutes. He used risk alignment twice. He referred to claimants as counterparties until Victoria made a note without looking down. Christopher objected to form on the 4th question and instructed the witness not to speculate on the 7th. Victoria rephrased, narrowed, and continued without a flicker of irritation. Thomas watched from the side wall. Victoria could feel his attention like a second set of lights. She refused to perform for it. She would not sharpen her voice because he was present. She would not soften it either. "Mr. Crane," Victoria said, opening the first exhibit, "I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this document?" Walter looked down. "It appears to be a standard project services agreement. Please turn to page 26. Paper shifted. The court reporter's keys began their soft metallic rain. "Do you see the provision under Section 14, titled Dispute Resolution and Confidential Proceedings?" "I do. Is that provision one of the contractual clauses reviewed through your department?" "In general, provisions of that type may be reviewed through enterprise risk, depending on the project category. That was not my question. Was this provision reviewed through your department?" Christopher leaned slightly forward. "Objection to form." "You may answer if you understand." Walter adjusted his glasses. "Yes, provisions of this category were reviewed through enterprise risk." Victoria marked something with a blue pen. "Thank you. Now please look at Exhibit 2, which is a contractor access agreement from a hospital expansion project. Do you see a materially similar arbitration requirement? I see language requiring private dispute resolution. Private dispute resolution through binding arbitration? Yes. With confidentiality obligations? Yes. With a shortened notice period? Walter paused just long enough for the pause to acquire shape. There is a notice provision. A shortened notice provision compared with the applicable statutory limitations period. Christopher's pen moved once across his pad. Objection to form. Calls for legal conclusion. I am asking whether the contract deadline is shorter than the statutory limitations period for comparable civil claims, Victoria said, her tone even. You can answer as to your understanding, Christopher said. Walter looked at the page again. It is shorter in some circumstances. Victoria nodded and moved to the next exhibit. The first hour passed without drama. That was her intention. She did not press him toward emotion. She built the clause one mechanism at a time, as if assembling machinery on the table between them. Arbitration requirement. confidential filing, limited remedies, fee-shifting language, contractual notice deadlines, restrictions on representative claims, venue provisions. Internal escalation requirements before external relief. Each piece sounded reasonable when isolated. Each piece had a respectable vocabulary, efficiency, consistency, predictability, cost control. Together, they formed something heavier. Lauren slid a note toward Victoria during the first break in questioning. He relaxes when you say standard. Victoria read it, placed the note beneath her pad, and resumed. Mr. Crane, you have described these provisions as standard. Standard across what categories? Walter seemed pleased by the safer ground. Davis Meridian uses standardized language across multiple project families to ensure predictable administration. Which project families? Major infrastructure, commercial redevelopment, hospital systems, transit-adjacent development, and certain residential or mixed-use initiatives. Would tenant relocation agreements fall within certain residential or mixed-use initiatives? In some cases. Would subcontractor access agreements fall within major infrastructure or hospital system projects? In some cases. Would community partnership implementation agreements fall within mixed-use redevelopment initiatives? Christopher lifted his hand slightly. Objection to form. The phrase community partnership implementation agreement is vague. Victoria opened another tab. Let us make it specific. Exhibit 9 is an agreement involving the Ravenswood Corridor redevelopment, correct? Walter looked down. That appears to be the document. Davis Meridian issued a public statement describing the Ravenswood Corridor project as a community-centered redevelopment initiative, correct? Christopher's gaze sharpened. Objection, outside the scope of the order. It concerns the enforcement categories and stated purpose of the provision within the project category, Victoria replied. The witness may answer unless you are instructing him not to. Christopher considered her for one measured second. You may answer if you know. Walter turned to the exhibit. The public statement uses similar words. Please answer my question. Davis Meridian described the project as community-centered, correct? Yes. And the agreement connected to that project required private arbitration for disputes arising from performance obligations, correct? It required arbitration under certain circumstances. With confidentiality, yes. With limited public filing, yes. With the possibility of fee shifting under certain circumstances, Victoria let the answer settle into the transcript. Thomas shifted his hand on the armrest. The movement was small, but Lauren saw it. Victoria saw Lauren seeing it. Victoria changed exhibits. Mr. Crane, does Davis Meridian track how many disputes subject to this provision are abandoned after a motion to compel arbitration is filed? Christopher's objection came immediately. Objection to form, assumes facts not in evidence, vague as to abandoned. Walter folded his hands tighter. We do not characterize outcomes in that manner. What manner does Davis Meridian use? We track matter resolution status. Does matter resolution status distinguish between claims resolved after adjudication and claims discontinued because a claimant could not pursue arbitration? I do not know that we would identify motivation in that way. Does Davis Meridian collect information about whether claimants can afford filing fees, arbitrator retainers, travel requirements, or counsel costs associated with the required proceeding? Christopher's pen stopped. Objection to form. Compound calls for speculation. Walter turned slightly toward him, then back to Victoria. Those issues would generally be handled by counsel or the relevant dispute administration process. That was not my question. Does Davis Meridian collect that information? I am not aware of a centralized process for that. Does your department evaluate whether the required dispute process is financially accessible to workers, displaced tenants, or small contractors subject to the provision? Christopher sat straighter. Objection. Mischaracterizes the witness's testimony and the agreements. Victoria did not look at him. You may answer. Walter's mouth compressed before he spoke. Enterprise risk evaluates contractual consistency and risk allocation. We do not perform individualized financial assessments of counterparties. Lauren wrote something on her pad and turned it slightly toward Victoria. Risk allocation means money flows uphill. Victoria continued before the note could tempt her into smiling. Does Davis Meridian evaluate whether confidentiality provisions prevent individuals from learning that similar allegations have been raised on other projects? Christopher's voice cooled. Objection. Outside the scope assumes similar allegations and seeks information covered by confidentiality obligations. I am asking about policy and effect, not the content of confidential matters. The objection stands. Victoria angled the exhibit stack by half an inch. Mr. Crane, does Davis Meridian consider whether confidentiality provisions may limit public awareness of repeated categories of disputes involving the same contractual language? Walter looked at Christopher again. Christopher gave no visible rescue. I would not describe confidentiality that way, Walter said. How would you describe it? As a means of protecting sensitive business information and encouraging efficient resolution. Does it also prevent parties from publicly discussing allegations made in covered proceedings? Depending on the agreement, it may restrict disclosures. Does it prevent unrelated claimants from knowing whether others experienced similar issues with the same provision? Christopher's objection cut through the air. Objection calls for speculation. Walter answered anyway because the question had already entered the room and found a chair. I cannot speak to what unrelated claimants may or may not know. Victoria nodded as if this helped him. Of course, Davis Meridian does not track what they cannot know. Christopher's eyes lifted. Was there a question pending? There will be. Victoria turned one page. Mr. Crane, please look at Exhibit 14. Walter took the document from his counsel's associate, who had begun to move with increasing caution. This is a Davis Meridian public statement dated March 8th, 2 years ago, correct? It appears to be. The statement says Davis Meridian is committed to transparent partnership with communities affected by its redevelopment projects, correct? Walter scanned the highlighted paragraph. That is what it says. Please look at Exhibit 15. This is a tenant relocation agreement connected to a Davis Meridian redevelopment project during the same quarter, correct? Christopher objected again, but more slowly this time. Objection to foundation. Victoria supplied the foundation with 3 questions, each boring enough to seem harmless. Walter confirmed the agreement category, the project date, and the inclusion of the clause. Now Victoria said the agreement requires disputes to proceed confidentially, correct? Yes, it restricts public disclosure of claims arising under the agreement, correct? In certain respects. It limits court filing to enforcement or confirmation of arbitration proceedings, correct? In general terms. Victoria looked at the public statement, then at the contract. How does Davis Meridian define transparent partnership when affected parties are contractually restricted from publicly discussing disputes? Christopher's objection arrived with force, though never volume. Objection, argumentative, misstates the document. The witness is not here to define public relations language. Victoria turned her head toward him. The public statement is Davis Meridian's own description of its relationship to affected communities, and the contract is Davis Meridian's own mechanism for restricting disputes in those same contexts. The question is still improper, Christopher said. Victoria returned to Walter. I will rephrase. Did Davis Meridian conduct any review to determine whether confidentiality obligations in these agreements were consistent with its public commitment to transparent partnership? Walter's throat moved once. I am not aware of such a review. Did Enterprise Risk recommend one? Not to my knowledge. Did anyone in your department raise the issue? I do not recall. Would such a concern, if raised, appear in committee minutes? Christopher answered before the witness could. Objection. Privilege and confidentiality. Instruct the witness not to answer to the extent the question seeks privileged communications or protected internal deliberations. Victoria lowered her eyes to her notes. She had expected the instruction. She had wanted the instruction. Without revealing privileged communications, she said, is there any non-privileged record showing that Davis Meridian evaluated whether the clause's confidentiality requirements conflicted with public commitments to affected communities? Walter sat back by less than an inch. I do not know. You do not know whether such a record exists. That is correct. You have not seen one. I do not recall seeing one. You did prepare for today's deposition, correct? Yes. You reviewed documents? Yes. You met with counsel? Christopher's hand lifted. Do not disclose communications with counsel. I am not asking what was said. Victoria's voice remained patient. I am asking whether he prepared. Walter answered carefully. Yes, I prepared. And in preparation for testimony about the history, purpose, and enforcement categories of the provision, you did not identify any non-privileged record showing that Davis Meridian evaluated whether confidentiality restrictions conflicted with public commitments to transparency. Christopher objected to form. Walter looked down at Exhibit 14 for a long moment. No, he said, I did not identify such a record. The court reporter's keys captured the answer and made it official. Thomas looked toward the contract language on the table. Victoria avoided looking at him directly, yet something in her peripheral vision registered his stillness, the kind that required effort rather than ease. He was not outraged. He was not dismissive. He looked like a man standing before a blueprint and discovering the building had trapped people inside. The recognition irritated her more than contempt would have. Contempt would have made the room simple. Victoria took a sip of water she did not want. Let us discuss the provision's history. Christopher's attention sharpened in a way that felt almost audible. Mr. Crane, you testified that the provision has evolved over time, correct? Yes. Davis Meridian produced several versions pursuant to the court's order, correct? Subject to counsel's objections, yes. Victoria placed 3 versions in front of him. The earliest version in this production requires arbitration but does not include the current fee-shifting language, correct? Walter compared the pages. That appears to be accurate. It also does not include the current representative claim waiver, correct? Not in the same language. Please answer the question as to whether this version contains the current representative claim waiver. No, the later version does, yes. The earliest version does not contain the current confidentiality language applying to all allegations, filings, evidentiary materials, and outcomes, correct? Christopher objected to form, but Walter answered after examining the page. The confidentiality language is shorter in the earlier version. The later version is broader. Yes, the earliest version does not contain the current shortened notice deadline for certain claimant categories, correct? I would need to compare the provisions. Please do. Walter compared them. The room waited with institutional politeness. Somewhere beyond the glass, a printer started and stopped. The later version contains different timing language, Walter said, shorter timing language. In some respects, yes. Victoria marked the answer with a small line in the margin. Was Thomas Davis the drafter of the earliest version produced? The question changed the room. Christopher's posture remained composed, but the air around him gathered itself. Lauren's pen slowed. Walter looked toward Thomas before correcting himself and looking back at the document. Christopher spoke first. Objection, foundation, and to the extent the question calls for privileged information. Victoria kept her hands folded over the exhibit. Davis Meridian identified Mr. Davis in its interrogatory response as involved in the historical drafting of the provision. I am asking whether the witness knows whether Mr. Davis drafted the earliest version produced. Walter answered as though each word had been weighed and found legally insufficient for comfort. My understanding is that Mr. Davis was involved in the original framework. Was he involved in the later editions we just discussed? I cannot speak to every revision. Was he on the committee that approved the later editions? Christopher objected. Foundation. Victoria turned to the next exhibit. I am showing you Exhibit 18, the non-privileged committee roster Davis Meridian produced for the Contract Standards Review dated 4 years after the earliest version. Do you see Mr. Davis's name on that roster? Walter reviewed it. No, do you see your name? Yes. Do you see representatives from Enterprise Risk, Finance, Development Operations, and outside counsel? Yes. Do you see any community liaison representative? No. Any worker safety representative? No. Any tenant advocacy representative? Christopher's objection carried restrained impatience. Objection, relevance, and scope. Victoria did not pause. Any person assigned to assess claimant accessibility? Walter's answer came quieter. No. Any person assigned to assess whether affected parties could realistically use the dispute process required? I do not see such a designation. Across the room, Thomas lowered his gaze to the table. His fingers rested loosely against one another, but his thumb pressed into the side of his hand until the skin blanched. Victoria saw it and hated that she saw it. She had come to make a record, not to collect evidence of his conscience. For the next 40 minutes, she returned to procedure. She asked about implementation memos without asking for privileged content. She asked about categories rather than names, outcomes rather than negotiations, structural barriers rather than individual grief. Walter retreated into approved language and Christopher guarded every door. No confession arrived. No witness broke beneath moral pressure. No executive admitted that a clause designed as a shield had become a locked gate. The deposition remained what most depositions were, a disciplined struggle over phrasing, memory, admissibility, and the narrow permissions granted by rules written for rooms exactly this bloodless. Yet the transcript grew dangerous. It contained acknowledgments that the clause had expanded. It contained admissions that no centralized review measured affordability for claimants. It contained testimony that confidentiality restricted disclosures, and that Davis Meridian had not identified any non-privileged review comparing those restrictions against public transparency commitments. It contained committee rosters where the people most affected by the clause appeared nowhere, not even as an abstract concern assigned to a department. By the time Christopher requested a break, Walter looked as though his suit had become a size too exact. Lauren followed Victoria into the small adjoining room reserved for counsel. She shut the door, then exhaled through her nose. "That was not a deposition," Lauren said. "That was taxidermy performed on corporate vocabulary." Victoria uncapped a pen and wrote 3 exhibit numbers on her pad. "He gave us more than he meant to. He gave us a museum of evasions. The audio tour is just Christopher objecting in 5 languages. The evasions matter." Lauren leaned against the wall. "Silence can have fingerprints." Victoria looked up. Lauren held both palms out. "I know, I heard myself. That one deserves embroidery or a very aggressive mug." Victoria returned to the notes, though her mouth threatened to soften. Walter confirmed later additions. He also confirmed Thomas was connected to the original framework but not on the later committee roster. "That does not absolve him. I was not offering absolution. I was offering chronology." Victoria's pen stopped. Chronology was more treacherous than forgiveness because chronology had the nerve to be useful. Thomas had built the original architecture. Later hands had reinforced doors, narrowed exits, added costs, tightened deadlines, and expanded confidentiality until the mechanism no longer looked merely defensive. It looked hungry. Lauren's voice lowered. "You noticed him." Victoria kept her gaze on the pad. "I noticed everyone in the room. Of course you did, because you are a surveillance camera with student loans." "Lauren, he looked wrecked in a very expensive and inconvenient way." Victoria closed the binder. "His feelings are not evidence." "No, but his documents might be." The comment remained between them, sharp enough to deserve care. When they returned, Christopher was speaking quietly with Walter. Thomas stood near the glass partition, reading a copy of Exhibit 18. He looked up when Victoria entered, and for one unguarded instant, the argument between them seemed to step out of legal language and become something more dangerous. Then Christopher resumed his place, and the room accepted its roles again. Victoria finished with a final series of questions about enforcement categories. Walter confirmed that the provision had been used in disputes involving contractors, subcontractors, tenant-related agreements, vendor disputes, and certain community implementation contracts. He resisted any characterization of the affected parties as vulnerable. He resisted the word pattern with almost artistic dedication. Victoria never used it. She simply placed the categories beside one another until the transcript did what the witness would not. At 4:26, she ended the deposition. Christopher stated his reservations for the record, including Davis Meridian's position that nothing in the testimony waived privilege, expanded discovery, supported systemic allegations, or established misconduct. His tone made the disclaimer sound like a marble plaque mounted over a cracked foundation. The court reporter packed her equipment. Walter rose too quickly, then corrected the haste by adjusting his jacket. Christopher shook Victoria's hand with perfect courtesy. "Efficiently conducted," he said. "Carefully defended," she replied. His eyes warmed with professional interest and no softness whatsoever. "Those are not inconsistent." "No," Victoria said. "They are often related." Thomas waited until Walter and the associate had left. Christopher remained near the door, speaking into his phone, close enough to observe without appearing to supervise. Lauren gathered the exhibits with exaggerated concentration, which fooled nobody. Victoria lifted her litigation bag onto her shoulder. "Ms. Collins," Thomas said. She turned. His voice was low enough not to travel. "Your questions were precise." The compliment should have annoyed her for being insufficient. Instead, it annoyed her because it sounded true. Precision is useful when people hide harm inside definitions. He accepted the answer without a flinch. No argument rose to defend the company. No polished explanation arrived to soften what had been placed on the table. That absence landed harder than denial. "You saw the later versions," she said. "I did. You recognized the additions." His eyes moved once toward the exhibit stack in Lauren's arms. Some of them. The admission was small, but it had weight. Victoria stepped closer by a single pace, keeping the distance proper enough for the room and sharp enough for both of them. "Then you understand what they did." Christopher ended his call near the door. Lauren's paper gathering became louder. Thomas looked at Victoria as though every permissible answer had been stripped from him, leaving only the one he could not safely give. I understand, he said, that tools can be altered by the hands that inherit them. People were not harmed by hands in the abstract. No, he said, they were not. For a moment, she wanted him to say more. The wanting was unforgivable in itself. She wanted the sentence behind his teeth, the one that could tear open the clean fabric of his loyalty. She wanted it because it might help her case. She wanted it because it might prove she had not imagined the shame in him. She wanted it because anger became harder to carry when the person across from her refused to remain a symbol. Christopher approached before either of them could step beyond the safe edge. Thomas, he said, pleasant as a closed door, Benjamin is expecting the update. Thomas inclined his head, then looked back at Victoria. Good afternoon, Ms. Collins. Good afternoon, Mr. Davis. He left with Christopher through the glass door, his reflection briefly crossing hers in the partition before the hallway swallowed him. Lauren waited 3 seconds. That was the most legally supervised weather system I have ever witnessed. Victoria took the top binder from her. We have work. We do, Lauren said. We also have a man who just discovered his invention has aftermarket parts. Victoria walked toward the elevator. Write that down without the metaphor. I refuse to abandon metaphor at a time like this. Then make it admissible. They rode down in a service elevator that smelled faintly of toner and lemon cleaner. Victoria stared at the floor numbers and arranged the deposition in her mind. Admissions, evasions, objections, the later committee roster, the missing review, the public statement, Thomas's answer. Tools can be altered by the hands that inherit them. It was not enough, it was too much. Across town, Thomas sat alone in his study after the update call ended. The deposition exhibits spread across his desk beneath a green-shaded lamp. The city beyond the windows glittered in corporate constellations, towers speaking to towers in reflected light. He had built part of that language. He had believed in its grammar. He placed the earliest version of the clause beside the later one. His own draft was severe, defensive, born from fear, wearing the suit of prudence. The later version was something else, broader confidentiality. Sharper deadlines, more expensive procedures, fewer paths outward. It carried his architecture, but the rooms had been narrowed after he left them. That distinction should have comforted him. Instead, it made the page harder to touch. Thomas turned to the committee roster and found the names again. Risk, finance, operations, outside counsel. No one assigned to the people who would have to survive the process. No one tasked with asking whether efficiency for the company meant exhaustion for everyone else. He thought of Victoria across the deposition table, not raising her voice, not pleading for outrage, not performing injury for the record. She had done something more devastating. She had made the clause explain itself. Thomas looked back at the later language. For the first time since the lawsuit began, he could not tell himself he knew exactly what his tool had become. Chapter 10. By 8 o'clock, the ballroom glittered so brightly that Victoria suspected the chandeliers had been instructed not to cast shadows. Light poured over the vaulted ceiling, over the mirrored columns, over the linen-draped tables arranged with mathematical tenderness around arrangements of white orchids and pale green hydrangeas. Every surface seemed polished into submission. Crystal caught flame from the candles, champagne caught flame from the crystal, and the skyline beyond the tall windows hovered behind the glass like another curated backdrop Davis Meridian had leased for the evening. The gala occupied the top 3 floors of the Mercer Crown Hotel, where the city's charitable instincts appeared to improve in direct proportion to the altitude. A string quartet softened the air with music delicate enough not to interrupt negotiations. Photographers waited near a wall printed with the names of donors, hospitals, housing nonprofits, and development foundations. At the center of the wall, in silver lettering large enough to be modest only by billionaire standards, Davis Meridian Group presented itself as the evening's principal sponsor. Victoria Collins paused just inside the entrance and allowed herself 3 seconds to hate the room. Then she stepped forward. Her invitation had come through the Queen's Legal Access Coalition, whose director had insisted that community advocates needed to occupy rooms where policy was packaged as benevolence. Victoria had almost declined. She had pleadings to revise, clients to call, and a deposition transcript already breeding sticky notes on her desk. More truthfully, she had no appetite for watching Davis Meridian toast affordability beneath floral installations worth a month of rent. Avoiding the gala, however, would have granted the company too much space. So she had come in a black silk dress with clean lines, high at the neck and narrow at the waist, severe enough to resist interpretation. No jewels except small silver earrings. No extravagant color. No armor that announced itself as armor. Her hair was pinned low, and her expression had the calm, court-ready neutrality that made opposing counsel work too hard for clues. Beside her, Lauren Cook adjusted the slim strap of her own navy dress and surveyed the ballroom with the expression of a woman evaluating a crime scene where everyone had agreed to use better lighting. "I have never seen so many people pretend tiny crab cakes are a personality," Lauren said. Victoria accepted a glass of water from a passing server and ignored the champagne. "Please remember that you promised not to provoke anyone before the salad course." "I promise not to create discoverable evidence before the salad course," Lauren replied. "That leaves several useful categories of behavior available." A photographer turned toward them, then hesitated, apparently uncertain whether Victoria should be captured as an honored guest, an adversary, or a potential problem. Victoria gave him nothing to work with. Across the room, Benjamin Adams stood in a cluster of donors and city officials, smiling with such practiced composure that he appeared less like a man than a successful liquidity event wearing formal wear. He laughed at something a deputy mayor said, touched one hand briefly to the sleeve of a hospital trustee, and made stability look gracious. His tuxedo was immaculate. His posture suggested not ease exactly, but the discipline promised that no crisis would be permitted to sweat through the tailoring. Near him, Sophia Henderson moved with a tablet tucked beneath one arm and a champagne flute untouched in her other hand. She did not seem to circulate so much as recalibrate. A trustee drifted too close to a reporter, and Sophia intercepted him with a smile. A donor began speaking too loudly about litigation risk, and Sophia redirected him toward a display of pediatric oncology renderings. She adjusted conversations the way other people adjusted flowers. Christopher Rodriguez stood near the bar with two partners from his firm and a state senator whose reputation for reform depended heavily on donor cultivation. Christopher looked annoyingly natural among the expensive suits and controlled laughter. He wore social ease the same way he wore objections, with perfect tailoring and no wasted movement. When he saw Victoria, his mouth curved slightly, not in mockery, but in acknowledgement of a worthy complication. Lauren saw it too. "The wall with cufflinks has entered its natural habitat." "I thought his natural habitat was a motion to dismiss," Victoria said. "He contains multitudes, unfortunately." Victoria did not answer because Thomas Davis had appeared near the model exhibition at the far end of the ballroom. The exhibition displayed Davis Meridian's civic triumphs in miniature: hospital wings, transit hubs, riverfront housing, public plazas rendered in acrylic and light. Tiny trees lined tiny streets. Tiny people walked through tiny public spaces where no one was trapped in arbitration, no contractor lost a business, and no injured worker signed away the right to be heard because the process had been described as efficient. Thomas stood beside a model of the East Harlem Health expansion, one hand resting lightly against the brass rail that protected the miniature city from fingerprints. He wore a black tuxedo with the restraint of a man who had been taught early that wealth should not need decoration. He was speaking to no one. That, more than the tuxedo or the room or the Davis name wrapped around the evening, made him impossible not to notice. He belonged there completely. He also looked as if belonging had become a room without air. Lauren followed Victoria's attention and lowered her voice. "You can admire the architecture of the enemy stronghold without moving in. I am not admiring anything." That sounded almost true, which is progress. Victoria turned away before Thomas could see that she had looked too long. "We are here for the coalition, the donors who fund clinics, and anyone who still thinks Davis Meridian's version of civic virtue is the only version available. We are also here for shrimp because legal aid does not pay enough to scorn protein." Victoria's mouth softened despite herself, but the humor faded when Sophia began walking toward them. Sophia Henderson was elegant in a silver gown that managed to look both understated and expensive enough to require a board vote. Her smile arrived before she did, warm in shape and cool in temperature. She held out her hand to Victoria as though they were acquaintances meeting at a museum opening, not combatants standing on opposite sides of a reputational siege. "Ms. Collins," Sophia said, "I am glad you came." "Ms. Henderson," Victoria replied, taking her hand. "This is Lauren Cook." Sophia's attention moved to Lauren for precisely the length of time required to show that no one in Victoria's orbit had gone unresearched. Of course, your reputation for finding inconvenient documents precedes you, Lauren smiled brightly. I usually prefer charming documents, but they hide less often. Sophia's amusement appeared genuine, which made it more dangerous. Then tonight may disappoint you. We are trying for optimism. That explains the orchids, Victoria said. Sophia turned back to her, the corners of her mouth sharpening by a fraction. This evening supports housing clinics, hospital access, and apprenticeship programs. I hope even opposing counsel can approve of that. Opposing counsel can approve of clinics, Victoria said. She can also notice when generosity is positioned to make accountability seem impolite. The music continued beneath them, velvet over wire. Sophia did not retreat. Public service and litigation can coexist, Ms. Collins. A company is not stripped of every good it has done because it is being sued. No, Victoria said, but good works become harder to trust when harmed people are told that speaking about the harm threatens progress. Sophia studied her with the calm interest of someone hearing a useful line she might later have to neutralize. You are careful in public. I am careful everywhere. That must be exhausting. It is less exhausting than being misquoted. For a moment, Sophia's smile became almost real. I would not insult you with a headline trap at a charity event. You would not insult yourself by using one this obvious. Lauren made a small approving sound into her water glass. Sophia inclined her head. Enjoy the evening. I suspect we will both find it educational. She moved away before the exchange could harden. Victoria watched her cross the room, pause near Benjamin, and speak without visibly altering her expression. Benjamin's attention shifted toward Victoria, then away again, smooth as a door closing quietly. Lauren leaned close. She is terrifying in a way that makes me want to label folders. She is doing her job, so is a scalpel. The program began 20 minutes later. Guests took their seats beneath the chandeliers as servers glided between tables with the coordination of a silent fleet. Victoria sat at the coalition table between Lauren and an immigration attorney who had once sued a landlord for locking tenants out during a rezoning dispute. From there, she could see Benjamin at the front table, Sophia beside a foundation chair, Christopher half turned toward the room, and Thomas placed near the aisle as if his presence itself had donor value. Benjamin took the podium after the first course. Applause moved around the ballroom with well-fed confidence. He spoke about partnership, resilience, and the moral necessity of building cities that did not abandon their most vulnerable residents. He mentioned Davis Meridian's hospital projects, its workforce apprenticeships, its affordable housing commitments, and its belief that infrastructure was not steel and concrete, but trust made visible. His delivery was measured, his humility expertly rationed. At the tables around Victoria, people nodded. Some had good reason. Some clinics had received money. Some neighborhoods had gained buildings, transit access, jobs, and medical services that mattered. That was the trap, she thought. The lie did not have to be pure to be useful. It only had to be arranged around enough truth to make challenge sound like ingratitude. A short film followed. Children painted murals on construction fencing. Nurses toured an unfinished ward. An apprentice electrician described buying his first tools. A tenant organizer praised a community room in a new mixed-income building. The images were moving because they were real. They were also incomplete because they were real. Victoria's fingers rested beside her untouched dessert fork. Lauren, usually incapable of silence during corporate theater, said nothing. She watched the screen with a thoughtful compression around her mouth, as if even her cynicism had enough decency not to mock people who had actually benefited. When the lights rose, the applause was full and uncomplicated. Victoria stood afterward because everyone stood, and because refusing would only make her the picture Sophia wanted. She clapped. She meant part of it. That bothered her more than she expected. After the speeches, the room loosened into movement again. Guests returned to champagne and introductions. Donors congratulated each other on generosity. Reporters collected quotes polished smooth enough for morning use. Lauren was pulled into conversation by the immigration attorney and a clinic director who wanted to know whether Davis Meridian's contractor language resembled provisions they had seen in city partnership agreements. Victoria excused herself before her irritation became visible. She moved toward the model exhibition, where the noise thinned slightly and the windows opened onto the city in cold blue layers. Below, traffic drew red and white threads through the avenues. The ballroom warmth pressed against her back, fragrant with perfume, wine, and expensive flowers beginning to bruise at the edges. She stopped beside the East Harlem model. A tiny glass hospital wing glowed from within, perfect and silent. Most people start with the skyline model, Thomas said from a few feet away. It photographs better. Victoria did not turn immediately. That must be a useful metric. In this room, it is practically a constitutional principle. His voice held the same controlled calm she remembered from the courthouse corridor and the deposition hallway, but something had shifted beneath it. Less polished distance. More fatigue carefully folded away. She faced him, Mr. Davis, Ms. Collins. The formality between them had become a kind of private joke neither of them was reckless enough to acknowledge. Thomas looked toward the hospital model. The expansion added 32 inpatient beds and a trauma unit that had been delayed for years. It also created a community clinic that now sees patients who used to travel 2 boroughs for follow-up care. Those are good things, Victoria said. I expected more resistance to that premise. I am not opposed to hospitals, only to the people who build them. Only to people who use hospitals as moral insulation. Thomas accepted that without flinching. His hand rested near the brass rail, close enough that she noticed the disciplined stillness of his fingers. Generosity does not become false because litigation exists. No, Victoria said, generosity becomes suspect when it is used to drown out testimony. A waiter approached with champagne. Thomas took nothing. Victoria kept her water. The waiter vanished into the bloodstream of the party. Thomas watched the miniature ambulance bay, where a tiny blue light pulsed against plastic pavement. Do you believe institutions can do real good and real harm at the same time? Victoria considered giving him the clean answer. It would have been easier and therefore less honest. I believe they usually do. That is what makes them dangerous. If Davis Meridian only harmed people, no one in this room would defend it with a straight face. That is almost charitable. It is practical. Pure villains are rare and legally inefficient. A brief warmth touched his expression, then disappeared before it could become a smile. You make efficiency sound like original sin. I make it sound like a word people use when the slower thing is justice. He looked at her then, directly enough to make the air between them acquire weight. Delay can destroy people too. I know, she said. My clients know. My father knew. Thomas did not ask the obvious question. She had not intended to offer even that much, and his restraint made the admission feel louder. From the ballroom, laughter rose in a bright, careless wave. Victoria could see Benjamin in the distance, still surrounded, still smiling. Sophia had paused near the donor wall. Christopher stood beside her now, his attention occasionally crossing toward the models. Everyone in the room was watching something. No one looked like they were watching. Thomas's voice lowered, though the words remained careful. Years ago, before any of this became a talking point, a lawsuit almost took down more than a balance sheet. Projects were frozen. Financing almost collapsed. Contractors were not paid on time. Thousands of jobs were attached to decisions that became vulnerable overnight. Victoria held herself still, and that is when you wrote it. He did not ask what she meant. That is when I believed prevention could be mercy. The miniature hospital hummed beside them, bright with donor virtue. Victoria felt the sentence enter her with unwanted force. She could hear the younger man inside it, brilliant and frightened, raised to believe that entire livelihoods depended on his ability to anticipate catastrophe before it arrived. She could also hear the arrogance, the terrible confidence of someone powerful enough to convert fear into language that weaker people would have to sign. Mercy that cannot be questioned becomes power in costume, she said. Thomas's fingers shifted once against the rail, not tapping, not gripping, merely registering impact in the smallest available place. That is a difficult sentence to forget. It was not designed for your comfort. No, he said, very little about you appears designed for comfort. The words should have sounded like insult. They did not. Victoria looked back toward the model because the room had become too precise around them. Comfort is overrated in places where everyone is already too comfortable, and yet you came, so did you. I am expected. So am I, in a different way. His attention rested on her face with an intensity that was not quite soft and not quite safe. You came because leaving this room entirely to Davis Meridian would feel like surrender. Victoria hated how accurately he had said it. You say that as if you did not learn strategy before handwriting. I did. At prep school or somewhere more tragic. A real smile nearly reached him then, brief enough to be deniable. At dining tables where adults used the word legacy as a disciplinary tool. That does sound tragic, but with better china. It was excellent china, she should not have laughed. She did anyway quietly, and the sound startled both of them. It did not belong in the litigation, and it certainly did not belong beside a model hospital funded by the company she was suing. Thomas looked away first. The mercy of that almost annoyed her. He said, "You speak about urgency as if it is moral clarity. For some people, urgency is not philosophical. It is rent, medical bills, missed work, a deadline buried in a contract they were told was standard. It is being advised to wait by people who profit from waiting. I do not dismiss that. You built language that did." The sentence cut cleanly because she had sharpened it before she knew she would use it. Thomas absorbed it without visible defense, but something in him seemed to recede from the room's light. "I built language to prevent collapse," he said. "I know how that sounds to you. Necessary, responsible, burdened by consequences only serious men can understand." His eyes narrowed slightly, not in anger but in recognition of the strike. "You have heard that speech before. I have cross-examined that speech in several accents. I am not asking you to excuse me. Then what are you asking?" The question stood between them more intimately than it should have. Beyond Thomas's shoulder, Sophia had begun moving in their direction before being stopped by a donor with a question. Benjamin had noticed them now. His smile continued, but his posture changed around the shoulders as if someone had pulled a wire through the back of his jacket. Thomas did not look away from Victoria. "I am asking whether you think intentions matter at all. In law, sometimes. In harm, less than people hope." "That is severe. It is earned." He breathed in slowly with the control of a man choosing each word from a locked cabinet. "Intention does not absolve consequence." Victoria felt the room tilt by a degree no one else would notice. There it was, not confession, not surrender. Not evidence she could use, because he had said it in a ballroom beside a miniature hospital while donors applauded themselves 20 feet away. Yet it was closer to moral responsibility than anything he had allowed himself before. She searched for triumph and found unease instead. "That is the first sensible thing you have said to me," she said. "Only the first. I am being generous because this is a charity event." This time the smile was unmistakable, and it changed him enough to be dangerous. It made him younger, not less powerful, but less embalmed by it. Victoria became sharply aware of the narrow distance between them, the way his sleeve nearly brushed hers when someone passed behind him, the way neither of them moved to increase that distance until both realized they should. She stepped half a pace back. Thomas noticed. Of course he noticed. He noticed everything, which was one of the reasons she distrusted him and one of the reasons the conversation had weight. "You should be careful," she said, "about speaking to opposing counsel. About speaking honestly in a room where everyone has a stakeholder matrix." His attention flicked past her, and she knew he had seen Benjamin. "There are worse habits than honesty. In your world, I am not sure that is true. In yours, in mine, honesty is expensive. That makes it valuable." He looked as though he wanted to answer, but Christopher arrived before he could. "Thomas," Christopher said, smooth as glass over steel. "Benjamin was hoping to introduce you to the hospital board chair before dessert becomes a structural liability." Thomas turned, and the careful distance returned to him so quickly that Victoria almost felt the temperature change. Of course, Christopher's courtesy shifted toward her. "Ms. Collins, I trust the evening has been illuminating." Repeatedly, Victoria said, "I am glad." Civic partnership is often more complex from the inside than it appears in pleadings. So is harm. Christopher's smile remained intact. "Then we are all students tonight." Thomas said nothing, but his silence no longer felt empty. It felt chosen at cost. Sophia arrived a breath later, having escaped her donor with diplomatic efficiency. "There you are. The program chair is looking for you, Thomas." The phrase was light, but Victoria heard the hook beneath it. "There you are," as if he had wandered too far from his assigned script. Thomas inclined his head. "Ms. Collins and I were discussing institutions." "Brave topic," Sophia said. "Those tend to leave bruises." "Only on the honest parts," Lauren said from behind Victoria. Victoria turned. Lauren had approached quietly, carrying 2 small plates and an expression of innocence so theatrical that it should have required a permit. Sophia regarded the plates. "Are those for strategic purposes?" "One is lemon tart," Lauren said. "The other is plausible deniability." Christopher appeared to enjoy that despite himself. Sophia's smile cooled by half a shade, which Victoria considered a modest victory. Benjamin joined them then, completing the circle with the smooth inevitability of a settlement demand. Victoria, he said, using her first name as if they had agreed to that fiction. I hope the coalition table is being well looked after. They are managing to survive the generosity. Benjamin's smile did not break. Good. Nights like this remind us that the work is bigger than any dispute. Victoria felt Lauren go very still beside her. Thomas's face offered nothing, but he no longer looked at the model. That depends on what the dispute reveals, Victoria said. Benjamin's tone remained pleasant enough for anyone nearby to mistake the conversation for collegial banter. I would hate for important community work to be overshadowed by adversarial narratives. Then perhaps avoid giving adversarial narratives so much material. Sophia touched Benjamin's arm lightly, a gesture that looked social and functioned as a break. The board chair is waiting. Benjamin held Victoria's attention for one more polished second before turning to Thomas. Come with me, please. The instruction hid inside courtesy, but everyone inside the circle heard it. Thomas looked at Victoria once before he left. Nothing dramatic passed between them, no lingering farewell, no visible breach in discipline. Yet Victoria felt the conversation remain where he had stood, unfinished and inconveniently alive. When the men moved away, Sophia stayed long enough to look from Victoria to Lauren. You both do understand that rooms like this have long memories. Lauren offered her the lemon tart. Then I hope they remember dessert. Sophia's eyes warmed for one quick, unwilling second. Good evening, Ms. Collins. Good evening, Ms. Henderson. Sophia followed Benjamin and Thomas toward the front tables. Christopher lingered for a moment, as if considering whether to leave Victoria with a warning or a compliment disguised as one. He chose neither. Enjoy the rest of the gala. I doubt that is in your client's best interest. Enjoy it carefully, then. He left with the satisfied composure of a man already drafting 3 possible uses for what he had witnessed. Lauren handed Victoria the tart. I brought sugar in case you had to swallow something bitter. Victoria accepted the plate without eating. How long were you there? Long enough to learn that billionaires can experience guilt in formal wear. Do not start. I have not even opened the folder. There is no folder. There is always a folder. Mine has tabs. Victoria looked toward the front of the room. Thomas stood beside Benjamin and the hospital board chair, listening with perfect attention. He had resumed his place in the arrangement, a man of donors, projects, obligations, and restrained catastrophe. Yet when Benjamin spoke, Thomas's attention drifted once toward the model exhibition, toward the place where consequence had entered the conversation and refused to leave. Sophia noticed the drift. Then Benjamin noticed Sophia noticing. The gala resumed around them, louder now as the wine worked its charm. The quartet had shifted to something brighter. Cameras flashed near the donor wall. Someone announced a matching pledge. Applause rose again, lush and obedient. Victoria set down the untouched tart. I need air, she said. Lauren walked with her through the service corridor rather than the main entrance, because Lauren had once worked in enough courthouses and event spaces to know that every polished room kept a less theatrical exit nearby. They passed stacked trays, garment racks, a florist crouched over a wounded centerpiece, and 2 servers arguing softly about whether table 12 had received the vegetarian entree. The spell broke in pieces. Outside, the hotel's side entrance opened onto a narrow street where the April night had teeth. The city smelled of rain, exhaust, and hot metal from a subway grate. No orchids, no donor wall, no cinematic footage of children painting murals. A delivery cyclist cut through the traffic with a curse, and somewhere down the block a siren rose, unbranded and indifferent. Victoria drew in the cold air until the ballroom released its grip on her lungs. Lauren stood beside her, arms folded against the chill. Well, that is not a question. I am choosing restraint because I am an evolving person. Congratulations, it will not last. Victoria looked up at the hotel windows. From outside, the ballroom was only a blaze of gold several stories above the street, sealed away from the damp pavement and the people smoking near the service entrance. Lauren waited longer than Victoria expected. That was the problem with being known well. Silence became another form of interrogation. Finally, Lauren asked, did Thomas say anything useful? Victoria thought of prevention could be mercy. She thought of excellent china, disciplined inheritance, and the almost smile that had no place in her theory of the case. She thought of intention does not absolve consequence, spoken softly enough to be private and clearly enough to be impossible to forget. No, she said. Lauren watched her. Victoria kept her attention on the traffic until a taxi passed, dragging yellow light across the wet street. Then she exhaled. He said something worse. Lauren's voice gentled by a fraction. Worse how, Victoria looked back at the golden windows where Davis Meridian's version of goodness continued without her, something human. Chapter 11. You were standing too close to her, Benjamin Adams said before the elevator doors had fully closed. Thomas Davis did not look at him at once. He watched the ballroom disappear in the mirrored seam between the doors, gold light narrowing to a blade before the elevator sealed them inside its private descent. The attendant in the corner kept his eyes on the panel, gloved hands folded, trained into the particular discretion wealthy people mistook for invisibility. "Good evening to you as well," Benjamin Thomas said. The elevator began moving with a softness that made the drop feel less mechanical than judicial. Beyond the glass wall, Manhattan slid downward in jeweled layers, office windows stacked like verdicts no one had read aloud. The charity gala still glittered above them, but its music had become a faint vibration through steel, the applause reduced to memory and plumbing. Benjamin's reflection stood beside Thomas's, immaculate in black tie, every detail arranged for cameras and donors and trustees. Only his right hand betrayed him. His thumb kept smoothing the edge of his cuff, not enough to wrinkle it, only enough to reveal that some inner mechanism had begun to overheat. "You spoke with Victoria Collins in full view of half our donor base. 2 members of the hospital board, Sophia Henderson, Christopher Rodriguez, and at least 3 people who would pay money to misunderstand a handshake," Benjamin said. "I spoke with her in a public room," Thomas replied. "I did not meet her in a locked archive with a lantern and a confession." Benjamin turned his head then, and the smooth public warmth drained from his face by careful degrees. "Public rooms are where reputations bleed most efficiently." Thomas let the words settle between them. The attendant did not move, but Thomas saw the smallest adjustment of his shoulders, the body's old instinct to become smaller when powerful men sharpen their voices. Benjamin noticed too, because Benjamin noticed everything that could become a witness. "Leave us at 48, Benjamin said to the attendant. "Yes, Mr. Adams," the man answered. Thomas finally looked at Benjamin. "You are making a performance out of caution." "I am trying to prevent one," Benjamin said. The elevator passed floor numbers in a calm amber sequence. 49, 48. The doors opened onto a secured corridor paneled in walnut and smoked glass, far below the gala and far above the ordinary city. The attendant stepped out first, held the doors, and vanished toward the service station with the polished efficiency of someone paid to remember nothing. Benjamin walked ahead without checking whether Thomas followed. That more than the accusation made the old friendship visible. Benjamin did not summon him, he assumed him. 10 years of crises, private jokes, early debt calls, aircraft delays, board coups, and champagne toasts moved inside that assumption, heavy as inherited furniture. Thomas followed because some confrontations deserved walls. The executive lounge at the corridor's end had been designed for the kind of people who required comfort without softness. No chandeliers brightened the room. No quartet played near the windows. The air smelled faintly of cedar, leather, and expensive liquor no one had poured. A decanter sat untouched on a low table between 2 gray chairs, glowing under recessed light like amber evidence. Benjamin closed the door himself. "That conversation was reckless," he said. "It was a conversation," Thomas answered. "She is not merely a woman you met at a gala. I am aware of her occupation. She is the public face of a lawsuit that threatens the company's stability," Benjamin said. "She is opposing counsel in every practical sense that matters, even if procedural labels give everyone room to pretend otherwise." Thomas moved to the window instead of taking a chair. Below, traffic moved along the avenue in disciplined red and white currents. From this height, even impatience looked orderly. "You are not concerned with what happened," Thomas said. "You are concerned with what Sophia can measure and Christopher can fear. I am concerned with what can be made useful against us. That covers nearly all human conduct. It covers standing close to a plaintiff's attorney while she looks at you as though you have handed her a loaded document." Thomas's hand rested against the window frame. His fingers did not curl, but the tendons rose beneath the skin as though some wire had been pulled from within. "She did not ask me for anything," he said. "She did not need to ask you for anything," Benjamin said. "Victoria Collins is brilliant enough to use hesitation without owning it. She does not need your betrayal, Thomas. She only needs you to look like you doubt us." The us landed harder than the accusation. Benjamin had always been skilled with pronouns. He used them like velvet ropes, deciding who belonged inside the protected space and who waited beyond the brass posts. Thomas turned from the window. Perhaps the problem is not that she noticed hesitation. Benjamin's cuff smoothing stopped. Thomas continued before Benjamin could interrupt. Perhaps the problem is that there is something to hesitate over. For the first time that evening, Benjamin's composure failed to arrive on schedule. His breath left him through his nose, controlled but audible, and he looked briefly older than he had in the ballroom. Not weak, not panicked, but worn by the specific exhaustion of a man who had spent years mistaking management for rescue. "You cannot start talking like that," Benjamin said. "Like what? Like plaintiff's counsel with better cufflinks?" Thomas gave him a humorless glance. "That is beneath your usual standard. My standards are busy trying to keep a multi-billion-dollar company from becoming a bonfire." "There are other ways to describe accountability. There are also other ways to describe collapse," Benjamin said. "Financing review on the Hudson Hospital expansion is in 6 weeks. The Queens Transit redevelopment has community partners already nervous about displacement coverage. The Philadelphia Tower refinancing has investors asking whether contract exposure has been properly reserved. If this clause becomes a public symbol instead of a legal provision, we do not get a principled seminar. We get copycat claims, political hearings, frozen public partnerships, and lenders who suddenly discover moral discomfort in the fine print." Thomas listened without interruption. Benjamin was not inventing fear. That made him more difficult to dismiss. The terror in the room wore good tailoring, but it had substance beneath the stitching. Benjamin stepped toward the table, then did not sit. "You know what happens if the narrative moves from one lawsuit to systemic abuse? Every sealed settlement becomes suspicious. Every arbitration becomes sinister. Every redevelopment partner starts demanding assurances in writing. Every investor asks whether we hid contingent liabilities behind confidentiality provisions. Did we?" Benjamin stared at him. Thomas did not soften the question by looking away. "You heard me clearly." "What I heard," Benjamin said slowly, "was guilt trying to become legal naivete." Thomas's mouth changed, not into a smile and not into anger. It became something flatter, stripped of diplomatic use. "I drafted a provision for a company facing an existential threat. I did not draft a sacrament." "No," Benjamin said, "you drafted the thing that kept us alive." The room seemed to tighten around the word alive. Not profitable, not dominant, alive. Benjamin had chosen it deliberately, and Thomas hated that it worked. Benjamin crossed to the decanter and lifted the stopper, then replaced it without pouring. The crystal clicked softly, a small civilized sound doing nothing to civilize the room. "You remember those months," Benjamin said. "You remember the bank circling. You remember public partners threatening withdrawal because no one wanted to be photographed beside a company under siege. You remember payroll projections that looked like autopsy tables." "I remember." "You remember telling me that failure would not be abstract," Benjamin continued. "You said that if Davis Meridian went down, it would drag jobs, pensions, contractors, city projects, and hospital beds with it. You said the law was not allowed to be sentimental when thousands of people were tied to the outcome." Thomas looked toward the table, where neither man had taken the chairs provided for conversation. "I remember being younger. You were right, I was frightened." "You were still right," Benjamin said. "The clause was born from survival, not cruelty." Thomas let that sit for several beats because the sentence contained enough truth to be dangerous. Then he said, "Origins do not control outcomes forever." Benjamin's face registered the blow in a peculiar way. He did not flinch. Instead, he blinked once and lowered his eyes to the carpet as though checking whether the floor had shifted beneath them. When he looked up again, the CEO had returned over the friend. "Loyalty now requires discipline," Benjamin said. "That is a convenient translation. It requires that you stop improvising morality in rooms filled with people trained to monetize weakness. I am not an employee waiting for annual review. No one is too important to become a liability." The sentence entered the room and did not leave. Thomas stood very still, but the stillness was not surrender. It was the pause before a door closed somewhere that could not be reopened by apology. Benjamin seemed to hear it too. His mouth parted as though he might revise the line, but he had always understood that leadership punished retreat. Instead, he walked the sentence forward. "You are the founder most closely associated with the clause," Benjamin said. "Your hesitation has evidentiary gravity. Christopher sees it, Sophia sees it, the board will see it if I do not keep this contained." "Contained," Thomas repeated. "Yes, contained," Benjamin said. "Contained means Christopher manages the case. Sophia manages the narrative. Meredith manages internal privilege." You do not have private conversations with Victoria Collins, and you do not begin some noble internal review because your conscience dislikes the lighting. Thomas gave a faint, incredulous breath. You think reviewing our own conduct is the danger. At this stage, any review becomes either discoverable, suspicious, or useless, Benjamin said. If protected, it still signals fear to everyone who hears about it. If not protected, it becomes a gift basket for Collins. Even if we learn something unpleasant, what exactly do you imagine happens next? We confess our way into stability, we examine the clause before a court forces us to, we let counsel defend the company. Those are not mutually exclusive. In litigation, they become mutually expensive, Benjamin said. Thomas walked away from the window at last. He did not approach Benjamin directly. He moved instead to the empty chair opposite the decanter and rested one hand on its high back, as though testing whether the furniture had more structural honesty than the conversation. Do you ever ask yourself whether Victoria is right about anything? He asked. Benjamin's eyes sharpened at her name. That is exactly the question you cannot afford to enjoy. I did not say enjoy, you did not need to say it. The accusation carried more intimacy than Benjamin perhaps intended. Thomas heard the old friend beneath the executive warning, the man who knew the difference between Thomas's curiosity and Thomas's attention. Benjamin had seen Thomas across negotiating tables, private terraces, hospital wings, investor dinners, and family funerals. He knew when Thomas merely studied a problem, and he knew when a problem had found its way under his skin. She is not reckless, Thomas said. Benjamin laughed once without amusement. That is your defense? That is my observation. Your observation is professionally inconvenient. Most accurate observations are. Benjamin pressed 2 fingers against the bridge of his nose, careful not to disturb the evening's polish. She is building a theory that the clause is abusive across multiple populations. Injured workers, tenants, small contractors. She is trying to turn legal enforceability into moral architecture, and she is good enough that people may listen. Maybe people should listen. Benjamin's hand dropped. Thomas. The name was not a rebuke so much as a plea stripped of pride. Thomas looked at him and saw the younger man who had once stood barefoot in a half-renovated conference room at 3 a.m, tie in one hand, telling him they needed one more lender call before sunrise. He saw the friend who had believed survival could be honorable if enough people depended on it. He saw the CEO who now guarded a palace of mechanisms too large for any one conscience to steer. I am not trying to destroy what we built, Thomas said. Then stop loosening bolts because you dislike what the machine sounds like. Thomas's hand left the chair. People may have been harmed. People are harmed in every large system, Benjamin answered, and then his eyes changed because he heard himself. That came out harsher than I intended. It came out cleanly. Benjamin turned toward the sideboard where a tray of untouched water glasses waited under a linen cover. He lifted one glass and drank half of it, perhaps because liquor would have been too honest. When he set it down, he did so with excessive care. Do you think I do not know what this sounds like? Benjamin asked. Do you think I wake up thrilled that every moral problem arrives with a litigation forecast? I am not trying to turn people into numbers. I am trying to keep numbers from turning into layoffs, abandoned sites, broken public contracts, and hospitals explaining why expansion funds evaporated because we decided guilt should drive strategy. Thomas looked at him for a long moment. You genuinely believe containment is protection. I believe unmanaged truth can become shrapnel, and managed truth becomes branding. Benjamin accepted the strike because denial would have made it worse. Sometimes branding keeps the doors open long enough to fix what can be fixed. Do we fix it? The question hovered between them with no decoration. Benjamin did not answer quickly. His gaze moved to the city, and his reflection appeared in the glass as a man divided into layers by light. We preserve the institution that can still do good. That is not the same answer. It is the answer available to me. Thomas nodded once, not in agreement but in recognition. Benjamin had not become a villain. That would have been easier. He had become an institution speaking through a friend's mouth, and the accent was almost perfect. A soft vibration came from Benjamin's phone. He checked it, read without reacting, and turned the screen face down on the table. Sophia? Thomas asked. Benjamin did not deny it. She wanted to know whether your conversation with Collins requires response planning. Of course she did. She also noted that 2 donors asked why Davis Meridian's founder looked engrossed by the woman suing its legal structure. Did she use the word engrossed? She used a more expensive word. Then she is earning her fee. Benjamin's eyes cooled again. This is not amusing. No, Thomas said, it is efficient, which is worse. Benjamin picked up the phone, typed a short response, and sent it. Thomas watched his thumb move with clean executive finality. What did you tell her? Thomas asked. I told her to monitor coverage, donor chatter, and litigation commentary for any mention of improper proximity. Improper proximity sounds like a zoning violation. I also told her to coordinate with Christopher regarding your exposure. Thomas felt something inside him go quiet, not peaceful, not numb, but dangerously clarified. My exposure. Your potential exposure, Benjamin said. Your historical role in the clause makes you vulnerable to discovery, narrative exploitation, and personal pressure. Personal pressure meaning Victoria Collins. Yes, meaning Victoria Collins. At least you have stopped pretending optics are the only subject. Benjamin's shoulders lowered a fraction, and for a moment fatigue took the room by the throat. She got to you? Thomas's reply came too late to count as denial. She asked difficult questions. Christopher asks difficult questions. You do not look at him as though he has found an unlocked room inside your head. Thomas turned away because the accuracy was vulgar. It took something private and pinned it under bright office light. He had not touched Victoria. He had not promised her anything. He had given her no document, no direction, no useful breach. Yet Benjamin was right that some threshold had been crossed, and Thomas did not know whether the crossing had occurred in the ballroom, the courthouse corridor, or years earlier when the clause first began to outlive its excuse. She sees harm where we see exposure, Thomas said. She sees a case, she sees people. Benjamin's answer came with controlled force. And I see people too. I see the employees whose retirement funds hold our stock. I see contractors who need projects to continue. I see hospital administrators waiting for financing. I see union crews who will not be helped if Davis Meridian becomes politically radioactive. You do not have a monopoly on conscience because you looked sad beside a woman in a blue dress. Thomas's eyes returned to him sharply. Benjamin's regret showed immediately, but he did not apologize. Apology would have required admitting that jealousy had entered the room under the cover of governance, and Benjamin Adams did not have an approved framework for that. That was unnecessary, Thomas said. It was precise, it was small. Yes, Benjamin said, and this time the word was not proud. It was also true enough to matter. For a while, neither man moved. The city kept flashing beneath them, indifferent and lavish. Somewhere above, the gala would be ending in gracious waves. Donors locating coats, executives praising speeches, photographs turning civic virtue into proof of attendance. Down here, beneath the event's gold skin, Davis Meridian's machinery continued its quieter work. Benjamin's phone vibrated again. This time he did not read it. I need you to promise me something. Thomas almost smiled, but it never reached the surface. You should have asked before calling me a liability. I need you to stay away from her outside formal legal settings. That is not a promise you need. It is exactly the promise I need. You cannot manage every hallway in Manhattan. I can manage access, council briefings, board meetings, donor events, and the internal flow of historical materials, Benjamin said. I can make sure Christopher is present when he should be present. I can make sure Sophia knows when your name begins circulating in the wrong context. I can make sure you are protected from yourself. Thomas's gaze hardened in a way that made the temperature of the room seem to lower. Do not mistake containment for protection when you apply it to me. Then do not make me choose between your autonomy and the company's survival. You already chose. Benjamin looked wounded then, not dramatically and not for long. The wound appeared in the brief disorder of his breathing, in the way his fingers found the cuff again and then abandoned it, as though even that small habit had become too revealing. I am trying to save what we built together, Benjamin said. Thomas studied him, and the anger did not leave, but it changed shape around older loyalty. What if saving it requires admitting what it became? Benjamin looked toward the closed door. Then we admit it when doing so does not destroy the people who had no part in becoming it. That day never arrives by itself. Then let it be scheduled by counsel, not summoned by attraction. The word was finally spoken. It landed without elegance. Thomas did not deny it. He also did not confirm it. The refusal to do either answered more than he wished. Benjamin nodded once bleakly. That is what I thought. You think many things when frightened. I am frightened because I understand scale, Benjamin said. You are frightened because Victoria Collins has made the damage legible. Thomas felt the sentence pass through him like cold water. Benjamin walked to the door and opened it. The corridor outside remained empty, warm with recessed light and guarded by cameras set discreetly into the ceiling. I have a call with Christopher in 15 minutes. After that, Sophia will receive parameters. You should go home before someone decides your absence also means something. Thomas moved toward the doorway, then stopped beside him. The two men stood close enough that anyone passing might have mistaken them for allies, concluding a difficult but routine exchange. We used to tell each other the truth before we told the company a version of it, Thomas said. Benjamin's eyes did not lift immediately. We used to be small enough to survive that luxury. Thomas left without answering because any answer would have been a memorial. Sophia Henderson stood near the far end of the corridor, half turned toward a black marble console where a white orchid had been arranged with surgical restraint. She was speaking quietly into her phone, her bronze evening dress concealed now beneath a cream coat that made her look less like a guest than a verdict prepared for delivery. When Thomas appeared, she ended the call with one touch. "Mr. Davis," she said, "Sophia." Her gaze moved over him quickly, not rudely and not casually. She assessed the set of his shoulders, the delay before his reply, the fact that Benjamin had not walked out with him. Her profession had taught her that the body issued press releases before the mouth approved them. "I hope the evening has not become too productive," she said. "That depends on whether productivity now requires surveillance. In my field, surveillance prefers to be called awareness. In mine, it prefers to be called discovery." Sophia smiled with only one corner of her mouth. "Then we are both employed by euphemisms." Thomas would once have enjoyed the line. Tonight he felt too tired to reward it. "Benjamin is waiting for your parameters. I assumed he would be. You assume a great deal. I am paid to notice what polite rooms pretend not to contain." Thomas looked at her then, and Sophia's amusement faded into something more intelligent. Not sympathy. That would have been too soft for her. Recognition, perhaps, and a cautious respect for danger correctly identified. "Be careful," she said. "Is that personal concern or professional positioning? With you, the distinction is becoming less profitable." Thomas continued down the corridor before she could say anything more. Behind him, Sophia's heels clicked once, then stopped. He imagined her already composing the message. "Monitor Thomas Davis, not publicly, not clumsily, but thoroughly enough to know when conscience begins acting like evidence." By the time Thomas reached the private entrance, the rain had thinned to a mist that silvered the waiting cars. His driver opened the rear door and Thomas entered without speaking. The cabin smelled of leather and rain-soaked wool from an umbrella stored somewhere out of sight. As the car pulled away, the hotel rose behind him in gold rectangles, the gala still burning in rooms where money congratulated itself for wearing mercy well. His phone showed 3 missed calls, 6 messages, and 1 forwarded press photograph from the event. In the image, he stood beside Victoria Collins near the edge of the ballroom. The photographer had caught nothing improper. There was space between them, a glass in his hand, a civic banner blurred behind her shoulder. Any objective viewer would see 2 professionals in conversation. Thomas saw the angle of his own attention. He locked the phone and placed it face down beside him. At his penthouse, the doorman greeted him with a discretion less practiced than the gala attendance, but no less complete. Thomas crossed the lobby, rode alone to the top floor, and entered rooms that had been arranged by experts to soothe a man who rarely permitted himself to be soothed. The view opened around him in imperial black and glittering fragments. The city looked endless, but the apartment felt narrow. He did not remove his tuxedo jacket. He did not pour a drink. He went to the study, where the desk still held the materials he had avoided before the gala. Victoria's latest filing, the deposition transcript from the Davis Meridian representative, and a clipped internal chronology Meredith had sent for review. Each document waited with the patience of things that did not care whether a man was ready. Thomas switched on the desk lamp. The pool of light caught the first page of Victoria's filing. Her prose was disciplined, stripped of theatrical pleading, and more dangerous because of it. She did not beg the court to feel. She showed the court how the mechanism worked. She named the clause as a structure that did not merely root disputes but separated harmed parties from one another, preventing pattern, pressure, and public accountability from forming. He turned to the line he had already read twice before leaving for the gala. The provision operates not only as a barrier to relief, but as a barrier between injured people who might otherwise recognize shared harm. Thomas sat down slowly. Benjamin had demanded restraint. Christopher would demand privilege. Sophia would demand message control. The board would demand insulation, investors would demand assurance, and every institution around him would call the same thing by a different polished name. Victoria had called it harm. The word looked unsophisticated on the page, almost crude beside the elaborate machinery built to avoid it, yet it had the force of a dropped stone through glass. Thomas opened the older chronology next. His own name appeared in the early entries, attached to drafts, revisions, emergency memoranda, board presentations, lender communications. The younger version of himself moved through the pages with terrifying confidence, building a shield during a storm and failing to imagine how eagerly calm weather would keep using it. He reached for a pen and wrote one note in the margin, small enough that anyone else might miss it. When did survival become containment? He stared at the question until the ink dried. Then he turned back to Victoria's filing, still dressed for a gala whose music had finally left his ears, and read the line about injured people being kept from finding one another again. Chapter 12, the archive box arrived at Victoria's office with a split corner, a dead barcode, and Thomas Davis's name buried in the inventory sheet. Lauren Cook carried it in with both arms, one hip nudging the door open while the printer behind Victoria made a wet, exhausted sound and surrendered another page of discovery correspondence. The office had already begun its morning rebellion. Case files leaned against each other in unstable towers. Yellow sticky notes flowered across the window glass, the filing cabinets, and the side of Lauren's monitor. Someone had abandoned a cup of coffee near the pleadings binder, and the coffee had developed the bleak personality of medicine left too long on a counter. Victoria stood beside the conference table in a navy dress she had chosen before dawn because it did not require thought. The gala remained only as a faint ache at the base of her skull, an afterimage of chandeliers, donor smiles, and Thomas Davis standing too calmly beneath all that manufactured light. In her office, there were no champagne flutes, no orchestral strings, no marble staircase wide enough to make wealth seem inevitable. There were deadlines, toner dust, client messages, and the kind of fluorescent lighting that made every truth look slightly underfed. Lauren set the box down with a thud that made two exhibit folders slide sideways. "Public records adjacent miracle," she said, pulling a pen from the knot of her hair. The archive clerk described it as incomplete, misfiled, and probably boring, which is how documents flirt with me. Victoria reached for the inventory sheet before answering. Her eyes moved down the list with the practiced speed of someone who trusted paper more than people, even when paper lied with better manners. Old litigation index, lender correspondence, board presentation excerpts, standard agreement revisions, emergency memorandum summaries. Contract risk matrix. Then the name appeared, Thomas Davis, not as a courtesy copy, not as an executive signature at the bottom of a document someone else had drafted. His name sat in the middle of the architecture, attached to notes, revisions, and strategy memoranda created when Davis Meridian had still been young enough to bleed in public. Victoria tapped the page once. "There he is," she said. Lauren leaned over her shoulder. "There he is doing quite a lot." Victoria pulled the first folder from the box and laid it flat on the table. The paper smelled faintly of basement air and old adhesive, a stale mineral scent that reminded her of municipal record rooms and courthouse drawers. She removed the pages carefully, although some private part of her wanted to scatter them, to expose the neatness of Davis Meridian's history to the harsher climate of her office. Thomas was everywhere. He appeared in the early chronology during the lawsuit that had nearly broken the company, when financing had wobbled, public partners had threatened withdrawal, and half-built infrastructure projects had become liabilities with cranes. He appeared beside phrases like catastrophic exposure, continuity of operations, workforce preservation, lender confidence, and project viability. The language was bloodless, but the situation beneath it had not been. If the documents were accurate, Davis Meridian had been facing claims large enough to freeze construction, frighten investors, and endanger thousands of jobs tied to projects that had not yet learned how to survive delay. Victoria began making piles. Pre-crisis contracts went to the left, litigation filings went beneath the blue binder, board summaries formed a thin stack near Lauren's laptop, public statements went beside the window, revised standard agreements took the center of the table. Early clause drafts, each with incremental changes, went directly in front of Victoria. Her hands moved with a severity that made Lauren watch her more than the documents. "This confirms it," Victoria filings went beneath the blue binder. Board summaries formed a thin stack near Lauren's laptop. Public statements went beside the window. Revised standard agreements took the center of the table. Early clause drafts, each with incremental changes, went directly in front of Victoria. Her hands moved with a severity that made Lauren watch her more than the documents. "This confirms it," Victoria said. He was not dragged into this afterward. He shaped the legal response. Lauren uncapped a highlighter with her teeth, then stopped herself when Victoria gave her a look. "I am not arguing with that." He built the wall. "Maybe," Lauren said. "The interesting question is whether he built it before or after the floodwater reached the electrical outlets." Victoria looked up from the page. "That sounds dangerously close to nuance. It is only nuance if we let it wear a little hat and run the meeting." Victoria did not smile, although the corner of her mouth considered it and decided against becoming evidence. She reached for the earliest memorandum in the file. The date placed it several years before Davis Meridian became the civic machine it was now, before the hospital systems and transit expansions had given the company a public halo bright enough to blind casual observers. The memo bore Thomas's initials in the margin, the strokes smaller and less controlled than his signature now. Younger, perhaps, faster, less armored, prevent predatory claims from freezing essential work, preserve continuity during active public infrastructure development. Limit catastrophic exposure without eliminating legitimate redress. Victoria read the last line twice. Lauren noticed. "That one surprised me too. It should not," Victoria said. Abusive systems usually begin with someone explaining why ordinary fairness is temporarily inconvenient. "Sure," Lauren said, with a gentleness that made the word less agreeable than it sounded. And sometimes, a temporary tool becomes a permanent habit because everyone around it discovers the habit is profitable. Victoria's fingers pressed the edge of the paper until it bowed. "The people harmed by this clause do not care whether the first draft had noble margins." "No," Lauren said, "they should not have to." The answer landed softly, which made it harder to push away. Victoria turned to the next document, but the previous sentence remained in the room like an unpaid witness. Thomas's early annotations were careful, strategic, and unsettlingly practical. They did not have the oily pleasure of cruelty. There was no sentence that revealed a man designing a trap for injured electricians, displaced tenants, or small contractors who could not afford a year of procedural siege. That would have been simpler. A monster with polished shoes and a fountain pen would have fit neatly inside the case theory, and Victoria had enough experience with polished monsters to know where to put them. This was worse. A younger Thomas had written as if disaster were standing at the door with a lender's briefcase and a court summons. He had drawn legal lines around the company to keep it from collapsing, and the lines had remained after the emergency passed. Other hands had thickened them. Other executives had found the wall useful. Other lawyers had learned that a defensive instrument could become a private weather system, pushing every storm away from the glass towers where Davis Meridian told the public its story. Victoria sorted the next set of revisions with more force than necessary. Lauren pulled up a rolling chair and sat backward on it, her arms folded over the top. "You are making that face." "I have several faces. The one where your brain has accepted a complication and your pride is trying to evict it." Victoria slid a copy of the standard agreement toward her. "Thomas Davis drafted the original framework. That remains true, yes. And the clause, even in its early form, gave Davis Meridian enormous leverage over parties with less money, less counsel, and less endurance. Yes, so we are not lighting a candle for his burdened conscience." Lauren's mouth tipped sideways, no candles. "Maybe one flickering battery tea light of intellectual honesty." Victoria looked back at the page. "Your metaphors are getting worse under stress. My metaphors are unionizing." Despite herself, Victoria exhaled something close to amusement. It vanished almost immediately when she found the next handwritten note. Thomas had marked a section on claim aggregation and written in the margin, "Prevent opportunistic consolidation during active financing period." Beneath that, in a different pen, dated nearly 18 months later, someone else had added, "Consider broader application across redevelopment contract suite." Victoria drew a box around the later notation. "That is not him," Lauren said. "No," Victoria answered. Different handwriting. Lauren rolled closer and compared the pages, and later, after the immediate financing crisis stabilized, if this chronology is right, Victoria reached for the newer version of the clause. The language had sharpened with the elegance of a blade being professionally maintained. Fee-shifting provisions expanded. Confidentiality terms became broader, notice deadlines narrowed. Arbitration requirements migrated from specific high-risk contracts into agreements that touched tenants, subcontractors, relocation participants, and community-adjacent service providers. The clause had not merely survived its emergency. It had been domesticated, bred, and released through the company like a useful predator. Victoria took out a legal pad and wrote 3 headings in clean block letters: origin, expansion, enforcement. The pen paused over the page. Lauren watched without interrupting. Victoria wrote beneath the first heading, defensive purpose asserted during existential corporate crisis. The phrase irritated her immediately. It sounded too fair. It gave Thomas more room than she had wanted him to occupy, and some private chamber inside her rejected the invitation. She thought of him at the gala, composed beneath the expensive lights, listening to her as though every word had weight he was not free to acknowledge. She thought of his voice when he had said that intention did not absolve consequence. The sentence had seemed like an argument then. Now it looked more like a confession disguised as doctrine. She set the pen down. Her father's hands returned to her with the force of weather. Daniel Collins had been a union electrician with broad palms, scarred knuckles, and the stubborn dignity of a man who believed skill ought to matter more than charm. After the accident, after the claim, after the company lawyers had turned the process into a corridor with no doors, his hands had changed first. The fingers that once repaired breaker panels and coaxed dead wiring back into order had begun curling around envelopes from insurers, notices from counsel, and medical forms written in a dialect designed to humiliate anyone without a legal education. The corporate lawyers had never sounded cruel. That had been the genius of it. They had sounded neutral, procedural, regretfully constrained. They had spoken of timelines, causation, documentation, and review standards, while her mother took extra shifts and her father apologized for groceries. Victoria had learned then that power rarely needed to shout. It could lower its voice, cite a subsection, and wait for hunger to do the rest. Whatever Thomas Davis had intended, people like her father had paid for systems designed by men insulated from their cost. Victoria picked up the pen again. Intent does not rescue impact, she said. Lauren's expression softened, but she kept her voice practical. No, but intent can show the point where impact became foreseeable. Victoria looked at her. That is the useful part, Lauren continued. If the clause began as emergency protection, then the later expansions matter more, not less. They knew it was powerful. They knew why it had been created. They knew what it could stop. Then they kept applying it after the emergency ended. Victoria turned the legal pad toward her and underlined expansion. Lauren reached for a later contract draft. Here, this version adds fee shifting for unsuccessful challenges. That is not just a shield. That is a warning sign with invoices attached. Victoria took the page. And this version expands confidentiality beyond settlement terms to dispute existence and related communications, which keeps harmed parties from finding each other. Victoria's pen stopped for half a second. The filing Thomas had been reading last night had made that same point. She had written it because the law demanded a theory, but also because she had sat with clients who thought they were alone until Lauren found evidence that loneliness had been engineered. Now the older documents gave that argument a spine. Victoria began marking exhibit categories: early crisis documents, original drafting purpose, post-crisis amendments, expansion across contract families, enforcement against lower resource parties, confidentiality preventing pattern recognition. The case shifted beneath her hands, not away from anger but into something stronger. Anger could strike, structure could survive a judge. Lauren stood and pinned a chronology sheet to the corkboard. You are thinking something jurisdictionally expensive. I am thinking Christopher will argue the origin story helps them. He will, Lauren said. He will wrap it in civic necessity and carry it into court wearing cufflinks. Then we do not fight the origin, Victoria said. We use it. Lauren's eyebrows lifted. That sounds like coffee number 3 talking, but I approve. Victoria crossed to the board and began adding dates. The first lawsuit, the lender panic, the emergency memorandum, Thomas's initial clause draft, the financing stabilization, the first post-crisis expansion. The migration into redevelopment agreements, the sealed disputes, the claimant files. A pattern emerged not as a straight line but as an architectural drawing of moral drift. The clause was born from fear, Victoria said. They will say that makes it reasonable. We say fear explains its strength, and its strength made later abuse foreseeable. Lauren came to stand beside her. A temporary defensive tool became permanent containment. Yes, and once leadership knew it could prevent public dispute formation, every later use carried notice. Victoria wrote beneath the headings on the legal pad, origin, defensive purpose, later use, systemic containment. The words sat there plain and dangerous. She thought of Thomas again, and irritation rose to meet the thought because it was easier than curiosity. He was not absolved by his younger handwriting. He was not innocent because someone else had later sharpened the instrument he made. He had drafted the first architecture. He had watched it become part of Davis Meridian's legal infrastructure. He had remained in rooms where people benefited from the silence it produced. Still, the evidence had changed the shape of responsibility. Authorship was not the same as enforcement. Origin was not the same as expansion. Sole blame was not the same as accountability. Victoria disliked each distinction not because it was weak, but because it was true. Lauren touched the edge of the board where Thomas's name appeared. You have been treating him as the clause in human form. Victoria kept her attention on the documents. That is because he made himself very available for the role. He made himself relevant, Lauren said, maybe not identical. Victoria turned. Do you think that matters to Martin Ellis, who signed away his chance to speak with other injured workers before he understood what the clause did? No. Does it matter to Angela Romero, who thought relocation assistance meant assistance instead of a private proceeding she could not afford? Does it matter to Harris and Sons, who lost contracts while Davis Meridian kept calling itself a community partner? Lauren's voice lowered. I am asking whether it matters to you. The office seemed to quiet around the question, although the printer continued complaining softly in the corner. Victoria looked at the board, at the dates and arrows and names, at the careful young handwriting of a man she had expected to hate cleanly. Clean hatred was useful. It had a satisfying internal grammar. It knew where to stand. I care about winning the argument that helps my clients, Victoria said. Lauren waited. Victoria turned back to the table, and I care about not letting Christopher portray me as someone too angry to read the evidence in front of her. That is not what I asked. It is the answer that will survive cross-examination. Lauren gave a small nod, conceding the boundary without accepting it. She gathered the later drafts and began scanning them into the case system. The machine made bright bars of light pass over the paper, turning each page into another piece of a record Davis Meridian had failed to bury completely. Victoria reviewed Thomas's annotations one last time before placing them in a red folder. The younger version of his legal mind was painfully visible there, disciplined and frightened, trying to keep a company alive without imagining how survival could become appetite. She wondered whether he had understood that at the time or only later, when the clause had become famous inside Davis Meridian as the provision opposing counsel could not break. She remembered his face at the gala when she had said harmed people were not abstractions on a risk matrix. He had looked away only briefly, toward a room full of donors applauding civic generosity they had not had to test against private contracts. The memory made her uncomfortable enough to become useful. Victoria opened a fresh document on her laptop and began drafting a new internal strategy memo. The first paragraph came slowly, then gathered force. Evidence regarding the clause's origin should not be treated as exculpatory. On the contrary, the emergency context may establish that Davis Meridian understood the extraordinary power of the provision from inception. Subsequent expansion into routine contracts, particularly those involving lower resource parties, supports a theory of foreseeable misuse and institutional failure to reassess. Lauren read over her shoulder, scanning quickly. That is a cleaner blade. It has to be, Victoria said. Christopher wants outrage because outrage is easier to dismiss as theater. He may regret requesting a performance review. Victoria continued typing. The strategy would require testimony or documents identifying when Davis Meridian stopped treating the clause as a crisis measure and began treating it as standard operating procedure. It would require revision histories, department-level adoption records, communications about enforcement outcomes, and proof that leadership saw the clause working not merely as risk management but as silence management. She stopped at that phrase, silence management. It had the ugly precision of something real. Lauren set another scan page beside her. Look at the distribution list on this version. Victoria read the names: legal, finance, development, communications. Sophia Henderson had not been at Davis Meridian then, but the department's presence mattered. The clause's evolution had not lived only in legal. It had touched the company's public-facing machinery earlier than Victoria had known. She marked the line for later, careful not to wander beyond what the documents could prove. Not today, she murmured. Lauren understood. Chapter of the monster book for later, exhibit category for later, Victoria corrected, though her voice carried the same meaning. By noon, the conference table had become a map of cause and consequence. The box sat empty on the floor, its split corner gaping like a mouse that had finally given up its secret. Victoria had redrafted the case theory in 3 versions, each tighter than the last. Lauren had built a spreadsheet tracking clause changes against corporate milestones and known disputes. The office smelled of toner, cold coffee, and the sharp adhesive of newly labeled folders. Victoria placed Thomas's annotated drafts into a clear sleeve. His name remained visible through the plastic. She did not feel softness when she looked at it. Softness would have been an insult to every client whose claim had been strangled by language made respectable through repetition. She felt danger instead, a more serious thing. Understanding him might make her argument better. It might help her separate the creation of the clause from the later choices that turned it into a system. It might even make a judge listen longer before reaching for the comfort of contract formalism. It might also make Thomas Davis harder to hate. Victoria wrote the final exhibit label by hand. Origin, defensive purpose, later use, systemic containment. Lauren, reading it upside down, gave a low whistle. That is going to ruin somebody's afternoon. Victoria slid the label into the folder. Good. The word came out steady, but her fingers lingered for a moment on the plastic sleeve just above Thomas's name. She let herself feel the complication for exactly 1 breath. Then she closed the folder, placed it on top of the motion stack, and turned back toward the printer as it coughed another page into the room. Chapter 13, 2 mornings later, that exhibit label rode in Victoria's litigation bag between a draft motion and 3 revised discovery requests, its neat black letters pressing against the leather as if the folder had developed a pulse of its own. The conference suite occupied the 37th floor of a midtown tower where every surface appeared to have been selected by someone allergic to evidence of human use. Glass walls looked out over the city with serene indifference. Brushed steel doors swallowed attorneys and released them into corridors softened by expensive carpeting. Even the reception desk seemed less like furniture than a decision rendered in walnut and light. Victoria had spent 90 minutes across a polished table from Christopher Rodriguez, who had treated every request for clause history documents as though she had asked for the combination to Davis Meridian's private vault and a list of childhood fears. He had conceded nothing with elegance, which somehow made the refusal more aggravating. When she pressed for communications related to later revisions, he had smiled with professional restraint and described her request as historically ambitious. She had answered that history often became ambitious when defendants buried it. Now she stepped out of the suite with her tablet tucked beneath one arm and irritation arranged neatly behind her eyes. Lauren had disappeared toward the copy room after an assistant claimed the marked exhibits had been placed in the wrong binder. A mistake Victoria suspected had been born from either incompetence or Christopher's talent for making inconvenience wear a tailored jacket. The conference had not been a defeat, but it had been a locked gate, and she could already feel the shape of the brief she would need to draft before nightfall. The elevator bank stood at the end of the corridor, guarded by a black card reader and a vase of white orchids that looked too immaculate to belong to anything alive. Victoria pressed the call button harder than necessary. The small circle lit beneath her finger, pale and obedient. Behind her, Christopher's voice drifted from the conference suite, smooth enough to polish silver. He was speaking to someone from Davis Meridian's team about document custodians, privilege logs, and the importance of disciplined collection. The phrase made Victoria want to laugh without humor. Discipline in that world was what powerful people called coordination when the rest of the country called it concealment. The elevator arrived without a chime. Victoria stepped inside, already opening a blank note on her tablet. The cab was larger than most Manhattan apartments deserved to be, paneled in muted steel and dark mirrored glass. The floor numbers glowed in a vertical line beside the doors, each digit cool and discreet. The air smelled faintly of cedar, electricity, and money laundered through architecture. She reached for the button marked lobby. A hand appeared between the closing doors. The sensors caught, the doors parted, and Thomas Davis stepped into the elevator with a folder in one hand and the unhurried composure of a man who had learned young that rooms rearranged themselves around him. Victoria did not move back because the elevator was large enough to make retreat unnecessary and small enough to make it meaningful. Thomas paused only long enough for recognition to register. His suit was charcoal, his tie loosened by exactly the amount that suggested a long meeting rather than disorder. The same controlled alertness she had seen in court and at the gala settled across his face, but this time there was fatigue beneath it, faintly visible around his eyes. "Ms. Collins," he said, "Mr. Davis," Victoria replied, because anything warmer would have been reckless and anything colder would have admitted too much. The doors closed with an efficient glide. For 2 floors, the only sound came from the elevator's ascent and the low hum inside the walls. Victoria did not look at him directly. The mirrored panel opposite them offered a blurred version of both their profiles, 2 figures held in the same polished box by circumstance and very poor judgment. She could have pressed a button for the next floor and stepped out. He could have done the same, neither did. "You survived Mr. Rodriguez's hospitality," Thomas said. Victoria watched the number 38 become 39. "That depends on how generously you define hospitality." "He can be thorough," Thomas said. "He can turn a water glass into a procedural objection," Victoria answered. A faint movement touched his mouth, not quite a smile. Christopher would argue that the glass raised questions of relevance. He would also ask the court to seal the water, Victoria said. The small humor should have made the space safer, but it did the opposite. It reminded her that conversation with him had a dangerous habit of finding rhythm before she authorized it. Thomas turned the folder in his hand so the label faced inward. Today was about discovery boundaries. Today was about whether your company gets to lock the garden and then insist nothing poisonous grows there, Victoria said. Davis Meridian has legitimate concerns about scope, Thomas answered. Victoria looked at him then. Protection is a flexible word in your company's vocabulary. He accepted the strike without the defensive reflex she expected. That unsettled her. Men with his kind of authority usually met accusation with polish, denial, or a lecture on complexity. Thomas only lowered his gaze for a breath, as though the sentence had reached a place already bruised. "Christopher's responsibility is to protect the company's legal position," he said. "And yours?" Victoria asked. The question hung between them, more intimate than it had any right to be. Thomas did not answer immediately. The floor number changed again. Somewhere above them, a mechanism clicked, and the elevator continued upward despite her having pressed lobby. Restricted service, she realized. Executive routing, keycard hierarchy, or some private floor sequence that had decided ordinary direction could wait. "My responsibilities are numerous," he said at last. "That sounded expensive," Victoria replied. "It often is," Thomas said. Victoria's thumb rested against the edge of her tablet. Beneath its dark screen, her reflected face looked almost severed from feeling. She thought of the folder in her bag, Thomas's old annotations lying under plastic, the words "protect continuity and limit catastrophic exposure" written by a younger version of the man beside her. "I found the earlier history," she said. His expression changed so slightly that another person might have missed it. Victoria did not. The breath he had been holding shifted somewhere behind his ribs, not audible enough to be confession, but visible enough to be evidence. "What earlier history?" he asked. "The kind that makes boilerplate look less accidental," Victoria said. "The kind involving a lawsuit your company nearly did not survive." His eyes moved to the glowing numbers. "You have been busy." "My clients have been injured, displaced, delayed, and priced out of remedies," she said. "Busy is the polite version." Thomas nodded once, as if conceding that politeness had no jurisdiction here. "Do you think context matters?" he asked. Victoria considered giving him the clean answer, the courtroom answer, the one with citations and blades placed neatly under each clause. Instead, the elevator's confined air made evasion feel like cowardice. "Context matters in sentencing," she said. "It does not become absolution because someone writes it in a memo." His gaze returned to her. "That is a severe distinction. It is a useful one," Victoria said. Thomas leaned one shoulder lightly against the side panel, not relaxed, but no longer performing the fiction that this was ordinary. The lights traced a pale edge along his cheekbone. He looked less like the untouchable architect Lauren had once cursed over coffee, and more like a man trapped inside a building he had helped design. "Legal tools are built for particular moments," he said. A crisis narrows everyone's imagination. People draft against the worst outcome they can see, then institutions discover the tool still functions after the fear has passed. Victoria's grip tightened around the tablet, though her voice stayed even. That sounds almost like accountability if accountability had been sent through 7 rounds of counsel. Sometimes the tool remains, Thomas continued, as if he needed to finish before caution reclaimed him. Sometimes the people who inherit it mistake endurance for wisdom. Sometimes nobody wants to be the first person to ask whether a defensive measure has become something else. He had not said clause, he had not said harmed, he had not said wrong. He had given her the outline of an admission and left the center blank. Victoria felt the peculiar heat of anger sharpened by recognition. If a person knows a tool has become something else, why keep standing behind the people using it? The elevator slowed, not stopped entirely, but slowed enough that both of them noticed. The floor number flickered between 41 and 42, then held. A soft tone sounded from the panel, followed by a message on the small screen near the doors. Security hold, clearance in progress. Victoria looked at the screen for 1 measured second. Naturally. Thomas reached toward the panel, then stopped before touching anything. This building is fond of hierarchy. This building is fond of trapping opposing parties together, Victoria said. You could call security, he said. You could, she replied. Neither reached for the intercom. The stalled elevator made the airfield changed, not warmer exactly, but more concentrated. The city beyond the narrow strip of glass sat far below them, broken into rooftops, reflections, and moving dots of traffic. Victoria became aware of Thomas's breathing beside her because there was suddenly too little else to measure. She noticed that his cuff had slipped back from his wrist, revealing the plain face of an old watch, elegant but worn along the edge. She noticed the faint crease between his brows, the kind left by years of refusing to look surprised. She hated noticing any of it. Knowledge is not the same as legal freedom, Thomas said. Victoria turned her head slowly. That is another expensive sentence. There are privileges, fiduciary duties, board obligations, contractual restrictions, and consequences that affect people beyond the two of us, he said. Powerful men often describe their cages with impressive vocabulary, she said. The line landed. She saw it in the way his fingers flexed once against the folder, then stilled with deliberate control. He did not deny it, which irritated her more than denial would have, because denial could be dismissed. You think I am hiding behind language, he said. I think language is where men like you hide when ordinary words would require action. His gaze held hers in the mirrored dimness. And what are the ordinary words? Victoria knew the answer too quickly. People were harmed. The elevator remained suspended. For a moment, Thomas looked almost young, not in feature, but in the naked interval before a man chooses which armor to lift back into place. The fatigue beneath his composure deepened. Victoria saw with inconvenient clarity that he was not untouched by what she had said. He was not standing beside her as a marble emblem of Davis Meridian power. He was a person with an inventory of locked doors inside him, holding one closed from the other side. That is not a phrase I take lightly, he said. Then stop making it sound theoretical, she answered. His attention moved over her face with unsettling care, not lingering where it should not taking anything he had no right to take. He listened the way he had at the gala, with a stillness that refused pity and demanded precision. Victoria found that far more dangerous than charm. Does every case become this personal for you? He asked. The question should have offended her. It should have given her the clean satisfaction of accusing him of condescension. Instead, the careful way he asked it, neither dismissive nor soft, reached the hinge of something she usually kept bolted. Every case involves people, she said. That was not my question, Thomas said. Victoria looked away first, which annoyed her enough to make honesty feel like retaliation. My father believed the process, she said. He believed forms mattered, deadlines mattered, doctor's notes mattered, showing up in a clean shirt mattered. He believed fairness was a room he could enter if he brought the right papers. Thomas did not speak. He was wrong, she continued. The room had been designed by people who could afford to wait longer than pain could. They called it procedure. We called it losing the house one bill at a time. The words left her with more force than she intended, but she refused to pull them back. She had not given him the whole story. She had not described the hospital smell that clung to Daniel Collins's work jacket, or the way her mother sorted envelopes at the kitchen table with a rosary beside the calculator, or the apology in her father's voice when pride had nowhere left to stand. She had given Thomas the legal summary of a wound. It was already more than he was owed. Thomas's face altered again, quietly and without spectacle. "I am sorry for whatever taught you to recognize that so clearly," he said. Victoria felt the sentence move through her before she could stop it, not because it healed anything. It did not. Not because she believed apology had evidentiary value. It did not. It moved through her because he had not decorated it with pity, and because he had understood that the wound was not only grief but education. "Do not be kind unless you plan to be useful," she said. The words should have restored distance. Instead, they thinned it. Thomas looked toward the panel again where the clearance message still glowed. The pause stretched until it became a room of its own. There were periods he began, then stopped. Victoria turned fully toward him. Periods of what? His throat moved once. Revision. Her pulse marked the word. He looked at her then, and she saw the line he would not cross drawn visibly inside him. Counsel had trained her to recognize hesitation, but this was not uncertainty. This was a man measuring a wall, knowing exactly where the current would kill him. "Departments change language for different reasons," he said carefully. "Risk, insurance, financing, communications, project delays. A clause can move through hands that do not remember why it was first written." Victoria heard the shape beneath the words. "Which department?" Thomas's gaze did not move. "You know I cannot answer that." "Cannot or will not, both," he said. That honesty cut cleaner than evasion. Victoria stepped closer by the smallest possible distance, not enough to threaten propriety, only enough to refuse the comfort of abstraction. "Regret is not evidence, Thomas." His name entered the elevator before she had time to retrieve it. Something in him responded, though he kept still. Perhaps it was only the shift of his eyes, or perhaps the sound of his name in her voice had landed where titles could not. "No," he said, "it is not. If you know people have been harmed, stop letting regret do the work of courage," she said. Thomas's face hardened, not in anger, but in the disciplined way of someone resisting an impulse that had become almost physical. "Courage without precision can destroy people who never held the knife." Victoria felt the old fury rise, disciplined now by the new evidence she hated needing. Precision without courage is how the knife gets polished. The elevator gave a low mechanical shudder. The floor number blinked, advanced to 42, then began descending. The motion returned so suddenly that Victoria had to adjust her stance. Thomas reached out instinctively, not touching her, only placing his hand against the wall near her shoulder as though to steady the space itself. He withdrew before the gesture could become anything else. The restraint mattered. She wished it had not. The descent gathered speed. Whatever had existed during the hold began folding itself away, pressed flat beneath profession, risk, and the knowledge that both of them had already said enough to change the temperature of the case, though not enough to change the record. Victoria looked at the doors. "You understand that I am going to pursue the revision history." "I assumed you would," Thomas said. "I am going to force the question in discovery," she said. "You should," he replied. She turned sharply. That was dangerously close to useful. "It was not advice," he said. "Everything in this elevator has been advice wearing a blindfold," she said. For the first time, his smile appeared fully, though it lasted less than a second. "You are an exacting listener. I am paid to notice what people almost say," she answered. The elevator passed the 20th floor. The city disappeared from view, replaced by the opaque interior of the tower shaft. Victoria felt the world returning, floor by floor. Receptionists, associates, security guards, assistants, procedural rules, and the invisible architecture of advantage waited below. The suspended clarity between them would not survive contact with the lobby. Thomas seemed to know it too. "Ms. Collins," he said, restoring the formal barrier with visible reluctance. "Mr. Davis," she answered, matching him because she still understood how armor worked. The doors opened onto the lobby and sound rushed in at once. Shoes crossed marble. A security guard spoke into an earpiece. A messenger argued softly with the reception desk about a signature. Two associates from Christopher's team stood near the turnstiles, pretending not to notice that Victoria Collins and Thomas Davis had emerged from the same elevator. Victoria stepped out first. Lauren appeared from the corridor near the copy center, carrying 2 binders and a paper cup balanced dangerously on top. Her expression sharpened the instant she saw Thomas behind Victoria. She did not grin. She did not lift her brows in theatrical accusation. She took in Victoria's face, Thomas's stillness, and the space between them, then became very careful. "There you are," Lauren said. The exhibits were misfiled, mislabeled, and possibly raised by wolves. Victoria took 1 binder from her. "We have work to do." Lauren glanced once toward Thomas. That seems to be developing as a theme. Victoria gave her a look that ended the subject before it learned to walk. Thomas remained near the elevator bank, separated now by 10 feet of marble and every legal rule that mattered. Christopher emerged from the secured corridor behind him, phone in hand, his gaze moving between Thomas and Victoria with the composed interest of a man who could turn coincidence into a footnote. Victoria refused to give him anything useful. She adjusted the strap of her litigation bag and walked toward the revolving doors. Lauren kept pace beside her, unusually quiet for someone who had just rescued mislabeled exhibits from clerical purgatory. Outside, the April light struck the glass facade of the opposite building and scattered into bright, hard angles. Only when they reached the sidewalk did Lauren speak again. "You are breathing like somebody handed you a live wire and asked you to notarize it," she said. Victoria looked down the block where taxis slid through traffic with impatient grace. "Nothing happened. I did not ask whether anything happened," Lauren said. Victoria tightened her fingers around the binder. "Then do not ask the next question either." Lauren studied her for a moment and for once chose mercy over interrogation. "Christopher's office sent the privilege log supplement while I was fighting the copier. Forward it to me," Victoria said. "Already did," Lauren replied. "I also made a folder for revision history because I enjoy tempting fate." Victoria stopped at the curb. Lauren's eyes narrowed. "That was not a guess, was it?" Victoria did not answer immediately. Across the street, a delivery cyclist swerved around a black town car, and the driver leaned on the horn as though volume could establish moral superiority. "We need the clause by year, by department, and by project category," Victoria said, "not just final versions." Draft movement, internal ownership. Who touched what and when? Lauren's expression changed from concern to professional hunger. "That is either a theory or an arrow." "It is both," Victoria said. Behind them, inside the lobby's glass shell, Thomas Davis remained visible for one final moment before Christopher stepped into his line of sight. Christopher spoke to him, polished and contained, and Thomas listened with the expression of a man attending to a warning he had already decided not to obey completely. Then Victoria turned away. Thomas watched her go until the revolving doors erased her reflection from the glass. Christopher's voice entered beside him. "That was unfortunate timing." Thomas looked at him. "Elevators are famously indifferent to litigation strategy." "They are less indifferent when witnesses are present in the lobby," Christopher said. Thomas let the comment rest without offering explanation. That, he knew, would irritate Christopher more than argument. "Benjamin will not enjoy hearing about it," Christopher added. "Benjamin has many opportunities for disappointment," Thomas said. Christopher's eyes flickered with something close to amusement. "You should be careful." "I usually am," Thomas answered. "That is precisely why deviations become noticeable," Christopher said. Thomas inclined his head, accepting the warning without granting it authority. "Was there anything else?" Christopher held his gaze for another second, then returned to his phone. "The privilege team needs your office's confirmation on historical custodians." "We are narrowing the universe." Thomas felt the phrase move through him with cold familiarity. Narrowing the universe was what defense teams called making the past administratively smaller. "I will respond today," he said. He left Christopher in the lobby and crossed toward the private exit where his car waited beneath the building's awning. His driver opened the door, but Thomas paused before stepping inside. On the sidewalk, Victoria and Lauren had become part of the city's movement, two dark coats carried toward the corner by purpose and weather. He sat in the back of the car and closed the door. For several seconds, he did not open the folder in his hand. He saw instead the elevator panel holding between floors, Victoria's face when she spoke of her father, the controlled fury with which she had made one family's ruin sound like a legal education. He heard again the sentence that had been aimed with unforgiving accuracy. "Regret is not evidence." Thomas took out his phone. He opened a message to Patrick Campbell, his executive assistant, and watched the blank field wait for instructions. He could still do nothing. He could let Christopher narrow the universe, let Benjamin call discipline by its favorite names, let Sophia polish the public story until no fingerprints remained visible. He could remain the man who understood too much and moved too little. The cursor blinked. Thomas typed slowly. "Please prepare a historical index of standard clause revisions by department and year, including project category adoption dates where available. Internal review only." He read the message twice. Then he added one more line, "Send directly to me." His thumb hovered over the screen. For a moment, every obligation in his life seemed to crowd the back seat: board confidence, investor exposure, privilege boundaries, employment reliance, the thousands of people Benjamin always placed between Thomas and any moral risk. None of those obligations vanished. None became small. He sent the message anyway. The car eased into traffic, merging with the city's bright machinery. Thomas placed the phone face down beside him and looked out through the tinted window as Midtown slid past in fragments of glass, stone, and reflected sky. He had given Victoria almost nothing she could use. He had given himself a direction. Chapter 14. Victoria's phone began vibrating against the nightstand at 5:43 in the morning, dragging her out of sleep with the merciless persistence of a court clerk, a fire alarm, or Lauren Cook with bad news and no respect for circadian law. She reached for it without opening both eyes, already certain the world had not improved while she was unconscious. The screen showed 3 missed messages, 1 email notification flagged urgent by the case management system, and a text from Lauren that contained no greeting. Christopher filed. Victoria sat up before the next vibration finished. The room around her remained dark, with queens still folded beneath a blue-black hour that belonged to sanitation trucks, insomnia, and lawyers who trusted surprise more than decency. Her apartment radiator hissed with ancient complaint. Somewhere below, a delivery van reversed with 3 shrill beeps that sounded almost judicial. She opened the filing on her phone, scanned the caption, then stopped pretending she could read 68 pages on a 6-inch screen without committing violence against her retinas. By 6:18, she was at her kitchen table with the motion open on her laptop, her hair twisted into a clip that had surrendered structural integrity 10 minutes earlier, a mug of coffee cooling beside her untouched. Christopher Rodriguez had titled his document with sober economy, Motion for Protective Order and to Limit Discovery. The title was modest enough to pass through a metal detector. The contents had teeth. The filing was beautiful, which made Victoria despise it more. Christopher had arranged the argument with the elegance of a man setting silverware around a guillotine. Background, procedural history, applicable standards, proportionality, confidentiality, contractual limitations, prejudice, burden. Each section folded into the next, calm and inevitable until Victoria could feel the intended architecture rising around her clients, wall by polished wall. Lauren arrived at 6:49 with wet hair, 2 coffees, and a tote bag slung crookedly over one shoulder. She had dressed with the chaotic urgency of someone who considered matching socks a luxury reserved for appellate courts. "I brought caffeine and contempt," Lauren said, placing a cardboard cup beside Victoria's laptop. The contempt was free. Victoria did not look up. He filed under seal in part. Of course he did. Sunlight makes certain species blister. He wants prior disputes excluded as irrelevant, confidential, contractually protected, and unfairly prejudicial. Lauren leaned over the back of a chair and began reading from the screen. Her mouth flattened as she moved through the preliminary statement. "He is calling our theory an improper attempt to convert individualized contract claims into a referendum on Davis Meridian's public reputation. That is the polite version. There is a rude version hiding in footnote 6. Victoria scrolled down. Footnote 6 argued that plaintiff's counsel appeared to be pursuing discovery designed to generate collateral media pressure rather than obtain admissible evidence. It cited 3 cases, 2 district tort orders, and 1 arbitration confidentiality provision with the smug confidence of a cat knocking glassware from a shelf while maintaining eye contact. Lauren made a sound halfway between a laugh and a growl. "He footnoted our motives." "He footnoted our oxygen," Victoria said. Lauren pulled out the chair across from her and sat down hard enough to make the table complain. "How bad is it?" Victoria moved back to the requested relief. "If he gets what he wants, discovery is limited to the named plaintiff's contracts, immediate communications, and Davis Meridian documents directly referencing their individual claims. No broader enforcement history, no prior settlements, no arbitration patterns. No sealed disputes. No cross-project evidence unless the court decides later that we have earned the privilege of seeing the room we are trying to prove exists." Lauren took a slow sip of coffee. That was not coffee. That was brewed litigation ash. Victoria finally looked away from the screen and reached for her own cup. He is not trying to win the facts. He is trying to make sure facts never meet each other. The motion did what Christopher did best. It made aggression wear a dinner jacket. It framed Davis Meridian as the reasonable party seeking order against a plaintiff theory too sprawling for fairness, too reputational for relevance, too politically convenient to be trusted. It conceded that the named plaintiffs were entitled to certain contractual materials. It offered limited production of non-privileged communications. It even proposed a protective protocol for commercially sensitive documents, as if generosity had wandered into the room wearing cufflinks. The central demand, however, remained clear. Victoria could litigate each injured worker, displaced tenant, and small contractor as a lonely island. She could not show the archipelago. By 8:30, the office had filled with the grim music of emergency preparation. Printers shuddered. Lauren marked passages with colored tabs. Victoria drafted a response outline on a yellow legal pad, then crossed through half of it because outrage was not an argument, no matter how satisfyingly it underlined itself. The clients began calling before 9. Martin Ellis wanted to know whether the company could really keep other injured workers out of the case. Angela Romero asked whether confidential arbitration meant people like her were supposed to vanish twice, once from their homes and once from the record. Harris & Sons Masonry sent a short email that contained only one question. Does this mean they are winning? Victoria stared at that line longer than she meant to. Then she typed back with care. They have gained a procedural advantage, not the case. We are adjusting strategy today. She did not add that procedural advantages were how wealthy defendants taught truth to bleed slowly. Across town, Christopher Rodriguez stood in a conference room high above Park Avenue, reading the same motion from a printed copy, although he had written most of it himself. He preferred paper before a hearing. Screens encouraged skimming, and skimming was how careless lawyers mistook confidence for preparation. 3 junior attorneys sat along the table with binders open in front of them. A litigation associate named Priya Mehta had created a chart of Victoria's discovery requests, Davis Meridian's objections, and the proposed narrowing language. Another associate, Daniel Cho, had flagged the cases most likely to trouble the court. Christopher listened while they summarized. He interrupted rarely, never loudly, and always at the place where an argument had begun to overreach. Do not say fishing expedition unless the judge says it first, he told Daniel. It sounds lazy, and Ms. Collins is not lazy. Daniel nodded, pen moving quickly. Priya looked up from the chart. Should we argue that prior arbitrations have no possible relevance? No, Christopher said. We argue that any marginal relevance is outweighed by confidentiality, burden, prejudice, and proportionality concerns at this stage. Absolute positions invite judges to search for exceptions. He turned a page. She will argue practical unconscionability. She will say the clause cannot be understood merely by reading it in isolation. She will argue repeated enforcement is evidence of real-world effect, unequal bargaining power, and institutional notice. Priya frowned. Do we concede anything on clause history? We concede enough to appear reasonable. Original drafting history, limited to standard form agreements applicable to the named plaintiffs, may be produced subject to privilege review. We do not open prior disputes. We do not open redevelopment-wide enforcement. We do not open the company's civic commitments because she would like to make a closing argument in discovery. The room absorbed this. Christopher closed the binder, aligning its edge with the table as precisely as if the furniture were under oath. Ms. Collins does not need everything she asked for to be dangerous, he said. She needs connective tissue. Our job is to keep the body unassembled. No one laughed, which pleased him. Fear, properly measured, kept young lawyers useful. Thomas Davis arrived halfway through the preparation session, later than expected and quieter than usual. He had not been required to attend, but Christopher had not been surprised when his assistant asked for access. Men who began internal historical reviews after midnight tended to appear near the consequences by morning. Thomas took a seat near the window. The city behind him looked pale and expensive beneath a reluctant sun. Christopher acknowledged him with a nod. Thomas. I read the motion. I assumed you would. It is broad. It is designed to be effective. Thomas's attention moved to the binder in front of Christopher. There is a difference between protecting legitimate confidentiality and sealing off context. Christopher rested one hand on the closed binder. There is also a difference between context and a plaintiff's invitation to excavate every disappointment attached to a corporation's name. Some disappointments become patterns. Patterns require admissible evidence, not moral atmosphere. Thomas remained still, but something tightened in his composure, not in the face, but in the disciplined way his fingers stopped moving against the armrest. And if the motion prevents anyone from finding admissible evidence, Christopher's voice stayed pleasant, then the motion has performed exactly the function civil procedure assigns to it. It prevents disproportionate discovery based on speculative theory. A junior associate suddenly found her notes fascinating. Thomas said, "You are comfortable with that? I am comfortable protecting the company from a lawsuit expanding beyond its legal merits. That was not my question." Christopher studied him for a moment. His manner did not change, but the room seemed to make space around the silence. "Your discomfort has no procedural value," he said. "It may have personal meaning, it may even have moral content, but in court, Ms. Collins will try to move from clause interpretation to corporate intent. Anyone associated with the clause's origin becomes useful to her if we allow that drift." Thomas held his stare. "That sounds like advice. It is both advice and a courtesy. A courtesy usually arrives with less warning attached." Christopher's mouth almost warmed into a smile, then decided against it. "Stay away from anything that makes you a witness before you must be one. Stay away from anything that looks like selective memory, private sympathy, or unofficial review undertaken after litigation pressure. If you have questions, route them through counsel." Thomas thought of the message he had sent from the car. "Internal review only. Send directly to me." The words sat beneath his ribs with a dangerous heat. Christopher continued, "Victoria Collins is too skilled to need much. A hesitation becomes a theory becomes a subpoena becomes a headline before the privilege log is complete. You make competence sound contagious. In litigation, it often is." Thomas stood. "I will not interfere with your hearing." Christopher inclined his head. "That would be wise." As Thomas left, he passed the glass wall of the conference room and saw his own reflection traveling over the city's faint morning shimmer. He looked exactly like the man Davis Meridian needed him to be. That made the dissonance sharper. The Discovery Conference was held in a courtroom that had been renovated just enough to look respectable and not enough to feel modern. Pale wood paneling covered the walls. A digital clock blinked above the clerk's station. The carpet held the flattened pathways of years of attorneys pacing their certainty into dust. Victoria arrived with Lauren and 2 bankers' boxes of documents she probably would not be allowed to discuss. Christopher was already there, of course, standing at counsel table with one hand resting on a folder and the other loose at his side. He greeted Victoria with a courteous nod, as if they were meeting at a museum benefit rather than preparing to fight over whether harmed people could be treated as evidence of one another. Thomas sat behind the defense table, not beside Christopher, not quite part of the team, not quite apart from it. Victoria noticed the placement before she noticed him. Distance had become choreography. After the elevator, his silence had acquired a new vocabulary. Before, she had understood it as corporate discipline, maybe arrogance, maybe inherited training polished into human form. Now she had heard the strain beneath it. That made his presence worse, not better. A man who did not understand damage could be opposed cleanly. A man who understood and remained seated behind the wall required a more complicated anger. The judge entered at 10:02 and everyone rose. Judge Miriam Vale had a compact manner and an allergy to performance. She listened with the stillness of a person who had watched too many attorneys mistake volume for merit. Victoria had researched her rulings the night before and found caution everywhere. Judge Vale disliked sweeping discovery. She disliked corporate evasiveness. She disliked being turned into a referee for press strategy. This meant both sides had reasons to hope and reasons to fear, which was the court system's favorite recipe for digestive ruin. Christopher began. "Your Honor, Davis Meridian is not seeking to prevent plaintiffs from obtaining discovery relevant to their claims. We recognize their entitlement to the contracts they signed, the communications concerning those contracts, and non-privileged materials bearing directly on the enforcement decisions at issue here. What plaintiffs seek beyond that, however, is something very different. They ask this court to authorize an inquiry into unrelated disputes, confidential arbitrations, settled matters involving non-parties, and public-facing corporate initiatives that have no bearing on whether the named plaintiffs' agreements are enforceable." His voice carried without strain. Every sentence seemed buffed until no splinter remained. He moved through proportionality, confidentiality, and burden. He invoked the privacy interests of non-parties who had resolved disputes under contractual procedures. He warned against importing reputational arguments into contract litigation. He made Davis Meridian sound not predatory but besieged by narrative excess. Victoria listened without moving except to write 3 words on her pad: sanitized burial ground. Lauren, seated behind her, saw the note and covered her mouth with her hand. When it was Victoria's turn, she stood slowly, not because she needed drama, but because she needed the room to understand she would not rush inside Christopher's frame. Your Honor, Davis Meridian's motion asks the court to treat each plaintiff's harm as though it occurred in a sealed compartment. That is precisely the problem with the clause at issue. Its practical effect cannot be measured solely by reading one contract in isolation, because the legal question includes how the provision operates against parties with significantly less power, fewer resources, and no meaningful ability to negotiate. Judge Vale folded her hands. Counsel, you are seeking discovery into disputes involving non-parties. That raises obvious concerns. It does, Victoria said, and we are not asking for unbounded access. We are prepared to accept anonymization, staged production, and a protective order. But if Davis Meridian repeatedly enforced materially similar language across categories of vulnerable counterparties, that evidence goes directly to notice, practical unconscionability, and the real-world function of the provision. Christopher watched her with professional calm. Victoria continued, the defense wants this case reduced to paperwork. We are asking to test whether the paperwork was used as a mechanism. There is a difference between a clause that appears neutral on its face and a clause that operates again and again to force injured workers, displaced tenants, and small contractors into private processes where cost, silence, and delay do the work that open adjudication would otherwise expose. Judge Vale tapped a pen once against the bench. You are moving close to arguing corporate character. I am arguing corporate notice, Victoria said. Davis Meridian cannot claim the clause is benign boilerplate while shielding every prior instance that would show how the company understood and used it. Christopher rose when the judge turned back to him. He did not pounce. He simply stood, which somehow irritated Victoria more. Your Honor, plaintiff's counsel is eloquent, but eloquence cannot cure overbreadth. Notice is not a magic word that transforms confidential, unrelated disputes into discoverable material. Nor does a generalized allegation of unequal bargaining power justify opening resolved matters involving non-parties who relied on confidentiality protections. Plaintiffs have actual contracts. They have actual communications. They have actual enforcement decisions related to their claims. What they do not have is a right to rummage through the company's history in search of a theme. Victoria wrote another note. He fears the theme. The hearing lasted 43 minutes. By the end, Victoria knew the result before Judge Vale gave it, because cautious judges often announce themselves in questions before they announce themselves in orders. The ruling did not destroy her case. It merely placed a hand around its throat and promised to be reasonable about pressure. Judge Vale allowed limited discovery into the drafting history of the clause as applied to the named plaintiff's contract categories, subject to privilege review and a confidentiality order. She permitted production of immediate enforcement communications involving the named plaintiffs. She denied, without prejudice, broad discovery into prior arbitrations, sealed settlements, and unrelated disputes. She invited Victoria to return with a narrower showing tying specific prior enforcement instances to the claims at issue, provided she could identify a non-speculative basis independent of confidential materials. The words without prejudice landed with the bleak generosity of a door left technically unlocked behind a moat. Victoria stood straight while the order formed around her. She thanked the court. She gathered her papers. She did not allow her hands to hurry, because haste after a loss was a luxury she refused to give Christopher. Lauren packed the boxes with a restrained violence that made cardboard corners bend. Outside the courtroom, the corridor smelled of old varnish, winter coats, and institutional coffee. Attorneys drifted past with their own small disasters tucked under their arms. Victoria stopped near a marble column and checked her phone, mostly to avoid speaking before she trusted her voice. Christopher approached with his folder tucked neatly beneath one arm. You argued well, he said. Victoria slipped her phone into her bag. You obstructed beautifully. Procedure is not obstruction merely because it disappoints your ambition. Procedure becomes obstruction when it is engineered to make truth unaffordable. A faint crease appeared beside his mouth. It was not amusement exactly. It was recognition wearing a cautious coat. "You are assuming the truth is as broad as your theory," he said. "And you are assuming narrowing the frame changes what happened outside it. I am assuming courts require evidence before they authorize intrusion." "Evidence your client keeps insisting we cannot see." Christopher adjusted his cuff with careful patience. "You have a path, the judge gave you one, it is simply narrower than you wanted. Narrow paths are convenient when one side owns the map." His eyes moved briefly to Thomas, who stood several yards away speaking quietly with one of Davis Meridian's in-house lawyers. The glance was swift enough to vanish, but Victoria caught it. Christopher lowered his voice, though not enough to make the conversation intimate. "Be careful, Ms. Collins. A case can collapse under the weight of what counsel wants it to mean." Victoria looked toward Thomas before she could stop herself. He had turned slightly, as if some current in the corridor had drawn his attention. Their eyes met across the polished distance. He did not step forward, he did not speak. He remained exactly where he was, surrounded by the people whose silence had salaries, offices, and privilege protocols. The elevator came back to her with unwelcome clarity. His quiet admission that tools outlived their emergencies, his almost confession, his sorrow held behind legal vocabulary like a hand behind glass. In that suspended space, he had seemed close to something brave. Here, with Christopher's motion still fresh and the court's order restricting her reach, his restraint looked less tragic and more useful to everyone except the harmed. Victoria turned back to Christopher. "Tell your client congratulations. He bought time." Christopher's composure did not flicker. "I will tell my client the court applied the rules." "Of course you will. That sounds cleaner." Lauren appeared at Victoria's side with one box balanced against her hip. "We should go before I test whether this courthouse has a policy on paralegal profanity." Christopher stepped aside. "Ms. Cook." "Mr. Rodriguez," Lauren said, with the serene hatred of a woman mentally alphabetizing discovery abuses. Victoria walked away without looking at Thomas again. By late afternoon, the office had entered the peculiar weather system that followed a loss. No one moved slowly, but the air felt heavier. The printer jammed twice. The conference room table had become a battlefield of marked-up orders, transcript excerpts, claimant timelines, and coffee cups in various stages of abandonment. Rain began tapping against the windows, turning the city outside into a gray smear of traffic and scaffolding. Martin Ellis came in just after 4, his shoulders hunched inside a work jacket still dusted with plaster. Angela Romero joined by video from her sister's apartment, a toddler climbing briefly into frame before being lifted away by unseen hands. Patrick from Harris & Sons Masonry called in from a truck, his audio crackling each time buses passed. Victoria told them the truth. "We lost ground today," she said. "We did not lose the case." Martin rubbed both hands over his face, "But they can keep the others out." For now, they limited broad discovery into other disputes. The judge left room for a narrower request if we can connect specific public materials or known enforcement patterns to the claims we are bringing. Angela's voice came through thin but steady. "That sounds like a lot of lawyer stares." "It is," Victoria said, "and we climb them because the alternative is letting Davis Meridian decide which doors exist." Patrick gave a humorless laugh over the line. "They already decided that." Lauren leaned against the wall beside the whiteboard, arms crossed, face gentler than her posture. Victoria saw her watching the clients, measuring what the ruling cost in the places no docket could record. "We are adjusting," Victoria said. They narrowed the route. "That means we stop trying to push through the wall in one place and start looking for every document they placed outside it themselves." Martin looked up. "What kind of documents?" "Public pledges, municipal filings, redevelopment materials, community benefit statements." "Press releases, anything Davis Meridian used to present these projects as benevolent, inclusive, affordable, or safe." Angela's video froze, then returned with her eyes narrowed. "They loved those brochures." Lauren pushed off the wall. "Brochures are just contracts wearing perfume." For the first time that day, someone almost smiled. After the clients disconnected, Victoria stood in front of the whiteboard and stared at the remaining discovery plan. The old strategy looked suddenly bloated, a creature built for a room the court had locked. She uncapped a marker and drew a line through 3 headings. Prior arbitration pattern, sealed settlements, broad enforcement history. The black ink squeaked across the surface. Lauren winced. "That sound just aged me 7 years." Victoria wrote new headings beneath the crossed-out ones. Public representation, voluntary disclosure, project-specific contradiction, non-confidential record. Lauren came closer, her earlier fatigue sharpening into interest. We are going around Christopher. We are going where his motion cannot follow as easily. Public filings, archived pages, community board minutes, nonprofit partner announcements, city development authority records, zoning submissions, affordability pledges, contractor inclusion plans. Everything they said when they wanted approval, Victoria said. Everything they promised when they needed applause. Lauren reached for a stack of folders and began sorting with renewed ferocity. I can start with the redevelopment projects tied to Angela's building and the hospital expansion connected to Martin's subcontractor chain. Then I will cross-reference public claims against the contract versions we already have. Victoria nodded. Look for timing. Public commitment, private complaint, clause enforcement, disappearance from the visible record. The old magic trick, Lauren said. Dove in the hat, tenant in arbitration. Victoria should have laughed. Instead, she picked up the judge's order and read the final paragraph again. Without prejudice, narrower showing, non-speculative basis. The court had not believed enough yet, that was the wound. Not disbelief exactly, but the legal system's cultivated hesitation before pattern, as though repetition became real only after the right kind of paper introduced it. Her father's case had died in that hesitation. She remembered the attorney explaining that delay was normal, that procedure took time, that the company had rights too. She remembered her mother opening envelopes at the kitchen table as though each one might contain either salvation or another month of humiliation. She remembered her father saying the process had rules, and later, much later, saying rules did not mean the same thing for everyone. Victoria lowered the order. We need something they cannot call confidential, she said. Something Davis Meridian published because it wanted the world to believe one thing while its contracts did another. Lauren's fingers paused over a folder. That is not one needle. That is a needle pretending to be hay. Then we search hay until it bleeds. By early evening, Christopher was back in his office with the court's order printed and annotated. The city beyond his windows had darkened into a grid of expensive light. He had removed his suit jacket, but not his tie. Victory, in his experience, was a temporary condition that punished celebration. Priya stood across from his desk with a tablet. We received the signed order. It tracks the bench ruling closely. Good. Should we prepare the first production set under the narrowed categories? Yes. Move quickly on what we can safely produce. Delay looks defensive when we have just argued for order. She nodded. And Thomas Davis? Christopher picked up a pen and placed a small mark beside one paragraph of the ruling. Clause drafting history. Named plaintiff contract categories. Privilege review. Keep all communications with Mr. Davis routed through counsel. No informal historical summaries. No direct document gathering unless we authorize it. I want a privilege screen around anything involving original drafting. Priya hesitated. Do you think he is a problem? Christopher considered the question. He believed in precise language, especially when naming danger. I think he is a fact with emotions attached, he said. Those are difficult to manage. After she left, he opened a fresh legal pad and wrote 3 headings. Limit depositions. Challenge standing. Contain Davis. He underlined the last one once, not twice. Twice would have been melodramatic. At 8:12, Lauren made a victorious noise from the conference room that startled Victoria so badly she drew a line of ink across the margin of her notes. Do not do that unless someone confessed, Victoria called. No confession, Lauren said. But I have a brochure with delusions of innocence. Victoria walked in and found Lauren kneeling on a chair in front of the wall where they had begun pinning public materials. A glossy Davis Meridian affordability pledge was open on the table. Its photographs all warm lighting, diverse families, architectural renderings, and the particular shade of green used by corporations when they wanted morality to look energy efficient. Lauren tapped the page with the back of a pen. This is from the Riverside Renewal Project. Public pledge says Davis Meridian committed to tenant relocation support, contractor inclusion, and a community dispute liaison process. Victoria moved closer. Angela's building was adjacent to Riverside. Exactly. Now look at this. Lauren slid over a partial enforcement letter obtained from Angela's records, its letterhead crisp and its language bloodless. Complaint raised about relocation delays. Response invokes mandatory confidential dispute resolution under the project participation agreement. No reference to the community liaison process. No relocation support protocol. Just straight into the clause's private little basement. Victoria read the documents side by side. The brochure promised transparency. The letter required confidentiality. The brochure promised partnership. The letter threatened fee shifting if claims were pursued outside the designated process. The brochure promised community voice. The letter reduced complaint to breach exposure and procedural default. Victoria felt the day's defeat shift, not disappear but alter its weight. The thing on the table was small and it was not enough. Christopher would call it anecdotal, he would call it incomplete. He would say public aspirations did not rewrite private agreements. He would say all of that smoothly, and some of it would even sound plausible beneath fluorescent lights. Still, the contradiction glowed. Lauren watched her read. It is not the whole bridge. No, Victoria said. It is the first plank. There may be more. The pledge references a municipal filing, and the filing should list compliance reports. If those reports mention unresolved complaints while the private letters forced confidentiality, then our narrower showing grows legs. Victoria placed the two documents parallel on the table. After a day spent inside Christopher's narrowing architecture, the gap between them looked almost radiant. Print everything tied to Riverside, she said. Public filings, council minutes, partner statements, archived pages, all of it. Lauren was already moving. I love when a terrible day develops a subplot. Victoria looked once more at the brochure's smiling families, then at the enforcement letters warning about costs, deadlines, and silence. The case had not regained its lost oxygen, not yet. But somewhere inside Davis Meridian's own public language, a seam had opened. Outside, rain dragged silver threads down the window glass, and the city kept shining as if polish were proof of innocence. Chapter 15, the printer surrendered its first stack of Riverside materials with a mechanical shudder, and Lauren caught the pages before they slid into the tray's plastic mouth. Municipal filing number 1 has arrived wearing all the usual civic perfume, she said, setting the warm paper beside Victoria's laptop. Commitment, partnership, sustainability, inclusion, and absolutely nothing that sounds expensive enough to mean it. Victoria did not look up from the redevelopment map glowing on her screen. Find the compliance exhibits before the language gets sentimental. Lauren saluted with 2 fingers, then returned to the printer with the expression of someone preparing to interrogate a suspect made entirely of toner. Around them, the office had become almost unrecognizable. The pattern board, once a disciplined collection of claimant timelines and clause versions, now sprawled across 2 walls in the back of the conference room door. Affordability brochures overlapped with zoning notices. Press releases sat beneath color-coded tabs. Red string crossed redevelopment maps with the questionable optimism of a spider who had recently passed the bar exam. Victoria stood and moved closer to the wall, dragging one fingertip along the Riverside timeline. Public announcement. Community listening session. Council vote, groundbreaking, tenant complaint, enforcement letter, docket entry, disappearance. There was a terrible elegance to the sequence. Davis Meridian had not needed to erase people entirely. It had only needed to move their injuries out of public view before they could interfere with the story being sold to donors, city officials, and newspaper photographers. Lauren came back with another stack. Here is the Development Authority packet, including the partner list, relocation commitments, and a charming sentence about Davis Meridian's dedication to transparent community engagement. Victoria accepted the packet and found the sentence. It sat in the middle of the page, polished enough to reflect guilt without absorbing it. Transparent community engagement. She placed the page beside the private letter Lauren had found earlier. The enforcement language was colder, narrower, and more honest about what the company actually valued when the cameras left. All disputes shall proceed pursuant to the mandatory confidential resolution provision set forth in Section 18.4. Victoria read the line twice, not because it was difficult, but because it was exactly what she had feared. The public pledge invited the neighborhood into a conversation. The private mechanism escorted complaints into a locked procedural corridor and charged admission at the door. Lauren leaned over her shoulder. That is not merely a contradiction. That is a contradiction wearing cufflinks. It is also not enough by itself, Victoria said, though the thought no longer carried defeat. We need repetition, not outrage. I brought repetition, Lauren said, and pulled a folder from beneath her arm with theatrical solemnity. I named this one the little pattern that could ruin everyone's brunch. Victoria gave her a look over the folder's edge. You named work product. I named things when men in expensive suits make me read archived zoning minutes after midnight, Lauren said. It is a healthy adaptation. Inside the folder were 3 more projects: Harborline Commons, East Tremont Medical Annex, and Calvert Yard. Each had received its own public celebration, its own philanthropic vocabulary, its own photograph of executives standing in front of architectural renderings while pretending not to enjoy applause. Each also had some buried fragment of private enforcement, a letter to a displaced tenant group, a demand sent to a subcontractor, a docket reference that ended abruptly after a motion to compel private proceedings. Victoria laid them across the table. Her cautious part, the lawyer trained by hard losses and mean judges, resisted the shape forming in front of her. Coincidence was the enemy of good theory. Correlation could embarrass an argument if it strutted into court without evidence strong enough to survive Christopher Rodriguez's patient disassembly. Still, the documents were beginning to speak to one another. This is not the same as the Chapter 7 pattern, Victoria said. Those disputes vanished into sealed settlements and private resolutions, which gave us absence. This gives us contrast. Lauren nodded, her humor thinning into focus. Public commitment on one side, private restriction on the other. They promised community protection, then rooted complaints into procedures that kept the public record clean. Victoria pulled a legal pad toward her and wrote 5 headings in a precise column. Public promise, private clause, dispute trigger, restricted proceeding. Reputational benefit. The words looked almost too simple, which made them useful. A judge did not need a lecture about corporate hypocrisy. A judge needed relevance, proportionality, and a reason to pry open a door Christopher had just spent 68 pages reinforcing. Lauren watched the headings appear. That is tidier than my folder name. It has to be, Victoria said. Christopher will argue we are trying to litigate Davis Meridian's press strategy instead of the named claims. We need to make the public representations part of the clause's practical effect. The pond has edges now, Lauren said. Victoria looked at her. You have been waiting to say that. I have been waiting for a pond, Lauren replied. Law is mostly standing near mud and pretending it is architecture. Despite herself, Victoria smiled. Then she tapped the Riverside documents. Start with projects where the public promise and enforcement action are closest in time. Anything within 6 months gets priority. Anything involving city funding or public approval gets a separate tab. Lauren gathered the folders with quick hands. City money makes everyone leave crumbs. Public approval creates statements they cannot call irrelevant, Victoria said. If they use those statements to obtain cooperation, funding, zoning relief, or community support, then private enforcement becomes part of the same factual structure. Lauren paused near the copier. This is stronger than broad prior disputes. It is narrower, Victoria said. Stronger comes later if it holds. The phone rang before Lauren could answer. Victoria recognized the number and felt the day shift under her feet. Angela Romero, Victoria picked up. Angela, it is Victoria. For several seconds, there was only the faint rush of traffic through the speaker, then Angela's voice arrived thin and controlled. You said to call if I remembered anything about the Riverside meetings. Victoria straightened and Lauren's hand stopped above the copier buttons. I am listening, Victoria said. Angela exhaled slowly. There was a meeting in the school gym before the relocation notices came. Davis Meridian had people there with boards and coffee and those blue folders. They kept saying nobody would be left behind. They used that phrase more than once. Victoria reached for her pen. Did they discuss the complaint process? They said there would be support staff, Angela replied. They said concerns would be handled respectfully. My mother asked whether tenants could go to the city if the relocation payments were delayed, and one of their representatives said nobody would need to escalate because Davis Meridian believed in partnership. Lauren's eyes lifted sharply. Victoria wrote partnership in the margin and circled it once. What happened when your relocation payment was delayed? Angela gave a small, humorless laugh. The support staff stopped answering directly. Then a letter came from legal. It said the lease addendum controlled, and disputes had to go through the private process. They said discussing the matter outside that process could affect our claim. Did you understand that to mean you could not speak publicly? I understood it to mean I could not afford to find out, Angela said. My mother was already packing dishes in newspaper, and I was choosing between storage fees and a lawyer I could not pay. Victoria closed her eyes for one measured breath. Her father's old kitchen surfaced without invitation. The utility bill pinned beneath a magnet, the envelope from the insurer, her mother standing at the counter as though posture alone could keep the room from collapsing. She remembered the language of neutral process, the courteous letters that never raised their voices because they did not need to. When Victoria opened her eyes again, the Riverside map had sharpened. "Angela, do you still have the blue folder from that meeting?" "I might," Angela said. "My mother kept everything after the first check came late. She said rich people count on poor people throwing paper away." "She was right," Victoria said. Angela's voice softened. "Do you think this helps?" Victoria looked at the wall, where Davis Meridian's brochure families smiled beneath promises that had aged into evidence. "It may help us show the court that the public assurances and the private dispute process were not separate. They worked together." Angela was quiet for a moment. "I just want someone to say we were not crazy for believing them." Victoria's pen stilled. "You were not crazy." The words entered the room with more weight than legal strategy should have been allowed to carry. After the call ended, Lauren remained beside the copier, one hand resting on the machine's lid. "I can go pick up the folder from Angela tomorrow. I will ask her to photograph it first," Victoria said. "Then we preserve chain of custody as cleanly as possible." Lauren nodded, but her face had changed. The breakthrough was no longer a clever arrangement of public records. It had a voice now. It had a school gym, bad coffee, a mother saving paper because experience had taught her that promises evaporated unless pinned down. Victoria returned to the legal pad. Beneath her 5 headings, she added another line: "Reliance induced by public assurances. That is our bridge," she said. Lauren came closer, between the glossy promises and the harm. "Between the promises and the mechanism that made the harm difficult to challenge," Victoria said. "If the company obtained public trust through one set of representations, then used private provisions to prevent the consequences from becoming visible, the clause is not just defensive language. It is reputation insurance," Lauren said. Victoria looked at the words on the wall. "No insurance pays when damage occurs. This prevented damage from being seen." Lauren's mouth tightened with appreciation. "That is uglier, which means it is probably more accurate." By late afternoon, the office had developed its own weather. Paper curled under the heat of the printer. Coffee went cold in 3 separate mugs. Rain tapped the windows with the persistent delicacy of a clerk asking for missing signatures. Lauren had built a spreadsheet that cross-referenced public statements with private enforcement events, and Victoria had begun drafting the outline of a targeted motion. She did not ask for every prior dispute, not anymore. She asked for materials related to specific redevelopment projects where Davis Meridian had made public affordability, relocation, contractor inclusion, or community benefit commitments, and had subsequently invoked the disputed provision against affected parties. Targeted. Proportional, directly relevant. Christopher would still fight. He would call it a backdoor attempt to reopen the court's earlier ruling. He would warn of burden, confidentiality, third-party privacy, and prejudice. He would say Victoria had stitched headlines to contract provisions and called the result evidence. Victoria could hear him already, which helped her sharpen the blade. She drafted around him. "The requested materials are not sought to litigate public relations strategy. They are sought to establish the practical operation, intended effect, and foreseeable consequences of the challenged provision in transactions where Davis Meridian's own public representations created expectations of accessible, transparent remediation." Lauren read over her shoulder. "That sentence is wearing sensible shoes and carrying a crowbar. It needs to get past the judge," Victoria said. "It can still enjoy itself privately." Victoria adjusted the language again, removing anything that sounded like accusation without proof. The fury belonged underneath the argument, not on top of it. Christopher would look for heat and call it smoke. She would give him structure instead. Across town, on the 38th floor of Davis Meridian's headquarters, Sophia Henderson received the first alert from a litigation monitoring service while standing before a glass wall that turned the city into an expensive abstraction. The alert was not dramatic. It mentioned a new filing draft circulating among legal observers and a brief note from a courthouse reporter about public redevelopment documents surfacing in connection with the Collins matter. Most people would have skimmed past it. Sophia did not. She enlarged the item on her tablet and read the phrases twice: public affordability commitments, private dispute restrictions, reputational containment. The final phrase had not appeared in any pleading yet, but Sophia saw it forming as clearly as if Victoria Collins had written it across the lobby marble in red ink. Benjamin Adams was in a financing review when Sophia entered the conference room without waiting for his assistant to announce her. 3 analysts stopped speaking. Benjamin looked up from a projected schedule of debt maturities, irritation passing over his face before professional calm reclaimed it. "Give us 5 minutes," Sophia said. Benjamin studied her long enough to understand that she was not being theatrical. He dismissed the room with a polite sentence, and the analysts left carrying laptops and alarm. When the door closed, Sophia handed him the tablet. "The lawsuit is moving toward the redevelopment narrative," Benjamin read quickly. "This is speculation. It is direction," Sophia said. "Victoria Collins is not trying to prove the clause is unpleasant. She is trying to show it preserves the company's public identity by moving conflict out of view." Benjamin set the tablet down as though it had left fingerprints. Christopher just narrowed discovery. "He narrowed one road," Sophia said. "She found a municipal sidewalk." Benjamin walked to the windows. Below, the avenue gleamed beneath rain, traffic sliding between towers with obedient impatience. Public commitments are not contract terms. "They are not merely decoration either," Sophia replied. "We use them to obtain approvals, calm community boards, reassure partners, and keep philanthropic allies comfortable. If she ties those statements to private enforcement patterns, my messaging becomes part of her factual theory." Benjamin turned back. "Your messaging is not evidence." Sophia's expression did not move, which made her concern more pronounced. "Anything becomes evidence when the right lawyer shows a judge how it functioned." For once, Benjamin had no immediate answer. At the edge of the conference table, Sophia opened another file. "Riverside is the likely entry point." There was a tenant complaint shortly after the affordability event. Legal correspondence followed, then the docket went quiet. If Collins has the public folder, the enforcement letter, and a tenant willing to connect them, she can make this look systemic without asking for every prior dispute. Benjamin pressed 2 fingers to the bridge of his nose, not in weakness but in calculation strained past elegance. "Call Christopher." "I already did," Sophia said. "He wants no one improvising, and he wants Thomas insulated from any internal discussion about clause history." Benjamin lowered his hand. "Thomas has not been part of redevelopment communications for years." "No," Sophia said. "He was part of the original architecture, and Collins seems very interested in how architecture becomes machinery." Benjamin looked at her sharply. "Do not turn this into poetry." "I am turning it into risk," Sophia replied. In his private office 1 floor above, Thomas Davis heard about the development from an email he should not have opened as quickly as he did. The subject line was careful: Collins filing strategy, potential redevelopment scope. Christopher's summary was cleaner than the thing it described. Victoria intended to seek project-specific discovery tied to public commitments and private enforcement. Riverside appeared central. Harbor Line and Calvert might follow. The request would likely be framed around practical effect, notice, and reliance. Thomas read the summary twice, then leaned back while the office lights reflected against the window. His desk was immaculate, his calendar precise, his cufflinks still aligned with the minor tyranny of habit. Nothing around him suggested disorder, yet the feeling beneath his ribs had become architectural, a pressure spreading beam by beam. He remembered the first version of the clause. It had been drafted in panic disguised as discipline, built to keep one catastrophic lawsuit from freezing work that employed thousands. He remembered writing "protect continuity" in the margin and believing the phrase had moral weight because jobs were not abstractions. Now continuity had acquired a more expensive costume: affordable housing ceremonies, community benefit language, partner statements. Private letters that redirected frightened people into proceedings they could barely understand and could not afford to challenge. Thomas stood and walked to the cabinet where older binders had once been kept before everything moved to index systems and permissions. The cabinet was decorative now, stocked mostly with bound annual reports and obsolete strategic plans. He opened it anyway as though paper might absolve him by being absent. It did not. His phone buzzed with a message from Benjamin. No side conversations. "Christopher will coordinate all responses." Thomas read the sentence until it stopped looking like instruction and began looking like fear. He typed nothing back. Instead, he opened the historical index his assistant had sent after the elevator encounter. Revision years. Responsible departments, adoption points, expansion notes. The later entries were full of words that seemed harmless when viewed separately: standardization, efficiency, exposure control, partner alignment, dispute hygiene. Thomas stared at that phrase for a long time. He had not written it. That did not make him clean. Back in Queens, Victoria's office burned through evening without anyone officially deciding to work late. Lauren ordered soup, dumplings, and something she described as fried morale. The delivery bag arrived damp from rain and fragrant enough to make the paralegal from the next sweet wander pass twice with transparent curiosity. Victoria ate standing up, reading Angela's photographs on Lauren's screen. The blue folder existed. Its cover showed Davis Meridian's Riverside rendering beneath the slogan, "A New Neighborhood Promise." Inside were relocation timelines, support contacts, and a page headed "We Hear You." Lauren clicked to the next photograph. There, in small print beneath a paragraph about individualized tenant support, sat a sentence about dispute resolution procedures being available for unresolved concerns. "Available," Lauren said. "That is doing enough work to file for overtime." Victoria zoomed in. The sentence did not disclose cost exposure, confidentiality consequences, strict deadlines, or the practical impossibility of pursuing the process without counsel. It placed the mechanism beside words like support and access, making a trap look like a service desk. "This goes in the motion," Victoria said, "not as a standalone exhibit, it supports reliance." Lauren added the file to the Riverside folder. "Angela's mother is my new document preservation hero. She understood power," Victoria said. She kept the paper. Lauren's gaze softened briefly. "Your father would have kept it too." Victoria did not answer immediately. She looked at the photographed brochure, then at the enforcement letter, then at the timeline where Angela's family had moved from public promise to private pressure in less than 11 weeks. "My father kept everything," Victoria said. "It did not save him." Lauren's face shifted, not into pity, but into the particular gentleness of someone refusing to mishandle a fragile thing. "This is not the same case." "No," Victoria said, and her voice steadied around the word. "This time the paper connects." The motion took shape after that. Victoria wrote the argument in careful layers. First, Davis Meridian had placed public commitments into the approval ecosystem of specific projects. Second, affected individuals relied on those commitments when navigating displacement, contract performance, injury claims, and complaints. Third, when disputes arose, Davis Meridian invoked the challenged provision in ways that limited collective awareness, public accountability, and meaningful recourse. Fourth, those facts went directly to practical unconscionability, notice, foreseeability, and the provision's real-world operation. Not a referendum, not a fishing expedition, not theater. A map. Lauren stood at the wall and rearranged the evidence categories into a vertical sequence. Public promise at the top, private clause beneath it, dispute trigger below that, restricted proceeding, reputational benefit, client harm. She stepped back, then shifted client harm above reputational benefit. Victoria noticed. "Why move it?" "Because the harm happens before the company benefits from nobody seeing it," Lauren said. "The order matters." Victoria studied the board and nodded. "Keep it that way." By 10:30, the targeted motion was ready in draft. By 11, Victoria had revised the introduction until every sentence carried its own weight. By 11:30, Lauren had attached the Riverside materials, the public filings, the docket references, and a declaration outline for Angela. Rain softened against the windows, and the city beyond the glass looked less polished now, more like something enduring a hard rinsing. Victoria stood at her desk with her cursor hovering over the filing portal. The office smelled of paper, ginger, wet wool, and exhausted determination. Lauren leaned against the conference table, arms folded. "Christopher is going to develop a vein somewhere tastefully hidden." "Christopher will argue I am trying to make public image discoverable," Victoria said. "You are. I am trying to make conduct discoverable," Victoria corrected. "The image matters because it may have been maintained through the conduct." Lauren pointed at the screen. "That is why your version goes to court and mine goes into group chats." Victoria looked once more at the title. "Plaintiffs, targeted motion to compel project-specific discovery concerning public representations and enforcement of dispute restrictions." It was not beautiful. It was useful. She clicked submit. The confirmation number appeared a moment later, plain and almost anticlimactic, as though the court system had no idea it had just received a lit match in a marble building. Lauren released a breath that seemed to have been waiting several hours for permission. "We may have just kicked the marble lobby directly in the teeth." Victoria copied the confirmation number into the case log. "Marble can crack." Her phone buzzed before she could close the laptop. A news alert had picked up the filing title from the docket feed. No article yet, no analysis. Just the first public tremor of a theory Davis Meridian had spent years designing rooms not to hear. Victoria looked at the wall, where the documents now formed something Christopher could not dismiss as mere anger and Sophia could not polish into nothing. The case was still uphill. The road remained expensive, narrow, and watched. But the company's own promises had begun testifying. Chapter 16. The hotel bar was quiet enough for secrets, which was precisely why Victoria distrusted it. Rain combed the midtown windows in silver threads, turning the avenue beyond the glass into a blurred procession of headlights, umbrellas, and black sedans moving with expensive patience. Inside, the room glowed with amber lamps and polished walnut, every surface arranged to imply that nothing improper could happen, where the napkins were linen and the ice cubes looked carved by committee. Victoria stood just inside the entrance long enough to let the room reveal itself. Two men in tailored suits leaned over a tablet near the fireplace, murmuring over numbers that made one of them smile without warmth. A woman at the bar laughed softly into her wine while checking her phone beneath the counter. The staff moved with the practiced blindness of people trained to notice everything and remember nothing. Thomas Davis sat in a corner booth beneath a shaded lamp, one hand resting beside an untouched glass of water. He had chosen a table that offered privacy without concealment, which irritated her more than a clumsy attempt at secrecy would have. No hidden room, no private club, no back entrance through a service corridor, just a luxury hotel bar with witnesses who would swear they had observed nothing beyond the civilized exchange of two professionals. Victoria crossed the room with her coat still buttoned. Thomas stood before she reached him. "Thank you for coming. I have not decided whether that is what I did." His mouth moved, not quite into a smile. "That seems fair." Victoria slid into the booth facing the entrance, leaving her coat on and her bag against her hip. She noticed his gaze touch the choice and returned to her face without comment. "You selected neutral territory," she said. "I selected visible territory. Visibility is not the same thing as accountability." "No," Thomas said, lowering himself across from her. "It is merely harder to mischaracterize." The server approached with a discretion so smooth it had almost become architecture. Victoria ordered club soda with lime because wine felt too intimate and coffee felt too revealing. Thomas asked for nothing. The server vanished, leaving behind the faint scent of citrus oil, rain-damp wool, and whatever invisible polish kept wealth from showing fingerprints. Victoria folded her hands on the table. "Your message said a conversation might clarify the shape of the conflict." "It might." "That is an impressive sentence. It manages to offer nothing, promise nothing, and preserve three defenses for later. I assumed you would appreciate careful drafting. I appreciate honest drafting." Thomas looked at her for a moment, the lamp carving his features into restraint and shadow. The two are not always opposed. They are often introduced as strangers by men with better lawyers than morals. A soft pulse of amusement crossed his eyes and disappeared before it became indulgence. "I did not ask you here to negotiate." "Good, because I would have brought Lauren and a recorder. I also did not ask for secrecy." "No," Victoria said. "You arranged something cleaner than secrecy. You arranged deniability with room service." The server returned with her drink. Victoria waited until the woman had retreated before lifting the glass. The lime floated against the ice, bright and useless, a small green witness to civilization's many evasions. Thomas rested his fingers along the base of his water glass. His cuff was immaculate, his watch understated, his stillness so complete it looked less like calm than a contractual position. "Your filing moved quickly," he said. "Docket feeds do not sleep." Neither does Sophia Henderson, apparently. Victoria watched him carefully. Davis Meridian seems troubled by the possibility that its public promises and private contracts might be placed in the same sentence. Public commitments and private contracts often move through different departments. Harm does not become accidental because it passed through several offices on its way to someone's life. "No," Thomas said, and the word landed without defense. "It does not." That quiet agreement annoyed her more than an argument would have. She had arrived prepared for arrogance, for polished corporate sorrow, for the kind of pity that men used when they preferred women angry because anger was easier to dismiss. Instead, Thomas gave her a single syllable that refused to behave like opposition. Victoria set down her glass. "Then why am I here? Because your theory has changed. My theory has developed. That is the more precise word. Please do not admire my pleadings at me. It makes the room feel unclean." His gaze dropped briefly to the table, and when it returned, something had sharpened in him. You began with unconscionability, procedural pressure, unequal bargaining power, practical inability to pursue claims. Then you found patterns across disputes. Now you are connecting those patterns to public representations, redevelopment commitments, and the private management of reputational risk. Victoria kept her expression steady, though something inside her had gone very still. Thomas continued, his voice low enough that the nearby conversations swallowed the edges. So I am asking what you are really trying to prove now, that the clause is unenforceable because it is abusive, that Davis Meridian misrepresented community commitments, or that its public image depends in part on private silence. The rain moved over the glass like a hand wiping away a name. Victoria leaned back against the booth. You have been paying attention. I helped build the thing you are trying to dismantle. You built the first version. His hand shifted by the glass. The movement was slight, but it broke the perfect arrangement of him. Yes, then perhaps you can explain why it learned to walk into housing pledges and contractor disputes. I cannot explain privileged advice. I did not ask about privilege. You asked why it learned to walk, and you understood me perfectly. For the first time, Thomas looked toward the window. Outside, a doorman stepped beneath a black umbrella and guided a couple from a town car with ceremonial efficiency. The woman laughed as she ducked through the rain, unaware or unconcerned that the whole city looked rinsed in steel. Large institutions rarely change a powerful legal tool all at once, Thomas said. Victoria did not move. They revised through templates, he continued. Implementation memoranda, departmental adoption, procurement practices, risk recommendations, sometimes through people who never read the original rationale and only inherit the approved language. You are describing diffusion. I am describing how language becomes infrastructure. You are describing Davis Meridian. I am describing institutions. That is the coward's plural. His eyes returned to hers. It is also the lawyer's caution. Victoria felt the pull then, unwelcome and exact. Not desire alone, though desire was there, a hidden current under the table. It was recognition, which was worse. He understood the case not as an outsider defending a fortress, but as someone who knew where the stone had been replaced and where the mortar had thinned. She hated that his mind was useful. She hated more that he seemed to know it. You did not bring me here to admire architecture, Victoria said. You brought me here to point without pointing. Thomas's fingers tightened once around the glass, then released. Questions can be lawful where answers cannot. Cowardice also enjoys technical distinctions. The line struck him cleanly. He did not flinch in any theatrical way, but the silence after it changed temperature. Victoria waited for him to rise, to retreat into offended dignity, to remind her of duties she already knew by heart. He did none of those things. Instead, he looked at her with an exhaustion too controlled to be accidental. The clause's original purpose, he said, does not match every use I have seen described in your filings. Her pulse answered before she did. That is almost a statement. It is a statement about my reaction to public allegations. It is a confession wearing a raincoat. It is not a confession. No, Victoria said. A confession would require you to risk something besides tone. His gaze held. You think silence has cost me nothing. I think silence costs less when someone else pays the invoice. The words remained between them with the hard shine of broken glass. A man at the bar laughed too loudly, and somewhere behind Victoria, a spoon tapped porcelain with tiny, nervous insistence. Thomas did not look away. You are wrong about the cost, he said. Am I wrong about the payer? His expression changed by a degree so small a jury might have missed it. Victoria did not. The careful billionaire, the former architect, the man whose charm had been sharpened into a legal instrument, had briefly looked like someone standing in an old room with smoke still trapped inside the walls. She reached for her club soda because her hand needed employment. The condensation had gathered beneath her fingertips, cold enough to steady her anger and not cold enough to extinguish it. Why are you helping me ask better questions if you will not answer them? She asked. Because the right questions create their own record. Not for the people trapped outside the room. No, Thomas said, not soon enough, then say what you mean. I am saying as much as I can. That phrase is beloved by men who have mistaken restraint for virtue. Thomas looked down at the untouched water. There are people inside Davis Meridian who did not create the harm you are describing. Employees whose pensions depend on the company's stability. Projects that would collapse if financing froze. Public partners who rely on commitments already underway. Powerful institutions always hide behind innocent bystanders when accountability gets close. Sometimes innocent bystanders are real, So are injured workers, so are displaced tenants, so are contractors who signed language they could not fight because refusing meant not working. I know you know in principle. No, he said quietly, not only in principle. The words opened something then closed before she could reach through. Victoria studied him. The lamp threw amber along his cheekbone and left his eyes darker than they should have been. His suit was expensive enough to disappear into itself. His hands remained visible on the table, empty, disciplined, near enough that she could have touched him by accident if she believed in accidents. She did not. What did you see? She asked. Thomas exhaled once slowly. I saw a legal tool built for emergency survival become a habit powerful people mistook for discipline. Are you talking about Davis Meridian or yourself? He did not answer quickly enough. The failure was more intimate than a confession. Victoria felt anger rise through her, not hot and wild, but focused, almost surgical. Regret is elegant in rooms like this. It never has to stand beside an injured worker and explain why pain became a procedural inconvenience. It never has to look at a tenant who lost her home and say the public pledge photographed better than the private clause. It gets walnut tables, heavy glassware, and a man with perfect cuffs saying he knows. The blow landed. Thomas absorbed it without theatrical suffering, which made it harder to hate him properly. You think I wanted this? He asked. I think what you wanted matters less than what the thing you built can do. His eyes narrowed faintly, not in anger, but in recognition of a wound he had earned. That may be true, then help me. The words came out before she had polished them into something safer. They stood between them with their raw legal impossibility and their personal ruin. Thomas looked at her mouth, only for the span of a breath, and then forced his attention back to her eyes. The restraint was visible enough to become another kind of touch. I cannot hand you a case, he said. I am not asking you to hand me anything. You are. I am asking you to stop dressing conscience as compliance. I have fiduciary duties, you have human duties, I have privilege obligations, you have memory, I have NDAs, you have a spine unless that was redacted. A faint, involuntary breath left him, almost a laugh and not amused enough to become one. You are impossible. I have been called worse by better-funded men, I believe that. The silence that followed was not peaceful. It gathered pressure, dense and unstable. Victoria became aware of the rain, the linen, the muted gold light, the careful distance between his hand and hers. The city outside looked softened by weather, but the room itself felt edged, every object a polished instrument. Thomas leaned slightly forward. After the original drafting, there would have been a period when the clause stopped being treated as exceptional. Victoria's breath altered before she could prevent it. He continued, each word measured like evidence placed into a sealed envelope. Not necessarily through a single decision, more likely through repeated adoption, a department deciding it reduced exposure, another deciding it streamlined negotiations, a risk committee preferring predictability. Project teams learning that fewer public disputes meant cleaner community narratives. Which department? I cannot tell you that. Which period? He looked at her and she saw the answer move behind his eyes like a figure passing behind frosted glass. Thomas. His name and her voice changed them both. She saw it happen. His composure bent, not dramatically, but enough that the air around the table seemed to lean with it. There may be overlap, he said, between public pledge announcements and internal efforts to standardize dispute controls across redevelopment projects. Victoria's fingers curled against her napkin. That is not an answer. It is not meant to be. It is meant to be a trail. It is meant to be a question. Do not insult me by pretending you do not know the difference. Thomas's gaze dropped to her hand where the napkin had twisted beneath her fingers. She released it slowly, unwilling to let him see how badly she wanted to seize the hint and shake it until the truth fell out. You are close, he said. To what? To showing that the clause's history is less important than its migration. The word moved through her like a bell struck underwater. Migration, not creation, not origin, not Thomas alone at a desk during a corporate crisis with collapse breathing down the windows. Movement, adoption, expansion. The moment a shield learned to become a system. Victoria stared at him. You knew I was looking backward. You were right to look there, but not only there. No, who expanded its use? I cannot answer that. Who approved the templates? I cannot answer that. Who connected redevelopment commitments to dispute containment? His face tightened around restraint, each feature obedient and miserable. I cannot answer that. You mean you will not? I mean both. Victoria pushed her glass aside with 2 fingers. The ice shifted, making a small crystalline complaint. You gave me enough to know there is more. Yes, and not enough to use without spending weeks proving what you already understand. Yes. The honesty of that almost made her reach across the table and do something unforgivable, though she could not decide whether the impulse wanted to strike him or touch him. Wanting the truth found is not the same thing as choosing truth, she said. No, Thomas answered, it is not, then choose. He looked toward the windows again, and for the first time that night, he seemed less like a man controlling a room and more like a man measuring the blast radius of every possible sentence. Choosing truth recklessly can harm people who had no part in creating harm, he said. Truth is always reckless to people who have profited from order. That is too easy. No, Thomas. Easy is letting procedure carry your conscience around like a luxury bag. His eyes came back to hers, and there it was again, the charged recognition neither of them could afford. The bar had become too quiet around them, or perhaps they had simply withdrawn so far into the conflict that every other sound now arrived from another country. I cannot be what you want me to be, he said. Victoria felt the sentence beneath the sentence and refused to soften for it. I do not want you to be anything. That is not true. No, she admitted, it is not. The admission did not free her. It only gave the danger a name large enough to breathe. Thomas's hand moved an inch across the table, not toward her exactly, but toward the place where the conversation had made touch imaginable. He stopped before the gesture became evidence. Victoria watched the pause, watched him reclaim himself, watched duty close over desire like a lid over flame. Neither of them spoke for several seconds. In that silence, Victoria saw the terrible shape of him, a man who had built something that could hurt people. A man who knew it, a man who wanted to help without paying the full price of helping, a man whose intelligence moved with hers so cleanly it felt like trespass. She hated him for stopping. She hated herself for noticing. At last, she reached for her bag. This was educational. Victoria, do not. She stood, fastening the top button of her coat with fingers that behaved because she demanded it. If you want to be useful, stop teaching me how to read the lock and start deciding whether you helped build the door. Thomas rose as well. The door may not open the way you think. People inside burning rooms rarely get sentimental about hinges. His mouth softened with something like pain, but he said nothing more. Victoria turned before the moment could ask anything else of her. She crossed the bar without looking back, though every nerve in her body seemed to know exactly where he remained. The rain met her beneath the hotel awning with a cold, needling insistence. A doorman offered to summon a car. She declined and stepped toward the curb, letting the weather undo the hotel's careful climate. Behind her, Thomas remained at the booth. He did not sit at once. He stood beside the table, one hand on the back of the leather seat, looking at the empty space she had left as if absence itself had become testimony. When he finally lowered himself again, he did not reach for his water. He watched the rain instead, his reflection faint in the dark glass, less a master of his own silence than a witness rehearsing it for court. Victoria took a cab only after walking 3 blocks in the rain. By the time she reached the office, the building had entered its after-hours personality, all dim corridors, humming lights, and the peculiar loneliness of conference rooms waiting for arguments to return. The security guard nodded without curiosity. Victoria rode the elevator alone, her damp coat smelling faintly of rain and city grit, her mind replaying every sentence Thomas had spoken and every sentence he had swallowed. The office lights were still on. Lauren sat cross-legged in her chair with a takeout container balanced on a stack of deposition summaries, wearing the expression of a woman who had surrendered to both noodles and impending disaster. Her hair was clipped back with a binder clip that probably belonged to a sealed exhibit. You look, Lauren said, pausing to inspect her like a haunted umbrella with bar admission. Victoria dropped her bag onto the conference table. That is oddly specific. I have a gift. Lauren set the container aside. Did he show? Yes. Did he confess? No. Did he almost confess in the tragic billionaire dialect? Victoria removed her coat and hung it over a chair. Water tapped softly from the hem onto the floor. He gave me a map drawn in disappearing ink. Lauren's face changed, humor folding neatly into attention. What kind of map? Victoria went to the pattern board. The room smelled of paper, toner, stale coffee, and the faint chemical sweetness of dry erase markers. Across the wall, the case had become a weather system of colored tabs, timelines, claimant names, public pledge dates, contract excerpts, sealed docket references, and Lauren's increasingly feral sticky notes. Riverside sat near the center, surrounded by arrows that made it look less like a project than a controlled detonation. Victoria picked up a marker and wrote 3 new categories beneath the targeted discovery column: revision chain, departmental adoption, public pledge overlap. Lauren stood slowly, her eyes tracking each phrase. That is not disappearing ink, that is a flare with excellent diction. He says the history of the clause may be less useful than the history of who expanded its use. Lauren's eyebrows lifted. He said that, not those exact words, but close enough to make Christopher Rodriguez develop a stress rash under bespoke wool. Thomas stopped before names, dates, departments. He kept everything clean enough to deny usefulness. Lauren came to stand beside her. Usefulness is not always clean. Victoria capped the marker with more force than necessary. He knows more. Of course he knows more. He wants me to find it. That sounds helpful. It is infuriating. Most helpful things are infuriating before they become exhibits. Victoria looked at the 3 phrases. The ink shone wetly for a moment, then settled into the board, black and undeniable. He could do more, she said. Lauren's voice softened. Yes, he could choose more, yes. Victoria pressed her thumb against the marker cap until the plastic edge bit lightly into her skin. He stands there with conscience all over his face and legal caution in every sentence, and I am supposed to be grateful for crumbs because the table is expensive. Lauren glanced at her. Are we still talking about the case? Victoria did not answer immediately. Rain ticked against the office windows, thinner here than at the hotel, but somehow less decorative. Below, Queens felt far away and inside her at once. A burrow of old bills, hospital forms, union jackets, and her father's voice saying process as if it had been a locked room with his name misspelled on the door. We are talking about the case, Victoria said. Lauren accepted the lie with the generosity of a friend saving cross-examination for a more useful hour. Then let us talk about the case. Revision chain means we stop treating Thomas as the endpoint. He was the origin. Origin is not migration. Victoria looked at her. Lauren pointed at the board with a chopstick she had somehow retained from dinner. We need template custodians, procurement updates, implementation memos, redevelopment contract packages, and anyone who liked the clause enough to put it on a leash and walk it through every department. Risk recommendations. Lauren's eyes brightened. That phrase came from him. Yes, I adore when billionaires accidentally become search terms. He did not accidentally do anything. No, Lauren said. He rationed guilt with tweezers, still useful. Victoria moved closer to the board and drew a line from the original clause history to Riverside, then from Riverside to the public affordability pledge timeline. The shape was not complete, but the direction had changed. Until tonight, part of her had imagined the truth buried behind Thomas, guarded by privilege and personal shame. Now the truth looked wider and more bureaucratic, which meant it had left more footprints. Forms traveled, templates multiplied, departments logged adoption. Committees loved minutes. Somewhere inside Davis Meridian, the clause had stopped being an emergency measure and become routine. Somewhere, someone had decided that silence was not merely a side effect but a benefit. Somewhere, public virtue and private containment had passed close enough to leave matching marks. Lauren watched the board with a predator's delight. Disappearing ink still stains if you press hard enough. Victoria looked at the new categories until they became less like hints and more like instructions. Then we press. Tonight, Victoria picked up another marker. Her exhaustion stood behind her eyes with a clipboard waiting to be acknowledged. She ignored it. Tonight, she said, we make the process visible. Lauren retrieved her noodles and rolled her chair toward the conference table. Beautiful, horrible, extremely us. Victoria allowed herself one breath that was almost laughter, though it carried too much rain to become light. Then she opened her laptop, pulled up the filing index, and began drafting the next set of requests around migration instead of origin. Outside, the city kept polishing its glass towers with rain. Inside, beneath fluorescent lights and a wall of stubborn paper, Victoria wrote until Thomas's almost confession stopped feeling like withheld mercy and started becoming evidence by another name. Chapter 17, Sophia Henderson found the problem in a photograph before anyone admitted there was one. The image had arrived in the 3rd folder of the morning, buried between gala coverage from a luxury magazine and a donor's private social feed that should have been too dull to matter. Most photographs from charitable events lied in the same expensive dialect. They turned obligation into warmth, wealth into generosity, and boredom into civic commitment. Men stood beside step-and-repeat backdrops with charitable seriousness. Women angled champagne flutes away from cameras. Board members arranged their hands around one another's shoulders as though philanthropy were a matter of posture. This photograph did not lie enough. Thomas Davis stood near the south wall of the ballroom, half turned away from Benjamin Adams and fully attentive to Victoria Collins. The frame caught nothing improper. His hands remained visible, her posture stayed measured. No physical line had been crossed. No scandal lived in the image, which made it more dangerous than scandal. Scandal could be denied, reframed, or starved until it became gossip with sore feet. This was quieter and less obedient. It showed Thomas looking at Victoria, as if she had become the only unscripted fact in a room Davis, Meridian had paid handsomely to script. Sophia enlarged the image until the pixels began to lose discipline. Victoria's face held the calm of a woman accustomed to rooms that underestimated her. Thomas, however, had committed the one public error Sophia disliked most. He had forgotten to appear indifferent. On the wall-mounted monitor across her office, 6 live feeds rolled through their assigned indignities. A business channel discussed municipal bond pressures. A morning legal segment previewed the next hearing with panelists who sounded newly educated by someone else's briefing notes. Social media posts crawled in a monitoring dashboard arranged by sentiment, influence score, and likelihood of contamination. Davis Meridian's name pulsed through all of it like dye moving through water. Sophia stood barefoot on the pale wool rug because shoes interrupted thought. Her heels waited near the sofa, glossy and punitive. 2 coffees had gone cold on her desk, one black and untouched, the other ruined by oat milk and overconfidence. She clicked to the next file, Victoria leaving court, Victoria refusing to answer a reporter's baited question. Victoria's filing excerpt screenshotted by a housing advocacy account. Victoria's name attached to phrases that made Sophia's professional instincts lift their heads: private process, public harm, affordability pledge, dispute suppression. Sophia rewound the court clip and watched it again. A reporter in a gray coat leaned over the barricade, voice sharpened for afternoon distribution. Ms. Collins, are you accusing Davis Meridian of using philanthropy as cover for misconduct? Victoria paused without offering the camera anything hungry. The courthouse steps framed her in gray stone and winter light. Lauren Cook stood just behind her, holding a binder against her chest like a shield that had learned sarcasm. The case is about whether private process can be used to erase public harm, Victoria said. The documents will answer the rest. The clip ended before the reporters could bruise the line with follow-ups. Sophia sat down very slowly. That was the trouble with disciplined opponents. Outrage could be made to look vain. Performance could be made to look desperate. Victoria's restraint gave the accusation bone structure. Sophia opened a second monitor and pulled up the newest litigation timeline her team had built from public filings. The early case had been simple to manage, at least from a distance. Plaintiffs, attorney challenges contract clause, corporate defendant denies overreach, community groups divided, business press warns of project uncertainty. The usual chessboard, with the usual pieces made of polished stone. Now the board had changed under her hands. Victoria's filings no longer aimed only at the clause as an abusive provision. They had begun migrating toward a more dangerous theory, that Davis Meridian's celebrated public commitments and its private enforcement architecture were not separate worlds, but joined rooms with a locked door between them. Lauren Cook had found enough fragments to give the theory direction: redevelopment promises, tenant relocation frameworks, contractor agreements, arbitration costs, confidentiality provisions. Settlement practices that disappeared people from the public record while leaving ribbon-cutting ceremonies beautifully lit. Sophia dragged the gala photograph into a folder marked Internal Risk Signals. She disliked that folder. It was where manageable problems went to become expensive. Her assistant tapped once on the glass door, then entered without crossing fully into the office. Benjamin can move you to 11:10, or he can give you 12 minutes now before finance takes over. Sophia slid her feet back into her heels. Tell him I am taking the 12 minutes. Should I say it that way? Use warmer words and the same threat? The assistant vanished with a speed Sophia respected. By the time Sophia reached Benjamin's office, the city had turned itself into a silver diagram beyond the windows. Davis Meridian's headquarters always appeared calmer from the inside than it had any moral right to be. Marble-absorbed footsteps. Glass made power look clean. Every floor smelled faintly of cedar, coffee, and decisions that had been laundered through committees. Benjamin Adams stood behind his desk with one hand braced on a briefing packet and the other holding his phone too tightly. His tie was perfect, which told Sophia his morning had already gone poorly. "You said this could not wait," he said. Sophia placed a tablet on his desk and opened the gala photograph. Benjamin glanced at it. "There are hundreds of event photos." "There are hundreds of harmless event photos," Sophia said. "This one has narrative gravity." He looked again, longer this time. His thumb stopped moving against the side of his phone. "It is nothing," he said. "Yes," Sophia replied, "that is the problem." Benjamin exhaled through his nose and walked to the window. "You are reading too much into a photograph. I am paid to read what other people pretend not to see." He turned back, irritation contained under executive varnish. Thomas talked to opposing counsel at a charity event. That was not ideal, but it was visible. Public, controlled. It was visible, Sophia said. Controlled is becoming aspirational. Benjamin's mouth compressed, then recovered. What else? Sophia brought up the litigation timeline. Victoria Collins is not trying to win a press cycle with volume. She is building a bridge between documents and public perception. That makes her harder to discredit. She does not need people to believe Davis Meridian is evil. She needs them to suspect that the company's good works have been protected by private mechanisms that harmed people who were inconvenient to the story. Benjamin stared at the screen. Sophia continued because hesitation was where executives hid when truth entered dressed as logistics. Her filings are narrower than the commentary around them, which is tactically smart. She lets everyone else supply moral language while she keeps her own words procedural. That frustrates our ability to portray her as reckless. "We have community partners willing to speak publicly," Benjamin said. "We should use them carefully. Flooding coverage with beneficiaries may work for 3 days, then curdle if Discovery reveals enforcement patterns beneath those same projects." "You think Discovery will go that far?" "I think she has made the judge curious, and curiosity is where containment begins losing teeth." Benjamin moved behind his desk again. "Give me options." Sophia swiped to a prepared list. "Tighten messaging around current commitments. Elevate third-party voices, but not in a parade formation. Avoid defensive language about the clause itself. Emphasize project continuity without sounding like we are holding jobs hostage. Prepare statements distinguishing legal process from operational mission. Keep Thomas away from any unscripted environment involving Victoria Collins." Benjamin answered too quickly. "Agreed." Sophia watched him with professional stillness. Relief had crossed him faster than strategy should have allowed. It was not merely that he wanted Thomas contained. He was grateful someone else had named the need. "That was the easiest item for you," she said. Benjamin picked up the briefing packet and set it down again. "Thomas understands discipline. Discipline is not the same as belief." The sentence sat between them with polished shoes on Benjamin's carpet. He lowered his voice. "Thomas will not damage this company." "I am not worried that he intends damage," Sophia said. "I am worried that he is becoming legible." Benjamin frowned. Meaning his discomfort is no longer private. Victoria sees it. Christopher sees it. Donors may begin seeing it if he keeps forgetting to play the part. Eventually, anyone trained to read power under stress will see it. Thomas has always been controlled. Controlled men reveal themselves by where the control fails. Benjamin looked toward the closed door as if Thomas might be standing outside, summoned by the shape of accusation. Sophia softened nothing. If he believes the clause has been misused, he becomes more than a reputational concern. He becomes a symbolic contradiction. The architect who no longer trusts the architecture is a story people understand before lawyers finish explaining why it is irrelevant. Benjamin's phone vibrated. He did not look at it. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. Do not corner him so visibly that the corner becomes evidence. That is not an answer. It is the answer available before lunch, Sophia said. The better answer requires knowing what he is doing. They found out 2 hours later. The notice came through Meredith Shaw's office first, then moved through the internal bloodstream with the brisk discretion of bad news wearing a visitor badge. Thomas Davis had requested historical materials through official governance channels, clause revision indices, departmental adoption records, template migration summaries, non-privileged chronology documents relating to redevelopment contract use. Sophia read the summary twice, then removed her glasses and pinched the bridge of her nose. He had not taken anything. He had not asked a junior employee for favors or wandered into archives like a haunted prince with a key card. That would have been simpler in a dreadful way. Thomas had used authority properly. He had framed the request as internal preparedness. He had chosen categories that sounded administrative until one placed them beside Victoria's latest filing. Then they became a map with manners. Sophia joined the strategy call from a small conference room with no windows and excellent acoustics for institutional dread. Benjamin appeared from his office. Christopher Rodriguez joined from a paneled room that looked expensive enough to charge by the minute. Meredith Shaw remained mostly off-camera, her initials marked in the participant box like a legal weather system. Christopher spoke first because defense counsel rarely waited for clouds to introduce rain. Thomas should not be reviewing historical adoption material without a defined governance purpose and counsel supervision, he said. His original role in drafting the clause already makes him sensitive. If he begins conducting personal archaeology, we create unnecessary exposure. Benjamin's face carried the strain of a man trying not to look relieved by someone else's severity. The request came through official channels. Official channels can still create bad records, Christopher replied, especially when the timing aligns with Collins's discovery theory. Sophia listened, pen balanced between two fingers. Christopher had the rare gift of making alarm sound upholstered. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Every sentence arrived with its own mahogany frame. "What is your recommendation?" Benjamin asked, strict information control. Thomas receives only what is necessary for active governance decisions. No informal review, no unsupervised access to revision histories, no contact with Victoria Collins directly or indirectly. If questions arise, they go through counsel. Sophia wrote, over containment risk. Christopher noticed, "You disagree? I think visible restriction can create its own narrative," Sophia said. "This is not a narrative question." Sophia gave him a pleasant look that would have passed inspection at any donor breakfast. Everything becomes a narrative question once the legal question enters public oxygen. Christopher did not smile. "My concern is discoverability, testimony, and motive." If Thomas's conduct suggests internal doubt, Collins will use him as a bridge between original intent and later use. Victoria Collins does not need him for doubt, Sophia said. She already has enough public inconsistency to scent the trail. Benjamin's eyes moved between them. "Can we not fight each other while someone else is suing us?" "We are not fighting," Sophia said. "We are measuring different blast radii." Christopher leaned slightly closer to his camera, "Then measure this one. Thomas is emotionally compromised." Benjamin's face changed by one careful degree. Sophia's pen stopped moving. Christopher continued, "I am not making a moral judgment. I am making a litigation assessment. Opposing counsel has observed his discomfort. The gala interaction was noticed. His recent inquiries track too closely with her theory. If he is compelled to testify later, his credibility and motives become open terrain. He will not be compelled," Benjamin said. Christopher paused for precisely the wrong amount of time. "We should behave as though he might be." The call changed temperature. Sophia looked at the thumbnail of Thomas's official corporate profile in the shared document. It was a well-lit headshot from 3 years earlier, all restraint and clean lines. A man built to reassure investors that conscience had been converted into governance. The photograph now looked less like branding than evidence from a before life. "I want scenario planning for limited reform language," Sophia said. Benjamin reacted as if she had cracked a window in winter. "No, I said planning, not release. Reform language sounds like admission. Collapse sounds worse." Christopher's eyes narrowed, not dramatically, but with the faint adjustment of a man seeing a new opponent step onto his side of the table. Any acknowledgement must be carefully coordinated with legal position. "Of course," Sophia said. "That is why I said planning instead of improvisation." Benjamin rubbed 2 fingers over his brow. "We are not conceding misuse. We may need language that preserves credibility if the court grants broader access," Sophia said. "Routine confidence statements will not survive contact with documents showing that people inside this company knew the clause deterred claims." Meredith's initials remained quiet in the corner. Christopher said, "We do not know what a court will order." "No," Sophia replied. "But Victoria Collins is teaching the public how to understand the order before it arrives." After the call, Sophia did not return immediately to her office. She walked down 2 floors to the communications archive suite, where her team stored partner profiles, beneficiary statements, ribbon-cutting footage, philanthropic reports, and the curated proof of Davis Meridian's public virtue. The suite was warmer than the executive floors, less marble and more equipment, with editing stations glowing in darkened bays. A junior associate named Amber Sanders looked up from a transcript. Amber had been hired 3 months earlier and still possessed the dangerous brightness of someone who believed a brand book could tame reality. "Do you need the clinic materials?" Amber asked. "And the housing nonprofit interviews," Sophia said. "Also current project employment numbers, community grant renewals, and anything involving Riverside that does not make me want to summon a priest." Amber blinked, then began opening folders. "That may take a minute. Reality often does." Sophia sat at an editing station and watched the first beneficiary video. A clinic director spoke about Davis Meridian funding that had allowed a pediatric wing to remain open on weekends. Her gratitude was unvarnished. She did not sound coached. Children's drawings hung behind her, bright creatures with impossible anatomy and heroic sons. The next file showed a housing nonprofit director explaining how Davis Meridian's partnership had saved a preservation deal when public financing stalled. He looked tired and sincere. A foreman on a transit-adjacent project talked about steady work, apprenticeships, and sending his daughter to college without predatory loans. Sophia paused the video on the foreman's hands. They were broad, scarred, and folded over a hard hat with the gentleness of a man holding proof. This was what made the crisis difficult in a way clean villains never did. Davis Meridian had done real good. The clinic existed. The housing units existed. The paychecks existed. Public virtue was not always counterfeit. That did not mean it had not been weaponized. Sophia leaned back until her chair creaked. She had spent her career persuading public attention to move in useful directions. Campaigns, acquisitions, scandals, legislative fights, executive failures wearing charitable pins. She knew the moral elasticity of institutions. They could do good with one hand and bury harm with the other, then demand gratitude because the first hand photographed better. Her phone buzzed with a message from Benjamin. "Need stronger partner quotes by end of day, bored nervous." Sophia did not answer immediately. On another screen, Amber had opened a folder of Riverside materials. Public pledge language gleamed in PDF perfection. Affordable pathways, community stabilization, transparent engagement, equitable development. Words polished so thoroughly that they became little mirrors reflecting whoever wanted to believe them. Sophia thought of Victoria's sentence on the courthouse steps, private process. Public harm, she hated good lines when they belonged to the other side. By early evening, her office had become a battlefield of drafts. The pure containment plan occupied the left monitor. It had the polished brutality of a well-funded denial operation, a firm civic mission. Emphasize lawful dispute resolution, elevate beneficiaries, avoid litigating in public, frame lawsuit as narrow contract dispute, highlight jobs, continuity, and community reliance, maintain confidence in legal position. The second plan sat on the right monitor, unsent and therefore somehow louder. A firm commitment to reviewing dispute practices, distinguish original clause purpose from current implementation, announce independent process audit without conceding liability. Preserve community partnerships while acknowledging concerns, prepare reform pathway if discovery expands. Sophia had not titled it. Titles made drafts feel intentional. This one already felt like contraband. Her assistant appeared at the doorway again. Christopher's office sent proposed language for Thomas protocols. "Read me the cheerful parts. There are no cheerful parts, then summarize the expensive parts." He wants all external communications routed through counsel, all internal historical requests logged and pre-cleared, and no one below executive level responding to questions from Thomas about clause history without legal supervision. Sophia held out her hand, and the assistant passed over the document. It was beautifully severe. Christopher understood walls. He could build them from policy, privilege, caution, and professional tone until everyone inside forgot the difference between safety and enclosure. Sophia scanned the proposed protocol and marked 3 provisions in red, not because she objected to them entirely. She objected to the smell of panic that would emerge if they became visible. Her office phone rang before she finished. Benjamin's name glowed on the screen. "Tell me you have partner language," he said. "I have partner language." "Good, I also have a concern about Christopher's Thomas protocol." Benjamin made a sound that almost became a groan but had been educated out of him. "Sophia, it is too aggressive in places. He needs guardrails." "He needs guardrails that do not look like a cage built overnight. He is asking for materials that could hurt us." He is asking through proper channels for materials the company may have to produce anyway. Benjamin lowered his voice. You do not know Thomas the way I do. I know public fracture, Sophia said, and I know when private fear begins manufacturing optics for the opposition. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The city beyond her windows darkened into blue glass and reflected office lights. Sophia could see herself faintly in the plain, slim black dress, bare throat, hair pinned neatly enough to impersonate certainty. Benjamin said, What are you suggesting? That you speak to him before you restrict him? I have spoken to him. No, Sophia said, you have warned him. That is a different sport. He is putting everything at risk. Maybe, Sophia said, or maybe everything was already at risk, and he is the first person inside the building willing to look directly at it. Benjamin's answer came with cold edges, be careful. Sophia smiled without amusement. I bill extra for reckless honesty. This is not a joke. No, she said, it is becoming a choice. The line ended soon afterward, not rudely, but with the abrupt efficiency of a man retreating before he said what he truly feared. Sophia remained at her desk long after the communications floor thinned. The building settled around her, elevators sighing behind the walls, night cleaning crews moving through distant corridors, the whole tower maintaining its expensive composure while anxiety worked through its wiring. She returned to the gala photograph. Thomas and Victoria stood in a crowd that had failed to blur them properly. Benjamin's shoulder was visible at the edge of the frame, angled toward donors. A waiter carried champagne behind them. Crystal lights hung above everyone like frozen applause. Sophia zoomed out. The photograph now looked less like a warning about attraction and more like an image of two people recognizing the same structural weakness from opposite sides of the room. That was worse for Davis Meridian than desire. Desire could be embarrassed, denied, or made tawdry. Recognition made people stubborn. She opened the controlled acknowledgement plan again. Her cursor hovered over the subject line. Then she typed, Contingency Framework, Credibility Preservation. The title made the thing official enough to frighten her. She did not send it. Instead, she attached the plan to a secure draft addressed only to herself and locked her screen. The move was absurdly theatrical, and she disliked herself for noticing. Still, there were moments when strategy began as a secret one kept from one's own side until the facts became impolite enough to require it. At 11:38 p.m., Sophia called Benjamin. He answered on the fourth ring. Tell me nothing has leaked. Nothing has leaked. Then why are you calling me at this hour? Because we need to stop treating invulnerability and credibility as interchangeable. Benjamin gave no immediate reply. In the background, she heard the faint hush of traffic or possibly his office ventilation. Men like Benjamin often stayed late in rooms designed to make exhaustion look like dedication. Sophia looked at the unsent draft on her screen. If discovery opens further, our current posture may not hold. We can continue presenting absolute confidence, or we can prepare for a controlled shift that makes us look serious rather than cornered. Controlled shift, he repeated. That sounds like your more elegant name for retreat. It is my less catastrophic name for remaining believable. The board will not tolerate anything that sounds like concession. The public will not tolerate anything that sounds like choreography once documents begin contradicting us. Benjamin's voice sharpened. We do not know that they will. No, Sophia said, we do not know. But we know enough to prepare for the possibility. He breathed once slowly. Which position preserves the company? Sophia stared at the two plans, left and right, denial and acknowledgement, armor and hinge. For years, her work had depended on making those choices look cleaner than they were. Tonight they looked almost human, which was inconvenient. I am no longer certain they are the same thing, she said. Benjamin did not answer before the call ended. Sophia set the phone down and sat alone with the monitors still glowing. The containment plan waited on the left, flawless and brittle. The acknowledgement plan waited on the right, dangerous and possibly survivable. Between them, the gala photograph remained open in a smaller window. Thomas turned toward Victoria with too much truth in his attention. Sophia closed the photograph last. The dark screen gave back her own face, composed and unreadable except for the small delay before she reached for the mouse again. She reopened the draft, not to send it, not yet. Only to make sure it existed somewhere besides the part of her mind that still preferred winning to being warned. Chapter 18. By Monday morning, Victoria's name had become a headline, a search term, and a warning passed through 3 law firm partners before coffee. She saw the first article on the subway. wedged between a man reading bond market news and a teenager asleep against the pole with one earbud dangling from his collar. The headline glowed from her phone with a cool, professional cruelty that made outrage look like analysis. The column did not call her reckless, not directly. It suggested she had built a case too ambitious for its facts, a theory too dramatic for a contract dispute, a campaign too conveniently aligned with the public's appetite for billionaire contrition. Victoria read the first 6 paragraphs without changing expression. Years in court had taught her that fury was most useful when no one could identify it on her face. The columnist described Davis Meridian as a civic builder, a private company that had funded clinics, transit improvements, affordable housing initiatives, and job training programs across several cities. Then, with the silk-gloved precision of someone sliding a blade between ribs, he asked whether a small plaintiff's firm should be permitted to destabilize projects serving thousands, because a few claimants disliked the dispute procedures they had accepted. Victoria looked up when the train lurched beneath Queensboro Plaza. Reflected in the dark window, her face appeared composed, almost severe, the face of a woman who had slept enough and believed in clean margins. She had slept 3 hours. Her kitchen counter still held a mug with coffee dried inside it like varnish. By the time she reached the office, the story had multiplied. Lauren had converted the conference room into a war room of reputational debris. 3 laptops were open across the table, each one displaying a different species of public performance. A legal commentary thread questioned whether Victoria's unconscionability argument had grown too diffuse. A business newsletter suggested investors were nervous about litigation risk around major redevelopment partnerships. A cluster of anonymous comments, less elegant and more poisonous, speculated that Victoria was chasing visibility by attaching herself to a billionaire defendant whose name guaranteed traffic. Lauren stood in front of the screens with a legal pad in one hand and a green marker tucked behind her ear. She had drawn 3 columns on the glass wall. The headings read, Bad Takes, Worst Takes, and Stapler Temptations. I considered adding a 4th category for people who should lose keyboard privileges, Lauren said. The glass ran out before my contempt did. Victoria set down her bag beside a chair. How long has it been moving? Since before 6, Lauren said. The business column hit first. The legal thread followed an hour later. Then several accounts with tasteful headshots and suspiciously identical phrasing began discovering deep concern for civic stability. Victoria studied the screens. Sophia, probably not anywhere near it, Lauren said. Which is exactly where Sophia would stand while the room rearranged itself around her. The office smelled of toner, old coffee, and wet wool from coats drying near the radiator. Outside the conference room, phones rang with the anxious rhythm of people who had read enough to misunderstand everything. Victoria saw one of the junior associates glance through the glass and then quickly look away, as if professional concern had become contagious. Lauren lowered her pad. There are emails from Martin Ellis, Angela Romero, and Harris & Sons. There are also 2 calls from Patrick Campbell asking whether you have 5 minutes before the partners' meeting. Victoria removed her coat carefully, smoothing the sleeve before hanging it over the chair. Start with the clients. Lauren watched her for an extra second. You read the comments. I read enough. That was not my question. Victoria met her eyes. I read enough to know they are not the battlefield. Lauren's mouth pressed into a shape that was not quite agreement. Fine is not a legal strategy, and neither is pretending strangers on the internet do not know where to bruise. Victoria reached for the first client message. Then let us not let them choose the bruise. The clients arrived in stages, each carrying a different version of fear. Martin Ellis came first, using a cane he hated and a careful dignity he had not surrendered to pain. He wore the same navy jacket he always wore to meetings, though today one cuff had been mended with thread a shade too dark. His wife waited in the reception area because he insisted he could speak for himself, and because pride sometimes needed a chair of its own. I saw the article, he said once Victoria closed the conference room door. My nephew sent it. He said maybe they are setting up to say we are hurting people by doing this. Victoria sat across from him rather than behind the table's head. They are setting up several arguments at once. That may become one of them. Martin's thumb rubbed the handle of his cane, slowly enough to look accidental. I do not want some clinic losing funding because of me. No one in this room wants that, Victoria said. Davis Meridian has done public work that matters. We are not disputing that. Then what happens when they say we are? We answer with discipline, Victoria said. We do not attack good work to expose harmful process. We show that public benefit cannot become a shield for private damage. Martin looked down at the cane between his knees. That sounds good when you say it. It sounds less good when rent is due and newspapers have opinions, Victoria said. I know that. His eyes lifted, surprised by the absence of polish. I cannot promise the pressure will stop, she continued. I cannot promise this case will move quickly. What I can promise is that pressure like this usually arrives when a case has touched something someone preferred to keep abstract. Martin swallowed, and the movement seemed to cost him. I just need to know we are not being foolish. Victoria let the silence settle before she answered. You are not foolish for wanting the process to be visible. They are counting on the process feeling too exhausting to challenge. Angela Romero came next, wrapped in a camel coat and controlled dread. She sat with her purse in her lap, both hands clasped around it as if someone might confiscate the last ordinary object she owned. I cannot have my name out there, Angela said. My daughter's school already had questions when we moved. If this becomes some media thing, I cannot have reporters finding us. They should not have access to protected information, Victoria said. Your identifying details remain confidential where the court permits confidentiality, and we will oppose any attempt to expose you unnecessarily. Angela's fingers tightened around the purse clasp. That is not the same as impossible. No, Victoria said, it is not. Lauren, seated against the wall with her notebook, looked up sharply at the bluntness. Victoria did not soften it. False comfort was cheaper than betrayal only at the beginning. Angela breathed through her nose, then why keep going? Because the alternative is letting their private process decide the public story forever, Victoria said. But you are entitled to know the risk before you decide how much of yourself you can place inside this fight. Angela turned toward the window. Rain crawled down the glass in thin, uncertain lines. They make you feel selfish for asking what happened to you. Victoria thought of her father sitting at their kitchen table years ago, opening an envelope from an insurance administrator as if the paper contained weather. That is one of the oldest tricks in the building. By noon, Harris & Sons masonry called from a truck outside a job site in Brooklyn. The connection crackled around traffic, wind, and the rough voice of a man trying not to sound frightened in front of employees. Can Davis Meridian blacklist us? Harris asked. Not officially maybe, but calls stop coming, invitations disappear, somebody says we are difficult, and suddenly we are bidding into a locked room. They cannot lawfully retaliate against you for participating in litigation, Victoria said. That was not what I asked. Victoria closed her eyes for one measured second. They have influence in the market. I will not insult you by pretending influence only moves through written instructions. On the other end, Harris exhaled something that might have been a laugh if it had found any air. Lawyers usually sell me better decorations. I have no decorations today, Victoria said. Only the truth and a plan. Then give me the plan. We keep the case focused. We document every irregular contact, every lost opportunity with suspicious timing, and every threat disguised as advice. We do not make accusations we cannot support, and we do not let fear become evidence against us. The line went quiet except for the chop of passing traffic. You sound tired, Ms. Collins. I am still useful, she said. I did not ask that either. After the call ended, Victoria kept the phone in her hand longer than necessary. Lauren noticed, because Lauren noticed everything except her own limits. Before she could comment, Patrick Campbell appeared at the conference room door in a gray suit that had never encountered public transit. He was a senior partner in the firm's commercial practice, careful, respected, and possessed of the kind of courtesy that often arrived carrying bad news in a leather folio. Victoria, he said, do you have a moment? Lauren muttered, the moment has retained counsel. Victoria gave her a look that should have discouraged commentary. Lauren responded by uncapping her marker with her teeth. Patrick's office overlooked a narrow slice of Midtown, where glass towers stood shoulder to shoulder with the joyless intimacy of men sharing an elevator after a hostile closing. He invited Victoria to sit, then did not sit himself, which told her almost everything. I will be direct, he said. The executive committee is concerned about resource allocation. Victoria folded her hands in her lap. Resource allocation has developed excellent timing. Patrick accepted that without visible irritation. Davis Meridian's counsel has expanded the procedural front. The sanctions letter from Christopher Rodriguez may be performative, but performative sanctions letters still require responses. Discovery costs are climbing. Media attention has complicated the firm's position with existing institutional clients. Which clients? Victoria. Which clients, Patrick? He looked at her for several seconds. Two have asked whether the firm is repositioning itself as an activist litigation shop. She almost smiled, but the expression never reached completion. Representing injured workers and displaced tenants against a contract clause is now activism. In some rooms, perception outruns definition. In some rooms, perception is purchased and then called concern. Patrick moved behind his desk at last. I am not questioning the moral foundation of the case. That sentence usually arrives wearing funeral clothes. I am questioning whether the current litigation theory is sustainable at this scale, he said. If Davis Meridian buries us in paper, if the court narrows discovery again, if the public climate makes settlement harder, we need to know whether we are chasing relief or principle. Victoria leaned back slightly. The leather chair made no sound beneath her, an expensive silence. Davis Meridian's strategy depends on making the truth too expensive to pursue. If we retreat because the price rises, the clause wins without a ruling. Patrick rested both hands on the desk. Moral certainty does not pay litigation expenses. The words struck with more force because he did not say them cruelly. Victoria could handle cruelty. Cruelty was clumsy. Practical concern was the polished instrument. No, she said, clients do. His eyes moved away first. Victoria stood. I will revise the budget forecast by tomorrow morning. I will also circulate a narrower plan for the next filing so the committee can see that this is not drift. Victoria, Patrick said, and there was something almost gentle in his voice. I know why this case matters to you. She paused at the door with her hand on the frame. Then you know why making it smaller will not make it safer. When she returned to the conference room, Lauren had erased stapler temptations and replaced it with potentially actionable nonsense. Several printed screenshots lay in piles beneath the columns, each marked with color tabs and increasingly aggressive handwriting. Patrick gave you the speech, Lauren said. He gave me a budget concern. That is the speech wearing a nicer watch. Victoria picked up a screenshot. We need to track which commentary Christopher cites if he moves to accuse us of trying the case through media pressure. Lauren's expression shifted from humor to alarm. You think he will? I think he would be foolish not to try. Lauren set down her marker. You are doing the thing. What thing? The thing where your life catches fire and you begin cataloging the smoke by evidentiary value. Victoria placed the screenshot into a folder. That sounds useful. It sounds flammable, Lauren said. You are running on anger, caffeine, and a heroic misunderstanding of the human nervous system. I am fine. Lauren pointed the marker at her. Fine remains unadmitted hearsay. Victoria looked at her across the table, across the laptops, across the debris of a morning designed to make exhaustion look like reason. They want us tired. They already have us tired, Lauren said. Wanting came earlier. The honesty filled the room with something neither of them could dismiss. Beyond the glass, phones continued ringing. Somewhere down the hall, a printer began its endless mechanical complaint. Lauren lowered her voice. I am not telling you to slow the case. I am telling you not to let Davis Meridian turn you into one more person sacrificed to its process. Victoria looked at the pattern board, where revision chain, departmental adoption, and public pledge overlap still sat in blue ink from the night Thomas had drawn a map in disappearing ink without touching a pen. She had not told Lauren enough about the hotel bar. Lauren had not asked enough to force her. People are counting on me, Victoria said. I am one of them, Lauren answered. That is why I am allowed to be inconvenient. Victoria's phone lit before she could respond. Her father's name appeared on the screen. For a moment, she only looked at it. Then the call vanished into missed call silence. Lauren saw. She pretended not to, which was one of her rarer forms of mercy. The afternoon thickened around motions, client memos, and reputation management disguised as legal triage. Christopher's letter arrived at 3:18, elegant as a threat carved into crystal. He accused Victoria's side of encouraging public mischaracterizations of Davis Meridian's civic work, warned against extrajudicial statements designed to prejudice the proceedings, and reserved all rights to seek relief if plaintiff counsel continued to use public pressure as a substitute for legal merit. Victoria read it once, then she read it again, because admiration for an opponent's trap did not prevent one from stepping around it. He points to commentary we did not solicit, Lauren said from beside her. Then he says the climate requires judicial protection. Of course he does, Victoria said. If we respond publicly, we feed his argument. If we stay silent, Sophia's narrative grows teeth. Lauren took the letter and flipped through the pages. It is almost beautiful in the way certain poisonous mushrooms are beautiful before they ruin dinner. Victoria reached for a clean legal pad. We do not respond in the press. Lauren sat opposite her. That will be unsatisfying. Good litigation often is. What do we do instead? Victoria wrote the first line with controlled pressure. We file. The supplemental brief took shape in disciplined increments. It did not mention the business column. It did not accuse Davis Meridian of planting narratives. It did not perform outrage for reporters who preferred blood with their hyperlinks. Instead, Victoria tied Davis Meridian's public representations to the precise categories of discovery she sought, arguing that the company's own civic commitments were relevant only insofar as private dispute mechanisms had been used to prevent those commitments from being tested by the people most affected. Public benefit, she wrote, does not immunize private harm. Lauren read the sentence over her shoulder. That one has bones, it needs teeth. It has those too, Lauren said. They are just wearing judicial robes. As evening approached, Victoria finally called her father back from the stairwell, where the concrete walls made every voice sound more honest and less alive. Daniel Collins answered on the third ring. There she is. I am sorry, Victoria said. Today became difficult. You do not have to apologize for having a job. I missed your appointment call. You missed me complaining about a doctor who thinks every man over 60 wants to discuss sodium as a hobby, he said. The appointment was fine. She leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. The stairwell smelled of dust, rainwater, and someone's burned lunch from floors below. Are you sure? I am sure enough. That is not an answer. It is the answer you inherited from me, Daniel said. The familiar stubbornness should have warmed her. Instead, it opened a door she had not meant to touch. She saw him years ago at the kitchen table, his work boots still on, his injured hand wrapped poorly because the better bandages cost money and pride. She remembered the phrase that had followed their family through every denial letter and every procedural dead end. You agreed to the process, not justice, not truth, process. Her father cleared his throat. You sound like your mother used to sound when she was pretending the bills were just paper. Victoria opened her eyes. I am handling it. I know. Then why does that sound like doubt? Because handling something is not the same as surviving it with all your parts still attached. For a while, neither spoke. Down the stairs, a door opened and closed. The building swallowed the sound. I cannot let them make these people feel unreasonable for asking what happened, Victoria said. I know that too. They are doing exactly what happened to you. No, Daniel said softly. They are doing what happened to a lot of people. Mine is just the one that taught you the language. That landed where exhaustion had already made her unarmored. She pressed 2 fingers against the bridge of her nose and held them there until the sting behind her eyes retreated. I have to go, she said. Eat something that had a childhood near vegetables. Despite everything, she laughed once. It was small, but it existed. That is a very strange nutritional standard. It has kept me alive. After they hung up, she stayed in the stairwell until the motion-sensitive light clicked off and left her in gray shadow. For 10 seconds, she allowed herself to be a daughter before she returned to being counsel. Across town, high above an avenue rinsed bright by rain, Thomas Davis watched the attacks travel through Davis Meridian's internal morning brief long after morning had ended. He stood alone in a small conference room outside the executive suite, one hand resting on the back of a chair no one had pulled out. The screen displayed the business column, the legal commentary, the investor note, and Sophia's recommended response posture. None of it said Davis Meridian had attacked Victoria. None of it needed to. Plausible deniability had always been one of the company's most efficient materials. It poured cleanly into any mold. It hardened without fingerprints. Thomas read the paragraph suggesting Victoria's lawsuit could jeopardize projects that employed thousands and served vulnerable communities. He knew enough to understand why the line worked. The company had built things that mattered. Clinics stood where vacant lots had once collected rainwater and needles. Transit improvements had shortened commutes for workers who had no patience for ideological purity. Housing units existed because Davis Meridian had made deals other developers considered too complicated. That truth did not erase the other one. It made the trap stronger. His phone buzzed with a message from Benjamin requesting a meeting the following morning. A second message from Christopher followed, advising that all communications regarding plaintiff counsel should remain within established legal channels. The language was ordinary, professional, and unmistakably restrictive. Thomas looked again at Victoria's name inside the brief. He imagined her reading the articles without flinching, not because they failed to hurt, but because she would refuse to give the injury a witness. He remembered her in the hotel bar saying regret was elegant when it never had to stand beside the injured. Now the machinery stood beside her. The thought did not soften him, it concentrated him. In her office, Victoria worked past the hour when the building's daytime noises thinned, and the cleaning staff took possession of the halls. Lauren left only after extracting a promise that Victoria would turn off media alerts, eat the sandwich placed in the refrigerator, and stop reading anonymous comments written by people who considered cruelty a civic contribution. Victoria made 2 of the 3 promises truthfully. Near midnight, she sat alone beneath fluorescent lights that flattened every color into endurance. The supplemental brief lay beside her keyboard, cleaner than her exhaustion, sharper than the day that had produced it. She had resisted the press. She had answered Christopher in the only forum that mattered. She had not promised client certainty. She had not told Patrick the money would solve itself. She had called her father and still failed to ask whether he was lonely. On the table before her lay Martin Ellis's updated statement. She read the same paragraph 3 times, where he described being told that arbitration was his agreed path, his chosen remedy, his contractual avenue, as if the words themselves could build a courthouse he could afford to enter. The old phrase returned with the dull force of a stamp pressed onto paper. You agreed to the process. Victoria opened the pattern board file and added a new note beneath the case timeline. She did not make it elegant. She did not make it suitable for a brief. She wrote it for the part of herself that still heard her father's silence in every procedural defense. Make the process visible. Then she reached for her phone and disabled every media alert one by one. The screen lost its little red badges, those tiny carnival flags of other people's appetite. In the new quiet, the office seemed larger and less forgiving. She ate half the sandwich because Lauren would know. Then she returned to the brief, where the next sentence waited with the patience of a locked door. Across Manhattan, Thomas remained in the conference room long after the screen dimmed. He had spent years believing punitive pressure was something companies endured from markets, regulators, rivals, and courts. Watching Victoria become the object lesson, he understood the uglier symmetry. Davis Meridian was not merely defending itself from her case. It was teaching everyone else what challenge cost. Chapter 19, the revision index arrived on Thomas's desk before sunrise, delivered through the official document management channel with a bland subject line that made danger look administrative. He had requested it 3 days earlier, using language precise enough to satisfy governance protocols and narrow enough to avoid provoking an immediate privilege review. Historical indexing materials related to standard contractual risk provisions. Departmental adoption summaries, non-privileged chronology of template expansion. Nothing stolen, nothing smuggled, nothing whispered through the side corridors where powerful men confused access with innocence. The file still felt illicit when he opened it. Not because it was forbidden, but because it was orderly. Harm should not have been so neatly cataloged. It should not have sat inside version numbers, implementation dates, approving departments, revised distribution lists, and project categories sorted with the crisp logic of people who believed classification could keep consequence from rising through the floor. Thomas read the index once in his office, then again in the car, then a third time while the elevator climbed toward Benjamin's floor with the hushed speed of a private confession. By the time the doors opened, he had stopped looking for an explanation that might rescue the company from the shape of the record. The shape was the record. Benjamin's assistant stood as Thomas approached, her tablet already tucked against her side. "He's expecting you," she said. Of course he was. Christopher Rodriguez did not build walls without telling the occupants where to stand. Thomas thanked her and walked into Benjamin Adams's office, where morning had polished itself against 3 glass walls and turned Manhattan into an exhibit of vertical ambition. Far below, traffic moved in obedient lines, tiny and distant enough to pretend no one inside those cars had rent, pain, contracts, children, claims, or anything else that could disturb a quarterly briefing. Benjamin stood behind his desk, jacket off, sleeves still immaculate. A cup of coffee cooled beside an unopened investor memo. His face carried the clean exhaustion of a man who had spent the night converting dread into agenda items. "Tell me this is about the funding round," Benjamin said. Thomas placed the revision index on the desk. Benjamin looked down at the cover page, and his hand remained suspended above the file for half a second too long. He understood the accusation before reading a word. "That is not a helpful object," he said. "It is an internal object," Thomas replied. "It is ours." Those categories are not separate anymore. They never were separate enough. Benjamin sat down slowly, not because his body had failed him, but because control required a chair. He opened the file and scanned the first page, then the second, then the appendix listing template revisions by department and project class. His eyes moved faster as the pattern assembled itself. The clause had begun as a targeted provision after the old crisis, when Davis Meridian had been bleeding financing, losing project partners, and staring at cascading litigation from every corner of its operations. Thomas knew that chapter better than anyone. He had drafted the original language at 3 a.m. under fluorescent lights while bankers threatened withdrawal. Union representatives demanded guarantees, and Benjamin, younger then and less practiced at concealment, paced a conference room with both hands in his hair. The original clause had been severe. Thomas had never pretended otherwise. It had been designed to compel disputes into controlled channels before one claim became a bonfire large enough to consume payroll, debt covenants, public contracts, and half-built hospitals whose skeletons already stood against winter skies. But the index did not stop there. Years later, the clause moved into redevelopment agreements, then contractor frameworks, then tenant relocation materials, then community-facing project documents that sat under press releases promising partnership, affordability, transparency, and neighborhood protection. Revision dates clustered beside major public pledge campaigns like dark birds around a fountain. Benjamin turned another page, and the paper gave a soft scrape that seemed louder than it should have. "This proves nothing by itself," he said. "No," Thomas answered, "it points. It points if someone wants it to point. It points because people made choices in sequence." Benjamin closed the file with 2 fingers carefully as though pressure might activate it. "Why did you bring this to me instead of counsel?" "Because counsel will treat it as exposure." "It is exposure, it is history." Benjamin gave a humorless breath. "History becomes exposure when plaintiffs acquire adjectives." Thomas remained standing. He had known that if he sat, Benjamin would make the room feel collaborative, would turn the conversation into one more internal discussion with action items, follow-up owners, and a conclusion designed to leave everyone implicated enough to stay obedient. "The company needs to review the current use of the clause," Thomas said, "not cosmetically, not through messaging, actually." Benjamin leaned back and looked at him as if searching for the old friend inside a hostile witness. "You requested a revision index during active litigation, discovered a pattern plaintiff's counsel would frame as systemic misconduct, then walked it into my office and called it an ethics exercise. I called it a review. That is worse. Review creates records. Records create questions. Questions create leaks. Leaks create hearings, partner withdrawals, financing contingencies, political theater, claimant outreach, and every retired grievance attorney in New York suddenly remembering our address. Then perhaps our address should have been harder to connect to those grievances." Benjamin's mouth shifted, not into anger, but into the flat line he used when board members were saying foolish things at expensive tables. "You are holding a match over dry timber." "The timber is already dry. We are not discussing a seminar problem, Thomas. We are discussing hospitals, transit work, mixed-income housing, public-private partnerships, pension money, bond covenants, thousands of employees, and projects that do not pause gently because you have developed moral nausea." The words struck cleanly because Benjamin had chosen them well. Thomas could walk away wealthy. Benjamin could not carry payroll with remorse, could not reassure municipal partners with a carefully curated conscience, could not tell employees that a principled collapse would at least photograph well. Thomas looked past him to the city. "I know what is at stake." "No," Benjamin said. "You know what guilt weighs. That is not the same thing." Thomas turned back. Benjamin opened the file again and tapped one of the revision entries. This period was after the hospital consortium threatened withdrawal. This one followed the Queen's contractor dispute. This one came when 2 public partners demanded stronger claims containment before releasing the next tranche. "You remember those meetings?" "I remember them." "You wrote half the language that kept the company alive." "I wrote language for a crisis." Benjamin stood, the chair rolling back an inch against the carpet. "The crisis did not end because everyone started behaving beautifully. The crisis ended because we built a system no opposing counsel could casually detonate." A system becomes something else when it outlives the emergency and starts feeding on convenience. That is Victoria Collins talking. Her name entered the room with the precision of a blade laid flat on silk. Thomas did not move. He had expected it, but expectation did not lessen the private jolt of hearing her turned into evidence against him. Benjamin watched him closely. There it is. There is what? The pause. The same pause Sophia keeps warning me about. The same pause Christopher is too polite to describe without an invoice attached. Thomas felt something cold pass through him, not fear but recognition. They had been measuring him. Not simply his decisions, but the interval before he defended himself, the fraction of time in which feeling betrayed him. Benjamin came around the desk, abandoning the barrier because friendship had always been more useful at close range. Your judgment changed when she entered this case. My judgment changed when the record changed. No, the record has existed for years. You changed when she looked at it and made you feel seen by an adversary. That is convenient for you. It is obvious to everyone else. Thomas lowered his gaze to the index. The page Benjamin had opened listed departmental adoption into redevelopment templates, a dry phrase for lives pressed into smaller rooms. Victoria did not create this pattern. She gave you a language for punishing yourself over it. She understood what we stopped seeing. Benjamin laughed once softly, and there was no amusement inside it. She is suing us. Yes, she is building a theory that could damage this company for years. Yes, she will use whatever you give her. I am not giving her documents. You are giving her doubt? Thomas lifted his eyes. Doubt is not betrayal when certainty has become negligence. Benjamin's face changed then. The line between executive and friend, already strained, began to tear. You rehearsed that. No, you should have. It sounds expensive. Thomas let the insult pass because responding to it would allow Benjamin to mistake irritation for weakness. She changed how I see the clause, Thomas said. Not because she charmed me, not because I forgot what side I stand on. She saw the architecture clearly, and she saw the people trapped inside it. She recognized the distance between intention and impact without needing permission from anyone in this building. Benjamin's voice dropped. You are attracted to her. Thomas did not look away. Yes. The admission entered the office and found no soft landing. Benjamin's brows lifted, not in surprise but in confirmation. At least we have reached one honest item on the agenda. It does not reduce the rest, it contaminates the rest. No. It makes it harder for you to dismiss the rest. Benjamin turned toward the window, and for a moment Thomas saw the man from 20 years earlier, before crisis management had varnished every impulse. They had met in business school when Benjamin still argued ideas until midnight because winning mattered less than proving he could see every side. He had been brilliant, ambitious, and terrified of becoming the kind of man who sacrificed people to abstractions. Davis Meridian had taught him that abstractions could have payroll departments. Benjamin spoke without turning. When we built that clause, I had employees calling me about whether their health insurance would survive the month. I had lenders threatening acceleration. I had a mayor's office preparing to distance itself from us publicly while privately begging us not to abandon the transit contract. I had subcontractors who would have gone under if we missed one payment cycle. You were there, Thomas. I was. You watched the company come within inches of becoming a cautionary tale. You watched people with no control over litigation almost lose their livelihoods because one lawsuit multiplied into 20 threats overnight. I remember every hour. Then remember what the clause prevented. Thomas thought of the old conference room, the empty coffee cups, the legal pads filled with redrafts, the smell of printer toner, the snow starting over Madison Avenue while they told themselves severity could be merciful if collapse was the alternative. I remember what we meant it to prevent, he said. Benjamin faced him. Meaning matters, so does use. The door opened after a brief knock, and Christopher Rodriguez entered as though the room had invited him out of professional necessity rather than Benjamin's instruction. He wore a dark suit, a measured look, and the flawless composure of a man who knew panic was most effective when outsourced to clients. Thomas, Christopher said. Benjamin. Thomas glanced at Benjamin. You called counsel, I called sanity. Christopher did not pretend he had not heard enough from outside the door or from a prior message. He placed a slim folder on the conference table near the seating area but remained standing. I understand there is concern regarding historical indexing materials, Christopher said. There is concern regarding what those materials show, Thomas replied. Christopher's eyes moved briefly to the file on Benjamin's desk. Materials show what context permits them to show. Opposing counsel will attempt to make chronology look like intent, implementation look like scheme, and risk management look like moral confession. Thomas almost smiled. That sounds familiar. It is accurate. It is useful to the defense. It is useful because it is accurate. Benjamin rubbed the bridge of his nose, then dropped his hand when he noticed the gesture turning too human. Christopher continued, any internal review conducted now must be carefully structured through counsel, with privilege protections, defined scope, and no unilateral information gathering. I used my authority to review non-privileged corporate records, Thomas said. And by doing so during active litigation, you created a discoverable fact pattern about your own concern. That may be appropriate. Christopher studied him in a way that was almost respectful. You need to understand your position. You were involved in the original drafting. You hold historical knowledge, founder status, and personal credibility with the board. If your conduct suggests internal doubt, Ms. Collins will pursue that thread. If you communicate with her directly or indirectly, she will have reason to argue you are more than a former architect of the provision. She will argue you are the bridge between original intent and later use. Thomas heard the warning, and beneath it the order wrapped in velvet. Distance protects you, Christopher said. It also protects the company. Distance has protected too much already. Benjamin made a sharp motion with one hand. Do not turn this into a moral slogan. Thomas looked at him, then stopped forcing morality to sneak in through procedural language. Christopher's attention sharpened. Thomas, I am advising you to preserve your role, your credibility, and your legal position. Let counsel handle discovery. Let management handle operations. Do not conduct personal archaeology inside an active dispute. Personal archaeology, Thomas repeated. That is a refined phrase for asking where the bodies were buried. Christopher did not take the bait. It is a phrase for behavior that can be weaponized against you. A notification appeared on Benjamin's desk screen before he could respond. He glanced at it, then went still in a different way. Sophia, he said, and tapped the message open. Thomas watched him read. Benjamin's face closed with each line. What does she want? Christopher asked. Benjamin turned the screen slightly, reluctant even to let the words breathe in the room. She says if the court grants broader access, we may need a public posture that acknowledges review of dispute practices without conceding liability. Christopher's eyes narrowed by a fraction. She sent that in writing. She marked it strategic contingency. Thomas felt the room tilt, not dramatically, but enough to reveal new angles. Sophia Henderson, whose entire profession depended on shaping smoke into architecture, was preparing for the possibility that denial would no longer carry the weight. Benjamin shut the message. Premature, Christopher said nothing, which was more telling than agreement. Thomas folded his hands in front of him. Even Sophia sees the gap widening. Benjamin's voice cooled. Sophia sees scenarios. That is what we pay her to do. We pay her to make the public believe us. If she is planning for credibility over invulnerability, perhaps we should ask what she knows about belief. Benjamin returned to his desk, gathered the revision index, and held it as if he might lock it away by grip alone. What exactly are you proposing? A board-level internal ethics review of the clause's current use, limited to non-privileged materials and structured preservation of historical records related to revisions and departmental adoption. Christopher's answer arrived immediately. No. Benjamin looked at him not because he disagreed, but because the bluntness had broken the rhythm of executive discussion. Christopher adjusted, not in that form, not initiated by Thomas personally, not while the discovery motion is pending. That is precisely why it matters, Thomas said. It matters because it is dangerous. Those are not opposites. Benjamin stared at Thomas across the room, and the old friendship stood between them like a glass sculpture already cracked through the center. You understand what that request creates, Benjamin said. A record, yes. A record that plaintiffs may try to discover, yes. A record that suggests one of the company's founders believes the current use of the clause raises ethical concerns. Thomas took a breath that did not feel like relief. Yes, Benjamin's face tightened around a hurt he clearly hated revealing. You have given her exactly what she wants. No, Thomas said. I have given us a chance to stop pretending concern only exists when an adversary discovers it. Benjamin's hand lowered to the desktop. The file landed without force, which made the sound worse. She will not love you for this. The sentence was uglier than anger because it was meant to humiliate both the feeling and the choice. Thomas absorbed it. He thought of Victoria in the hotel bar, the amber light on her face, Her controlled fury when she told him regret was elegant because it never had to stand beside an injured worker or a displaced tenant. He thought of her refusing spectacle while the company tried to make her a lesson. He thought of the way she had looked at him in the elevator, not softened by him, not dazzled, simply unwilling to let him hide from the exact weight of his own intelligence. "This is not a gift for Victoria," he said. "It is a debt to the truth we have already seen." Benjamin's eyes shone briefly with something close to disbelief. "You sound like you want to be punished. I want consequence to stop being reserved for people without leverage." Christopher stepped in before Benjamin could answer. "Any formal request must go through proper channels." "It will. I will review the language. You may review it after it is submitted." Christopher's calm thinned. "That would be unwise." "It will be narrow, lawful, and within my rights." Benjamin came around the desk again, but this time there was no appeal inside the movement, only containment. "If you do this, I cannot protect you from the board. I am not asking you to. You think that is noble. It is not. It is reckless. It is measured. It is vanity dressed as discipline. It is the first honest record we have made in years." Benjamin flinched as if Thomas had raised his voice, though he had not. That was the worst of it, perhaps. Nothing explosive had happened. No shattered glass, no shouted betrayal, no melodramatic break between men who had built an empire by never allowing private feeling to disrupt public posture. The fracture arrived through words suitable for minutes. Christopher gathered his folder. "I strongly advise no direct or indirect contact with Ms. Collins regarding these matters." Thomas nodded once. "I understand the advice. Understanding is not compliance." "No." Benjamin looked at him for a long moment. "When did loyalty become so small to you?" Thomas almost answered quickly, but the real answer required more care than anger wanted to permit. "When we started using it to mean protection from accountability," he said. The office seemed to hold that sentence against the glass. Benjamin turned away first. "Submit nothing until counsel reviews it." Thomas picked up the revision index from the desk. "I will submit a formal request before noon." Christopher's gaze followed the file. "Leave the index here." "It is a copy of a non-privileged governance record requested through authorized channels." "Thomas." He paused at the door and looked back. Benjamin appeared older than he had when the meeting began, not physically, but institutionally, as though the company had stepped behind his eyes and begun speaking from there. "If you force this," Benjamin said, "you force me to treat you like a risk." Thomas's hand remained on the door handle. "You already did," he said. He left before Benjamin could answer because there was no answer left that would not injure something irreparably. The private corridor outside Benjamin's office was empty, sealed off from the general executive floor by frosted glass, and a security access point that sighed open only for people whose names had already been approved by invisible systems. Thomas walked until he reached the narrow window at the corridor's end, where the city appeared in a vertical slice between two neighboring towers. Davis Meridian's projects were everywhere if one knew how to read the skyline. A clinic wing financed through a public-private partnership, a transit hub rising behind protective scaffolding, a redevelopment zone whose renderings promised trees, sunlight, and affordable units in cheerful greens and golds. The company had built real things. That was the problem sharpened to its cruelest edge. It was easier to condemn an empire that produced nothing but appetite. Davis Meridian had delivered hospitals, jobs, apartments, infrastructure, grants, and headlines that made civic leaders smile beneath hard hats. It had also learned to make pain travel through private channels until the public view remained clean. Thomas placed one hand against the window frame, avoiding the glass itself. Below, people crossed an intersection in clusters, each one briefly vulnerable to the timing of lights they had not designed. He wondered how long he had mistaken distance for perspective. His phone vibrated with a message from his assistant. "Board Governance Office can accept formal request under Founder Review Authority. Would you like me to prepare the template?" Thomas read the message twice. Courage, he was beginning to understand, rarely arrived with grandeur. It looked at first like paperwork that could be forwarded, challenged, misread, leaked, subpoenaed, and remembered. It looked like choosing to make a record when every instinct trained by wealth-advised vapor. He typed back with both thumbs, slowly enough to keep each word exact. "Yes." "Prepare formal request for board consideration of internal ethics, review concerning current use of dispute resolution clause, including preservation of non-privileged historical materials related to revision history, departmental adoption, and redevelopment project implementation." He hesitated before sending, then added another line. Include legal review notation, but do not delay submission. The message left his phone with no ceremony at all. Thomas remained by the window until his reflection clarified in the glass. He looked composed, which suddenly felt less like strength than an old costume tailored too well to discard quickly. Somewhere across the city, Victoria was likely awake over a brief, sharpening words until they could cut through a room built to dull them. He did not imagine she would thank him for this. He did not imagine she would trust it. He did not even know whether she would ever learn that the first record had been made before the court forced anyone's hand. That was not the point, and the fact that it was not the point steadied him. His assistant, Marin, appeared at the far end of the corridor with her tablet held close. She was efficient, discreet, and far too intelligent to mistake routine for safety. I have the template open, she said. Do you want the preservation instructions separate or included inside the board request? Separate, Thomas answered. Send it to records management and copy governance. Marin's fingers hovered above the tablet. Should counsel be copied? Yes. Her eyes lifted briefly. Mr. Rodriguez? Yes. The smallest pause followed, nearly imperceptible and entirely human. Thomas understood what she was asking without making her ask it. Preserve all non-privileged historical materials related to clause revisions, departmental adoption, implementation guidance, and redevelopment contract usage, he said. No destruction, no routine deletion, no narrowing without written legal instruction. Marin entered the language. Do you want to include tenant relocation frameworks and contractor agreements? Yes, Thomas said, include both, and community-facing project documents. He thought of the index, the pledge announcements, the glossy renderings, the carefully photographed ribbon cuttings. He thought of Angela Romero, whose name he knew from filings though he had never earned the right to use it casually. He thought of injured workers, small contractors, and claimants converted into manageable fragments. Include them, he said. Marin finished typing and looked up. This will create attention. It should. She nodded, but concern moved across her face with professional restraint. I will send it now. Thomas watched her review the final instruction, then press send. Somewhere inside the building, servers received a command that would sound harmless to anyone who did not understand power. Preserve, hold, do not erase. Do not let the past dissolve into ordinary systems maintenance. Do not allow convenience to masquerade as absence. Marin lowered the tablet. It is done. Thomas thanked her, and she left without asking the questions that now filled the corridor more densely than words. His phone vibrated again almost immediately. Christopher, do not take further action until we speak. Then Benjamin, you have escalated this beyond repair. Thomas read both messages and locked the screen. For years, he had treated loyalty as containment, as discipline, as the grace of standing inside the structure one had helped build even when it began to press inward against the ribs. He had called that steadiness. He had called it responsibility. He had called it maturity because wealth preferred its fear with a masculine name. Now, for the first time in years, loyalty seemed to require a different architecture, not destruction, not theatrical confession. Not the self-indulgent purge of a man hoping pain could absolve him, only a record, only risk, only the refusal to let the company keep confusing what it could defend with what it could justify. Thomas looked once more through the corridor window at the city Davis Meridian claimed to serve. The morning light had risen higher, bright enough now to expose smudges on the glass that the night cleaning crew had missed. He found that oddly comforting. Even in this building, with its marble confidence and sealed elevators, surfaces betrayed contact eventually. Behind him, somewhere beyond the frosted doors, Benjamin and Christopher were already gathering the tools of containment. Sophia would see the internal tremor before anyone briefed her. The board would receive the request with alarm dressed as procedure. Records management would wonder why ordinary retention had become urgent. And somewhere, at precisely the wrong moment for Davis Meridian and the first possible moment for the truth, Victoria's targeted discovery motion was moving toward a judge's desk. Thomas put the revision index under his arm and walked back toward his office, no longer certain that survival deserved the reverence he had spent his life giving it. Chapter 20. The courtroom had been designed to make conflict look civilized, with pale stone walls, polished benches, and a flag standing stiffly in the corner like virtue had been appointed bailiff. Victoria sat at counsel table with her hands folded over a yellow legal pad, her pen aligned precisely with the paper's left edge. The arrangement was deliberate because disorder had begun showing up everywhere else. Her apartment floor had become a migration path of case files. Her office couch had accepted her coat as a permanent resident. Her sleep had been reduced to brief recesses between arguments she kept making in dreams before waking to improve them. Across the aisle, Christopher Rodriguez reviewed a slim folder as though the entire proceeding were an appointment he had generously decided not to cancel. His suit was charcoal, his expression mild, and his calm had the particular cruelty of money spent well. Behind him, two junior associates whispered over a laptop, while Meredith Shaw watched the bench with a stillness that made her look less like general counsel than a sealed document. Lauren sat directly behind Victoria, a binder open across her knees. She had marked the sections with tabs in increasingly aggressive colors: blue for public pledges, green for redevelopment timelines, orange for enforcement fragments, and red for the pages that had made her mutter legally inadvisable things under her breath. She had also brought 3 pens, 2 backup highlighters, and the expression of a woman prepared to fight a copier in a dark alley. Victoria did not look back at her. She knew Lauren was there by the faint rhythm of paper shifting behind her, by the quick inhale every time Christopher's associates moved, by the steady presence that had kept the case from becoming only pain with exhibits attached. Near the rear of the courtroom, Thomas Davis sat alone. He was not at counsel table. He was not beside Benjamin, who had chosen not to attend in person. He was not conferring with Christopher, though everyone in the room understood that his name rested underneath the hearing like a structural beam no one wanted inspected. Thomas wore a dark suit, one hand resting loosely over his other wrist, his posture formal enough to survive being observed. Only Victoria, against her better judgment, noticed the tension in his fingers when the clerk called the case. The judge entered without ceremony, which somehow made the room grow more formal. Judge Marian Keller was not theatrical. She had a habit of making silence work before language arrived, and everyone had learned to fill that silence privately with whatever they feared most. "Counsel," she said, taking her seat and setting several marked pages before her. "We are here on plaintiff's targeted motion to compel production concerning revision history, departmental adoption, and enforcement practices related to the disputed clause in specified redevelopment projects." Victoria's pulse gave one hard strike, then steadied. Christopher rose first because the court had requested clarification from Davis Meridian on its burden objections. He buttoned his jacket with one smooth motion and stepped toward the lectern. "Your Honor, Davis Meridian appreciates the court's attention to what plaintiff has styled as a narrow request," he began. "Respectfully, however, the motion is narrow only in vocabulary. In practical effect, it seeks to transform a contractual enforceability dispute into a retrospective audit of the company's civic commitments, internal deliberations, and confidential resolution practices over multiple projects and several years." His voice carried no visible strain. It was cultivated, warm, and sharpened on the underside. Victoria wrote one word on her pad: audit. Lauren shifted behind her, which meant the same word had probably offended her on spiritual grounds. Christopher continued, "The plaintiff already has the contract documents at issue, the relevant public statements, and the claimant-specific materials. What she now seeks is reputational excavation. She wants to place Davis Meridian's philanthropy, development philosophy, and community partnerships under a microscope, because doing so may create pressure wholly separate from the legal merits." Judge Keller looked down at her notes. "Counsel, the requested categories before me today do not include all community partnerships or philanthropy records." "That is correct, Your Honor," Christopher said, with the soft gratitude of a man being given a door he had built himself. "But the categories are framed in a way that invites precisely that expansion. Revision history becomes legal strategy, departmental adoption becomes corporate governance, enforcement context becomes every dispute that ever ended confidentially. This is not proportionate discovery. It is an attempt to make confidentiality itself appear suspicious." Victoria kept her face still. The phrase was useful because it revealed the pressure point. Christopher had not said the documents were irrelevant. He had said their meaning would be dangerous. Judge Keller turned slightly. "Ms. Collins." Victoria stood with her pad in one hand. She did not bring the entire binder to the lectern. She brought 3 pages because restraint would matter more than volume today. "Your Honor, Davis Meridian keeps describing this motion as if we are asking the court to evaluate whether the company is virtuous enough to enforce a contract," she said. "We are not." We are asking whether the disputed clause operated in practice as Davis Meridian now claims it operated in theory. Christopher glanced down at his folder, but Victoria knew he was listening. The defense says this is reputational excavation, she continued. That sounds grave, but it avoids the problem. Davis Meridian made specific public commitments in connection with particular redevelopment projects, including affordability protections, community engagement, contractor fairness, and access to remedies. We have identified project timelines where those public commitments overlapped with private enforcement of a clause that made claims expensive, isolated, confidential, and practically unreachable for the people most affected. The judge's pen moved once. Victoria placed the first page on the lectern. We are not asking for every internal communication involving public relations. We are asking for non-privileged materials showing how this clause was revised, who adopted it across departments, and how it was enforced in the specified redevelopment contexts where Davis Meridian's public promises are directly relevant to notice, intent, procedural fairness. And real-world effect, Christopher rose slightly. Your Honor, this continues to presume bad faith. Victoria did not turn toward him, it presumes nothing. It tests a claim Davis Meridian has made repeatedly, that the clause is an ordinary risk management tool with neutral application. Judge Keller lifted her hand and Christopher sat. Victoria felt the room lean toward the smallest opening. Ms. Collins, the judge said, I understand your theory. I also understand the defendant's concern that this case not become a public referendum on corporate character. Tell me why the existing claimant-specific production is insufficient. Victoria had prepared 12 answers. She chose the one with the least decoration. Because unconscionability is not always visible on the face of a contract, Your Honor. A clause can appear neutral in isolation while operating coercively through cost, confidentiality, repetition, and asymmetry of knowledge. If Davis Meridian knew that the clause deterred claims in redevelopment contexts, if it expanded use of that clause while making public assurances inconsistent with practical access to remedies, and if departments adopted the language for containment rather than legitimate dispute resolution, then the court needs that evidence before evaluating enforceability. The words landed evenly. She could feel Lauren behind her, holding herself still through force of law and friendship. Judge Keller looked at Christopher. Mr. Rodriguez, what narrower alternative are you offering? Christopher returned to the lectern with a folder so thin it nearly became an insult. Your Honor, Davis Meridian is prepared to produce a chart identifying, by project, whether the clause appeared in final executed agreements involving the named claimants. We would also provide a certification that no non-privileged documents contradict the company's position regarding the clause's general purpose. Lauren's pen made a tiny sound against paper, almost a snap. Victoria did not smile. Judge Keller regarded Christopher over her glasses. A certification drafted by defense counsel is not a substitute for discovery. Of course, Your Honor, Christopher replied, the words polished so brightly they almost concealed the bruise. My point is that the plaintiff's legitimate need can be satisfied without disclosure of broad internal materials that risk revealing privileged strategy, confidential settlements, and sensitive governance discussions. Privilege can be logged, the judge said. Confidentiality can be managed under protective order. Not all harm can be undone by an order, Your Honor. No, Judge Keller said, after a pause that changed the room's oxygen, but not all harm can be hidden by one either. Victoria lowered her eyes before hope could show on her face. Thomas's hand shifted in the back row. His thumb pressed once into the inside of his wrist, as though he were checking whether his pulse had become evidence. The judge took several pages from the stack before her. Her ruling began carefully, with acknowledgments that made neither side safe. She recognized Davis Meridian's confidentiality concerns. She recognized the risk of disproportionate discovery. She recognized that sealed settlements and privileged legal advice could not be treated as decorative obstacles merely because a plaintiff's theory had widened. Then she turned the key. The plaintiff has made a sufficient threshold showing. Judge Keller said that the disputed clause's revision history, departmental adoption, and enforcement in specified redevelopment contexts may bear on practical enforceability, procedural fairness, notice, intent, and the real-world effect of the challenged provision. Victoria's breath remained quiet, but her ribs tightened around it. The motion is granted in part and denied in part, the judge continued. Davis Meridian shall produce non-privileged materials concerning revisions to the disputed clause, adoption or implementation of the clause by departments involved in the specified redevelopment projects, and internal summaries or analyses regarding enforcement of the clause in those projects during the relevant period. Christopher's expression did not change. That was how Victoria knew the ruling had cut. The production will occur under the existing protective order, modified as necessary, the judge said. Privileged material may be withheld subject to a privilege log. Redactions must be narrowly tailored. Prior sealed settlements remain protected except to the extent a non-privileged document directly concerns enforcement patterns in the specified projects, without revealing settlement terms or identifying protected parties beyond what the court permits. Lauren's pen did not crack, but it bowed dangerously between her fingers. Judge Keller looked at both tables. This is not a license for reputational discovery. It is also not an invitation for strategic blindness. If the defendant has non-privileged documents showing how the clause traveled from drafting to implementation in these contexts, those documents are discoverable within the limits I have stated. Christopher rose again. Your Honor, may we request a 14-day stay to permit consideration of objections and clarification regarding custodians? Victoria stood before the judge could look at her. Your Honor, we oppose any stay that would nullify the schedule. Davis Meridian has known these categories were at issue for weeks. A clarification process should not become a second discovery barrier. 7 days for proposed protocols, Judge Keller said, no stay. Production begins on the schedule set forth in the order, subject to any privilege disputes being raised promptly and specifically. Christopher inclined his head. Understood, Your Honor. Victoria sat down because standing had become dangerous. Her knees had not weakened exactly, but the body sometimes recognized victory before the mind trusted it. Lauren leaned forward just enough to whisper without being seen. That was a keyhole with teeth, Lauren murmured. Victoria wrote on her pad, granted in part. Her handwriting looked calm. The hearing ended with the ordinary choreography of a world pretending nothing irreversible had happened. Chairs moved, folders closed, associates packed laptops. Christopher spoke softly to Meredith Shaw, one finger resting against the page where the production categories were listed. Thomas remained in his seat for several seconds after everyone else began moving, as if the room had changed shape and he needed to learn its dimensions before standing. Victoria gathered her pages. She did not look at him until she had no procedural reason left not to. He was already watching her. There was no triumph in his expression. That unsettled her more than satisfaction would have. He looked like a man who had heard a locked room identified by name. Christopher stepped between their lines of sight with perfect naturalness. Miss Collins, he said, offering a professional nod. I assume you will make yourself available for protocol discussions. I assume Davis Meridian will make its documents available without treating every comma as a trade secret, Victoria said. Christopher's mouth accepted the shape of amusement without granting it warmth. I would never deprive you of the pleasure of reading redactions. Redactions are only interesting when someone overuses them, she replied. His gaze held hers for a moment. Then we will both endeavor to stay entertained. He moved past her, already speaking to one of his associates about custodian limits, review teams, and privilege screens. His calm had become kinetic. The wall had cracked, and he was measuring braces before dust could settle. Outside the courtroom, the corridor smelled faintly of floor wax and wet wool. Rain had followed half the city inside on coat hems and shoes. Reporters waited near the elevators, not close enough to violate decorum but near enough to harvest faces. Victoria kept her expression neutral. Thomas approached without hurry, which was either restraint or performance. Victoria could no longer tell where one ended and the other learned to dress better. Ms. Collins, he said, Mr. Davis. Lauren, beside Victoria, developed an immediate fascination with a bulletin board announcing mediation services. Thomas glanced toward the courtroom doors. The order is narrower than you wanted. It is wider than your counsel wanted. That may be the court's definition of justice. That may be the court's definition of not wanting to be reversed. Something almost like a smile moved through his eyes, then disappeared before it became useful. The door opened, Victoria said. Thomas lowered his voice. Doors can take skin when people force them. Victoria looked at his hands, then back at his face. People inside burning rooms rarely stopped to admire the carpentry. He absorbed that with a silence too personal for a courthouse hallway. Behind Thomas, Christopher had paused near the elevators. he was not openly watching them. Sophia would have called it better than that. He was facing one of his associates while his attention remained arranged in their direction, elegant as a concealed wire. Thomas noticed too. Of course he did. I hope you understand the limits of what comes next, he said. I understand limits better than most people who create them. His eyes shifted slightly. That was not what I meant. I know, Victoria said, and hated that she did. That is the problem. Lauren touched Victoria's sleeve, a light warning and a rescue at once. The reporters were beginning to turn their bodies toward them, sensing that stillness could become a story if framed correctly. Victoria stepped away first. Good day, Mr. Davis. Thomas did not follow. Good day, Ms. Collins. The formality landed like a hand withdrawn before contact. By 3 that afternoon, Davis Meridian had entered a state of emergency disguised as process. Christopher convened a call with the internal legal team, outside review vendors Meredith Shaw, Benjamin Adams, and Sophia Henderson. The company's conference room camera flattened everyone into rectangles, which made alarm look strangely democratic. Benjamin's image appeared from his office, city skyline behind him, while Sophia joined from a smaller room with a whiteboard full of messaging options she had not yet shown anyone outside her team. Christopher spoke first. The order is manageable if we keep discipline. We will define custodians narrowly, review for privilege aggressively, and produce responsive, non-privileged material in a manner that complies without inviting interpretive sprawl. Benjamin leaned toward his camera. That sounds like the version you say before telling me how bad it is. It is not helpful to grade risk before review. Christopher, the attorney's pause was brief. The categories are dangerous because they connect chronology to implementation. If the documents show that the clause expanded across departments after public-facing commitments were made, plaintiff will argue the company understood private enforcement as reputational protection. Sophia's gaze moved from Christopher to Benjamin. That argument will not stay sealed forever if it appears in motion practice. The protective order limits public use, Meredith said. Sophia's expression suggested she had met protective orders before and did not believe they could hold back weather. The public does not need the documents themselves to understand the shape of a story. Benjamin rubbed the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers, not in fatigue, but in an attempt to press back the future. How did we get here? No one answered because several answers were accurate and none were survivable. Christopher continued, we should also address Thomas. Benjamin's hand lowered. What about him? His original drafting role is now adjacent to the production categories. Revision history will distinguish original intent from later adoption. Plaintiff will look for a bridge between those periods. We should avoid creating one. Sophia said nothing, but her silence had texture. Benjamin looked away from the camera for 1 second, probably toward the part of his office where Thomas had stood with the revision index. Thomas will cooperate with counsel. Cooperation is not the same as containment, Christopher said. Sophia finally spoke. Containment is not the same as credibility. The room went very still even through the screen. Christopher's eyes narrowed with polite interest. Meaning we need 2 tracks, Sophia said, 1 legal, 1 public. The public track cannot sound as if routine discovery has exposed nothing before we know what the documents say. Benjamin's voice sharpened. We are not announcing concern. No, Sophia said. We are avoiding language that turns concern into contradiction later. Christopher looked as though he disliked the point because it was correct. Sophia opened the unsent document on her tablet, the one she had built in the privacy of her own doubt. She did not share her screen, not yet. The first line read, Davis Meridian remains committed to reviewing dispute practices across community-facing projects. Beneath it were alternatives, each calibrated to acknowledge process without conceding liability. Benjamin said, prepare routine language only. Sophia closed the tablet cover. I will prepare language that still works tomorrow. The first production arrived 4 days later at 6:42 p.m. because corporate defendants preferred inconvenient hours the way old houses preferred creaks. Victoria and Lauren were in the office when the secure link appeared, both of them eating cold noodles from cartons balanced on closed bankers' boxes. Lauren read the email header aloud. Initial rolling production pursuant to order, confidential under protective order subject to clawback and privilege reservations. They managed to make delivery sound contagious. Victoria pushed her food aside, download the index first. Lauren rolled her chair closer, fingers already moving over the keyboard. There are 86 documents in the first tranche. Half the titles are so bland they should qualify for witness protection. They worked without ceremony. The documents were not dramatic. That was what made them worse. No executive had written the convenient sentence every plaintiff's attorney dreamed of finding. No memo announced a plan to harm tenants, silence injured workers, or turn community commitments into stage scenery. The pages arrived in the gray dialect of institutional caution: review summary, implementation note, risk observation, departmental adoption matrix, dispute handling protocol. Still, smoke has a grammar. Victoria opened a revision memo from 3 years after Thomas's original drafting. The author's name was redacted, but the department remained visible: project risk integration. A paragraph survived near the bottom. Lauren leaned closer. Read it aloud before my eyes file a grievance. Victoria did. Projected claimant participation in individual arbitration remains low where upfront costs, counsel access, and confidentiality obligations reduce escalation incentives, she read. Continued use may limit public amplification of redevelopment disputes while preserving formal availability of contractual remedies. The office seemed to narrow around the words. Lauren sat back slowly. That sentence went to law school, sold its conscience, and bought a vacation home. Victoria read it again silently. Formal availability, reduced escalation incentives, public amplification. The language did not confess harm. It itemized the conditions that made harm useful. She opened the next document, an internal summary linked to Riverside relocation disputes. Most of the page had been redacted, but 3 lines remained visible beneath a heading marked Community Response Risk. Confidential resolution pathways reduce likelihood of coordinated tenant advocacy. Existing clause structure continues to discourage collective escalation. Public affordability messaging should remain separated from dispute-specific communications. Lauren stopped joking. Victoria felt her father's old phrase move through her mind with a bitterness that had learned new vocabulary. You agreed to the process. She printed the page because paper sometimes made denial harder. The printer warmed itself with a low hum, and neither woman spoke until the sheet slid into the tray. A third document was a chart, departmental adoption by project category. The clause had begun in high-risk financing agreements and certain contractor relationships after the origin crisis Thomas had described without fully describing. Then it moved: procurement, tenant relocation frameworks, community benefit partner agreements, subcontractor dispute packages, public-private redevelopment documentation. Dates marched across the columns with bureaucratic obedience. Lauren placed the chart beside the affordability pledge timeline. Look at the overlap, Victoria already had. 2 adoption periods followed major public announcements about community access and affordability protections. One followed a press campaign after tenant complaints. Another aligned with revisions to contractor onboarding after injury claims on a hospital redevelopment site. No single document convicted anyone. Together, they made innocents work too hard. Victoria stood and crossed to the pattern board. The board had begun as a map of claims. It had become a weather system. Names, dates, clauses, pledges, sealed outcomes, public statements, and procedural barriers connected across the wall in colored lines that looked chaotic only until one stood far enough back. Lauren brought the first printed memo. Protective order rules still apply. I know. That means we use these in filings carefully, under seal where required, and with language so clean Christopher cannot turn it into a discipline pageant. I know that too. Lauren studied her. I am saying it because your face currently looks like it wants to cross-examine a building. Victoria looked at the paper in her hand. The building would evade. The building would retain Christopher. Victoria almost laughed, but the sound stayed behind her teeth. She pinned the memo summary beside the public pledge timeline, not the memo itself. Then she wrote the phrases in careful block letters on an index card. Claim deterrence, confidentiality, reduced escalation, formal remedy. Her hand paused over the last phrase. Formal remedy. The elegance of it enraged her. It was the kind of phrase that allowed a company to point toward a locked door and call the hallway access. She called the clients the next morning from the conference room, Lauren beside her with a notepad and a warning expression. Victoria could not reveal protected details. She could not quote documents. She could not promise that a narrow discovery ruling would become victory. She could only tell them the truth in the amount the rules permitted. The court has ordered Davis Meridian to produce limited internal materials about how the clause was revised. adopted, and enforced in certain project contexts, Victoria said. We have received the first materials. I cannot discuss protected content on this call, but I can say the production supports our belief that the court understands this is not merely about one contract page. It is about how the process worked in practice. Martin Ellis was the first to speak. His voice carried the rough caution of someone who had been trained by disappointment. Does that mean they knew what it did? Victoria closed her eyes for 1 second. It means we have a stronger basis to ask that question and require an answer, she said. Angela Romero spoke next. That is not the same thing. No, Victoria said. It is not the same thing. The honesty settled over the call. It did not crush the hope, but it kept the hope from floating away into fantasy. Harris from the masonry company cleared his throat, but the judge let you look. Yes, Victoria said. The judge let us look. When the call ended, Lauren remained seated. You handled that well. Victoria looked through the glass wall toward the pattern board. They wanted me to say the door was open. You told them it had hinges. I told them it had a judge watching the hinges. Lauren capped her pen. That might be the sexiest sentence civil procedure has ever produced. Victoria gave her a tired look. You need sleep. I need justice and a pastry, probably in that order. By evening, Christopher had filed a letter seeking clarification on deposition limits, redaction protocols, and the scope of departmental adoption evidence. He did not sound panicked. He sounded precise. That made the letter more dangerous. He wanted the court to place guardrails around every road Victoria might use before she began driving. Victoria read the letter twice, then placed it beside the production index. He is trying to keep Thomas out of the bridge, she said. Lauren looked up. Between the original clause and later misuse? Yes, can he? He can try. Victoria did not say what both of them knew. Thomas had become more than origin history. His preservation request, if it existed in discoverable form, might explain why records had not vanished into ordinary retention fog. His conscience had not produced evidence, but it had preserved the conditions under which evidence could breathe. She hated that gratitude could have legal relevance. Late that night, when the office had emptied and the city outside had become a dark grid of lit windows and private burdens, Victoria stood before the board with 4 index cards in her hand. Lauren had fallen asleep on the couch under her coat, one hand still curled around a highlighter. The room smelled of paper, toner, and old coffee that had given up believing in itself. Victoria pinned the first card beneath Riverside, known harm. The second beneath the adoption chart, continued use. The third beside the public pledge timeline, public benefit. The fourth she held longer, private silence. She pinned it last, pressing the tack so firmly that the cork dented beneath her thumb. The board changed when the cards settled. Before, the pattern had depended on inference across public materials, claimant accounts, and fragments Davis Meridian had failed to keep separate. Now an internal line ran through it, not a full confession, not the whole architecture. Not yet, but enough to prove the room existed behind the sealed door. Victoria stepped back until she could see the whole wall. Davis Meridian had not admitted the truth. It had admitted there were documents one could use to find it. In a world built on private clauses and polished statements, that was not justice, but it was the beginning of consequence. Behind her, Lauren stirred without opening her eyes. Tell me the board looks expensive now. Victoria kept looking at the 4 cards. It looks alive. That sounds worse for them. It is worse for everyone. Lauren opened one eye. That includes us, obviously. Victoria thought of Thomas in the courthouse corridor warning her about doors that cut hands. She looked at her thumb where the tack had left a small red crescent in the skin. Yes, she said, softly enough that only the room could hear. That includes us. Chapter 21, Lauren's phone began vibrating against the metal desk, sending a paper clip skittering toward the edge as though even office supplies had developed litigation anxiety. She reached for it without sitting up, blinked at the screen, and pushed herself upright with the weary grace of someone whose bones had begun billing by the hour. Angela's cousin says a reporter left another message at her building, which means I am going downstairs to make 3 calls, threaten 1 mailbox, and remind everyone that harassment still counts when it wears a press badge. Victoria turned from the board, already gathering the newly produced pages into careful stacks. Tell her not to answer anything until we speak with her directly. I will tell her that, then I will tell her again in Spanish, then I will tell her aunt because her aunt is clearly the family Supreme Court. Lauren lifted her coat from the back of the chair and paused near the door. Do not commune with the documents until they start whispering in Latin. They already whisper in indemnity provisions, Victoria said. Lauren pointed at her with two fingers, half warning and half blessing. That is exactly why I worry about you. When the door clicked shut behind Lauren, the office lost its last warm sound. The fluorescent lights hummed above the conference table, turning the redactions on the pages into black little coffins where sentences had been buried with procedural dignity. Outside the windows, lower Manhattan moved in glass reflections and distant sirens, indifferent to the fact that a private empire had finally leaked enough truth to stain the paper. Victoria sat and pulled the production log toward her, protective order watermark. Confidential designation, limited use language, no unauthorized disclosure, no public filing without redaction, no copying beyond litigation team. The words tried to turn knowledge into contraband. She spread the pages by category, building a second wall across the table. Claim deterrence, escalation avoidance, community redevelopment contracts, contractor dispute channels, tenant relocation agreements, fee exposure analysis. Each heading had the bland perfume of an internal department trying to make human pain suitable for a spreadsheet. A risk summary from 5 years earlier caught her attention first. Half the page had been cut away by redaction, but enough remained to reveal the shape of what Davis Meridian had known. Claimants subjected to mandatory private procedures were less likely to pursue full relief. Confidential terms reduced public amplification. Cost-shifting language improved early resolution posture. The report never used the word fear, which made its presence more obvious. Victoria read the final visible paragraph 3 times. The structure had not merely protected Davis Meridian from frivolous claims. It had protected the company from friction, embarrassment, delay, sympathy, organizing, journalism, and grief with a microphone. It had separated people injured by the same machine and convinced each of them that they were alone in the gears. Her hand moved to another document, a revision matrix prepared by some unnamed legal operations associate whose initials had survived where entire sentences had not. The matrix tracked changes from the original infrastructure services clause to later contract families, redevelopment participation agreements, subcontractor access contracts, temporary relocation support documents, community vendor packages. Thomas's name appeared in a column labeled Historical Drafter Reference. Not approval, not instruction, not even direct review. Still, his name sat there like a coin at the bottom of dark water. Victoria leaned closer, her pulse beginning an unpleasant little march beneath her collarbone. The entry connected the original crisis-era language to a departmental expansion meeting 2 years later. Beside the reference, a note survived after redaction because nobody had thought its vocabulary dangerous enough. Legacy Davis language provides defensible baseline for broader adoption. She read it again with less legal distance and more blood. The document did not prove Thomas had approved the weaponized version. It did something more irritating, more intimate, and more useful. It placed him near the machinery after the first draft had stopped being emergency architecture and started becoming a transferable device. Ignorance, if he claimed it, would need scaffolding. A chime sounded from her laptop. Victoria almost ignored it, then saw the sender and became very still. The message came through counsel's formal channel, copied where it needed to be copied, phrased with the stiffness of someone building a handrail over a pit. Thomas Davis requested a brief professional conversation following the afternoon procedural appearance in a courthouse-adjacent public reading room regarding the newly produced materials and preservation matters. No documents would be exchanged. No privileged information would be discussed. Counsel had been notified of his intention to speak only within permissible boundaries. It was careful enough to be admissible to no one's fantasies. Victoria looked back at the revision matrix. Then she looked at the card on the board that read known harm. The safest response was refusal. The wiser response was probably refusal with a record. The human response, which had become increasingly inconvenient, was to meet him where there were witnesses, brass lamps, and enough institutional dust to remind both of them that law had devoured better intentions before breakfast. She typed a reply so controlled that it felt almost surgical. Confirmed, public reading room after appearance, no privileged materials, no off-record exchange. She sent it before she could improve it into cowardice. The procedural appearance lasted 22 minutes, and accomplished almost nothing except to prove that Christopher Rodriguez could make objections sound like architecture. He argued for narrower handling of the production, additional safeguards, and the prevention of narrative use beyond the precise legal questions before the court. Victoria responded that Davis Meridian could not place public benefit at the center of its project approvals, and then object when public representations became relevant to enforcement conduct. The judge took both sides under advisement with the calm of a woman who had spent her career watching powerful people discover that paper could cut. Afterward, the courthouse corridors released attorneys, clerks, clients, and officers into their various currents. Victoria waited until Lauren left to speak with a court clerk about exhibit access, then crossed the marble lobby toward the older wing. The law library reading room had once been grand in a municipal way, built before austerity learned to disguise itself as efficiency. Brass lamps pooled amber light over long oak tables. Reporters lined the shelves in fading ranks, their spines cracked and dignified as though every volume had witnessed human arrogance and declined to comment. Footsteps landed softly on worn flooring. A radiator clicked under a window, conducting a tiny metallic argument with the cold. Thomas stood near the far table with his coat over one arm, immaculate enough to belong to the city outside and tired enough to belong to the room. He had chosen a visible place between shelves, not a corner. Nothing about the setting was romantic, which made the quick pull in Victoria's chest even more unwelcome. He turned before she spoke. "Thank you for agreeing to meet here." "You made refusal look theatrical," she said, keeping her case folder against her ribs. "That was neatly done. Neatness has been one of my less useful talents. It has served Davis Meridian extremely well." Thomas accepted the hit with a small lowering of his gaze, not shame performed for her benefit, but the private registration of a debt he already knew existed. "You found the revision matrix." Victoria sat opposite him rather than beside him. "I found several things your company spent years hoping no one would read in sequence." His fingers rested on the table, long and still beneath the lamp. "Then you know." "I know Davis Meridian knew the clause deterred claims, reduced public escalation, isolated people, and made exhaustion look like consent." She opened the folder, though she did not slide anything toward him. "I know somebody tracked that benefit with corporate vocabulary polished enough to pass through a board packet without splashing blood." Thomas looked toward the shelves, where old cases waited in leather and dust. Knowledge in an institution rarely arrives as thunder. It comes as summaries, revisions, agenda items, risk notes, and meetings where everyone understands the obvious word would create obligations. That sounds almost like remorse. It is closer to inventory. Victoria studied him across the lamplight. "Were you in those rooms?" A clerk passed the doorway with a wheeled cart, and for several seconds the room belonged to the soft shudder of books in motion. Thomas watched the cart vanish before answering. "I was in some rooms. I was absent from others. I was responsible for enough of the original architecture that absence cannot cleanly absolve me." The words had no dramatic decoration. They landed anyway. Victoria felt her throat tighten, which irritated her more than any denial could have. "That is not a legal confession." "No," Thomas said, "it is not meant to be." "Then what exactly are you offering me?" "A line between what I can say and what I cannot. A warning that the company's internal response will try to convert every ugly fact into process. A record where I can create one lawfully that prevents later amnesia from becoming strategy." Victoria closed the folder because looking at him directly had become both necessary and hazardous. "Internal review is what powerful people do when accountability needs a hallway with no exit." "You are right often enough that sentence wounds me," he said. "Good, I am not trying to make accountability circular." His voice remained low, but something beneath it had roughened. "I have begun preserving what I can preserve. I have pushed for review that cannot be deleted with a calendar invitation. I cannot hand you protected materials, and I cannot pretend reckless disclosure would help the people you represent if it poisons reforms before they exist." Victoria laughed once without amusement. Powerful men always find innocent people to stand behind when accountability knocks. Thomas absorbed that as though she had pressed a thumb into a bruise. There are employees, public partners, hospital projects, transit commitments, pension funds, and communities attached to the company's survival. That does not erase harm. It makes harm harder to repair without creating more of it. And that is always the sermon, Thomas. The tower is too full to evacuate, so the people locked in the basement must wait patiently. His hand shifted on the table, the only sign that her words had reached somewhere unarmored. "I know how that sounds." "No, I think you know exactly how that works." The amber lamp between them made his face look carved from restraint and sleeplessness. I am not asking you to soften your case. Every half-truth you give me makes me do the work of both lawyer and conscience. I know. You hint, you warn, you preserve just enough to keep yourself morally awake, and then I have to turn your controlled suffering into evidence. That is fair. Do not make generosity out of agreement. I am trying not to make anything out of myself. Thomas leaned forward, careful not to cross the table's invisible border. You have changed how I see the clause, the company, and the life I built by calling discipline a virtue when it was often only fear with better tailoring. Victoria's pulse broke rhythm. She looked away first, hating the victory and the wound of it. I cannot afford to be the reason you discover a conscience. You are not the reason, that would be convenient for you. You are the person who made denial stop working, he said. The conscience was already there under too many signatures and too many justifications. You found where it had been buried. The room seemed to draw closer, not because it had changed, but because consequence had a gravity of its own. Victoria could smell old paper, lamp-warmed varnish, and the faint winter rain on his coat. She could hear distant voices from the corridor, ordinary courthouse traffic moving around a moment that felt anything but ordinary. This cannot be clean, she said. I know. I am suing the institution you helped build. You are bound to people trying to defeat my case. Anything between us could be used to discredit me, compromise you, or fracture whatever narrow path toward truth still exists. I know, he said again, and this time the words carried no defense. That is why I have tried not to want it. Victoria's fingers tightened around the edge of her folder until the cardboard bowed. You should keep trying. I have been trying since the courthouse corridor. The honesty struck harder than flirtation would have. It left no graceful place to stand. Thomas continued with the discipline of a man choosing the precise knife. I want you, Victoria, not because you absolve me, not because desire makes guilt feel less expensive. Not because you are a rebellion against Davis Meridian. I want you because you look at my life and see both the damage and the man responsible for facing it. Her breath caught before she could turn it into strategy. You should not say that to opposing counsel, she said. You are right, you should not say that to a woman whose clients were hurt by your company. You are right again, you should not say that where I might believe you. At that, Thomas went very still. I hoped you would not. The answer should have helped. It made everything worse. Victoria stood because remaining seated felt like consent to a structure neither of them had drafted and both of them recognized too late. Thomas rose as well, slowly enough not to crowd her. The table remained between them, a whole wooden jurisdiction. I feel something, she said, and the admission sounded almost alien in her own voice. I am not going to soften it into romance just because that would make the ache easier to name. I would not ask that of you. Wanting you feels like standing too close to evidence. His eyes moved over her face, precise and helpless at once. Wanting you feels like hearing the verdict before the trial has finished. The words should have been too elegant. They were instead too accurate. Victoria came around the table before she decided to move, stopping close enough that the lamplight caught the small scar near his thumb, where some older injury had interrupted the perfection money tried to maintain. Thomas looked down at her hand, then back to her eyes, asking nothing and admitting everything. She placed her fingers on the table beside his. For 1 second, neither of them crossed the final inch. Then Thomas turned his hand over, palm upward, and Victoria let her fingers rest against his. The contact was brief, almost formal, yet it moved through her with the force of a door opening in a burning building. His skin was warm. His hand trembled once, so faintly that she might have missed it if she had not spent her career reading what people tried to hide. He bent his head, and she met him halfway because pretending he had moved alone would be another kind of lie. The kiss lasted only a breath. It tasted of restraint, rain, and everything that would become dangerous if allowed to become comfort. There was no conquest in it, no softness clean enough to keep. The moment ended because Victoria stepped back and because Thomas let her. She pressed her fingers against the folder at her chest, as though paper could restore jurisdiction. This cannot affect the case. The case is exactly why it matters. Do not turn this into some moral fusion where love and justice conveniently point in the same direction. They may not, Thomas said. I am painfully aware of that. Do not ask me for mercy. I would never insult you that way. If you care about me at all, you will not become another man asking me to make truth less expensive. His mouth moved as though several answers had presented themselves and none deserved release. I will not ask you to stop. Good. I also cannot promise the truth will spare either of us. Victoria nodded because he had finally said something that sounded entirely clean. Then we understand each other. I think we do. That may be the problem. She left before his face could make staying feel like bravery. Lauren found her outside the courthouse under the stone overhang, where rain stitched thin silver lines through the afternoon. Victoria had buttoned her coat wrong by one button, an error so small that only Lauren would notice and so damning that Lauren noticed immediately. "There you are," Lauren said, slowing her pace. "I have successfully prevented one family from accidentally becoming a documentary, and I only threatened litigation in a tone my grandmother would call ladylike." Victoria fixed the button without looking down. That was productive. Lauren's attention sharpened. "Did Thomas give you something useful?" Victoria watched a taxi spray water across the curb. "Yes," Lauren waited with unusual patience. "No," Victoria added, "not exactly. That answer has the posture of a bar complaint." Victoria turned then, and Lauren's face changed as whatever she saw there rearranged the conversation. No joke arrived. No protective little blade of humor came out. "He gave me a problem," Victoria said. Lauren's eyes flicked toward the courthouse doors, then back. "Legal problem, human problem, or the kind where those two rent a studio together and pretend it has good light?" Victoria almost smiled, which made the ache worse. "Both." Lauren exhaled through her nose, a measured release rather than a sigh. "How bad is it?" "Bad enough that Christopher will know how to use it if he sees it. Then he cannot see it. He sees everything eventually." Lauren stepped closer, lowering her voice beneath the rain and traffic. "Then we make sure what he sees is your work, your record, and your clients. Not whatever Thomas Davis has become in the part of your brain currently committing malpractice." Victoria looked at her sharply. Lauren lifted both hands. That came out affectionate despite the felony wording. "I know what I am doing. I believe you know the law. I believe you know strategy. I am less convinced that anyone knows what they are doing when their heart walks into a case wearing an expensive coat." Victoria looked away first. That was vivid. "I contain multitudes and several unpaid invoices." A black town car idled across the street near the curb, its windows darkened just enough to make privacy look official. Neither woman spoke of it because naming observation sometimes gave it more power. Inside that car, Christopher Rodriguez watched the courthouse entrance through rain-blurred glass while a junior associate on the phone recited timing. Thomas Davis had entered the old wing at 3:17. Victoria Collins had entered at 3:21. They had left separately not long after. No improper exchange had been observed. No documents had changed hands. Nothing reportable had occurred. Christopher did not need anything reportable yet. He ended the call and made a note in his leather folio, his handwriting as tidy as a closing argument. Potential bias vector, witness alignment risk, counsel motive challenge, improper influence contingency. He underlined Thomas's name once, then Victoria's name once, giving each the same pressure: romance, guilt, conscience, betrayal. The words did not matter to him except as roots into credibility. A witness could be damaged by affection even when telling the truth. A lawyer could be painted as compromised even when serving her clients. The appearance of a bridge could become more useful than proof of a crossing. Christopher looked up as Lauren touched Victoria's sleeve and guided her down the steps. He had spent years building walls out of procedure. Now he began sketching a door with a trap beneath it. By dusk, the rain had turned the city reflective and mean. Benjamin Adams received Christopher in the executive conference room on the 47th floor, where Manhattan looked expensive enough to forgive almost anything from a distance. Sophia's latest media dashboard glowed on the wall, all controlled concern and growing volatility, but Benjamin had stopped pretending the colors were merely data. Red had begun to look personal. Christopher placed his folio on the table. Thomas continues to push preservation and internal review. Benjamin stood near the windows with one hand in his pocket and the other around a glass of water he had not drunk. He calls it governance. It may become testimony. Benjamin turned. You said you could contain him. I can prepare containment. I cannot make him less morally restless. That is not a legal category. It becomes one when opposing counsel can exploit it. Benjamin's eyes narrowed, not dramatically, but with the inward pressure of a man calculating how many loyalties could be lost before the structure failed. Is this about Victoria Collins? Christopher chose his pause carefully. There has been another meaningful exchange. Meaningful, Benjamin repeated, as if the word offended his education. I do not yet know the substance. I know enough to prepare for a challenge if Thomas becomes aligned with her theory, emotionally or otherwise. Benjamin set the untouched glass on the table. Water trembled against the rim. Thomas must not become her bridge into Davis Meridian's conscience. Then he needs distance from decisions involving preservation, review, and any witness preparation. He helped build this company. Christopher's gaze remained courteous and merciless. That is precisely why he can hurt it. Benjamin looked back toward the city, where towers shimmered through weather like money trying to become weatherproof. He thinks this is courage. Perhaps it is, Christopher said. That does not make it harmless. The answer irritated Benjamin more than comfort would have. Prepare whatever you need, I already have. Christopher, the attorney paused at the door. If she compromised him, use it. Christopher inclined his head. If the facts support that approach, I will. Benjamin's face closed around something older than strategy. Facts can support many approaches. Christopher left without responding because he had never needed instruction in that particular art. Victoria returned to her office after dark, carrying Rain on her coat and Thomas on her skin in a place no evidence rule could reach. Lauren had gone to deliver client updates, leaving behind a sticky note on Victoria's monitor that read, "Hydrate before you become case law." The note sat beside 3 empty coffee cups, which weakened its moral authority. The office smelled of paper, toner, and cold city air leaking around the window frame. Victoria switched on only the desk lamp. The case board emerged from the dimness in layers. Claimant names, enforcement dates, public pledges, private channels, redacted internal summaries, and the 4 new cards that had made the wall look alive. Known harm, continued enforcement, institutional benefit. Protected pressure, she picked up a marker and uncapped it. For a moment, she hovered before the last card, then changed course and wrote a new line beneath the cluster in careful block letters. Known harm, continued enforcement, institutional benefit. The words looked severe, useful, and capable of surviving a courtroom. She stepped back, then pulled a yellow legal pad from the conference table. It was the cheap kind she preferred, the paper slightly rough beneath her hand. On the top line, without letting herself pause long enough to reconsider, she wrote another sentence. Thomas cannot be the exception that weakens the rule. The sentence sat there with its little blade out. Victoria stared at it until the room seemed to gather around the page. Her father's case lived somewhere beneath the words. Angela Romero's fear lived there too, along with Martin Ellis's medical bills, Harris and Sons Masonry's ruined bids, and every person Davis Meridian had taught to mistake isolation for defeat. Thomas lived there as well, infuriatingly whole, neither monster nor absolution, standing inside the same sentence as the harm he had helped make possible. She drew a line through the words, then she stopped. The ink had not erased them. It had only made them harder to ignore. Victoria tore nothing out. She folded nothing away. She left the crossed-out sentence visible beside the board, a private exhibit admitted against herself. Outside, the rain kept working at the glass, patient and unpersuaded. Chapter 22, the first crack in Davis Meridian's perfect story, appeared in a court update too dry for anyone to notice, until everyone did. It was not a leak, not a confession, not some midnight envelope slipped beneath a journalist's door with the theatrical neatness of a bad movie. It was a notice of supplemental authority, filed at 9:17 on a gray morning, written in the careful language of relevance, permissible reference, and public record context. Victoria had approved every sentence twice before allowing it to enter the docket, conscious of the protective order's edges and Christopher Rodriguez's talent for turning a comma into misconduct. The filing did not quote the sealed materials. It did not attach the internal summaries. It did not name the frightened employees whose memos had described, in corporate mist, the way the clause narrowed exits until exhaustion became compliance. Instead, it did something more durable. It placed Davis Meridian's own public promises beside procedural facts already visible in court records, municipal approvals, tenant notices, contractor agreements, and judicial language from the discovery ruling. It showed the outline of a contradiction without stepping over the line drawn around the documents still locked behind the court's authority. Lauren read the filed version from Victoria's office sofa with one heel tucked beneath her and a pen balanced across her knuckles like a tiny baton of doom. "This is either very disciplined lawyering," she said, "or the most dangerous recipe card ever submitted to federal court." Victoria stood at the evidence board, arms folded so tightly that the sleeves of her blouse creased beneath her fingers. The crossed-out sentence on the yellow pad remained on the conference table where she had left it the night before. She had turned the pad face down twice, then turned it back over as if private weakness required chain of custody preservation. "It is a filing," Victoria said. Lauren looked at her over the top of the paper. "That is what people say about grenades after removing the pin in compliance with local regulations." Victoria did not smile, although the corner of her mouth considered the possibility and rejected it for strategic reasons. "Christopher will move to strike anything he can characterize as reputational pressure. Then I hope he enjoys failing with excellent font choices. He may not fail." Lauren's pen stopped moving. "You kept us inside the order." "I did," Victoria said, watching rain collect in long nervous trails against the window. "That does not mean he will not try to turn the attempt itself into a weapon." By noon, the filing had been mentioned by a courthouse subscription service that summarized commercial litigation for lawyers who treated docket alerts like weather warnings. The note was brief and bloodless. It referred to plaintiffs' sharpening theory regarding dispute resolution provisions in public-private redevelopment contracts. It did not name Victoria in the headline. It did not need to. By 2, a legal blogger had written that the court's prior discovery order appeared to credit, at least enough to justify limited inquiry, the argument that Davis Meridian's clause had been deployed in contexts broader than its original stated purpose. By 4, a business reporter posted a thread comparing Davis Meridian's affordability pledges with the procedural barriers described in public filings. By evening, everyone in the lawsuit had received the same message from someone pretending to ask casually, "Have you seen this?" Sophia Henderson saw it before Benjamin called, which was fortunate because his calls had lately arrived with the emotional atmosphere of glassware sliding off a shelf. Her office at Davis Meridian's crisis suite looked more like a command center than a place where language was supposed to behave politely. 3 monitors tracked social mentions, financial commentary, civic accounts, and the tense ecology of journalists who preferred not to admit they were watching one another. A 4th screen showed the firm's prepared message architecture, arranged in columns under headings Sophia had once believed could survive a month of pressure: jobs, hospitals, green towers, affordability, civic partnership, community renewal. The words had been strong when they stood alone. Now they were appearing beside arbitration, confidentiality, fee-shifting, waiver, silence. Sophia leaned closer to the screen as if proximity might discipline the language back into formation. It did not. The phrases paired themselves in article after article with a precision that felt almost cruel because no single reporter had to exaggerate. The contrast did the work. The shine was killing them by reflecting too much. Her deputy, Elise, hovered near the doorway with a tablet clasped against her chest. "The local segment wants comment before 6, Elise said. They found 2 former Riverside tenants willing to speak on camera without discussing settlement terms." Sophia extended one hand without looking away from the dashboard. Elise placed the tablet into it. The tenant interview request was carefully framed. That made it worse. No accusation of illegal eviction, no demand for confidential details. Just a former tenant describing what it felt like to receive official promises of community partnership while navigating paperwork that made objection feel futile. Sophia scrolled once, then stopped. "What did we give them?" she asked. The approved statement about Davis Meridian's long record of investment, lawful dispute resolution, and commitment to community stakeholders. Sophia closed her eyes for a moment, long enough to feel the old strategy expire in her hands. "That statement now sounds like we laminated a shrug." Elise waited. She had learned with impressive speed that Sophia's metaphors usually preceded triage. "Draft a holding response," Sophia said. "No attacks on counsel, no opportunistic litigation language. No parade of beneficiaries. We acknowledge that complex projects create complex disputes and we respect the court process." Elise's eyebrows lifted by 1 careful millimeter. "Do we say we are reviewing practices?" Sophia looked at the column labeled Civic Partnership, where sentiment had fallen from controlled concern into something the software marked in anxious orange. "Not publicly," she said. "Not yet." Benjamin summoned her 8 minutes later. He had moved from his office into the smaller executive conference room, the one without the skyline view. Sophia recognized the choice. When Benjamin wanted people calm, he used windows. When he wanted control, he used walls. Christopher Rodriguez was already there, dark suit immaculate, tablet centered before him with the serene brutality of a surgeon's tray. Edward Vance, Davis Meridian's chief financial officer, sat at the far end with a spreadsheet open and a thumb pressed against one temple. Meredith Shaw, general counsel, had a legal pad filled with handwriting so compact it looked encrypted. Benjamin stood rather than sat. His tie remained perfect, but he had undone his left cuff and forgotten the right, leaving one wrist bare and the other disciplined. "Tell me this is containable," he said. Sophia placed her folder on the table and remained standing as well. "It is manageable, but not under the old structure." Benjamin's face did not change. The air around him did. "That was not my question. It was the answer available." Christopher's gaze moved from Sophia to Benjamin with professional interest, as though observing which wire might spark first. Sophia opened the folder. The original strategy relied on separating Davis Meridian's public mission from the litigation mechanics. That separation is failing because the filings connect those mechanics to the public promises. If we flood the press with hospital wings and job numbers now, it reads as evasion. If we attack Victoria Collins, it risks elevating her credibility because she has been careful, restrained, and notably unwilling to overstate the case. Benjamin's mouth flattened at Victoria's name. She is using the court process to damage the company outside the court. Christopher spoke before Sophia could answer. "That is the argument we will make. I am preparing a motion to tighten references to discovery and to prevent plaintiffs from laundering reputational pressure through public filings." Sophia turned one page. "That may help legally." "It will not solve the story. The story," Benjamin said, "is that Davis Meridian has complied with the law while building essential infrastructure. The counter-story is that Davis Meridian made compliance unbearable for people without the resources to resist," Sophia replied. "That counter-story is gaining traction because it does not need to prove a conspiracy to feel true." Edward Vance exhaled through his nose. "We have two municipal partners asking whether pending approvals could be delayed until the litigation clarifies." Benjamin looked at him sharply. "Who?" Edward named them. The second name made Meredith stop writing. Sophia watched Benjamin absorb the political shape of the problem. Investor anxiety was something he could model. Legal exposure could be priced, delayed, argued. Public hesitation from partners who had once borrowed Davis Meridian's shine for their own press conferences was different. It had weather in it. It moved through hallways, committee rooms, donor lunches, and whispered calls that no dashboard could fully catch. Benjamin walked to the end of the table, then turned back before he reached the wall. "We do not sound guilty." Sophia nodded once. "Then we must also not sound oblivious." Christopher folded his hands. "The immediate legal response is straightforward. Motion for protective clarification. Motion to strike improper characterizations if the court permits. Opposition to any attempt to use public-facing statements as a gateway into broad discovery." Victoria's name entered the room again without being spoken, and Sophia saw it land on Thomas Davis, who had stepped into the doorway with the silence of someone who had heard enough to know the temperature and not enough to pretend neutrality. Benjamin noticed him last. For a moment, no one rearranged their expression quickly enough. Thomas wore a charcoal suit and no visible impatience. He had not been invited, Sophia guessed. That made his presence either brave, foolish, or past the point where the difference mattered. "I would like to hear the options," Thomas said. Benjamin's voice cooled. "This is an executive communications and litigation meeting. I remain on the executive legal history review committee you created," Thomas replied. "If we are discussing the clause's public meaning, I am relevant." Christopher's eyes sharpened slightly. Sophia did not miss it. Neither did Benjamin. "You are increasingly relevant in ways that concern me," Benjamin said. Thomas entered fully and closed the door behind him. "The company is losing credibility because it is still treating this as hostile weather." Sophia almost looked down at her folder, startled by the echo of her own private language. Benjamin heard accusation where Sophia heard diagnosis. "We are treating it as litigation because that is what it is. It is litigation because the structure failed people and then called their exhaustion consent." Edward shifted in his chair. Meredith's pen hovered above the page. Benjamin's composure took on a varnished quality, too polished to be strong. "You are proving every fear I have had for weeks." Thomas did not move toward the table. "Your fear is not a strategy, and your conscience is not governance." The sentence struck the room and left no visible debris, only a silence everyone became careful not to touch. Sophia saw Thomas's hand open once beside his thigh, then close loosely, not into a fist but into restraint. If the company requires silence from harmed people in order to protect employees, Thomas said, then the model itself has become the danger. Benjamin stared at him as though searching for the friend beneath the witness he feared Thomas might become. Do not dress betrayal as architecture. Thomas's expression flickered almost imperceptibly. Do not dress preservation as loyalty. Christopher stood then, not abruptly, but with the unmistakable intention of closing a door before fire found oxygen. This conversation is no longer productive for the present agenda. Sophia wondered whether Christopher meant the meeting, the friendship, or the entire history of Davis Meridian pretending its rooms could contain what happened inside them. Thomas looked at Christopher, then at Benjamin. If the only plan is to tighten the walls, you should understand what walls do under pressure. He left without waiting for permission. Benjamin remained still until the latch clicked, then he turned to Christopher. Keep him contained. Christopher did not pretend to misunderstand. I will evaluate every available boundary. Sophia watched the door after Thomas had gone. A strategist's mind kept a private inventory of turning points, and this one entered hers with a soundless stamp. Thomas was no longer a reluctant internal complication. He was becoming a bridge, and bridges were dangerous because people could cross them from either side. Outside the courthouse the next morning, reporters gathered in a loose crescent that made the sidewalk feel staged without anyone admitting to choreography. Microphones pointed outward from hands and sleeves. Camera operators adjusted straps and angles. Legal correspondents whispered into phones with practiced urgency. A local crew from Queens stood beside a business network van, their logos competing like flags from very small kingdoms. Lauren paused with Victoria just inside the courthouse doors and inspected the crowd through the glass. They are doing that thing where they look polite while hoping someone bleeds in a quotable way, Lauren said. Victoria adjusted the strap of her bag. No one is bleeding. You say that with the optimism of a person who has never seen a headline digest nuance. Victoria's face remained composed, but Lauren saw the fatigue near her eyes, the fine strain of someone sleeping in legal increments. Since the previous evening, Victoria had spoken with Martin Ellis, Angela Romero, the Harris brothers, and 3 clients who had not yet decided whether public attention felt like rescue or exposure. She had reassured them that no one would be pushed toward a microphone. She had repeated again and again that being made into a symbol could be its own kind of theft. Remind me, Lauren said softly. Victoria glanced over. One sentence too hot becomes Christopher's exhibit, Lauren said. One sentence too cold becomes Sophia's gift basket. We aim for human and inadmissible. This time Victoria did smile, though only briefly. Human and inadmissible should be our firm motto. They stepped outside. The questions came at once, layered and flashing. Ms. Collins, are you accusing Davis Meridian of using arbitration to silence injured workers? Do you believe the company misled public partners? Will you seek to reopen prior settlements? Did the court's discovery order validate your theory? Are you communicating with anyone inside Davis Meridian? The last question entered Victoria's body like cold wire. Lauren felt it too and shifted half a step closer, not blocking her, just becoming present in the way a good ally did when the pavement tilted. Victoria raised one hand. The motion was small, but the cluster quieted because precision had always been more unnerving than volume. This case asks whether private procedure can be used to erase public harm, she said. It asks whether consent means anything when the cost of objection is designed to be unbearable. We are not here to attack legitimate public projects, and we are not here to litigate through slogans. We are here because injured workers, displaced tenants, and small contractors deserve processes that do not depend on silence, exhaustion, or fear. A reporter from the business network leaned forward. Are you suggesting Davis Meridian's redevelopment model relies on suppression? Victoria looked at him for one measured beat. I am suggesting the evidence should be tested in court, where people with less power are still allowed to be heard. Do you have a comment on Thomas Davis's role in the creation of the clause? Lauren's fingers tightened once around her folder. Victoria did not look away. The clause's origin and evolution are relevant issues in the case. We will address them through appropriate legal channels. Have you spoken with Mr. Davis? Victoria allowed the silence to gather just long enough to make the boundary visible. I will not discuss potential witnesses outside the legal process. It was the right answer. It was also not the whole truth, and because Victoria had built her life around whole truths, the omission landed where no camera could see it. Lauren touched her elbow once when they moved down the steps. That was clean. Clean is not the same as safe. No, Lauren said. Clean is what keeps the knife from having fingerprints. By that afternoon, the clip had been cut into 3 versions, none of them dishonest and none of them complete. The legal outlets used the process line. The local stations used the phrase silence, exhaustion, or fear. A political commentator with a talent for turning litigation into weather declared that Davis Meridian had become a test case for whether private capital could buy public virtue and bury private harm in the same contract folder. Martin Ellis called Victoria after seeing the segment in the waiting room of his physical therapist's office. "My cousin says this means they will have to settle," he said, trying to make hope sound casual. Victoria sat at her desk with Lauren beside her, both phones open, both legal pads crowded with names and follow-ups. "It means they have to respond to more pressure. That can open doors, Martin. It can also make powerful people more dangerous." He was quiet for a moment. Machines beeped faintly behind him. "I just want them to stop acting like we disappeared ourselves." "I know," Victoria said. "That is exactly why we are being careful." Angela Romero did not want reassurance. She wanted protection. "My building group chat is exploding," Angela said. "Some people think speaking publicly will help, and some people are afraid Davis Meridian will find a way to punish everyone who ever took a check." "No one speaks unless they choose to speak," Victoria said. "No one shares settlement terms. No one responds to reporters without calling us first." Lauren slid a note across the desk. "Volunteer press shield script ready." Victoria nodded and continued, "Lauren will send language you can use if anyone contacts you. You are not a prop in someone else's outrage." Angela's breath broke slightly, then steadied. "Thank you for saying that." The Harris brothers sent an email with too many capital letters and 3 contradictory questions about whether renewed attention might help them recover lost bids, reopen contractor disputes, or get them blacklisted forever. Lauren answered them first because she had become fluent in the dialect of men who expressed fear by sounding angry at calendars. By dusk, the office had the atmosphere of a field hospital built from bankers' boxes and charging cables. Lauren made a client communication tracker with color codes, then threatened to name it the Panic Aquarium, which Victoria vetoed with the weary authority of a woman still technically in charge. The humor helped. It did not lighten the stakes. It simply kept the stakes from swallowing the people whole. Across Manhattan, Thomas watched Victoria's statement in his apartment without turning on the lights. The city beyond the windows glittered with its usual indifference, towers lifting their illuminated grids into the rain-washed dark. On the screen, Victoria stood before the courthouse, composed under pressure that would have made less disciplined lawyers reach for outrage and call it courage. He replayed the moment where she refused to discuss potential witnesses. He hated that he was grateful. He hated more that gratitude felt like another form of asking something from her. His phone buzzed on the table. Sophia had sent a link to the latest coverage without comment. A minute later, another message followed. "We need to talk before Benjamin decides silence can be installed as a security system." Thomas typed 3 different replies and deleted all of them. Then he called her. Sophia answered on the second ring. "You watched it?" "Yes." "She was better than our last 3 statements combined," Sophia said. "That is not admiration. That is an operational problem. It can be both." "It absolutely cannot be both in a budget meeting, Thomas." He almost smiled. "It faded before becoming useful. What do you want from me?" "I want to know whether you understand that your silence has changed categories." He looked toward the black reflection of himself in the window. "From prudent to harmful, from containable to interpretable," Sophia said. "People are filling in the blanks. Benjamin thinks more control will solve that. Christopher thinks narrower channels will solve that. I think blanks eventually become somebody else's story. Victoria is not using me. I did not say she was. You were careful not to." Sophia's voice softened by half a degree, which in her language amounted to handing someone a blanket during a blizzard. "I am saying that if you become part of the record, you need to do it through law, not guilt and not romance." Thomas closed his eyes. The word did not surprise him. Its presence in Sophia's mouth did. "There is no romance in the record," he said. "Not yet," Sophia replied. "Christopher is preparing as though there might be." Thomas opened his eyes again. Outside, traffic moved below in red and white veins. "Christopher prepares for everything. He prepares especially well for human weakness." "Is that what you think this is?" Sophia was silent long enough to become honest. "I think Victoria Collins has made denial expensive for you." I think you made the mistake of being someone who could still recognize the bill. After the call ended, Thomas did not replay the clip again. He had already heard the sentence that mattered, the one about private procedure erasing public harm. It sat in him with the density of sworn language, although no oath had yet been administered. Silence no longer protected the truth from distortion. It assisted distortion. At Davis Meridian, Sophia revised the acknowledgement plan she had drafted weeks earlier and hidden behind file names, so bland they could have put a magistrate to sleep. The first version had been cautious, a contingency statement designed to sound responsive while conceding almost nothing. It spoke of reviewing stakeholder concerns, improving communication, and remaining committed to lawful resolution. She deleted half of it. Then she wrote a new paragraph. Davis Meridian recognizes that lawful process and fair outcome are not always experienced as the same thing by the communities, workers, and small businesses affected by large-scale development. We are reviewing our dispute resolution practices to ensure they reflect both legal obligations and the standards of trust our public commitments require. Sophia stared at the paragraph, then added another line about preservation of community confidence and independent review options. It was not surrender, it was not even full honesty. It was, however, less false than anything they had said all week. She sent it privately to Benjamin with the subject line, Revised Controlled Acknowledgement Framework. His response arrived 6 minutes later. No, this sounds guilty. Sophia put down her coffee before her hand could betray irritation, then she walked to his office. Benjamin was on a call when she arrived, voice level, posture exact, one hand braced on his desk. He was telling a board member that the company remained confident in its legal position, that current coverage lacked full context, that investors should not mistake procedural developments for liability determinations. He sounded good. He always sounded good. Sophia could hear, beneath the polish, the thinning beam holding up the floor. When he finished, he looked at her as though she were another fire that had failed to schedule itself properly. We are not issuing that statement, he said. I know, then why are you here? To tell you that the version you rejected may be the mildest truthful language still available to us. Benjamin's expression sharpened. Truthful language is not the same as prudent language. It becomes prudent when the alternative sounds delusional. You are overreacting to a press cycle. Sophia placed both hands on the back of the chair across from him and did not sit. A civic official is calling for review of your redevelopment practices by Friday. 2 community partners are drafting cautious distancing statements. One hospital foundation wants reassurance that naming commitments are insulated from litigation fallout. A business outlet is preparing a piece on whether dispute suppression is part of your risk model. This is no longer a press cycle. This is reputational structure loss. Benjamin turned toward the window. This office had the skyline view. Sophia suspected he needed it now, even if it gave him no comfort. We have done good work, he said, with a suddenness that made the sentence sound less like strategy than grief. Sophia's grip changed on the chair. Yes, hospitals, transit hubs, affordable units that exist because we absorbed risks others would not touch. Yes, she said again. He turned back, then why is that not enough? Because virtue used as insulation eventually conducts heat, Sophia thought. What she said was, because both things may be true. Benjamin studied her as if she had changed sides by refusing simplicity. Hold the line. Sophia let the phrase settle between them for how long? Until Christopher closes the blade. And Thomas, Benjamin's eyes hardened, especially Thomas. Christopher moved with the calm of a man sharpening knives in a chapel. His motion for protective clarification was polished, severe, and surgically indignant. He accused Victoria of attempting to transform limited discovery into public narrative warfare. He argued that references to categories of internal materials, even when not quoting protected documents, risked prejudicing Davis Meridian and undermining the court's careful boundaries. Victoria's opposition was shorter than Christopher expected and more dangerous because of it. She did not perform outrage. She did not accuse him of hiding truth behind procedure, although Lauren had drafted 3 excellent versions of that sentence and mourned their deletion with theatrical dignity. Victoria argued relevance. She cited the company's own public representations in project approvals, public-private agreements, community materials, and standardized contract packets. Davis Meridian, she wrote, had placed civic benefit at the center of its legal and commercial structure. The plaintiffs were entitled to show that the same structure allegedly contained mechanisms that made public harm privately unreviewable. Lauren read the final paragraph aloud in the office kitchen while waiting for coffee strong enough to negotiate with the dead. Plaintiffs do not seek to try this matter in the press. Plaintiffs seek to prevent defendants from treating public commitments as marketing when useful and legally irrelevant when challenged. Victoria, this sentence has cheekbones. Victoria reached for her mug. Do not get attached. Christopher will call it inflammatory. Christopher calls gravity prejudicial when it drops something on his client. The ruling did not come that day. The delay itself became part of the pressure. Reporters watched the docket. Civic officials watched the reporters. Investors watched everyone watching. By Friday morning, the public fracture had widened enough to have geography. A council member called for review of Davis Meridian's redevelopment agreements involving dispute resolution restrictions. A neighborhood coalition released a careful statement praising certain Davis Meridian projects, while asking whether affected residents had meaningful avenues for complaint. A hospital partner reaffirmed its commitment to patient care while avoiding any endorsement of the company's contractual practices. A construction trade group, more bluntly, asked whether small subcontractors had been priced out of justice by paperwork wearing a tie. Sophia clipped that phrase into her media file and hated how effective it was. Davis Meridian's philanthropic image did not collapse. The hospital footage still moved people. The green towers still photographed beautifully. The scholarship recipients still existed, as real and deserving as the tenants and workers the clause had helped isolate. That was what made the story difficult to control. The company was not a cartoon villain with marble floors. It was a machine that had done visible good while making certain harms very difficult to hear. By evening, Sophia stood alone in the communications suite, watching a split-screen news segment bloom across the largest monitor. On the left side, archival footage showed Benjamin cutting a ribbon outside a children's hospital wing, funded in part by Davis Meridian's foundation. Thomas stood behind him in the footage, younger by several years, expression reserved, hands folded before him while cameras flashed against bright ceremonial scissors. Children in paper crowns waved from the doorway. A plaque gleamed on the wall. On the right side, Victoria stood outside the courthouse, rain darkening the stone behind her as she said that private procedure should not erase public harm. Sophia lifted the remote and muted the television. The two images continued anyway, bright and silent, refusing to cancel each other out. Her phone vibrated with a message from Christopher. We need to discuss Thomas's exposure. If Collins seeks sworn testimony, the next battle is witness containment. A second message followed from Benjamin. No acknowledgement, no review language, keep discipline. Sophia looked from one side of the split screen to the other, from hospital ribbon to courthouse steps, from polished charity to disciplined accusation. For years, she had believed narrative was the art of choosing which truth the public could bear to see. Now the screen was showing her the uglier lesson. Sometimes the story broke because two truths stood beside each other and neither one moved. She set the remote down. Both images are true, she said into the empty room. The words sounded less like defeat than diagnosis, which meant they frightened her more. That is exactly why the story is breaking. On the screen, Victoria's muted mouth continued forming the sentence that would not leave the company alone. Across the city, Thomas Davis became less a name in the background than a question moving toward the witness chair. Somewhere inside Christopher's careful strategy, a new wall was already being built. Somewhere inside Victoria's office, the path toward sworn testimony waited with its lights still off. Sophia watched until the segment ended, and when the screen shifted to an advertisement for luxury watches, the silence in the room felt almost indecent. Chapter 23, Thomas Davis arrived at the federal annex through a side entrance that smelled faintly of rainwater, floor polish, and paper warmed too long beneath fluorescent lights. The building lacked Davis Meridian's practiced glamour, which made its authority harder to dismiss. No marble atrium softened the threat of process. No brushed steel elevator announced private access. The corridors were beige, acoustically unforgiving, and lined with doors whose narrow windows turned every passing face into a possible witness. Victoria saw him before he saw her. He stood near the security desk while a deputy checked his identification against a printed list, his coat folded over one arm, his right hand resting loosely against the leather portfolio at his side. The gesture looked ordinary until she noticed how still his fingers remained. Thomas was usually a man of microscopic adjustments, cuffs aligned, pens straightened, chairs moved half an inch from disorder. This morning, he had become almost unnaturally contained, as though any unnecessary motion might be mistaken for retreat. Lauren stood beside Victoria with a binder hugged to her chest. "He looks less like a billionaire and more like a man about to meet an invoice from God," she murmured. Victoria kept her eyes forward. "Please do not make theology discoverable." "I would never create an evidentiary problem before breakfast," Lauren said, then softened when Thomas stepped through the metal detector. "You know what this costs him." Victoria watched Christopher Rodriguez emerge from a conference room ahead, immaculate in a navy suit, his presence so controlled it made the hallway seem underdressed. Behind him moved Meredith Shaw from Davis Meridian's internal legal office, 2 junior associates, and a company representative from risk management whose tablet was already open. Benjamin Adams was not in the hallway. That absence told Victoria more than his presence would have. Benjamin had chosen distance because distance could be described later as governance discipline rather than fear. Thomas turned then, and his gaze found Victoria across the corridor. Nothing in his face changed dramatically. There was only a slight easing around his eyes, quickly mastered, and an almost imperceptible incline of his head. It was not intimacy. It was acknowledgement under dangerous lighting. Victoria answered with the same formal nod she might have given any significant witness. The discipline cost her. The deposition room had been arranged to make neutrality perform for the record. A long table ran down the center, wood veneer polished until the overhead fixtures made white scars along its surface. Pitchers of water stood at equal intervals, flanked by glasses no one seemed likely to drink. At one end, the court reporter arranged her machine with ritual precision, fingers testing the keys in soft, quick bursts that sounded like insects trapped beneath glass. Thomas took the seat designated for the witness. This time, no chair waited for him along the wall as an observer. No corporate distance protected him from the table. The nameplate in front of him was temporary, printed by someone who had not thought about irony. Thomas Davis, witness. Christopher remained standing while everyone settled. "For the record," he said, voice courteous enough to cut velvet, "Mr. Davis appears pursuant to the court's limited order and subject to all applicable objections. He will not disclose privileged communications, protected board deliberations, attorney-client advice, or confidential legal strategy beyond the scope expressly permitted." Victoria opened her notebook. "Understood, Mr. Rodriguez." Christopher looked at her as if the word understood had arrived wearing a disguise. "I will intervene where necessary. I expected nothing less," Victoria replied. Lauren sat slightly behind Victoria with exhibits stacked by tab and color, the architecture of months reduced to paper rectangles. Victoria could feel Lauren's attention, steady and unshowy, like a hand against her back without contact. The court reporter lifted her eyes. "Please raise your right hand, Mr. Davis." Thomas did. The motion should have been simple, it was not. His hand rose slowly, palm turned outward, the pale cuff of his shirt withdrawing from beneath the suit sleeve. The room seemed to rearrange itself around that gesture. Christopher stopped moving his pen. Meredith lowered her tablet by a few degrees. Victoria felt the old shape of the case tilt, because the man who had once written the clause was now agreeing that words could bind him too. The oath was administered in a voice stripped of drama. Thomas answered clearly, "I do solemnly swear to tell the truth." Victoria waited until the reporter finished marking the time. Then she began, "Please state your full name for the record. My name is Thomas Alexander Davis." "Mr. Davis, what was your role at Davis Meridian Group when the original dispute resolution clause at issue in this litigation was drafted?" "I was co-founder, chief legal strategist, and acting general counsel for several project finance and development matters." Victoria glanced once at her outline, although she knew the path without needing paper. "Did you participate personally in drafting the original version of the clause?" "Yes, I participated personally in drafting it." Christopher's pen made a neat mark on his pad. Victoria continued, "I want to begin with the circumstances surrounding that original draft. What was happening at Davis Meridian at the time?" Thomas folded his hands on the table, not tightly, but with enough deliberation that the tendons stood visible beneath his skin. The company was facing litigation connected to a large infrastructure project. The claims, financing disputes, and public approval issues were converging in a way that threatened ongoing work across several related projects. Lenders were reassessing risk. Public partners were concerned about delay. We believed thousands of jobs and several essential developments could be affected if the exposure froze the company's operations. You believed the company faced an existential threat. At the time, yes, I believed that. Was that belief genuine? Christopher looked up. Objection to form, vague as to genuine. Victoria adjusted without looking at him. Did you personally believe Davis Meridian's continuity was at risk? Thomas held her gaze for a moment before answering. Yes, I did. Why draft a clause rather than rely on ordinary litigation procedures? Ordinary litigation procedures can be slow, public, expensive, and unpredictable. During that crisis, the concern was that unresolved disputes could create cascading uncertainty. The clause was intended to create a defined process for resolution while keeping projects from stopping entirely. A shield against collapse, Victoria said. Christopher's voice entered cleanly. Objection. Counsel is testifying. Victoria nodded once. What was the intended function of the original clause, in your own words? Thomas drew in a measured breath. It was intended to protect continuity during a period when unmanaged litigation risk could have destroyed the company's ability to complete essential obligations. Victoria let the answer settle. Did you intend the original clause to prevent legitimate injury claims, displacement claims, or contractor claims from being meaningfully heard? No. The room received the word with the restraint of people trained not to react. Lauren's pen paused above her page. Meredith Shaw shifted one document over another, although neither page required movement. Victoria turned to the first exhibit. I am handing you Exhibit 41, which has been previously marked. Please identify this document. Thomas accepted the page. His eyes moved down the text, stopping near the footer where an old revision date sat like a fossil pressed into contract history. This appears to be an early template containing the original dispute resolution provision. Is this consistent with the version you helped draft? Yes, generally. Victoria stood and moved a copy toward the court reporter, then returned to her seat. Please describe the key components of that original version. It required certain disputes to proceed through structured negotiation, then arbitration if negotiation failed. It included confidentiality around the proceedings, specified deadlines for initiating claims, and contained cost provisions designed to limit prolonged litigation expenses. Did the original version include the broader fee-shifting language later applied to community-facing redevelopment contracts? Thomas looked down at the exhibit again. No, it did not include the later, broader fee-shifting language in that form. Christopher lifted a hand before speaking. Objection to the characterization of later application, and I instruct the witness not to speculate beyond documents he has reviewed. Victoria nodded toward Thomas. Based on the contract versions and non-privileged adoption records you have reviewed, did broader fee-shifting language appear in later iterations? Thomas answered with care. Yes, broader fee-shifting language appears in later iterations. Did the original version apply confidentiality as broadly as the later versions used in tenant relocation, subcontractor, and community benefit-related agreements? No, not in the same manner. Did the original version require routine use across those redevelopment contexts? No. Victoria turned a page, the paper rasping too loudly in the attentive room. So based on the non-privileged contract history, the clause expanded materially after its original crisis-era draft. Christopher leaned forward. Objection, calls for a legal conclusion. Victoria did not break cadence. Based on the documents you reviewed as a drafter and executive familiar with the template history, did the later versions contain material additions? Thomas looked briefly toward Christopher, then back to Victoria. Yes, the later versions contain material additions. The phrase entered the record without ornament. Victoria marked a small check beside her question. She had learned not to celebrate admissions while they were still warm. Celebration made lawyers careless, and carelessness was where men like Christopher built cages. Mr. Davis, did you personally approve every later use of the clause? No. Did you personally draft every later edition? No. Did your lack of involvement in every later edition mean you had no responsibility for the original architecture? Christopher's objection came before the final syllable cooled. Objection. Argumentative, vague, and seeking a moral conclusion rather than testimony. Victoria leaned back slightly. I will rephrase. Thomas's eyes remained on her, unflinching and tired. Did your original draft become the foundation for later versions used by Davis Meridian? Yes. Were later departments able to build on that foundation because the original template existed within the company's contract infrastructure? Yes. Did you understand, as a legal architect of that infrastructure, that contract language can become standard practice once embedded? Thomas's mouth compressed for one measured second, not into resistance, but into acceptance of the question's blade. Yes, I understood that. Lauren's pencil moved again, quick and quiet. Victoria shifted to the next stack. I am handing you Exhibit 52. This is a non-privileged risk summary produced under the court's order with redactions preserved. Please review the highlighted portions. Thomas read longer this time, Christopher's attention sharpened by small degrees. His shoulders remained relaxed, but his left thumb began pressing against the edge of his pen, a private metronome of containment. Victoria waited. Thomas lowered the document. I have reviewed it. Does this document summarize enforcement outcomes involving the clause? Yes. Does it indicate that some claimants abandon disputes after initiation of private processes? Christopher turned his head. Objection to the extent the document speaks for itself, and objection to any implication regarding causation. Victoria kept her voice level. Does the document contain that information? Thomas answered. Yes, it contains that information. Does it identify confidentiality as a factor reducing public escalation? Christopher's objection arrived again. Same objections, and I caution the witness to avoid characterizing privileged analysis. Thomas kept his hands folded. The non-privileged portions refer to reduced public escalation associated with confidentiality. Victoria felt the case board in her office rise behind her eyes, every string and note rearranging itself into a structure with a human voice at its center. When did you first become aware that the clause was being used in contexts beyond the original crisis purpose? Thomas looked toward the window, where a wedge of gray city light rested against the blinds. I became aware over time. There was no single dramatic moment. Information came through summaries, contract reviews, enforcement reports, and conversations about risk patterns. Christopher intervened. I instruct the witness not to reveal privileged communications or legal advice. I understand, Thomas said. Victoria softened the shape of the question without softening its force. Setting aside privileged communications, did non-privileged summaries and business records indicate that the clause was used in redevelopment contexts involving tenants, injured workers, and small contractors? Yes. Did those contexts differ from the original emergency scenario? Yes, they differed. Did Davis Meridian have information suggesting that the clause deterred some people from pursuing claims? Yes, Davis Meridian had information suggesting that. A company representative near Meredith adjusted the tablet screen, then failed to type anything. Benjamin's absence seemed suddenly crowded, an empty chair with a heartbeat. Victoria heard the air conditioning click on above them. Did Davis Meridian adequately correct course once that information existed? Christopher sat forward fully. Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion, vague as to adequately, and seeks testimony outside the witness's role. Victoria looked at the court reporter, then back to Thomas. Based on your personal knowledge of business practices and non-privileged policy changes, did Davis Meridian materially narrow the use of the clause in those contexts after receiving information about deterrent effects? Thomas answered after a pause long enough to make every person in the room look at him differently. No, not materially. Something passed through the room then, a pressure change rather than a sound. Victoria did not look at Lauren. She could not afford to look at Lauren. She moved to the hardest section. Mr. Davis, I want to focus on the difference between original purpose and later use. As originally drafted, was the clause intended to preserve company continuity during extraordinary litigation risk? Yes. As later used in the redevelopment contracts addressed in this case, did the clause serve additional functions? Christopher's voice became colder. Objection, vague, overbroad, and potentially calls for speculation. Victoria adjusted. Based on non-privileged business records, contract versions, and enforcement summaries, did the later use of the clause function to contain disputes privately and limit public pressure? Thomas looked at her. In that look she saw the hotel bar, the courthouse alcove, the private elevator, and every careful almost truth they had carried between them like contraband. Yes, he said. In those contexts, it functioned that way. Victoria's next question waited in her throat with teeth. Do you believe the clause, as used in the specified redevelopment contexts, remained consistent with its original purpose? Christopher stood. Objection. Calls for legal conclusion, invades privileged subject matter, and seeks subjective commentary not permitted by the court's order. Victoria met him evenly. The question goes to the witness's knowledge as original drafter, the evolution of contract language, and non-privileged business use. Christopher's smile had no warmth. It goes precisely where counsel has been trying to go since this litigation began. Then perhaps the location is relevant, Victoria said. The court reporter's fingers hovered, faithfully waiting to capture whatever mistake someone important might make. Christopher lowered himself back into his chair, but his warning remained active in the room. You may answer only as to non-privileged contract history and business records, Mr. Davis. Victoria rephrased with surgical care. Based on non-privileged contract history, business records, and your knowledge of the original draft's purpose, did the later use in those specified redevelopment contexts reflect a material expansion from the original intent? Thomas did not look at Christopher this time. Yes, he said, it reflected a material expansion from the original intent. Victoria wrote the answer down, although the reporter had already captured it. Please explain. Christopher started to object, then stopped when Victoria lifted one page from the exhibit binder and placed it beside the risk summary. Thomas's voice remained even, but something in it had stepped out from behind the old walls. A legal tool can survive the emergency that created it. When that happens inside an institution, endurance can begin to look like justification. The clause began as a mechanism to protect continuity during extraordinary exposure. Later, in some contexts, it became part of ordinary risk containment, including contexts where the people affected had far less bargaining power than the company. No one moved. Victoria's throat tightened, and she hated that her body had chosen that moment to remember love. Christopher recovered first, moved to strike the portion regarding bargaining power as beyond the scope and lacking foundation. Victoria answered before the warmth reached her face. The witness has testified regarding contract context and business use. We can address scope with the court if necessary. Christopher turned to Thomas. You understand, Mr. Davis, that the original clause you drafted was lawful? Victoria objected. Calls for a legal conclusion. Christopher's tone did not change. I will rephrase. At the time you drafted the original clause, did you believe it was lawful? Thomas turned toward him. Yes, I believed it was lawful. You believed it was necessary. Yes, I believed it was necessary. You believed it protected employees, investors, public partners, and ongoing projects. Yes, I did. You still believe Davis Meridian has completed substantial public work, including hospitals, transit projects, affordable housing commitments, and urban infrastructure. Yes, Davis Meridian has completed substantial public work. Christopher's rhythm tightened, each question a polished tile laid toward a trap. And you understand that testimony like yours can damage the company, threaten financing relationships, and place current employees under stress. Victoria objected, argumentative. Christopher inclined his head. I will rephrase. Are you aware that your testimony may have consequences for Davis Meridian? Thomas answered quietly. Yes, I am aware. Are you motivated by guilt, Mr. Davis? Victoria's pen stopped. Objection, vague, argumentative, and improper character framing. Christopher looked mildly wounded by the accusation, which made it more dangerous. The witness has offered subjective testimony about purpose, institutional conduct, and later use. Motivation is plainly relevant. Thomas turned slightly toward Victoria, not enough to invite scandal, only enough to show he knew the blade had changed hands. Then he faced Christopher. My testimony is based on documents, contract history, business records, and my obligations under oath. Christopher waited one beat. That was not my question. It is the most accurate answer. A faint color touched Christopher's cheekbones, the only visible sign that Thomas had refused to enter the corridor built for him. Christopher continued. Has this case caused you to examine your professional legacy? Yes. Has Ms. Collins influenced that examination? Victoria objected immediately. Objection, harassing, irrelevant, and designed to create insinuation rather than evidence. Christopher's eyes stayed on Thomas. You may answer. Thomas did not rush. This case has forced examination. Ms. Collins's work has been part of that case. Do you have personal feelings for Ms. Collins? The room changed more violently than any shouted accusation could have managed. Lauren's face stilled. Meredith looked down at the table. The risk representative finally typed something, then erased it. Victoria's pulse became a hard, private percussion. Objection, she said. This is improper, irrelevant to the permitted scope, and plainly intended to harass both the witness and counsel. Christopher's voice remained almost gentle. It goes to bias. Thomas placed both palms flat on the table. The gesture was not dramatic, yet it seemed to set a boundary the whole room could see. My testimony is not based on personal feeling, he said. Bias would be pretending I do not remember what I built. For the first time that morning, Christopher had no immediate follow-up. The court reporter's keys caught the sentence and made it permanent. A break was called 10 minutes later, officially for transcript management and exhibit organization. Unofficially, everyone needed a moment to decide what damage had just become visible. Victoria stepped into the hallway with Lauren at her side. You held the line, Lauren said, her voice low enough to belong only to them. Victoria looked toward the vending machines at the end of the corridor, their bright packages glowing with obscene cheer. Which line? The professional one, Lauren said. The other line appears to be lying on the floor with tire marks across it. Victoria closed her eyes for a second longer than strategy permitted. He answered what I needed him to answer. He answered what the record needed, Lauren said. Those are not always identical things. Thomas emerged from the deposition room with Christopher beside him. The two men spoke in tones too low to carry, but their bodies told a cleaner story. Christopher walked half a step ahead, containment still attempting leadership. Thomas followed without looking led. When Christopher turned to speak with Meredith, Thomas drifted toward the window alcove where Victoria stood. Lauren saw the motion and developed sudden interest in a bulletin board announcing mediation resources. The alcove offered visibility without privacy, which had become their particular kind of cruelty. Victoria kept her folder against her ribs. You did not have to answer as much as you did. Thomas looked past her toward the hallway where a deputy laughed softly with the court clerk. Ordinary life continued to loiter around catastrophe. Yes, he said, I had to answer exactly that much. Davis Meridian will not forgive you. I am not certain forgiveness should be the first thing I ask from anyone. The sentence landed between them with no theatrics, only wait. Victoria wanted to reach for his sleeve. The impulse traveled through her fingers and stopped there, disciplined and aching. Thomas saw the halted movement. He did not exploit it and he did not comfort himself with it. The transcript will be enough, she said. It will be something, Thomas replied. Enough belongs to people harmed by what came after. Victoria looked at him then, fully enough to hurt them both. You understand Christopher will use whatever he can. He already has, Thomas said. He simply failed to make it smaller than the truth. The break ended before either could say the dangerous thing waiting beneath that answer. The testimony resumed with Lauren reorganizing exhibits and Christopher narrowing his approach into technical clarifications. He walked Thomas through lawful purpose, the crisis-era context, and Davis Meridian's public contributions. Thomas agreed where agreement was accurate. He refused where agreement would become disguise. Victoria returned only for essential follow-up. She established the chain. Original defensive purpose, later textual expansion, routine adoption in community-facing agreements, known deterrent effect, and failure to materially narrow the clause after those effects became visible through non-privileged records. Each answer placed another stone in the bridge she had been trying to build for months. By the time the court reporter marked the deposition concluded, no one looked victorious. Victory had too much blood in its mouth for that room. Thomas signed the acknowledgement forms with steady pen strokes. Christopher gathered his documents in a sequence so precise it seemed punitive. Meredith Shaw left first, phone already at her ear, carrying bad news in the posture of someone pretending it was logistics. Benjamin waited in the lower corridor near the annex exit. His appearance there had the force of an ambush conducted by appointment. He wore a charcoal overcoat and no visible impatience, but one hand kept closing and opening around his phone as though it had become too small for the anger inside him. Thomas stopped when he saw him. Victoria, Lauren, and Christopher emerged several steps behind. Christopher took in the scene with one swift look and slowed, professional appetite hidden behind courtesy. Benjamin spoke to Thomas as if the rest of them existed behind glass. You wounded the company today. Thomas did not glance away. The wound was already there. That sounds noble until payroll depends on investor confidence. Harmed people have been paying for our confidence for years. Benjamin's mouth moved once before words arrived, as if friendship had obstructed the first draft. You think this makes you clean? No, Thomas said. I think it makes denial harder. Benjamin looked toward Victoria then, and for one sharp second his anger found a target easier than history. Victoria met it without offering him the satisfaction of defense. Christopher stepped in with a smoothness that suggested he had already recalculated 3 strategies. Benjamin, this conversation should continue elsewhere. Benjamin's gaze returned to Thomas. Elsewhere is exactly where everything will be decided now. He walked away before Thomas could answer, his coat moving behind him like a dark door swinging shut. Sophia Henderson received the testimony summary while seated in a conference room high above Madison Avenue, where Davis Meridian's communications team had arranged mineral water, polling snapshots, and revised message architecture across a table meant for calmer empires. She read the first page once, then she read it again slower. Her assistant waited near the wall. Should I hold the updated civic partner statement? Sophia touched one finger to a line in the summary, where Thomas had described the clause's material expansion from its original intent. Yes, she said, and the word contained an entire funeral for the old strategy. Hold everything that pretends this is only misunderstanding. The assistant blinked. Do we have replacement language? Sophia looked toward the window, where the city reflected back in layered glass until every building looked double exposed. We need acknowledgement, review, and reform before someone else names all 3 for us. Across town, Christopher sat alone in the annex conference room after the others had left, reviewing his annotated notes. The pure victory pathway had narrowed to a thread. The better path now involved managed exposure, limited reform, and settlement terms strong enough to look credible without inviting every buried claim to climb out at once. He capped his pen with care. Containment had changed costumes. Victoria returned to her office after dusk, carrying the transcript summary in a folder that felt heavier than paper had any right to feel. Lauren followed with the exhibit binder, then stopped at the doorway. Do you want company for the first look? Victoria looked at the pattern board. Known harm, continued enforcement, institutional benefit. The words from her own hand stared back at her, no longer dependent on inference alone. I need 1 minute, she said. Lauren studied her with the merciless tenderness of true friendship. Take 2, because I am feeling generous and professionally magnificent. Victoria almost smiled. Your magnificence is noted for the record. Lauren left the door ajar. Victoria crossed the office and placed Thomas's testimony summary beside the internal documents that had started this latest fracture. She aligned the pages without meaning to, then deliberately set them slightly crooked. The board no longer depended on absence. It had a voice now, measured, sworn, and costly. She looked at Thomas's name on the transcript. The letters were clean, impersonal, and insufficient for the man who had raised his hand beneath fluorescent lights and told the truth without asking it to become absolution. Victoria rested one palm against the edge of the table. Nothing had become easier, the case had strengthened, the company had weakened. Thomas had stepped out of the role Davis Meridian needed him to play, and Christopher would make certain every consequence arrived wearing proper shoes. Benjamin would harden, Sophia would pivot. Clients would wait for relief that still had to be negotiated from people who called surrender pragmatism and reform exposure. Victoria lifted the transcript and read the central answer one more time, material expansion from the original intent. The sentence was not romance. It was not rescue, it was not forgiveness. It was record. For the first time since she had opened the first claimant file, the truth had entered the room in someone else's voice and stayed there. Chapter 24, by the following morning, the transcript had become leverage. It traveled through sealed channels, referenced in guarded emails, summarized in memoranda that used careful verbs and nervous punctuation. Victoria did not see the first internal Davis Meridian reaction, but she could feel its shape in the sudden change of tone from the other side. The letters from Christopher Rodriguez no longer carried the easy cruelty of procedural confidence. They became narrower, cooler, and more exact, which told her that the wall had not fallen, but someone inside it had finally heard the stone crack. The settlement conference was scheduled with remarkable speed. The room chosen for it belonged to a retired federal magistrate who now made an elegant living persuading rich enemies to call compromise wisdom. It sat on the 43rd floor of a midtown tower, above the courthouse traffic and below the weather, with glass walls frosted halfway up so everyone could enjoy the illusion of privacy. A long walnut table occupied the center. 2 coffee urns stood on a credenza beside untouched cups, polished spoons, and small porcelain bowls of sugar that nobody in the room seemed human enough to use. Victoria arrived with Lauren, 3 binders, 2 legal pads, and the kind of calm that required discipline rather than ease. Lauren carried the client summaries in a canvas tote that looked wildly out of place beneath the recessed lighting. The tote had a courthouse security sticker still clinging to one strap, and Victoria found herself absurdly grateful for it. Something in the room needed to admit that real life had entered by mistake. Christopher was already there. He stood at the far end of the table in a charcoal suit, reading a document whose pages he turned with the measured care of a surgeon checking an instrument tray. Benjamin Adams sat beside him, immaculate and sleepless. His tie was knotted perfectly, but his left cufflink had been fastened at an angle, a tiny betrayal that made his composure seem less like power than a door being held shut from the inside. Sophia Henderson occupied the seat near the windows. She had a tablet open, a fountain pen beside it, and a stillness that suggested she was watching several versions of disaster compete for the privilege of becoming official. Thomas was not in the room. His absence had weight. No chair had been left for him, no folder marked with his name, no casual mention made of whether he had declined or been excluded. Davis Meridian had arranged the space around the man who had changed the case and then removed him from view, as if testimony could be treated like a spill that had already been cleaned. Victoria noticed, and Christopher noticed her noticing. "Ms. Collins," he said, closing his folder, "thank you for agreeing to proceed today. Your client requested the conference," Victoria replied. "I agreed to listen." Benjamin's fingers moved once against the table, then stilled. Sophia wrote something on her tablet without looking down for long. The mediator entered with a soft portfolio, and an expression trained by years of witnessing people value peace only after fighting became more expensive than dignity. He introduced the process, praised everyone's professionalism, and invited Davis Meridian to present its framework. Christopher did not waste time dressing the first offer as generosity. He knew better than to insult Victoria with ribbons on a locked box. "Davis Meridian is prepared to compensate the named plaintiffs at figures above nuisance value," he said. "The company will also undertake a prospective review of certain dispute resolution procedures in select community-facing contracts, with revised language to be implemented following internal assessment. The settlement would include standard confidentiality, mutual non-disparagement, dismissal with prejudice, and no admission of wrongdoing." Lauren's pen stopped moving. Victoria looked at the document Christopher slid toward her. The numbers were larger than anything Davis Meridian had offered before Thomas testified. They were also designed to buy silence while keeping the machine intact. She read the first page, then the second, then placed the packet precisely between them. "This is not reform," she said. "This is compensation with better upholstery." Christopher's expression did not change, but the mediator made a small mark on his pad. Benjamin leaned forward. "The company has made a serious offer." "The company has made a more expensive version of its original position," Victoria said. "It pays the named plaintiffs, protects existing practices from scrutiny, and asks everyone harmed by those practices to accept that procedure matters more than repair." "Procedure is how repair becomes lawful," Christopher said. "Procedure is also how harm becomes durable," Victoria answered. "Your client knows that better than anyone at this table." Benjamin's mouth compressed, not into anger exactly, but into the expression of a man rejecting the premise of a language he suddenly had to speak. Christopher tapped the offer with one finger. "You have clients with immediate needs, Ms. Collins. Medical bills, housing instability, business losses. A trial would take time. Appeals would take longer. Outcomes are not guaranteed." Victoria felt the old pressure tactic move beneath the words. It had dressed itself in realism, but she recognized the bones. Powerful people loved to describe delay as neutral when they were the ones who could afford it. "My clients know uncertainty," she said. "They have been living inside the version your client designed for them." Lauren opened the first binder. Her movements were brisk, almost gentle, the way someone might handle evidence because evidence had already handled people roughly enough. "We organized the issues by category," Lauren said, turning the binder so the mediator could see the tabs. "Original defensive purpose. Later expansion, known deterrent effect, public pledge overlap, continued enforcement, confidential suppression. These are not rhetorical buckets. Every category is supported by documents, testimony, or public records already in the case." Sophia's pen moved again. Lauren continued, her voice steady. The current offer addresses money for named plaintiffs and vague prospective review. It does not address prior affected claimants. It does not create cost protections. It does not narrow confidentiality for underlying harm. It does not remove fee shifting from vulnerable parties. It does not establish independent oversight. It does not create reporting. It does not change the incentives that made the clause useful. Benjamin looked at Christopher, but Christopher kept his attention on Victoria. Your paralegal has become quite comprehensive, he said. She has become accurate, Victoria replied. That is more inconvenient. The mediator intervened before the air could harden completely. He suggested caucuses. Separate rooms were arranged, as if morality might become more manageable through square footage. In the plaintiff's room, the carpet was too soft and the bottled water too expensive. Victoria stood near the window while Lauren spread the materials across a smaller conference table. Outside, the city moved with bright indifference. Taxis slid between delivery trucks. Pedestrians crossed against lights. Somewhere below, a person was late for work, someone else was arguing into a phone, and nobody cared that a clause was being forced to answer for itself 43 floors above them. Lauren waited until the mediator left before speaking. That offer was a silk pillow over a trapdoor, she said. Victoria almost smiled. Your metaphors are becoming actionable. My metaphors are tired because they have been awake since Tuesday. Victoria turned from the window. They came in expecting us to trade structure for money. They still think your clients are pressure points instead of people, Lauren said. That is bad for their souls and possibly useful for our counter. Victoria looked down at the binders. The evidence had become so organized that it nearly looked clean. That felt obscene. Martin Ellis's shoulder injury had a tab. Angela Romero's displacement had a tab. Harris & Sons masonry had a tab. Suffering had been sorted, indexed, and hole-punched because that was how pain gained admission to rooms like this. We counter with the framework, Victoria said. The full framework, Lauren replied, not the polite little version with its shoes shined. The full version, Victoria said. Named plaintiff compensation, prior claimant review, clause removal or limitation in specified contracts, cost protections, narrowed confidentiality, independent oversight, reporting, public statement. Lauren watched her for a moment, and acknowledgement. Victoria's fingers brushed the edge of the binder. Yes, that will be the blood sport. It has always been the blood sport. Across the hall, Sophia was making the same point from the other side. Victoria did not hear the first half of the conversation, but she saw enough when they reconvened to understand that Davis Meridian had argued with itself. Benjamin returned with a paler expression and a neater cufflink. Sophia's tablet was closed now, which made her look less like a strategist and more like a witness who had stopped pretending the fire alarm was decorative. Christopher began again. Davis Meridian may be prepared to consider prospective contract modifications beyond the initial language, he said. Any framework would need to preserve operational continuity and prevent opportunistic claims. Victoria opened her binder. Then let us speak in specifics. The next hours had no romance, no grand speeches, and no cinematic clarity. They had clauses, subclauses, conditions, thresholds, eligibility windows, administrator selection procedures, reporting intervals, and arguments over verbs that carried more money than most people would earn in a decade. They fought over whether Davis Meridian would review or reconsider prior claims. They fought over whether costs would be reduced or capped. They fought over whether confidentiality would permit claimants to discuss underlying facts, medical consequences, displacement, and business harm without triggering financial penalties. Victoria insisted that silence could no longer be the price of relief. Christopher insisted that Davis Meridian could not invite unlimited exposure through language drafted in outrage. Lauren kept finding the exact page each time the room tried to drift into abstraction. She produced a redevelopment contract where confidentiality had outlived common sense. She produced a public pledge promising community accountability beside an enforcement record showing private containment. She produced Thomas's testimony summary, not theatrically, but with the precise timing of a door opening where someone had sworn no door existed. Benjamin hated that document most. Each time it appeared, his attention shifted toward it as though the pages gave off heat. Thomas had not accused him in the florid manner Benjamin could have dismissed as guilt. Thomas had done something more damaging. He had made careful distinctions, and those distinctions had given Victoria a bridge from original intent to institutional failure. Sophia finally spoke after a long debate over the public statement. The company cannot settle this narrowly anymore, she said. Benjamin turned toward her. That is not a legal conclusion. No, Sophia answered. It is the reason the legal conclusion has consequences. Christopher did not stop her. That silence was its own concession. Sophia placed her folded hands on the table. A cosmetic settlement will not hold. Thomas's testimony has changed the public equation. If we pay the named plaintiffs and preserve the structure, the settlement becomes another story about Davis Meridian buying quiet. If we accept credible reform, we may preserve enough trust for the company to survive the next month without every partner pretending they are shocked by documents they secretly fear. Benjamin stared at her with a kind of disciplined betrayal. You are recommending we sound guilty. I am recommending that we stop sounding oblivious. The mediator lowered his eyes to his notes. Lauren's pen hovered above the page, clearly enjoying the sentence more than professionalism permitted. Victoria did not speak immediately. She understood Sophia's maneuver. It was strategic, not conversion. It was also true, and truth did not become useless because it arrived wearing expensive perfume. Christopher took control before Benjamin's anger found a sharper instrument. Let us assume, he said carefully, that Davis Meridian is willing to consider an independent review mechanism. The scope must be limited. The mechanism must be independent enough to matter, Victoria said. If your client chooses the reviewer, defines the standards, controls the documents, and reports nothing publicly, we will have invented a hallway and called it a door. Joint selection, Christopher said. Former judge or agreed neutral with subject matter experience. Access to contract versions, enforcement data, and claimant submissions, Victoria said. Aggregated reporting only, Christopher replied. Aggregated reporting with meaningful categories, Lauren said. Injury claims, displacement disputes, small contractor disputes, cost barrier withdrawals, and confidentiality modifications. Christopher looked at Lauren. You intend to negotiate every noun. Lauren smiled without showing many teeth. Some nouns have been stealing oxygen. The numbers came later. The compensation discussion was harder because it involved people rather than architecture. Davis Meridian could speak of frameworks with a certain bloodless calm, but medical bills had dates, rent arrears had deadlines, and a small contractor's losses had names attached to every employee he had been unable to keep. Benjamin resisted the figures until Victoria placed Martin Ellis's file at the center of the table and let the room sit with the photos of surgery scars, work restrictions, and denied procedural access that had never looked quite so neutral once printed in color. Nobody is being enriched by this, Victoria said. They are being brought closer to the place where they should have been before your client made exhaustion a defense strategy. Benjamin pushed the file back with 2 fingers, not dismissively, but because touching it seemed to unsettle him. I will not agree to language that invites every dissatisfied party in our project history to reopen settled matters, he said. Then agree to a defined review pathway for claimants affected by the clause in specified categories, Victoria said. Notice, eligibility criteria, neutral review, cost protections, and no retaliation. Christopher exchanged a look with Sophia. A limited notice process may be possible. A meaningful notice process is necessary, Victoria replied. The day thinned into late afternoon, coffee cooled untouched, water bottles emptied. The mediator's optimistic opening manner gave way to the patient fatigue of a man watching a building being redesigned while people were still inside it. At last, Victoria asked to consult with her clients. The representatives gathered in a smaller room that smelled faintly of toner and lemon furniture polish. Martin Ellis sat nearest the door, one hand resting carefully against his shoulder although the room was warm. Angela Romero held a folder of notes against her chest. Patrick Harris, the surviving face of Harris & Sons masonry after 2 generations of family work had been reduced to invoices and debt, stood rather than sat, as though chairs belonged to people who could trust the floor. Victoria explained the terms plainly. She did not inflate the reforms. She did not disguise the compromises. She told them that trial could produce a stronger public ruling, or it could produce a narrower victory, a delay, or a loss that hardened the very clause they were fighting. She told them appeals could take years. She told them Davis Meridian was not offering confession in the form anyone deserved, but the proposed statement would commit the company to reform and create mechanisms that did not exist before. Martin rubbed his thumb slowly along the seam of his sleeve, so they do not say they heard us. They will not say it that cleanly, Victoria said, not in the current framework. Angela's face changed in small increments, but people like me could talk about what happened. Yes, Victoria said, the confidentiality language would be narrowed. You could discuss the underlying harm without facing the kind of penalty language they used before. Patrick looked at the table, and contractors already buried by that clause could apply for review. In specified categories, Victoria said, the process would not be perfect, but it would exist outside Davis Meridian's direct control. Martin breathed out through his nose. I wanted them to say it. I know, Victoria said. I wanted someone in a room to say they knew what they were doing. Victoria thought of Thomas beneath fluorescent lights, answering carefully enough to survive objection and honestly enough to bruise the company that raised him. Someone did say enough for the record to change. Angela wiped at one eye with the heel of her hand, then seemed annoyed with herself for doing it. My kids do not need a record. They need rent, school stability, and for me not to be scared every time I tell the truth. Patrick nodded once. My father wanted our name to survive this. A trial might give us a headline. This gives us a chance to reopen the books. Martin looked at Victoria. Do you think this is justice? The question entered her without mercy. Victoria had spent years answering harder legal questions with less hesitation. She could define liability, causation, unconscionability, procedural abuse, and the difference between a remedy and a symbol. Justice was more unruly. It refused to sit still long enough to be cross-examined. I think it is relief, reform, and record, she said. I think it is more than they wanted to give and less than they should owe. I think you deserve a public apology that says exactly what happened, and I think waiting years for the possibility of that could cost you things nobody at that table will ever have to count. Martin watched her for another moment. That is not a yes. No, Victoria said. It is the honest answer. Lauren stayed silent until the clients had spoken among themselves and the direction had become clear. They were not unanimous in feeling. They were practical in the way injured people learn to be when the world has charged interest on their pain. Martin wanted acknowledgement. Angela wanted freedom from fear. Patrick wanted doors reopened for people whose businesses had been buried under procedure. None of them loved the settlement. None of them wanted purity more than repair. When they left the room, Lauren remained behind with Victoria. The city outside had turned copper at the edges. Window glass caught the reflection of both women, making them look briefly like figures trapped inside the same exhibit. You are angry, Lauren said. Victoria closed the client binder. I am always angry in rooms with bottled water that costs more than a subway fare. That is your public-facing answer, Lauren said. Your private-facing answer is doing that thing where it wears a suit and pretends to be evidence. Victoria gave her a tired look. That sentence should be sanctioned. Lauren stepped closer to the table. Do the clients need a trial, or does some part of you need Davis Meridian broken in public because your father never got that room? Victoria's hand stopped on the binder clasp. The question was gentle enough to be love and sharp enough to draw blood. Lauren did not soften it after speaking. She simply stood there, loyal as a locked door, refusing to pretend loyalty meant agreement. Victoria looked down at the organized tabs, then beyond them to a memory that had no exhibit number. Her father at the kitchen table, envelope open beside a chipped mug, his injured hand curled as if pain had become a second occupation. Her mother's silence while bills made a small, accusing tower. The lawyer's letter that had not said cruelty, only procedure. The family's life had not needed a perfect verdict first. It had needed breathing room, medical support, and a process that did not turn exhaustion into consent. I wanted a cleaner ending, Victoria said. Lauren's voice softened. Everyone does. I wanted them forced to say exactly what they built. They are being forced to change what they built, Lauren said. That does not make the softness of the language less infuriating. It makes the door less imaginary. Victoria, let that settle. You are becoming very good at being unbearable. I have studied under the finest. When Victoria returned to the main room, something inside her had shifted by millimeters rather than revelation. The anger remained, but it no longer drove alone. It sat beside duty, client choice, and the hard knowledge that symbolic victory could become another luxury if it demanded years from people who had already paid enough. The final terms took shape with the exhausted precision of a treaty signed after both armies learned the weather was stronger than either flag. Davis Meridian would provide meaningful compensation to the named plaintiffs. Certain prior claimants affected by the clause in defined injury, displacement, and small contractor disputes would receive notice of an independent review pathway. The clause would be removed or materially limited in specified community-facing redevelopment contracts. Arbitration procedures would be revised to reduce cost barriers and extend key deadlines. Fee shifting against vulnerable claimants would be sharply limited. Confidentiality provisions would be narrowed so individuals could discuss underlying harm, medical consequences, displacement, and business losses without financial ruin. An independent review panel would oversee the process for a defined period and issue public aggregated reports on dispute resolution practices. The public statement remained the final battlefield. Christopher's first draft said Davis Meridian was pleased to enhance its already robust commitment to fairness. Victoria slid it back across the table without comment. Sophia's second draft admitted that the company's dispute practices had not always aligned with its stated values, and that reforms were necessary to ensure fair access to resolution for workers, residents, and small business partners affected by redevelopment projects. Victoria read it twice. The language was careful. It stepped around the word harm like the floor might open beneath it. It did not give Martin the sentence he wanted. It did not give her father the sentence he never received. It was not absolution and it was not confession. It was a public handle attached to a real mechanism which meant people could pull. "I want harm in the statement," Victoria said. Benjamin refused before Christopher could speak. "No," Sophia looked at him. "Benjamin, no," he repeated. "The reforms speak for themselves. I will not authorize language that becomes an engraved invitation to collateral litigation." Victoria studied him. He looked younger in that moment, not kinder, but younger beneath the office he occupied. Fear had preserved him badly. Christopher proposed a revision. "The company acknowledges that certain procedures may have imposed undue barriers to fair resolution in some contexts." Victoria considered the sentence. It was still engineered. It was also usable. "Undue barrier stays," she said. "Fair resolution stays. Workers, residents, and small business partners stay. The statement must commit to public reporting and independent review by name." Christopher nodded after a pause, agreed, subject to final drafting. Benjamin picked up his pen and set it down again. The tiny sound carried farther than it should have. "There is one more issue," Victoria said. Christopher's eyes sharpened. "Naturally. No retaliation, direct or indirect, against claimants who participate in the review process or speak within the narrowed confidentiality terms." "That is acceptable in principle," Christopher said. "In writing," Victoria said. "In writing," Christopher answered. The mediator exhaled quietly as though he had been holding the room together with his lungs. They broke before signing. Final documents needed revisions, approvals, and the ritual of pretending every decision had not already been forced by the hours before. Victoria stepped into the corridor to call her clients again, and when she ended the last call, Thomas was standing near the bank of elevators. He wore a dark coat over his suit. He looked as though he had been waiting without allowing himself the comfort of appearing hopeful. Someone from Davis Meridian must have told him the framework was nearly complete, or perhaps he had learned it through the same currents that carried damage faster than mercy. "You are not supposed to be here," Victoria said. "I am not inside the room," Thomas replied. "That appears to be the compromise everyone can tolerate." She looked toward the conference suite. "They excluded you. They prefer their evidence filed rather than breathing." The corner of her mouth almost moved. "That sounds like something Lauren would charge licensing fees for." Thomas's attention rested on her face with careful restraint. "Is it enough?" Victoria leaned against the corridor wall, not because she needed support, but because standing perfectly upright had begun to feel like another performance. "Enough is a dangerous word," she said. "It helps people, it changes contracts, it opens a review process, it limits the provisions that hurt them, it puts oversight where silence used to be. That is not the answer you wanted." "No," Victoria said, "it is the answer my clients may need." Thomas accepted the distinction as if it deserved to remain intact. "You changed the terms of the possible. You helped," she said, late. The word landed between them without ornament. Thomas did not defend himself. He looked toward the elevator doors where their reflections appeared pale and divided by metal seams. "Late is only better than never if it costs something." "It will," Victoria said. "I know." She believed that he did. She hated that belief less than she once would have, which made it more dangerous. The case had not cleansed him. His testimony had not turned the past into a preface for romance. He remained the man who had built part of the architecture she had spent months breaking open, and he was also the man who had helped put truth into the record when silence would have been safer. "Do not make this settlement into your redemption story," she said. "I will not. Do not let them make it into your exile story either." A flicker moved through his expression, too small for anyone else to read. What should it be? Victoria glanced back toward the room where lawyers were turning consequence into enforceable paragraphs. "A beginning you have to keep proving," Thomas nodded slowly. "That seems fair." "It is not fair," she said. "It is simply better than what came before." The elevator arrived with a soft chime. Neither of them moved toward it. Thomas spoke with care. "When this is signed, the legal war changes shape. It does not mean the rest becomes simple. The rest has never been simple." "No," he said, "it has only become more honest." For one suspended moment, the corridor held them in a quiet that did not belong to litigation. No one touched. No one promised. The distance between them remained exactly wide enough for the past to stand inside it. Then Lauren appeared at the suite door, took in the scene with one surgical glance, and lifted a revised draft like a tiny flag of procedural doom. "They are trying to resurrect enhance in paragraph 3, she said. "I recommend immediate exorcism." Victoria pushed away from the wall. "I am coming." Thomas stepped back first. "Go win the verbs." Victoria looked at him once more. The verbs were always the battlefield. When the final papers were ready, evening had pressed itself against the glass. The city below looked less like power than circuitry, every street carrying people toward obligations that did not pause for justice. Victoria sat with the settlement agreement before her, the signature line waiting with obscene patience. Christopher had signed for Davis Meridian's legal position. Benjamin had authorized the terms with the expression of a man choosing which wing of a burning house could be sacrificed to save the foundation. Sophia had already begun drafting a public statement that would be more honest than her first campaign and less honest than the harmed deserved. Lauren stood behind Victoria's chair, close enough to witness, far enough not to steer. Victoria picked up the pen. For one breath, she did not move. She thought of Martin's disappointment, Angela's relief, Patrick's exhausted practicality. She thought of Thomas raising his hand and Benjamin looking at reform as though it were a controlled demolition. She thought of her father not as a symbol carved from old pain, but as a man who had needed help long before anyone offered a theory. Then she signed. Her name entered the settlement in dark ink, deliberate and slightly angled, carrying no triumph it could not afford. The mediator murmured something appropriate. Christopher gathered his documents with professional composure, neither congratulating nor resisting the shape of the outcome. Benjamin stood and buttoned his jacket, then seemed to remember that armor made of fabric still wrinkled. Sophia met Victoria's attention across the table and gave the smallest nod, too strategic to be warmth and too human to be nothing. Lauren touched Victoria's shoulder once. "They will call it compromise." Victoria capped the pen. "It is compromise." Lauren waited. Victoria looked at the signed agreement, at the clauses that would limit the clause, at the machinery forced to make room for the people it had once processed into silence. "It is also consequence," she said. Outside the building, the city had become loud enough to feel merciful. Traffic surged along the avenue. A delivery cyclist cursed at a taxi. Steam lifted from a grate and vanished into the cold. Martin stood near the curb with Angela and Patrick, their faces carrying different versions of the same unfinished release. No applause waited for them. No courthouse steps transformed their pain into spectacle. The world did not stop because a contract had finally been made to answer. Victoria stepped into the ordinary noise with the signed papers in her bag and Lauren at her side. Behind her, 43 floors above the street, Davis Meridian's lawyers remained in expensive rooms, deciding how to describe the fact that they had been forced to change. Ahead of her, clients breathed a little easier in air that still smelled of exhaust, roasted nuts, wet pavement, and survival. A clause once built to silence people had not vanished from history. It had been limited, named, watched, and wounded. For tonight, that had to be enough. Chapter 25, a month later, the lobby of Davis Meridian Group still shone with disciplined wealth, but the shine had acquired a second meaning. Victoria Collins noticed it from across the avenue, where she stood beneath the narrow awning of a coffee cart while spring rain freckled the sidewalk. The headquarters rose above Manhattan with the same expensive confidence, each panel of glass reflecting a city that had always taught power how to admire itself. Inside, the screens still moved through their programmed parade of hospitals, transit hubs, green towers, school partnerships, and ribbon cuttings beneath enormous blue skies. Now between those polished images, new language appeared. Independent review process begins this quarter. Community accountability framework announced. Dispute resolution reforms implemented across redevelopment contracts. The words moved slowly across the lobby displays, bright and corporate, careful enough to make every comma feel negotiated. Even so, they were there. People waiting near security read them while pretending not to read them. A man with a leather portfolio paused beneath one screen for several seconds before stepping into the elevator bank. Two interns whispered near the reception desk, then straightened when an executive passed. The glass had not learned humility exactly. It had learned reflection could cut. Victoria tightened her hand around the paper cup Lauren had bought her and watched a security guard redirect a reporter away from the revolving doors. The guard managed it politely, with a smile professional enough to deserve its own pension plan. Do you think they hired a consultant to decide whether accountability should come before reform or after it? Lauren asked beside her. Victoria glanced at her over the rim of the cup. Sophia Henderson probably had 6 meetings about that. 7, Lauren said. One meeting would have been exclusively about whether the font looked guilty. For the first time in weeks, Victoria laughed without feeling the sound scrape against fatigue. They had not come to Davis Meridian for confrontation. The settlement required a compliance orientation for counsel representing affected claimants, and Victoria had been invited, with the kind of courtesy that arrived wearing steel underneath its suit. Christopher Rodriguez had sent the notice himself. It had contained no warmth, no apology, and no unnecessary punctuation. Victoria appreciated all 3 omissions. Inside the building, Sophia Henderson stood near the reception floor, speaking to a producer from a financial news program. Her cream suit looked unwrinkled by weather, conscience, or capitalism, but something in her manner had changed since the first time Victoria saw her operate. Sophia no longer spoke as if language could erase a wound. She used words now as scaffolding around a damaged structure. The company is not treating reform as reputational theater, Sophia said, her voice smooth enough to cross marble without echoing. Davis Meridian's public commitments depend on fair procedures that people can actually access. The review process is part of making that alignment measurable. Victoria heard the sentence and almost smiled. There was no confession in it, but there was less fog. Sophia spotted her through the revolving doors a moment later. Their eyes met through rain-slicked glass. Neither woman waved. Sophia inclined her head barely, a strategist acknowledging another strategist from a different battlefield. Lauren followed Victoria's gaze. That woman could rebrand a thunderstorm as a hydration initiative. She is getting more honest, Victoria said. Lauren lifted one brow. That is a terrifying sentence about a communications strategist. They crossed when the light changed, moving with the crowd rather than through it. That small detail mattered to Victoria more than she expected. For months, every approach to Davis Meridian had felt like entering the mouth of a machine. Today, she walked in as counsel under a settlement order that bore signatures, deadlines, oversight provisions, and names belonging to people the company could no longer compress into risk categories. At security, the guard checked her identification, then hesitated over Lauren's badge. Ms. Cook, Lauren folded her hands over her bag. I promise not to steal any marble. The guard blinked twice before deciding that humor fell outside his job description. Conference level 23. As they entered the elevator, Victoria caught another screen shifting to footage of a community clinic in Newark. Beneath it, the new caption read, "Partnership requires accountability." The sentence was still corporate varnish. It was also a door left unlocked. On the 23rd floor, Benjamin Adams stood beside a conference room window with a phone pressed to his ear. He looked immaculate from a distance and frayed up close, as if the past month had taken a fine blade to the threads beneath his tailoring. His voice carried the calm of someone reciting a storm report from inside the storm. The board understands the timeline, Benjamin said. No, the review panel is not a symbolic body. Yes, public reporting begins after the first quarter of implementation. We are not reopening everything indiscriminately. We are complying with the framework as agreed. He ended the call and turned. For one suspended moment, his gaze found Victoria S., and the old executive mask came down over his features with practiced grace. Ms. Collins, he said, Mr. Adams. Lauren murmured something about finding coffee that did not taste like Discovery sanctions and slipped toward the refreshment table. Benjamin moved closer, careful to leave a distance appropriate for both dignity and witnesses. The first notices went out this morning. I saw the filing, Victoria said. Then you know the process is moving. I know paper is moving, she answered. People will believe the process when the first claimant gets through it without being punished for needing it. Benjamin absorbed that with a small movement of his fingers against his cuff, a gesture too controlled to become a flinch. You never did enjoy making anything easy. Victoria looked toward the conference room where compliance consultants arranged binders thick enough to stun wildlife. Easy is how the clause survived. His gaze shifted to the lobby screens visible far below through the atrium. You think I have learned nothing. I think you learned the cost of not changing. That is not nothing, Benjamin said. It was the closest he came to agreement. Across the room, Christopher Rodriguez closed a file with the calm finality of a man sealing a vault. He crossed to Victoria with a courteous nod, his tie the precise shade of winter water. Counsel, he said, I assume you have comments on the implementation materials. I have 73, Victoria replied, Christopher's mouth altered by a fraction. In another man, it might have become amusement. That is fewer than I expected. I practiced restraint. A troubling development, he said. I will alert the profession. Lauren returned with coffee and handed Victoria a folder. 74, she said. They used the phrase claimant journey on page 12. Christopher accepted the folder Victoria offered him and scanned the first page. That phrase can be executed without trial. Victoria studied him for a moment. You defended a wall very well, he looked up. Walls often depend on what clients insist must stay behind them. The answer landed without sentiment. It carried no apology and no victory lap, only the clean acknowledgement of an opponent who understood the architecture after the fire. You knew the structure was vulnerable, Victoria said. I knew it was effective, Christopher answered. Those are frequently mistaken for the same thing by people who bill in 6-minute increments. Lauren made a small approving noise. That may be the darkest joke ever told in a conference room with seasonal fruit. Christopher gave her a polite nod. I treasure professional excellence in all forms. The orientation began with slides, timelines, reporting obligations, and procedural revisions. Victoria listened, marking weaknesses, ambiguities, and pressure points. The abusive fee-shifting language had been removed from the specified contracts. Confidentiality provisions had been narrowed. Claimants could discuss underlying harm without facing financial ruin. Deadlines had been extended. Cost barriers had been reduced. Repeat complaints would be aggregated for review instead of buried as isolated grievances. The independent panel had real access, real reporting duties, and enough authority to irritate everyone, which Lauren called a promising sign in the margin of her notes. During a break, Victoria stepped away to answer a call from Martin Ellis. His voice came through rough with disbelief. They approved the medical review. Victoria turned toward the window where rain softened the edges of the city. That is good, Martin. It is not everything. No, she said gently, it is not everything. But it is something I can use before I am dead, he said, and the plainness of that sentence pulled the air from her chest. It is something you can use now, Victoria said. After the call ended, she remained by the glass until her reflection steadied. Angela Romero had entered the review process without signing away her right to describe what displacement had done to her family. Patrick Campbell's masonry company had been assigned a claims specialist who, according to Lauren, had sounded almost unsettlingly human. The settlement had not repaired years of debt, fear, or humiliation. It had opened pathways through a system designed to confuse people until exhaustion looked like consent. That was not clean justice. It was living justice, wearing scuffed shoes and carrying receipts. Later that afternoon, Victoria took the subway to Queens. She had planned the visit for days, then avoided naming it as important because important things had a habit of becoming impossible when handled too directly. Her father sat at the kitchen table with a mug of tea, a stack of crossword puzzles, and the same stubborn posture he used when pretending his shoulder did not hurt in damp weather. Daniel Collins looked older than the photograph Victoria kept in her desk, but his eyes still held the wry patience of a man who had watched systems behave badly and survived without mistaking survival for forgiveness. You look like a lawyer who won and hates the paperwork, he said. That describes most lawyers on most days. He tapped the chair across from him. Tell me what happened without making it sound like the news. Victoria sat and placed her hands around the mug her mother used to leave for her. The ceramic was chipped near the handle, familiar in a way that made polished conference rooms feel suddenly absurd. They changed the clause, she said. Not everywhere in the world, not every contract they ever touched, but in the contracts we challenged. They created a review process for people who were boxed out. They narrowed confidentiality. They removed the cost provisions that scared people away. There will be oversight and public reporting. Daniel listened without interrupting. His crossword lay abandoned beneath his hand, and the people he asked, some will get compensation, some will get claims reopened. Some will finally be allowed to say what happened without being threatened into quiet. Her father nodded once slowly. That sounds like work. It was. I meant the kind that keeps going after the newspaper moves on. Victoria looked down at the tea. I wanted it to feel more like revenge when it was over. Daniel's thumb moved along the edge of the crossword page, smoothing a corner that did not need smoothing. Revenge is usually clean because it does not have to feed anybody afterward. She swallowed against the sudden pressure in her throat. I kept thinking about what happened to you, she said. I kept thinking that if someone had forced the process open then, everything might have been different. Maybe, he said, maybe not. That is not comforting. I raised you in Queens, not a greeting card factory. A laugh escaped before she could stop it. Daniel smiled, then reached across the table and covered her hand with his palm warm and work-worn and careful. You changed something that looked permanent, he said. Do not insult that because it failed to fix the past. Victoria stared at their joined hands until the kitchen blurred around the edges. She had built a career from the refusal to look away, but this was different. This was being seen without evidence attached. I am tired, she admitted. Daniel's fingers tightened slightly, then be tired without making it a character flaw. That evening, Thomas Davis announced his resignation from Davis Meridian's Legal Strategy Committee and his withdrawal from all governance roles connected to dispute resolution policy. The statement appeared at 6 o'clock after markets closed, with Sophia's fingerprints arranged elegantly over every line. Thomas Davis will support the transition to the independent review framework as an external funder of civil legal access initiatives and will no longer hold authority over dispute resolution policy within Davis Meridian Group. No martyrdom, no exile, no gilded self-portrait. Victoria read it twice in her office while Lauren dismantled the case board with the solemnity of someone retiring a haunted appliance. Documents came down in layers. Contract revisions, deposition notes, public pledge charts, claimant timelines, Thomas's testimony summary, photographs of buildings that had once looked too expensive to be vulnerable. Lauren peeled a strip of tape from the wall. This paint has been through more litigation than most associates. Victoria set her phone on the desk. Thomas stepped down from the policy roles. Lauren paused. Useful step or romantic grand gesture wrapped in governance language? Both are possible. Annoying, Lauren said. I prefer my billionaires narratively unhelpful. Victoria removed a photograph of the Riverside project from the board. Beneath it, the wall showed a faint rectangle where paper had shielded paint from light, absence leaving evidence. The thought was so on the nose that she refused to say it aloud. What happens now? Lauren asked. With the case? With the part of you that has been pretending there is only the case. Victoria folded the photograph into the file. I do not know. Lauren came around the desk and leaned against it, crossing her ankles. Her face carried no teasing now, only the steady loyalty that had survived deadlines, press attacks, bad coffee, and Victoria's most weaponized moods. Winning did not require you to become bulletproof, Lauren said. Victoria looked at her. I am beginning to suspect bulletproof people cannot feel rain. Lauren held up one finger. That was embarrassingly poetic and therefore inadmissible. Motion denied, rude but growth-oriented. They laughed and the sound softened the office until it felt like a room again instead of a command center. Lauren reached for another stack of documents, then stopped at the sight of Thomas's transcript still pinned to the far corner. Do you want that one boxed? She asked. Victoria walked over and removed it herself. For a moment, Thomas's name remained visible at the top of the page, black letters on white paper, stripped of wealth and architecture and consequence. Just a name attached to truth given under oath. I will keep this file separate, Victoria said. Lauren gave her a look sharp enough to open envelopes. That is the most lawyerly romantic sentence ever spoken. Please leave before I cite a retention policy. I am leaving because I respect the emotional dignity of office supplies. When Lauren departed, the room seemed larger and less defended. Victoria stood amid boxes of evidence and wondered how many versions of herself had been taped to that board without her permission. Daughter, attorney, opponent, woman foolish enough to want someone complicated. Woman disciplined enough to make complication answer questions. Her phone buzzed. Thomas's message contained only a location and a time, followed by a sentence that made her sit down slowly. No marble, no elevators, no strategy unless you count coffee. The next morning, Victoria found him on a bench near the East River, where the city loosened its collar and let wind do some of the talking. The bench stood far from Davis Meridian's towers, far from courthouse corridors and luxury hotel bars that made confession feel billable. Joggers passed behind them. A child in a yellow raincoat argued with a pigeon over jurisdiction. The river moved with gray persistence. Thomas stood when he saw her. He wore a navy coat, no driver in sight, no entourage, no visible armor except the kind a person carried in the shoulders after a life spent measuring rooms for exits. "Victoria," he said. "Thomas," he gestured toward the bench. "I bought coffee. Lauren warned me once that expensive coffee could still be morally inadequate, so I chose modestly. She will appreciate being treated as controlling authority." They sat with a careful space between them. The coffee was hot, slightly bitter, and ordinary enough to feel intimate. "I saw the announcement," Victoria said. "I thought you might. Did Benjamin?" "He saw it before it went out. He had comments, I can imagine." Thomas looked toward the water. "He said I broke trust. What did you say?" "That trust had become too dependent on my willingness to remain useful." The wind pushed at Victoria's hair and she tucked it behind her ear. "Do you believe he will forgive you?" "I am not sure forgiveness is the right instrument for what happened between us." That sounds like something a man says when the wound is still negotiating with pride. Thomas turned his cup between both hands, smiling faintly without making it easy. "Possibly." The river slapped softly against the pilings below. Around them, the city continued conducting its uncivil symphony of brakes, horns, footsteps, bicycle bells, gulls, and ambition. "I do not know how to love someone whose past is part of the harm I fought," Victoria said. Thomas received the words without retreating. "I do not want to be loved as the exception that makes the rule easier to bear. That is good because I would be terrible at it." "I know," she looked at him then. "You do not get to sound fond of my worst qualities before we define terms." His mouth curved more fully. "Understood." Victoria held the warm cup in both hands, kneading the small object to steady what legal training could not. "No secrecy, no asking me to make truth cheaper because it costs you, no treating guilt as intimacy, no making your repair work my responsibility." Thomas nodded. "Yes." "You answered too quickly. I have been thinking slowly." That unsettled her more than persuasion would have. She watched a ferry cut across the river, leaving a pale wake that broke apart behind it. "What are your terms?" she asked. Thomas took a breath that seemed to move through more than his lungs. "No pretending you are unbreakable because people need you. No treating rest as betrayal. No turning love into another courtroom where one of us must win by exhausting the other." Victoria stared at him for several seconds. That last one was unfairly well drafted. "I had excellent opposition." She looked away before tenderness could make her careless. "People will talk. Yes, they will say I compromised the case. The record says otherwise. They will say you betrayed Davis Meridian for me. The record also says otherwise. People rarely read the record." Thomas leaned back against the bench, his gaze following the river. "Then we will have to live plainly enough that scandal gets bored." Victoria felt the answer move through her, not as relief, but as recognition. It sounded impossible and practical, which meant it sounded like them. She placed her cup on the bench between them. "I am not offering absolution. I am not asking for it. I am not promising ease. I would distrust ease from you." This time when she laughed, Thomas looked at her as though the sound mattered more than any building he had ever saved. The space between them narrowed by inches rather than drama. Victoria reached first, taking his hand because she wanted him to know choice could be deliberate without being cold. His fingers closed around hers carefully, as if care itself had become a language he was still learning to speak without legal review. When he kissed her, the city did not blur. The river kept moving. A dog barked at a skateboarder. Somewhere behind them, a cyclist shouted at a delivery van. The world, inconsiderate and alive, refused to turn their beginning into a staged finale. That made it better. The kiss held no promise that history could be laundered by tenderness. It carried no foolish claim that trust had arrived fully formed, wearing flowers and carrying keys. It marked the first honest line of a longer document, one neither of them could draft alone. When they parted, Victoria rested her forehead briefly near his temple, close enough to feel him breathe. "Evidence," she said softly. Thomas's thumb moved once over her knuckles, accumulated over time, subject to review, naturally, and consequences, especially those. They walked afterward with no clear destination, following the river until the path bent back toward the city. Towers rose behind them, contracts waited in offices, and systems remained very good at protecting themselves. Yet somewhere behind all that glass, a clause had been broken open. People who once stood alone now had a process with witnesses. Claims that would have vanished into private rooms had begun to gather names, dates, and breath. Victoria did not mistake that for a perfect world. She only knew perfection had never paid a medical bill, reopened a claim, narrowed a weaponized clause, or taught a powerful man that remorse without consequence was only another luxury. Thomas's hand remained in hers as they turned toward the avenue, where ordinary movement carried them into crosswalks, weather, noise, and mourning. Love had once looked like a liability, something opposing counsel could mark, frame, and exploit. Now it felt more difficult and less fragile than that. It felt like a truth that would require proof. Victoria had always known how to build a case. This time she would not have to build it alone.